The story begins with a guy who traveled across the galaxy. This is a place that has no boundaries. Countless monsters and constellations lurk here. Many different monsters traveled through the galaxy, especially dragons. The main one was a fierce seven-headed dragon. They attacked him from all sides, but he managed to escape and fell into the abyss of the volcano. Before he could really land, he was surrounded by a crowd of animals who wanted to tear him to shreds. They all looked at him with fierce eyes. The main character's name was Randy. His entire body was tied with a red web. In front of him, he saw a huge purple spider that was looking at him from all sides. He opened his mouth and wanted to swallow the Randy in one go. From the look of the main character, it is clear that he is not the least bit afraid of these monsters, but he understands that he will have to fight with them for many years. Years have passed. He finally defeated these monsters. The teeth guy looked at the dead monsters that were lying on top of each other and thought that he had spent a lot of time and he needed to quickly return home to Earth. Suddenly he heard a sharp voice talking to him and could not understand who was talking to him. But then he looked at the red sky and realized that it was a constellation talking to him. When the Earth was first connected with the abyss, mankind learned that mythology was not simply a product of the imagination. Beings, called constellations, were the closest to what people considered divine. They blessed people and expanded the ranks of their followers. As the number of followers grows, so does the authority of the constellation. The Earth, with almost billion souls, was akin to a gold mine for the constellations, which fought to take away each other's followers. Among them were much more evil constellations that wanted to take over the Earth, not with the help of blessings with pure force. Randy returned to his good old friend. When they were having dinner, he told them everything that he fought with monsters. Otherwise, they were called a constellation. The Goblin King heard this and was simply shocked. He couldn't believe that his comrade had been fighting monsters all these years. Randy told him that he suffered a lot these years because there was very little food and he had to eat the constellation, so his highest priority was collecting the ingredients. Since his hobby used to be cooking, the Goblin King opened his mouth in shock. He couldn't believe that he had defeated the constellation, but instead of killing for territory, he simply took the milk. The Goblin King looked at the rent and realized that they were like everyone else. He was much kinder than the rest. The Goblin King wanted to quickly try the meat that Randy took. According to legends, he heard that whoever eats the meat of the constellation will become a very powerful king. But when he tried a small piece, his eyes and mouth burned with wild pain. But he acquired magical powers. The power of the fire was preserved with the help of the magical power of the constellation. Thanks to the oil from the mystical constellation, the meat rose to a higher level. The main character looked at him and could not understand what was wrong with this goblin. Randy looked at the stars and missed the Earth and his home. He wanted to quickly return to Earth. Let's go back to the very beginning, where Randy's story began. This was several tens of years ago by the standards of the abyss. Everyone thought Randy was a little strange, and they asked him why he was always lifting that barbell. He always answered everyone that he wanted to become stronger than everyone else. But no one took him seriously. Guy was obsessed with violence from an early age. I studied because he was very much bullied by high school students as a child. Randy was an orphan since childhood, and he understood that he could only rely on himself alone. He realized that he needed to train to protect himself. He became stronger and stronger. He wanted to become a hunter. This is a new profession that has emerged in the era of the abyss of the accounting profession. Where do you practice? Protecting people from the dangers of the dungeon and monsters. Poisons and items dropped after killing monsters. Artifacts from the dungeon where monsters appear are very highly valued, attracting many people who want money and fame. His boss told him that he needed to calm down a little and not risk his life. The boss told him that going into a dungeon with high-ranking monsters was too much. After all, they fought against monsters from the rank and suffered many losses. Even elite hunters die in battles with monsters. The next day, Randy went down with the team into the dungeon to fight monsters. One of the monsters attacked the guy with very high speed, and everyone thought that Randy was finished. But no one knew how much Randy trains. He hit the monster in the jaw. The monster was defeated with one blow. The main character never studied magic and never regretted it. He always believed that martial arts were simple and not as bright and convenient as magic. But the true nature of martial arts, in which he gained as much experience by training every day. was already night. The main character sat on the ground and thought to himself that he had already achieved rank through hard training, but there were still several martial artists who managed to become stronger than him. He was already pissed off, but he told himself that he needed to train even more. Then he will reach his peak. The next day, when the guy was training, Mr. Nia came to him. She was the constellation of the abyss. Another name for her was the goddess of scales. She looked at the guy and smiled. The Libra goddess got straight to the point. She wanted to make a fighting deal with him. The main character was not outrageous and simply said that he agreed. This greatly surprised the goddess of scales because everyone was afraid of her and no one agreed. Randy was only interested in one thing, whether he would gain strength if he won this fight. For him, it would be quite enough. Andy asked the goddess of scales why she chose him because there are a lot of good hunters in the world who have higher ratings and more fame. And the goddess of Libra said that she saw the future, and in a few years a great danger would befall the Earth. The evil constellations will begin to attack the Earth in full force, and when that day comes, you will think that the current dungeon and monsters threatening the Earth were just kindergarten. The Rand was considered the key to preventing this future. The Libra goddess took him by the shoulder and told him not to worry about anything because she would make him stronger through long, hard, and inhumane training. At that moment, the goddess of scales was very scared because what kind of madman would agree to such a contract? She was afraid that Randy would refuse. The goddess of scales extended her hand to him. There was sweat on her face from the experience. The main character understood that if he entered into a contract with the constellation, he would become a new avatar. It was something super complicated. Due to the fact that his soul is attached to the constellation, he will have to live in its constant limitation. Randy understood that this was a great responsibility and was very worried and thought about whether he should agree or not. After all, the whole fate of humanity was on his shoulders. The goddess of scales flew into the sky and said that she prepared a training facility in the abyss because time flows differently in the abyss. You will have to train alone for several hundred years. Even if you refuse during training, you still will not be able to return home. The guy thought for a very long time, but he wanted to become the strongest hunter. After much thought, the guy said that he agreed, and he would go with her. He said that he was not so tied to this world. Randy just wanted to leave a letter to one person. After these words, the goddess of scales raised her hands, and a large black hole formed in the sky. Wall, the goddess of Libra, told the guy that he should think carefully about where he wants to leave his letter, and she will send this letter with the power of thought. Main characters approached the black hole and touched it to pass the tests. After he touched the black hole, he was completely sucked in. Randy looked at the abyss. He was surprised because it almost looked like a dungeon. The main character looked to the side and saw that there was nothing here and simply began to train. At this time, the goddess of Libra went to her colleagues and said that she had found a talented guy and that he would be an excellent candidate for avatars. Her subordinates looked at her and were very worried about her, because when she is so confident in her prophecies, something bad always happens. The main character was training. Suddenly, a large blue tornado glowing with lightning appeared behind him. Randy turned and saw that it looked very dangerous, understood that this was probably a test of the goddess of the scales. But the main character was not afraid at all. He said that in order to become stronger, you need to face danger head-on. When the tornado approached the guy, there was very strong pain. He thought that he would now be torn apart. But he understood that he had to endure it, because this was a test from the goddess. After a powerful magical storm swept through, the magic of illusion that covered the territory of the virtuous goddess of the scales dissipated. This magic was used as a basic security measure, but before Randy could understand it, the magical storm raged again. Even the lady could not have foreseen this. The Libra Queen was very worried because she should have already felt his presence. But the guy hasn't appeared yet. All the servants searched the entire citadel, but could not find Randy. After this, the goddess of the scales became one of the most powerful servants. Her name was Adakvaniel. Adakvaniel promised that she would find him at any cost and would not let him be offended. She understood that this was not easy, because he could be in any galaxy in the world. Even the constellations could not comprehend the entire world. Has been a couple of weeks. The main character woke up on the ground, looked straight, and saw many rocks in front of him. He thought that this was the next place where his next test would take place. The guy saw a huge monster in front of him and thought that the tests were for him to defeat it. Randy's first impression when he saw this monster was that it looked like onyx. and it didn't look like this monster was of A rank. He doubted for a very long time, but then he thought that the goddess of scales had planned everything. At that time, the main character did not yet know that the goddess of scales had lost him and was looking for him. Randy gathered all his strength into his fist and hit this monster with all his might. But the monster had no reaction, because the blow was very weak compared to its size. But the main character continued to beat, because he understood that he needed to become much stronger in order to defeat this monster. Randy felt in his body that with each blow he was accumulating more and more force. After several thousand blows, he was still able to defeat this monster. Understood that after he defeated him, he was now a rank hunter. Guys understood that he did not have talent like other hunters, but he had perseverance. Thanks to him, he will become the strongest. Suddenly a monster came up to Randy and looked at him with gentle eyes. After that, the main character made friends with the monster. He sat on the monster's head and went to look for a place for the next training. After a long journey, they met a blue storm, which the guy had encountered a long time ago. According to the time of the abyss, he had been gone for years. The main character thought that this was a gift from the goddess that would lead him to the end test. After he and the monster ended up in another place, the main character realized that he had reached an advanced level and realized how incredible the magical storm was. Storm filled his entire body with chakra and made him stronger, relieving him of fatigue. The main character feels that he is becoming stronger and stronger every minute. He has collected chakra into his fists, and he will not stop using the divine cosmic arts. Randy looked at his hands and realized more and more that he would receive a new level of martial arts. He was really looking forward to a new workout to become even stronger. Main characters looked at the ocean and did not understand how to continue training or passing tests. After this, the guy came up with the idea that he would train underwater. He jumped into the water and saw in front of him a bunch of scary fish that he had never seen in ordinary life. After a little time, he realized that this water was poisonous, and it penetrated into his body. Randy is attacked by poisonous fish and bites him. The main character barely got out of this poisonous water. He understood that if he had been there for a little more time, he would have died. But when the main character was getting out of the water, he noticed a bright light at the bottom. He knew he had to get it. Randy still thought that this was a test from the goddess, and that she was giving him these tasks, but he was grossly mistaken. So the main character began to train and focused to accumulate more chakra. After all, this will save him from the poisonous ocean and fish. But it took quite a long time. The main character was of course very happy that he was becoming stronger, but he had already been here years in the time of the abyss. Randy was absorbed, thanks to the chakra, but without food, his life was very empty. Suddenly, he saw dead blue fish that were thrown onto the land by the waves. The main character looked at this fish with unusual eyes. After all, he hasn't eaten for years. Randy did not understand how to cut this fish for him, because it was with acid, and all the kitchen utensils made of stone were melted. The monster decided to help him and gave him adamantium. Even among treasures, this treasure is highly rated among stone-type monsters. When the guy started cutting fish with this object, he was very surprised that it didn't melt. When Randy took a bite of the fish, green steam began to emanate from his body. The main character felt that his tongue was beginning to go numb, but at the same time he felt that his strength was increasing. When he tried a piece of fish, he realized that he needed to start hunting and eat more fish so that his strength would increase much faster, and thus another years have passed by the standards of the abyss. During this time, the mind of the main character has changed very much. During the years that Randy ate fish, he gained resistance to countless poisons. The main character Mach can easily increase the level of divine space art. During this time, he became very strong. Randy could not understand why the goddess of scales had not yet summoned him. After all, he gained resistance to poisons and reached the level of expert. He would never have reached such heights in his world. After all, the main character approached the monster, and he said that their paths were already diverging. He must leave to become even stronger. He didn't want to endanger the monster. For all, the guy dove into the poisonous ocean. But for him, it was just like normal, because he had complete resistance to poison. Fish no longer attacked him as on the first day. He was already a completely different person, much stronger than then. He swam for a long time, across the ocean, and finally found the source of magical power that he saw on the first day. When the main one was closer, he saw a blue portal, that it was a portal to the next training session. When he arrived, He saw a bunch of monsters in front of him, who looked at him with an evil gaze. One of the monsters approached Randy and said that he would now cut off his head. He took out his sword, and he was ready to kill Randy. Randy was ready to fight him with all his strength. He strained all his chakra into his left fist. After his fist and sword collided, the sword broke into small pieces. Monsters couldn't believe my eyes. He had never seen such a strong person. The main character jumped meters and kicked the monster. After this blow, the monster fell to the ground and was motionless. After that, all the other monsters were simply in shock. They had never seen such strength from a human, but the guy didn't want to fight with them. He pointed his finger at them and said that he came here to take a test. All the monsters looked at him like he was crazy and asked him what other test was needed. One of the monsters began to yell at him loudly. The monster thought that the man wanted to fight their leader. After that, a bunch of monsters attacked the main character. They all wanted to tear him to shreds. There was no pity, but Randy fought them easily. In a couple of minutes, he scattered them all around. But the guy understood that, although it is easy, there are a lot of them. He understood that the open area was too large. The main character could not fight with them, being surrounded on all sides. Monsters couldn't afford to lose to him. After all, it would be shameful for them to lose to an ordinary person. A bunch of mutant dogs attacked him. The guy understood that there was no end to them, and his power is not limitless. The main character understood that he had nowhere to go, and he only had to fight. In the territory under the authority of this constellation. He fought these monsters for a very long time. After the whole battle, how he defeated them all, he saw a small building in front of him. He was very interested in what was there. R kicks down doors, and he shouts that he will borrow this house for a while. In front of him, he saw a smiling monster who greeted him and was preparing soup. Main character was very surprised. Do such restaurants really exist even in such places at home? The monster affectionately answered him, "In order to fight well, you need to eat well." The guy felt ashamed for knocking down the door of such a good monster. I asked him for forgiveness and asked him to eat a little, because he had not eaten for a long time. The main character began to approach him for soup. Suddenly, the monster threw a large pot of poison at him. The main character didn't care because he was immune to the poison, and he didn't even feel it. The monster began to stutter from what he saw. He couldn't understand who he even was. Was this a man who thought he was a monster in his head? A bunch of monsters began to come in near the door to attack Randy. The main character hid in the corner, took a stool, and began shouting for them to come over. Randy said that he would have enough strength for a long time. After these words, the main character began to fight against a crowd of monsters with one chair. At this time, the goddess of scales was very worried about Randy. Her subordinates did not understand how they could find a person in the abyss if he could be located at any point. Not much time had passed since the main character defeated all the monsters. He did not understand how many more there would be. Due to the comprehension of combat skill, Randy's sensitivity increased, and he felt something coming from the cauldron. The guy felt great energy from this boiler. He understood that there was something unusual there. Randy wanted to take this cauldron with him and follow it, but one of the surviving monsters took him by the leg and asked him not to take this cauldron. Tears appeared in the monster's eyes. He asked Randy to leave the cauldron because he had gone through a lot to get it. But the main character had no pity. He hit the monster in the face and said that this monster got this cauldron only by killing others. In a martial arts story, Randy learned that a retired martial artist owned a small classic diner. Randy came here only to look for a suitable place for battles. But the sudden acquisition of an eatery inspired him. He renovated the diner and named it after himself. Everything continued the same. Randy fought monsters to gain experience during the day, and experimented with recipes of the night. So his life as an eatery continued for several hundred years by the standards of the abyss. One day, the former owner of this diner came to take revenge on Randy and his brothers. The main character noticed that he was able to achieve harmony of body and mind through prolonged, deadly fights. He understood that all martial arts masters would go crazy from his skills. But for this, he needed to return to Earth. Monsters lay defeated. They did not understand how the army could not defeat one small, pathetic person. By the time the demons realized that their strategy was not working, Randy also realized that something needed to change. The main character realized that he had already been stuck here for a long time, and he stopped developing. He absorbed energy through research in cooking, but his progress in martial arts stopped. The guy realized that he could no longer experience things of harmony between body and mind. This made him very angry. One day, The main character got angry with all this. He opened the door and told the demons to stop finishing this production. As soon as Randy came out, a bunch of monsters immediately attacked him. Randy was only too happy to fight, because it would increase his true strength and accelerate his growth. When the main character dealt with all the monsters, the biggest monster he had seen in his life came in front of him. The monster laughed very hard and asked Randy if he was scared. After these words, the demon attacked him with all his might, and loudly said that this was his last day on this planet. But the guy stopped his sword with just one hand. It didn't pose any problems for him. The demon could not believe his eyes. No one had ever stopped his sword with such ease. Randy looked into his eyes and said loudly that he was afraid that at this rate he would not advance in his martial arts. After that, all the monsters attacked him. During the battle, the main character remembered one hunter of rank A. He described his strength as a feeling that he was overwhelmed with confidence. However, now that he had reached the expert level, he realized that before in battle, he always felt backed into a corner, randomly attacking in all directions. After long battles, Randy was able to disperse an enemy attack for the first time with the help of divine cosmic art. The main character learned to use the enemy's power against him. This power was called Kuzushi. After a long battle when all the monsters were lying on the ground, the main character simply went into the house and began to cook. The next day, the guy left the house and was very surprised that there was not a single monster, but the demons were waiting for him from the sky and shot fiery rays at him. One of the demons told them to continue firing because Randy is good in close combat. After the attack was over, they saw only the shadow of a man in the smoke. The protagonist successfully blocked all attacks with the help of divine space arts. His body became even stronger after the demon attacks. Randy again began to destroy everyone. The monster in a row, he received the invulnerability skill. The more the demons spent their strength, the stronger Randy became, increasingly widening the gap between them. After several hundred years of these events, all the monsters stood in line to fight Randy. Guy was very surprised that he became close to demons, but on the one hand, it was natural after hundreds of years of battles. Randy took out a card of rank A. This is a magical item received when you first registered with the association. When the owner fills it with his power, it shows the owner's stats. Randy wanted to quickly look at his powers because he had not drawn this card for a long time. When he took out this card, it glowed very strongly and said that he was already an expert hunter level plus. Randy gained so many skills that on Earth he could only dream of it. His status was already so high, due to him possessing many A-rank skills. But the first thing that caught his eye was the divine space art. And rank is the divine art of immunity to all types of poison. The ability to freely control poison and gain energy when absorbing it. Rank A is the harmony of body and mind, the ability to use the body the way you want. Rank in Kuzushi is to direct the subscriber's strength back even if it is greater than yours. Rank and invulnerability, with this ability the skin becomes harder than steel and it is able to block most attacks. Randy was surprised when he read these skills. He thought that this was only available to those hunters who had trained in a unique rank, a martial art, such as the divine twilight art or the yin-yang divine art. Randy didn't know that divine space art is weak in growth rate, but it can create energy stronger than any other martial art. And the guy trained this art for more than 1,000 years by the standards of the abyss. The main character thought that this must be due to a magical assault because he never had any innate talents. Guy thought that the goddess of scales planned all this for his training and development. Through countless battles, his understanding of martial arts had almost reached perfection. He can flawlessly copy any martial arts at a glance. But when the main character read this, he had never heard of such a skill. It is believed that it is difficult to master even one martial art in a lifetime. This skill will allow him to use different techniques depending on the situation, just like a magician. Randy had heard this skill for the first time, but he already realized that it was very powerful. But the main character looked at the card and couldn't understand another skill. There wasn't even a rank. This skill was called World Resonance. The world resonates with him because he is close to reaching the peak of existence. Randy read this and could not understand what it meant. At that moment, he did not know that this thing would cause the whole Earth to go crazy. Guy has been in this world for years, during which time he made friends with demons with whom he fought for centuries. The main character loved to cook since childhood, and he was very happy that he had clients. One day, the main character realized that he had completely stopped developing in this world, and he needed to look for new adventures. The guy could no longer cultivate energy. His growth was completely stopped. The main character understood that there was practically no martial artist stronger than him, and he needed to destroy this wall. Randy understood there was only one way to become stronger, and that was to fight a new enemy. He gave himself a goal to fight an enemy who is many times stronger than these weak demons. He needs to fight someone who is stronger than him. At this moment, while he was thinking, someone knocked on the door. The main character politely opened the door and greeted the guest. He thought it was a new customer to eat his food. He immediately noticed that this demon was not like everyone else. He looked much stronger and more intimidating. The demon immediately turned to the guy and said that he had heard a lot about him and wanted to test his skills. Randy felt the energy of this demon. He already knew that he was very strong, much stronger than himself. He possessed enormous magical power, which was strong even for the demonic race. The main character thought that this was a new stage in the beginning of his training, and he needed to test his strength. The demon took out a huge ingot of adamantium. It was of a size never seen before. The guy was very surprised. He had never seen such a large stone. The demon approached Randy and said that his name was Varigut. He is the first avatar of the Lord of Blood and Battle. He had a proposal for the main character from his master. The demon said that the Master Lord of Blood and Battle was watching the Randy, and he wants Randy to become his avatar. Demon Varigut was sure that Randy would accept his offer. Even though he is a wanderer from the outside world, he is not crazy enough to go against the will of the constellation. Especially if he was offered such an honor to become an avatar, he thought that under no circumstances would he refuse. But the main character said that he refuses because he already has a goddess of the scales. The Varigoth demon was simply furious at his refusal because no one had ever dared to refuse him. The main character immediately felt a strong pressure on him. He was in anticipation because this was the very strong opponent he was waiting for. Varigoth told the guy that he did not feel any constellation inside him. But the main character continued to think that this was all a test, that he would become an avatar when he passed all the tests. Varigoth was very surprised by what he heard. He thought that this guy had been deceived. But the main character did not listen to him. The guy thought that this demon wanted to fight with him. Varigoth began to explain to him that nothing added up in his words. Varigoth told him that the constellations enter into a contract with the avatar because of their desire. Not one constellation will accept someone unworthy as an avatar. And to be desired by one constellation means that other constellations are known to desire you too. Therefore, the constellation immediately concludes a contract with the avatar candidate so that others do not do this. Or, if they want to train their candidate, they do it on their own territory. This is because it is possible in the event of the candidate being intercepted by other constellations while he is wandering outside. If this happens, then the constellations will laugh at the other constellation for tens of thousands of years. But the main character did not agree with the Varigoth. He told him that he had missed a lot. Constellation to which he promised can see the future. He is sure that she chose him because he is the savior of the world. Varigut told the guy that foreseeing the future is a rare and special skill, and she trusted in such inferior ability. But the main character still didn't believe him. He believed that his constellation was the best. After all, she was able to think through the fact that nothing would happen if he trained in a territory that was not hers. After that, Randy began to brag to him about the training he had endured, the tests he had passed. After this, the demon Varigoth began to think. After all, the magical storm of the abyss cannot be controlled even in a constellation. It is beyond the power, it is dangerous and a strong catastrophe, he said. But the main character still didn't believe him. He said that his constellation can control everything. After much thought, Randy did not think that the Varigoth was lying to him. After that, he began to believe him and learned a lot. However, he enjoyed the process of becoming stronger so much that he did not have any thoughts or questions until this moment. Randy returned home very angry. He didn't understand how he could be so stupid and not ask himself such a question for so many centuries. The guy was holding back his tears very hard. He understood that he couldn't cry because every tear depletes his energy and his courage. The next day, Randy approached the Varigot and told him that he already knew that he was not at the training facility, and he urgently needs to return to Earth. But Varigoth said that he was very sorry. but he could no longer leave the territory of the Lord of Blood and Battles. Varigoth flew into the sky and said that he would be very sorry that he had to break such a gem as Randy. Varigoth immediately understood Randy's fighting style. He realized that he had a special walking technique and did not feel any magic. Well, his movements were much faster than teleportation magic. Randy said that this technique is the movement of divine cosmic art, using energy. Another name for this is moonwalk. Varigoth raised his hands up, and a black hole formed there. He said it was very funny, and he wasn't surprised that the master was interested in Randy. But the Varigoth no longer intends to continue this. He was ready to alienate Randy. Varigoth used bloody baptism. A large area of the earth was covered with red poison. The main character understood that he was very strong since he used so much mana. Randy won't be able to hold out for long, even with such a skill of invulnerability to poison. Red poison was called bloody baptism. It is a shower of crimson mana that melts and destroys everything it touches. This technique shows in all its glory the difference between the power of a Varigoth and the power of a Randy. But the main character was able to survive. This happened thanks to the divine cosmic art unceremoniously warned him. This happened because Randy was in great danger. However, when faced with a crisis situation when the enemy was much stronger than him, Randy's mind is very calm. The discomfort of wasting time due to misunderstanding has already disappeared. Randy's mind said that he could. It was like that moment when he was caught in a magical storm. It was not the speed that was important, but the feeling of the flow of the hands. After meditation, Randy's martial arts proficiency increased. He received a skill from the rank of incredible speed. This movement technique allows the blink of an eye to move to the desired location. Varigoth was very surprised. He could not believe that Randy completely dodged the bloody baptism. Varigoth all the time thought that martial arts were studied by weaklings all the time. After that moment, he realized that he was wrong. After this, the Varigoth became more and more angry. He used magic and limited an unlimited amount of mana from himself. On the other hand, martial arts expend the user's inner strength. Compared to magic, martial arts have an energy limit. Varigoth sent a stream of mana at the main character. He began to fight with him at full strength. He realized that martial arts were also amazing. Varigoth took out his sword and said that he heard that the slaves staged an uprising in the territory of some constellation. They wanted to resist the law of this world. Since they went against the constellation, they could no longer use mana. However, it was not so easy to suppress the uprising. Because of the miraculous skill, it was a skill that could be used without borrowing mana from outside. The main character became interested in this story. He believed that it was martial arts. He asked the demon what would happen if he used magic. Varigoth told him that after your body melted from the bloody baptism, Randy, you would immediately meet the Lord of the Blood. The battle continued. Varigoth considered him a special person because no one had ever fought with him in battle for so long. But he was confident in his victory because his master gave him a bloody axe. After the Varigoth swung his axe, a very strong explosion occurred. The TA fight had already lasted an hour. Randy understood that if things continued like this, he would lose this fight. He wanted to find the weaknesses of magic, but he hasn't found it yet. With each attack he landed, he felt himself becoming stronger. Randy gathered energy into one fist. He created a fist of energy, and he hit with all his might. It was quite a strong blow. Even the Varigoth felt it, but it was not enough to defeat him. Varigoth asked Randy how long it would take him to use such hard attacks because they require a lot of strength. The use of all skills, such as Kuzushi or incredible speed, was born for protection. The problem was attacking power. Breaking through the dozens of layers of magic protection with which the Varigoth defended himself, he had to deal a powerful blow. The main character understood that he had to do something because the matter was nearing the end. Randy decided to make a fist of energy the result of compressing energy. But after this attack, he will spend a lot of energy. It was very risky. In theory, the energy fist did not make full use of energy compression. You can press energy to a state of materialization. This technique is called energy materialization. Even Xiao Wan, the greatest martial artist on Earth, was the first to be able to materialize the energy. However, he could only hold the materialization for a moment. Because this technique absorbed a huge amount of energy, he could not use it in real combat. except that Randy has already surpassed Xiaowan in skill, more than 100 years ago. He used this technique and went through the Varicota demon. It was quite a strong blow. The main character destroyed the Bloody Shield spell. Randy looked at him and realized that this technique did not completely kill him. Other demons watched this all far from the side and were simply shocked by their battle. They were surprised that Ser Varigoth had been fighting with him for 6 months already, according to the time of the Abyss. They considered this man a real madman and a legend. Varigoth understood that Randy was at a dead end. Although he can break through the defense of a Varigoth materialized with a divine space art energy attack, he cannot use this deadly attack due to the enormous energy consumption. The main character tried to restore his energy faster and faster. Well, he still needed time to use the cosmic aura again, which gives the Varigoth enough time to restore its defenses. He wanted to finish with one attack. A strong wind arose from his enormous energy, which almost blew Randy off his feet. Varigoth began to call on the Lord of Blood and Battles, blessing his forces to achieve victory. After this technique, the Varigoth's strength increased significantly. Fangs and horns began to appear on his body. The main character looked at this with fear because he understood that he was in great danger. The main character understood why the Varigoth decreased in size. He did this to increase speed and the speed of attacks in one zone. At one point in the battle, Randy realized that his invulnerability had been broken. He needed time to restore it. The main character told himself that if he loses even a little concentration, he will die immediately. He didn't need to relax even for a second. However, the guy understood that he was in a difficult situation, and he had no way out. Main characters decided to use all the energy at once because he had nothing else left. At this point, he learned a new technique called Cosmic Energy Breakthrough. Varigoth screamed in pain, because this technique was quite powerful and his right arm was torn off. Varigoth felt that it did not matter how he should defeat this man. He must end this, otherwise Randy will become even stronger, to the point where he can no longer damage Randy. Varigoth could not allow this. In the territory under the control of the Lord of Blood and Battles, he could not just stand and watch as a new constellation was born in the territory of his great master. At that moment, Randy understood the essence of his power. If he could take mana beyond the limits of his body, then he had achieved real mastery. Of his skills was called the Good Giant Killer. It was a rank skill. At this time, the constellation of the Abyss was watching their battle, and she showed interest in Randy. Lords of Blood and Battle were simply furious. They also watched their battle. The Varigoth demon lay on the ground and admitted defeat. He could not believe that he lost to a man, because he had never lost to anyone except his master before. The main character defeated the first avatar of the Lord of Blood and Battles. For this victory, Randy received strength from the whole world, thanks to the skill of a master of his craft. A defeated Varigoth turned to him. It was clear that he was already on the verge of death. He told the guy that he had earned his right to reject his offer to become a master. Randy thanked him for the good fight from the bottom of his heart. He was very grateful to him. Varigoth gave him advice. He said that he did not know which constellation offered him to become an avatar, but he advised that he should not accept her offer, because Randy could become much stronger, so much so that not a single constellation would look down on him. Varigoth wished that he would become famous in this abyss, and become the first person in the constellation. The main character looked at him and said that he would listen to his words, make him the master on which he accepts the world as himself. Randy began to feel a completely new energy. The glances of the constellations watching him were very surprised by his skills. The main character began to feel the gaze of the constellations on him. He felt how very powerful they were. The main character began to have a shiver in his body, because he imagined that he could become as strong as the constellations. The constellations were constantly targeting each other's territories. If someone accidentally leaves his post, he will be gone in an instant. This is why the constellations watched the world without leaving their thrones, and those who deserved to become their avatars. Then the main character realized that they were watching him all the time, just like the people on the streams. The Lord of Blood and Battles has placed a reward for the Randy. Now every creature that is in this territory is hunting for the main character. Then the main character told everyone that he would become a constellation while they were watching him. He has nothing to fear anymore. Main characters easily defeated these monsters who began to hunt him. He understood that he could no longer leave his fate here to the discretion of the constellation, after he had come so far. Randy returned to the small house to take this Kazan with magic. He noticed that there was quite a lot of energy in this Kazan. Randit stopped viewing notifications and messages from constellations. He didn't care about the ridicule or temptation that came from them. Randy decided that he would leave this place and go on his own way. She easily repulsed their attack. The other demons were surprised by her strength. After this, the angel approached them and asked one more time if they had seen him. Then they politely answered that no, and asked the angel to take pity on them. Since the avatar rarely leaves its territory, the constellations were curious what was going on. Also, people support streamers, support avatars of other constellations. For constellations sitting on their own territory and bound by their own rules, observing the avatars of other constellations was quite simple entertainment. And now let's return to the abandoned sector on the territory of the Lord of Blood and Battles. Randy traveled the world and continued to train along the way. Thanks to the master's degree, the divine cosmic art was perfected. Now the amount of energy did not matter, and the martial artist's skill allowed Randy to use all martial arts perfectly. However, the Markets continued to practice his fist of space. He believed that this technique was not good enough in his execution. Just like when he first learned the divine space art, he put his whole soul into every blow. When Randy decided to leave the territory of the Lord of Blood and Battles, after defeating the Varagoth, he decided to test his skills in the mysterious skill world resonance. Then he took his card and saw that it was written that his title was Invincible Training Master. This meant that no person or creature had trained more than him. Then Randy realized when he had achieved the degree of mastery of the divine cosmic art. He has improved his skills. Now they were simply flawless, and how exactly he was supposed to become stronger and gain constellation status. Then Randy thought that he knew how to do it all. After receiving the divine space art master's degree, he thought that the world seemed to be whispering in his ear. In front of him, he met a bunch of demons. They told him that he really thought that you could escape from them. As long as Randy was in the territory under the control of the Lord of Blood and Battles, it would be very difficult for him to escape from the demons. But the main character didn't even pay attention to them. He looked at his card and thought that he should strengthen his essence by following his principles. He believed that the world was telling him that this was the path to becoming a constellation. The main character simply walked around the zombies and did not even pay attention to them. They were too weak for him. And then the main character understood the secret that he needs to train all the time and never lose. Brandy continued to travel and thought that this was perfect for him because he loved to train all the time. And like this, he will continue to train. He left the corner of the abyss in which the gaze of the constellations could not reach him. He felt himself getting stronger. Also, in the battle with Varagoth, in addition to the New World Resonance, he acquired 2 new skills related to his essence power. In order for Randy to use this skill, he must fight someone who is stronger than him. Well, he understands that if he loses, it's all over. It sounded quite complicated, but the main character liked everything and wanted to become more serious. The guy continued to travel. He met a real monster in front of him. He hoped that this monster would be stronger than him and he would improve his skill. But it turned out to be his old friend with whom he had previously traveled. Randy was very surprised to meet him. The main character notices that behind his friend there are a lot of his brothers. The guy was very happy for him that he found his family. Suddenly another monster appears out of nowhere. Much larger than the other monsters by a factor of the earth was breaking into pieces from this monster. Was a super giant monster that had never appeared on Earth before. He could be considered to be of high rank. The whole world should have been on full alert against him. The main character understood that he was emitting a lot of magical power, and goosebumps ran through his skin. He's definitely stronger than the Varagoth. This monster was called the 9-headed Hydra, simply a 9-headed snake. At the moment, Randy finds the constellation's attention annoying. There were constellations that became such by watching Randy's adventures, but most mocked or mocked him. Some were even hostile, especially such constellations as the Lord of Blood and Battle, whose first avatar suffered a crushing defeat. To them, Randy was a beast who had not yet reached adulthood. That's why they must make every effort to stop Randy from becoming a constellation. That is why Randy went into the neutral zone, where the constellation could not follow him. However, the lawless zone was a place where the strongest ruled. The 9-headed snake began to attack the main character with energy. This was a place that was controlled by monsters comparable in strength to a constellation. Main characters were simply shocked. It was simply amazing magical power. He was just like a bulldozer that destroys everything in its path. The guy's good giant killer skill was activated. If Randy defeats the Hydra, his power will essentially increase. The master of his craft skill was still activated. If he defeats the Hydra, his essence's powers will also increase. The main character understood that his skills forced him to fight this monster. But even without them, his choice will remain the same, because this monster will not just let him go. Randy pointed his finger at the snake and shouted that he was bullying his friend and his family. No matter how strong the snake is, he will regret it. The nine-headed snake attacked him with all its strength. They say that even the constellation fell to its knees from their poison. Randy felt that bloodlust was coming from their 9 heads. Most opponents would simply freeze out of telepathy and bloodlust. But the main character is already used to this. He has already been to many battles in the territory of the Lord of Blood and battles. They collided head-on, and there was a huge explosion from their battle. Randy was able to cut off the head of a snake with the first attack. 8 heads remained. They were simply furious with such impudence, because no one had ever fought them so brazenly before. Well, it wasn't all that simple. The Hydra restored its head thanks to the skill of divine regeneration. The 9-headed Hydra began to prepare its attack. It was going to unleash a lot of poison. It was rumored that even the constellations themselves could not withstand their poison. The main character was surprised. Why should they say their attack? But the answer was simple, because it was a monster that even the constellations feared. The 9-headed Hydra only announces the fate of the enemy. The enemy has no choice but to accept his fate. But it wasn't about Randy. He attacked them from the sky. Hydra could not understand how he stopped their poison. The guy looked at his hands and had a feeling that his head was going to explode because of the telepathic scream. If he did not have perfect immunity to poisons, he could have suffered. His hands began to glow with blue flame, but the feeling was not the same as when fighting the Varagoth. This far exceeds the power of divine cosmic art and energy materialization. R was not backed into a corner. On the contrary, he was able to defeat the Hydra with one blow. However, the battle did not end there. Hydra couldn't keep up with him because he was pretty fast. He generated very quickly. But the main character understood that if he fell under the breath of the Hydra, it would be very dangerous for him. Randy had the invulnerability skill, which was supposed to protect him from any damage. But even in battle against the Varagoth, he could not block all of its powerful magic. And the Hydra was many times stronger than the Varagoth. It was impossible to block invulnerability attacks. Randy could moonwalk on it. He improved his moonwalk skills so much that he began to run on the breath of the Hydra. While Randy was moving between safe zones, he kept losing himself that he needed to be much faster, and a miracle happened. At one moment, the flames and poison emitted by the Hydra stopped. Time slowed down very much, as if fulfilling Randy's dream of becoming faster. The Hydra could not control its breathing intentionally. But none of the martial arts that Randy mastered had such an effect. The main character attacked with all speed, and simply began to destroy the Hydra. The Hydra could not keep track of him. At one point, Randy realized that this was happening for the same reason that his attacks were much stronger, should have been with his level of martial arts and skills. The power of the essence is not the same as what was strengthened by magic or martial arts. This power allowed him to change reality. According to his imagination, he got much more of what he wanted. He gained the skill of insight and used the full power of the essence. Power essence is a force that can change reality. Now he can control this power as he wishes. As a result of insight, the skill of the essence's power intensified. Power of the essence is the power that allows the constellation, creatures that have reached the peak of existence, to rule in the abyss. The constellation used this power to transform the abyss, create kingdoms, and bestow gifts and blessings on their followers. As long as the constellations have enough essence power, they can do anything. Hydra was furious. She already wanted to finish this guy off quickly. Hydra Heiken's stuffy, strong will. With the current power of the entity, Randy could not shake or change his will. The main character's goal was to change the power of the entity. He understood that it would be difficult for him to change the Hydra. He must change himself. The power of Randy's essence penetrated his materialized energy and became a sharp blade, capable of cutting like a huge body of a Hydra. He cut the head of one Hydra, but it could no longer recover because he sealed divine regeneration with the help of his blade. The main character understood that this was not the end, and he did not want to give vent to his emotions. He began to defeat the Hydra, cutting off their heads one by one, thought that this was simply impossible, because they do not regenerate. They could not think that they could lose to such a non-entity as a person. Hydra wanted to hide from Randy. She wanted to hide in a cave and wait until regeneration returned to normal. Hydra began to run away because only 2 heads remained, the rest were cut off. But it was very difficult for them to hide with such a large body. One of the Hydras was against running away because this was a real humiliation for them. But the other head was wiser and said that they needed to hide so that regeneration would return. Otherwise, the Hydra would have died. But it was a real shame for them because they lived years and never faced such humiliation. But the main character is much faster than them, and it was pointless to run away. He was already at the top of them and was delivering his attack. It was such a powerful attack that it tore the Hydra into pieces. Randy's friends were shocked. After all, no one has yet been able to defeat the Hydra. After this attack, Randy could barely stand on his feet, but he admitted that this snake was a strong opponent. After the victory, Randy's power of existence increased thanks to the skill Good Giant Slayer. The world began to resonate with the main character even more strongly. This all happened because the Hydra's blood covered him. He inherited Hydra karma, divine regeneration. Now his invulnerable body could regenerate endlessly. Randy looked at his ability card and thought that he had a very strange life. As a martial artist, he never thought that he would gain many skills. On ordinary ground, even one such skill would make him an A-rank hunter. But that no longer matters. He has decided to go beyond being a hunter and follow the path of the constellation. The main character asked his friend if he needed scales or bones for meat. The stone snake jumped back. He remembered Randy's long-ago actions of eating poisonous fish. The Hydra's body was drained of a frightening poisonous aura. It was dangerous for even Randy to touch the Hydra's body. But the main character wanted to take a risk and cut the Hydra into small pieces. He wanted to eat all the meat before leaving to travel further. Before Randy left, the stone serpent decided to give him a necklace. He did this because Randy saved his family from Hydra. It was an artifact of a necklace under space. This necklace had a very good gift. It sucked up all the ready-made meat that was cut from the Hydra. The Hydra bones can be used to provide a variety of items and weapons, and the durable Hydra scales can be crafted into armor. The main character was glad because he could throw a boiler there and not enriched ore. This was very convenient for him because he was tired of carrying the cauldron with ore on his shoulders for so long. Randy began to tell the snake that while they had not seen him, he had collected a lot of adamantium. The adamantium that he received from the stone serpent a long time ago lies in this cauldron. The main character wanted to learn how to dilute this ore. He dreamed of making a frying pan and a cutting board so that his cooking would be easier for him. Well, the gifts didn't end there, and the snake decided to give him a pink crystal. From the moment Randy decided to become a constellation, he began to see messages about other constellations. He was also able to see the amount of power that creatures like the Varagoth and Hydra possessed. The reason why he was able to use the subspace necklace. It was not that he simply became smarter and observant, but that he was a being capable of reaching the peak of existence. Another name for this diamond was the unenriched orihulk, a metal that radiates pure magical energy. Orichalcum is a metal that exudes the strongest magical energy, and adamantium is the strongest metal that absorbs magical energy. But the main character thought of nothing other than making a knife out of cutlery from orichalcum. He was obsessed with cooking. Stone Snake began to convince his wife that maybe he has problems with his head, but he is a very kind and strong person. Randy studied cooking for millennia while he was the owner of a demonic pub. His cooking skill was quite high. This ingredient was not so easy to handle. It was the meat of a powerful creature that came out after refusing to become the avatars of the constellation. Absorbing an abyssal monster grants power proportional to the absorption of the creature. But if you cook it incorrectly, the dish will be deadly poisonous. But Randy refused to back down. For him, preparing dishes with complex ingredients was a kind of training. When the main character notices that his constellation power has increased significantly, he felt the energy coming from his snake buddies. Randy finally understood why the constellation wants to increase the number of their followers, and the real reason why the constellation became so interested in the Earth. It was a world with billions of potential followers. Any constellation that takes over the Earth will receive the power of an entity that can change the abyss itself. The main character was thinking how he could find a way to quickly return to Earth before the future predicted by the Libra goddess comes. Earth Snake drew a demon. He wanted to show Randy that they were being haunted by this demon. Randy began to look for this demon. He thought in his head if there could be any damage to him. After he visited the territory of the Lord of Blood in battles, he lost all desire to fight demons. But now he was told that there was a demon stronger than Varagoth and Hydra. The main character entered an unusual place and saw 4 creatures in front of him. They addressed him as the Invincible Training Master. The girl said that her master wants to meet with Randy. He should accept the offer because it is very important. Randy asked them what would happen if he refused this offer. But they calmly replied that they would simply let him go and would not fight with him. The main character found this very suspicious. He was interested in what they wanted from him, but Brand agreed because he himself was interested in meeting him. On the way, Randy asked the girl if she had heard from such a planet as Earth. The girl thought deeply and replied that she had heard some rumors. She heard that some constellation was fighting for the gate leading there. Randy pounced on the girl and shouted if she had heard anything else. The girl was very frightened by this behavior but said that she did not hear anything else. The girl said that she heard that there are a lot of souls there, that the owner will help him take over this land, but the guy immediately denied these words. He said that he plans to stop the seizure of land by other constellations. The girl did not expect such an answer, and said that he was not only strong but also noble. The main character did not understand why these demons are called nightmarish. It seemed to him that they were good, sociable, and friendly demons. Even if they can't control their sympathy skill, they don't look dangerous. On the way to the owner, the guy met a demon who wanted to eat him. She shouted at him to give her his desires. She was immediately detained by the servants. She screamed to be released because she knows that they also want to eat him. Randy asked the girl what it was and who she was. The girl replied that these are nightmare succubi. They are weak to the desires of other people. Then the main character realized that they live at the expense of other desires. He knew that he should not have a strong passion for desires. He promised himself that he would be fine without someone close to him, and he didn't need good food or a comfortable place to sleep. They came to the owner's chamber, which was called Dreams and Desires. Guys asked the girl why she didn't go into the chambers with him. The girl replied that a creature like her was unworthy to be between the constellations. Randy told her that he was not a constellation, and he asked the girl to go with him because he did not know the whole chamber. The girl immediately agreed and said that he treats her very well. The main character suspected that something would be much more dangerous than he imagined. R wanted to use her as a human shield. He was sure that the constellation would never want to lose its dear avatar. This meeting is held on the territory of another country. This constellation was undoubtedly more adept at handling the power of the entity than Randy. A lot can happen. Even though Randy was invited, he didn't let his guard down. After all, the title of Invincible Training Master is not given to just anyone. As soon as Randy walked into his room, he had the feeling that he had just woken up. He turned his head and saw a sleeping girl. He could not understand what was happening here. Randy did not notice how the constellation appeared behind him. After all, he didn't hear him at all. So you are a constellation that has been putting on a lot of shows lately. I have long wanted to meet you. The constellation turned to Randy. Randy smiled and said that he didn't want to upset her. But he was not a constellation yet. He still has a lot of work to do on this. The ND constellation did not agree with Randy, because the one who has stepped on the path of a constellation can also be a constellation, since he is capable of the same thing as them. Constellation said that this applies to him too. After all, he could use entities like other constellations. The main character looked at him very askance, because he looked like a child. Randy began to slowly remember what exactly happened when he entered the constellation chamber. Randy asked himself the question, have I not done enough? After all, he has been wandering through the abyss for years. Nay, he refined the divine space art and reached the peak of martial arts. He even reached a level that is higher than all existing ones. The main character asked why he was trying to charm or seduce people, because this is the essence of dreams and desires. Beings who enter this room realize their desires and find peace. It's hard to refuse my gift if you're not a constellation. Randy was in anticipation. He was wondering what she wanted from him. Constellation smiled and said that she would be happy to explain everything if he joined the alliance. Randy was surprised by such a proposal, because it was very unexpected that the constellation could think about people. Constellation smiled and said that he was right. The constellation is selfish. After all, they cannot do otherwise. But selfishness does not always mean loneliness or contrition. If necessary, he allows us to cooperate with them. After these words, Randy understood that the constellation decided to form an alliance because it would be useful for it. Constellation said that he was right. After all, a mortal looks at them as gods, but the constellation is also not easy. If the constellation shows even the slightest hint of weakness, a strong constellation will attack him without hesitation. And for this constellation wanted to arrange an alliance. Of some constellations are not happy with the future which lies in survival. Destruction and devastation caused by the constellation's obsession with conquest. All this will lead everyone to despair, in which no desire can exist, and the nightmare will no longer have anything to feed on. Randy asked whether expanding the territory would not solve this problem. The constellation thought that he was talking about the farm according to the way of desires. Such an idea could only come from the constellation, which was originally a person. The constellation said that they cannot enjoy limitless potential like mortals. Just as Randy is now inaccessible to contrition or complacency, so the constellation could not freely control what does not relate to dreams and desires, without the risk of losing the power of the essence and becoming weak. Constellation showed her small town and said that nightmares require high-quality three-dimensional desires. Not those that gave rise to fear and anger, but a desire filled with ambition, or a feeling of achieving a world of abundance. Constellation said that she is just the god of nightmares, and cannot do such a thing in the real world as it showed. The main character realized that she wants to create an alliance of the weak, and an alliance of truistic constellations. Randy told her that she had revealed too many of her weaknesses. Why is she not afraid if he turns out to be bad and greedy? She smiled and said that she'd been thinking about this for a long time. But I thought that it would be easier to negotiate with him than with other constellations. But she kept silent about the fact that she decided so after seeing his desire. Therefore, if Randy found out about this, he would become more careful. In truth, Randy radiated great desire, but none of them were about conquest or power. The only thing on his mind was training. He always told himself that if he stopped training just because he had achieved perfection in martial arts, he would lose his muscles and the desire to work. Randy said that sounds like a pretty good deal, but he still had a few questions. The constellation was in anticipation of the questions. She wanted to quickly answer all his questions. Randy asked what he should do if they create an alliance. After all, he was quite busy and thought that he could not help her. After his questions, she laughed hard. After all, she thought that he would start asking for benefits, but he started asking for responsibilities. He was a unique person for her. She answered him that as long as other constellations do not attack the alliance, nothing needs to be done. There is no point in responsibilities. The constellation does not take part in what is not suitable for them. She took the bird in her arms and said that he owes something if he wants. The battle between the constellations drags on for so long that it becomes boring. So it doesn't matter where you are. After all, we will have time to come to each other's aid. They shook hands, and Randy said that he agreed to create an alliance. The constellation was very happy that he agreed. Randy thought that he was a beginner who had just begun the path of becoming a constellation. He was sure that the abyss was full of dangerous and feigned constellations. Being in an alliance seemed safer than trying to cope with everything alone, and he thought that he could get help in returning to Earth. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a large firestorm appeared, which was meters high. The main character was very surprised when he saw that a kitten came out of this firestorm. Kitten said that he would treat them well if Randy became his avatar. But instead, he made a foolish decision by joining the alliance of small constellations. When he remembered that they had spoken to him before, it was a member of the Small Constellation Union. Randy asked why he was talking to him using telepathy, because he was standing right in front of him. The girl said that usually the constellation does not leave its territory. Then Randy realized that only the two of them were in the alliance. It was clear from their faces that they were quite ashamed to admit it. The kitten says angrily, "So what? After all, it was still profitable even though there were only 3 of them." Kitten says that he heard that Randy collects adamantium and orichalcum. He says that he can make the necessary items out of them, whatever Randy wants. The girl said that this kitten is a famous blacksmith in the abyss. He can make any weapon for Randy as a gift for joining the union. The main character was delighted with the gift, because he had never even thought about it. But he had very little orichalcum. He asked the girl to do it later when he collected more. Girl said that honestly, she thought that it would be much more difficult to negotiate with him, but he accepted her offer before she could bring gifts. The girl again said that the constellation is an arrogant and selfish creature by nature. Therefore, before their meeting, they prepared what might interest Randy. After that, he received the Orang martial arts scroll. It was called energy vampirism. Additionally, he received orichalcum ingots. Guys looked at their body and were delighted because it was a martial art with the effect of absorbing magical energy. The girl said that energy vampirism is a martial art created by nightmares, but she believed that it would suit him very well. The girl believed that there was not a single nightmare who could become a master of this art. Randy began to think that he had achieved greatness in martial arts, but using magic was a much more effective way than studying martial arts. Randy threw all the bars on the ground and said that he had been collecting them for over years. He could no longer wait for them to make things for him from these ingots. Magma Lava Kittens excitedly ask what kind of armor he wants. He would be honored to do so. Kitten says that with so many materials he can create an epic sword and shield. He suggested that he create an indestructible shield from adamantium and a powerful sword from orichalcum. But Randy said that's not what he wants. He wants kitchen utensils. He wanted an adamantium frying pan and cutting board and a walnut knife and utensils. Lava's Kitten at first thought that he was joking and asked him to answer seriously because this is a serious matter. But Randy said he was completely serious. From the moment he received his first adamantium nugget in the abyss, his dream changed. He wanted the best kitchen utensils that could cook any ingredient in the abyss. Lava's Kitten simply had nothing to say to him. He was completely shocked by his words. The main character noticed his reaction and said that it felt like he was forcing him to do something terrible. But a promise is a promise, so the lava cat fulfills his request with all his heart. Girl said that it was time for her to answer Randy's questions. After all, he said that he wanted to know what awakening was. Randy said that everything is true, that he is still an incomplete constellation. He has just begun to follow the path of the constellation. When he defeated the Varagoth and reached the level of mastery, he saw a message from the world that said that his global resonance was becoming stronger. The world longs to hear his cry. And the Varagoth said at his last moment, "Become a constellation, not an avatar." But the guy continued to think that he is still a person with powerful martial arts, and he needs to take one more step to become a constellation. But the girl simply answered him that she had already said everything and that he was a constellation. She explained to him that there is no such thing as an incomplete constellation. A constellation is a constellation and everything is simple. But Randy still asked further. He was interested in what awakening was, because she said that he still needed to awaken. Girl replied that she meant that he still did not understand that he was a constellation. Even at this moment, he thought that it was not completed. Although the girl understood that he was a very special creature, even among the constellations. Randy began to complain because she called him special, but he didn't even know how to use magic. The girl touched his nose and said that mortals very rarely become constellations. The girl began to tell her story that she was simply born in a constellation. The girl said that her power of existence, dream, and desire was released by nightmares. It all came together when they created me. This is the true form of the mistress of dreams and desires. Most of the other constellations are the same. Lord of blood and battle, this is the kitten of lava and magma. They are the constellations of birth itself. For a being who believes that being a constellation is natural, but the girl explained that the guy was already considered a constellation. The girl told him to accept that he was a constellation. Then Randy simply accepted the fact that he was a constellation. He immediately felt a great surge of strength. He received a skill called World Resonance. As the Constellation Invincible Training Master, Randy can wield the power of the constellation. The main character has completely changed. His hair color and length have changed. This all happened from a great surge of energy. Other constellations began to notice that a new constellation was opening its eyes to the depths of the abyss. The main character felt very good, because he could give a great blessing, and even a message was sent. Girl said that it was better for him not to go to other avatars, because they have their own constellations and he could have problems. So Randy has to be careful. The main character grabbed his head and said that from now on, if he wants to do something, he will have to think times because the avatar is the most important factor for the existence of the constellation. After all, any influence of other people's avatars can be regarded as a provocation. Randy could get the answer to any question just by thinking about it. Guy remembered the past, and he could not understand how he did not realize that he was already a constellation because he continued to rush from side to side, trying to become the strongest. Although he was lost and wandering in the abyss, he accepted this as training from the goddess. Rand even thought that the magical storm was a convenient way to travel, as well as a training tool. After he remembered his mistakes, he was upset, because he really thought that he was training, and it was all in vain. He believed that this was all training from the goddess of the scales. Girls told him if he has an avatar, then he should try to concentrate on it. At first, Randy said that he did not have an avatar, but then he remembered his friend, the stone snake. Girl also added that he can restore his essence power. After all, you can accumulate even more power of an entity than the limit allows, so you don't have to save it. Thus, the constellation can use their avatars to explore the abyss, and you can also look through the eyes of allied avatars. In this way, one can share vision between worlds. The main character pointed his finger at the sleeping girl and said that there is a place where he cannot use all this. The girl said that he was talking about imprisoned nightmares. She could hide certain areas if she didn't want them to be seen. Constellation said to greet Randy. She sent a Rooney to him. This is because I have the best control over myself. After all, it's hard to control your desires with a nightmare. The main character remembered the incidents that happened to him and immediately understood what she was talking about. The girl asked if he had any other questions. Randy said no and thanked her for the explanation. Girl said that she was pleased to meet the constellation, expressing gratitude. Randy became a constellation quite recently, and the girl advised him that he should rarely encounter other constellations. Indeed, in the struggle between constellations, the one who has more avatars and greater power of the essence has an advantage. But the place where Randy arrived after much training, this is the beginning of the whole world. This is the poor constellation. The main character asked her if she had ever heard about planet Earth. The girl replied that she had heard that many strong news were awaiting the opening of the gate there, due to the fact that there are many souls there, which is rare in the abyss. Randy said he was from this land. The girl answered him that the gate between the abyss and the earth was already open. Everything must turn into chaos. But fortunately, it's not that bad. But thanks to your girl's explanation, Randy finally understood everything. The constellation that arrived on Earth only looked closely at each other, but did not collide, because they will only weaken if they fight among themselves. Some cunning constellation could simply take control of the souls and defeat the constellation that is fighting. And so instead of just fighting, they decided to increase the number of their followers, Randy thought. Girl thought that he was very lucky. After all, there must have been relatively good constellations nearby when the gate opened. After all, even the evil and cruel constellations will not come to a common agreement, and will simply try to seize power by force. After all constellations behave this way. What is their nature? They simply have nothing to lose. The girl was sure that Randy was nervous, because he left his home planet to the constellations that came from nowhere. It would also be nice to have a constellation in their alliance whose followers are the souls of the earth. Then Randy flew into the air and cut his long hair because it really bothered him. The reason why his hair grew so suddenly is because he accepted himself as a constellation. The girl asked Randy what decision he had made. Does he really want to return to Earth no matter what? The main character simply smiled and said that long hair simply interferes with training. The girl wanted to give the guy advice since he was planning to return to his native land. If, as the girl said, the gates to Earth are open, and the nearest constellation is watching them, Randy didn't think that it was necessary to openly show that he was a constellation, because even good constellations will be hostile against him. If this is a constellation capable of fighting for the Earth, then they are much stronger than it. And no matter how good the constellation is, they will not close their eyes to the fact that they may lose the soul in which they owned. Randy asked the girl, does she really want him to hide the fact that he is a constellation? The girl replied that it would be much better and safer for him, and that he did not need to use the power of the essence. After all, they won't take their eyes off him if they find out that the constellation has returned back to Earth. She advised him to mingle with the ordinary inhabitants of the Earth, and then quietly and carefully acquire your followers. And they will become souls accepting his essence. After all, this is a constellation on Earth. The main character asked the girl if there was a constellation on Earth that knew about him. The girl grabbed her chin and said that it was possible. It would be nice to join him in our alliance. After all, this will increase the strength of their alliance. Randy tried to tell the story of how he fell into the abyss after meeting the goddess of the scales. The girl replied that this is a very strange story, but she had heard about this constellation. The guy said that even without it, it's impossible to see the future. It doesn't happen that often. Although it doesn't seem like it, she could have had a good plan. Girls replied that she heard that she is a constellation who constantly exposes herself to ridicule by misunderstanding her prophecies. Well, it seems that it is almost impossible to predict the future very accurately. What's the point of prophecies if she can't benefit from them? The girl did not understand whether the goddess of Libra would help their alliance. Randy said that considering how she tried to stop the evil constellations, she is most likely collaborating with other constellations. Lava's girl and Kitten had very strong doubts about taking her into their alliance. After all, she turned out to be very stupid, but they still decided to accept her. They asked Randy to ask her to join his alliance, since he was returning to Earth. Randy was sure that she would help them, although he was worried how she would react to the fact that he became a constellation. Randy thought about how to find a way to contact her. He asked his alliance friends if they knew how he could contact her, but they didn't know a bit. They did not understand how they could know where such a constellation was. Randy began to worry very much whether he would be able to return to Earth in time. After all, his land was in danger. The main character turned to the servant who accompanied him around the palace. She asked him where he wanted to go, because this territory was full of beautiful places. Randy said that he already has a place in mind. He heard from the owner about the Fountain of Enlightenment. The girl was surprised that he wanted to go to that particular place. It was a place for their training to learn to control their desires. The main character smiled and said if he had to wait here, then he should also go through the training that was only possible here. When they arrived at the place, the girl said that she heard that in the old days, many nightmares used this place. But since the nightmare constellation was born, it has been banned. Randy asked why this was so. The servant answered because it is incredibly dangerous here. After all, she heard that many nightmares went crazy during training. Rand. I walked up to the well and looked down. It was the Well of Enlightenment. Randy knew that the essence of the training was to drink water from the well. However, if this were really so, then it would not have been sealed and banned. After all, the stronger a person's desire to draw out water, the heavier the water becomes. The main character began to draw water from the well, and noticed that this water was quite heavy. He wanted to meditate and get rid of his desires, but the water would not decrease. When Randy began to draw water from the well began to speak his wish. He said if he let go of the water, he would return to Earth. Suddenly, Randy's ex-girlfriend comes and touches him. She said when they broke up, it didn't happen on a good note, but Randy understood that it was all manipulation, and it wasn't really happening. At this time, Lava's girl and Cat were discussing his training. They believed even if he is a training master, it will not be easy for him. After all, this well excites and intensifies desire, and the bucket becomes many times heavier. Lava's kitten was worried whether the training master would be okay, but the girl was not worried at all. The view of the constellation was on a completely different level than nightmares. At least he won't go crazy. Girls were wondering what kind of illusions were tormenting him. She thought there was something incredible there. Randy was almost on the verge of letting go of the bucket. The rope was very stretched and could break at any moment, but Reddy continued to train, because using the weight of his own desires, in this way he gets rid of them. He is addicted to training. No wonder it became a constellation. Girl with Lava's kitten looked at this and thought that this was too much. Then they realized that the essence of the training was that he should pull out a bucket of water, as hard as his desire. After all, the one who wants to pull a bucket from the well sees illusions that correspond to his desire, and the water becomes heavier. The servant was very worried about Randy. After all, she knew that many nightmares had gone crazy, trying to complete this training. She asked Randy. Maybe he has some problems, but the main character calmly replied that he was fine. It's just that for the first time in a long time he found a good trainer. He understood that most could not even lift a bucket. After all, they had very weak temptations. Randy told himself that he would resist, because he has consciousness, and he will not succumb to any temptations. Randy spent most of the day practicing with the Well of Enlightenment. He told himself that he could do cardio with light weights if he cleansed his heart, and strength training if the desire gives free rein. And the remaining time he rested and worked on tactics, sparring with Aruni. Constellation Desire told Randy that she thought it would be a lot harder and longer for him, but apparently he was having a good time. Randy replied, "It's not like he had any reason to give up training. When he first had free time, he immediately started training. Hardly anything due to his haste. Girl said that he is a man of the army and the battle constellation, but Randy may have much more potential. He may have the potential to cultivate avatars and establish his kingdom." Lava Kitten finished making cutlery for Randy. It was orichalcum cutlery. When the main character took it in his hands, he was very happy about it. He told himself that with this, he could cook any ingredient. Plus, he can use the knife as a sharp blade in battle. He swung the knife and splashed out a lot of energy, which was a very unpleasant sound. Constellation of Desires was against such fun, because this knife was sharpened by the Constellation Blacksmith. If Randy doesn't handle it carefully, he'll destroy everything around him. After walnut cutlery, it was the turn of adamantium utensils. The girl and Lava's cat put on glasses to watch Randy shoot at the cutlery and test its strength. He gathered some energy into his fist and was ready to shoot. The force of the blow was not weak. It was amazing because after such a powerful attack, there was not a scratch on them. Clava Kittens boasted that these utensils are much stronger than magic armor. Randy's short break in the world of nightmares was over. Although he was a man, when he entered here, he left being the constellations. Randy was about to leave. All the servants asked him to visit them more often. Everyone cried behind them because Randy was very kind, and everyone liked his delicious food. He was called Master Gukbab. But as an invincible master of training, Randy, Nightmares nicknamed him the Master of Gukbab. This is all because he made some food with the help of new items. The dish was called Gukbab, made from hydra meat. Everyone looked at this dish with caution, because they had heard that the hydra meat was quite poisoned. Randy told Arnie's servant to call her friends. After all, he had a lot of meat, so he did it for everyone. Constellation of Desires convinced her avatar Aruni that she didn't have to try it if she didn't want to. After all, hydra meat contains deadly poison, and you don't need to expose yourself to such danger. But Aruni ate everything with gusto. She said that this dish warms you up very much, and she felt her stats growing. Other nightmares also asked for food. They were already impatient to try this dish, and there were quite a lot of them. After all, nightmare obsession with Gukbap has caused a lot of fuss. The situation was resolved only after the intervention of the hostess. The main character thought that he could practice cooking and increase the power of the essence, but he was a little uncomfortable. As a result, this ugly scene was made because of him. Randy reached the border of the world of nightmares. Next was the territory ruled by the Ophiuchus of Plague and Darkness. This area looked intimidating. Randy thought that he needed to use a little of the power of the essence so that this gloomy guy would not stress him out, but he decided to hide his essence from the world. Randy thought that this would be much safer for him, and after that, he disappeared from the constellation's visibility zone. He noticed that the world had become very quiet and calm. He could not believe that he was being carried away by a stream of messages from the constellations, due to the fact that he could not do something simple. Ophiuchus of Plague and Darkness orders all avatars to find an invincible training master. He told his avatar when they found him not to fight him alone. There's no way they can beat Randy, so that they under no circumstances try to use force on him. Otherwise, they will die. Skeleton told him to let Randy become his master's avatar. If Randy joins him, he will forget about the disrespect and recognizes Randy as a valuable subordinate. But the main character just smiled and thought that it was true. It looks like there is a magnanimous constellation here. I believe that Randy has not yet realized what is happening. The avatar tried to deceive Mamet. Abyss Constellation were well prepared for this type of scenario. The skeleton pointed the sword at him and said that if he refuses this offer, his master will come and deal with Randy. But the main character was not at all afraid of him. He covered his nose because this skeleton stank of rot. After that, Randy shouted that all the harbingers of plague and darkness should not hide behind their avatar and show their essence. The skeleton was shocked by his behavior because he still did not understand what situation he was in. Randy turned to the skeleton and told him to quickly call his owner because it would be worse, but he had no intention of going out. Then Randy said he would make him do it. After that, Randy began to destroy everything around him. He said that he would destroy everything when the constellation did not come out. The main character shouted that he would be considered a coward if he didn't come out. After all, he cannot even defend his territory. The meaning of such statements was absolutely clear. Then Randy received the skill of being kind and a giant fighter. In case of victory, his essence power will be strengthened. Then the Mistress of Nightmares contacted him and said that it was real madness to fight against the constellation. Then Randy realized that they could be watching him, because he had completely forgotten about it. The Mistress of Nightmares said that challenging the constellation to battle was recklessness. Rand received the basic level of Space Tunguska. It was added by Divine Cosmic Art. Original motive. As a training master, even after Randy fell into the abyss, he was never a force to be reckoned with. Being a weak person, he always struggled with hostility. From the point of view of the powerless, he did everything he could. However, after he became a constellation, Randy changed a lot, although he himself was not aware of this fact. He was hiding all the time from the older constellations. Like the last cowards, he remained in neutral territory, away from the prying eyes of the constellations. Randy lost the point of fighting. He told himself that he had to follow his own path, living like a constellation. The fact that Randy's opponent was a constellation did not change anything in his attitude towards him. He was not the least bit afraid of other constellations. Large green smoke appeared above the main character. Randy immediately realized that it was a constellation. This flying constellation looked quite terrifying. It was too late to escape. It was a mid-rank constellation. It was called the Herald of Plague and Darkness. He appeared before the avatars and those doomed to death. The messenger of Plague and Darkness thought that his opponent was crazier than he expected. After all, for some reason the constellation is much weaker than it. The messenger of Plague and Darkness did not understand why such a weak opponent was challenging him. He grabbed his beard and said, "If Randy is defeated, then he will be completely destroyed, even if he gets involved in this battle." The messenger of the Plague understood that if he won, he would receive nothing. But if he lost, he would lose a lot. However, he had nowhere to go. If he did not accept his challenge, then his reputation status would drop greatly, and other constellations would mock him. The main character did not even talk to him, and immediately attacked him. Although Randy was the first to challenge, he did not let his guard down. After all, this was his first battle with the constellation. Constellation of Darkness understood that the difference in the strength of their existence was too great, and he must end this quickly, using his power. But for Randy it was beneficial to end this fight quickly, because if the fight dragged on, then Randy would have very little chance of winning. Randy immediately decided to start with his strong attack, which was called Cosmic Fist. Constellation of Darkness felt pain for the first time, as if his essence was being torn apart. Other constellations, including the Harbinger of Darkness, rarely fought in person. I turn on the Herald of Darkness. He understood that this was a crazy technique that Randy used, but he still didn't understand whether it was magic or not. Randy realized that he also works in technology and he should not miss his chances. He began to use his maximum to quickly end this fight. The main character jumped up and hit him with the help of energy cultivation. The force of the blow was so great that the earth was broken in half. After this attack, the main character realized that his enemy was playing weak, so that he could then unexpectedly attack and deliver a winning blow. Servants of the Constellation of Darkness watched this battle, and they were all amazed at the battle of the two constellations. They understood that they were very, very far from this level. Services of Darkness did not understand how such a pitiful constellation as Randy could resist their inimitable master, the messenger of Plague and Darkness. The guy understood that the battle was just beginning, and it would be very, very difficult for him, because he understood who his opponent was. Suddenly, the Constellation of Darkness began to beg Randy not to touch him, because he was giving up. But the main character said that such a trick would not fool him, and hit him hard in the face. But the Constellation of Darkness begged him to stop beating him. He promised to give him his territory and his avatars. Girl with Lava Kitten Lava was simply amazed. They did not expect such a turn of events, because it was a great shame for the constellation to admit defeat, especially to give up their territories and the avatar. Lava Kittens told Randy that the constellation is actually giving up, the kind of constellation I can never remove about the oath with my life. But Randy didn't understand what he meant. Why would the constellation give up? Kitten says if the constellation is badly damaged, he can give up. The main character smiled. He did not expect that victory would be so easy. After the victory, Randy improved his skills significantly. His body began to glow with yellow flames. He felt much stronger than he was. Then Randy extended his hand directly and said that his martial arts are in good condition, because they even work on the constellations. Randy felt a strange sensation. He began to feel rivers of pus and buildings made of rotten rivers of tumors. Randy began to feel each avatar, because these were his new avatars in a new kingdom. Looking at Randy leaving, the harbinger of plague and darkness was confused. After all, battles between constellations are dangerous. The wind risks both sides. The winner takes everything from the loser. This happens in order to prevent a future threat from the loser. Completely erasing the existence of the loser is common in the constellations. Constellation of Darkness understood that this guy spared him and left him a kingdom with avatars. Although he was glad, this feeling of loss overwhelmed him. Kitten told Randy that he had never seen anyone take a constellation as an avatar. He believed that leaving the kingdom and the avatars was a mistake. Well, Randy said that he didn't care at all, because he wouldn't be able to control them. Randy believed that this technique that he came up with in the battle with Aruni was his greatest acquisition. Get so close to the enemy that he cannot use magic. Do not give him a chance to use the power of the essence, and then defeat him. The main character believed that he could fight. Even if he encounters a constellation much stronger than him, he will be able to resist it. After that, Randy went to other constellations. They told him that they saw how he defeated the harbinger of plague and darkness in the constellation. They were quite struck by this. One of the constellations told him that he didn't think that he would show up here, but he seemed to have no sense of fear at all. One of the constellations said that he could not be defeated so easily as that rotten weakling. After all, he had to prepare to face all the forces of his kingdom. It was a mid-level constellation, the one who turns back time. That's what Randy hoped for. He was ready to demolish them all with his power. Having heard rumors of what had happened to the harbinger of plague and darkness, they prepared for all sorts of scenarios. In other words, now Randy had to fight all the avatars of the kingdom. It took him years by the standards of the abyss before he appeared before the constellation, while Randy still won. Further, he met a mid-level constellation, a voice from the depths of the sea. This constellation said that she had heard a lot about him, that he had defeated many enemies, but the constellation said that it would be quite difficult to defeat him. After all, there would be no point in their battle, and the constellation shark proposed to find a compromise. Well, Randy said he didn't agree and attacked from behind them, catching them by surprise. After years of fighting, Randy emerged victorious. Randy's opponent was a mid-level constellation called the Preacher of Truth. The Preacher of Truth had heard about him. He knew that he was called the Invincible Training Master. But this constellation was distracted by the lava kitten, and at that moment Randy could sneak up unnoticed and attack it. Thanks to the kitten, this fight lasted only hours. This was considered one of the fastest battles between constellations. One day, the main character was preparing food and thought that he still had not found a way to return to Earth. But it seems he was in no hurry to do this. After all, he had not been on his territory for a very long time. If Randy meets a message, he will fight it, and if he meets a monster, he will eat it and cook a delicious meal. He had a constant battle in cooking. Friend, at an ordinary moment when Randy was just having lunch, a blue gate appeared in front of him. This gate randomly appeared in the abyss. Randy thought it was a good way to meet new opponents. Randy didn't know what was behind these gates, but he decided to take a chance. He hoped that behind these gates was the planet Earth. It's like in the lottery you have to try, he told himself. When Randy entered the gate, he saw in front of him an ordinary forest with mountains. He couldn't believe his eyes. Was it really planet Earth? He thought he had won the lottery. Lava Kitten. It would be interesting to know who brought him here. But first, Randy wanted to find people to make sure that this planet is Earth. Well, when Randy entered this village, he saw goblins in front of him. The main character at first thought that a lot of time had passed, and people had disappeared and goblins appeared. Then the kitten told him that although it looks like Earth, it's not it. It was a goblin planet. Otherwise, this planet was called Goblin Paradise. Although Randy saw goblins in the dungeons from time to time, he thought that they were ordinary monsters. Contrary to his expectations, they could create a real village. Even though the Goblin Kingdom looked like Earth, the planet was much closer to planet Earth. This means that portals appear here much more often. Goblins of Ephesus, compared to humans, fought with monsters from the abyss for much longer, and therefore the system for fighting monsters was much better than that of people. However, this system only worked when they encountered regular monsters. Suddenly, a white wolf appears on this planet, devouring planets. They called it Borealis lupus. They said that the powers of this monster were like those of a constellation. The goblin commander immediately went to fight with him. One of the goblins told him that he did not need to go there, because it was very dangerous. Well, the head of the goblins said that he is a commander. If he cannot fight this monster, then he will not be able to look the eyes of his people. The Goblin King said that he was not a coward. He said that he would not run away and would answer for his debt. This king's name was Odaigon. It was read by the strongest magician of Ephesus. Even if this was the end for the hilt, he promised to at least leave a big scar on this monster, so that he would never forget about it. Randy suddenly appears out of nowhere. He attacked this monster with his powerful attack. The monster screamed in pain. The main character expected that everyone would be surprised at his appearance, but it was expected that everyone would be surprised at his strength. Randy understood that he only had one chance. In terms of combat power, this wolf is comparable to a mid-level constellation. Well, it was not a constellation, since its existence is not focused on one thing. The main character realized that he now had a chance to stop him, and he began to attack him with full power. Randy decided to use everything he had. He flew up to a height of M and began to release blue energy from his body. Wolf was unable to repel this attack and was defeated with one blow. After this victory, Randy's skills improved even more. Fortunately, everything went according to Randy's plan, and the fight didn't last long. The main character always felt a sense of crisis when faced with constellations or monsters comparable to them. Randy understood that these were creatures that mortals did not dare to resist. Kitten says that such powerful creatures have practically no experience in fighting opponents equal to them. The kitten praised Randy for his strategy. Randy thanked him for this, however. If he had withstood his final attack a little longer, or had been prepared in advance, this battle would have lasted for several centuries. The main character understood that there were still many things in which he was weak. The Goblin King walked up to Randy and knelt before him. He said that other constellations never helped them, but Randy was the only one who came here and helped his people. After that, the goblin bowed even lower and said that now Randy is his god and his master. After this, the other goblins also bowed before him and swore allegiance to him. Randy was shocked by this behavior of the goblins. After this, the power of the Randy constellation increased depending on the number of souls who worshipped him. The world resonated with him. After this, his power over the constellation began to awaken more. He gained the skill of the constellation territory belonging to the invincible god. The main character looked at his hands and said to himself that his essence had become much stronger. Lava Kitten says that he has gained a lot in his mind and has become much stronger. But Randy thought about not showing his strength to people. He believed that people are not like goblins. They will not obey. The reality is that they are constantly trying to destroy and fix others for themselves. There were many similar cases. Before leaving, when Randy was about to leave, the Goblin King ran behind him and said that he wanted to go with him. The main character told the goblin that he was heading into the abyss, and a mortal like him would be very dangerous and difficult to follow. Well, the Goblin King said it didn't matter. He will follow him even into the darkest depths of the abyss. After that, the goblin bowed down before him again and said that he was the Goblin King Odaigon. He said that his people must pay back Randy's debt, otherwise they will live with a greater desire to do so. The main character felt that this goblin had a very powerful magical power that surrounded his entire body, even compared to earthly hunters. He is a very powerful force to be reckoned with. After that, Randy turned his back and said that his mage abilities would be very useful to him. He allowed him to go with him, but only told the goblin not to regret it later. Goblin asked him what he wanted to find in the abyss. Randy replied that he wanted to find a planet called Earth. After that, he asked the goblin if he had heard about it. Well, this is the first time Goblin has heard about such a planet. Story until today, how the Randy man became an invincible master of training. And that's how the Goblin King became his subordinate. On the way to the abyss, they saw a very powerful storm. Randy said that they need to go into this storm to get to the abyss faster, he told the goblin. Yes, that he can refuse because he is not forcing him. Well, the Goblin King said that he would go there because he considered Randy his master after he saved him. Pieces of land, the size of a continent, were destroyed in an instant. Goblin was very surprised, although magic curtains are not so rare in the abyss, but this particular one was very strong. The Goblin King asked Randy if he once used a magical storm. Renai said if done correctly, this is a very fast and good way to travel in the abyss. The Goblin King heard that even in the constellation they avoid him. Well, for the sake of his master, he was ready to go to the end. Goblin King said, since this size of the magical storm is too large, it will produce a lot of byproducts and disappear. The main character asked what byproduct means. Goblin said that many places in the abyss are actually byproducts of a magical storm, and this magical storm will leave behind a dungeon. Monsters of the abyss appear there. If you don't deal with them, they will simply wipe everything off the face of the earth. Since the magic and monsters of the abyss penetrated the earth, people's lives have changed a lot. Core Island with magical powers, an environmentally friendly way to obtain energy on Earth. Thanks to the connection of the Earth with the abyss, humanity received a new environmentally friendly way of obtaining energy. Besides, other parts of monsters are also very useful. Thanks to all this, the level of biology and other sciences has risen greatly. Against the backdrop of these numerous opportunities, the Parker Pound developed rapidly. Pharmaceutical company Kaiser, a company specializing in artifacts, major players in the abyss industry. Goblins and Randy continued to travel across the galaxy to find Earth. The goblin was very sick because he could not move in space. Goblin was very surprised that Randy moved through space with ease and did not even feel sick. Randy said that magic is a convenient thing. The goblin was very glad that the owner appreciated his skills. He said if the owner needed to learn magic, he would definitely help with this. But the main character refused this. He was not interested in magic. He asked the goblin to check the area he flew through. It was like watching in a game. Constellations can be seen through the eyes of their avatars. Goblins hovered in the air. Reggae ordered that he check what was in the shadow of the building in front of him. In the distance, they saw some things scattered. When the goblin flew closer, he saw that it was something unusual. There were some symbols written there that the goblin did not understand. The main character began to take a closer look. He could tell that it was used to wrap a special magical weapon. Most likely it was made by the same tribe that built this temple. When the goblin looked at the bottom, his gaze immediately changed. He said that Randy was right. His prediction had come true. It was a huge horde of ghouls, a couple thousand for sure. Goblin said that he could kill them all if his master finished it. With the help of the 7th Circle Zone of Effect spell, he could erase these pathetic ghouls and the temple in one fell swoop. Turning them into ashes, then they can take care of the boss who is hiding somewhere. The goblin asked to do this to prove to Randy that he was his proud avatar. But the main character said that he would calm down. After all, since there are a crowd of ghouls there, it could mean that they surrounded someone or something. Randy began to run with all his might. He said that he must save those who were trapped. With just one attack, he has already killed more than zombies, because he read that they have people and/or monsters in captivity who know how to get to the ground. He believed that they would bring him to Earth. Then the main character realized that what they found in the square was earthly food. When Randy was fighting monsters, he asked the goblin to turn him into something small using magic. After all, if he presents himself in this form to those who are stuck there will be a lot of problems. After all, not all goblins stick to the abyss as adequate creatures. Most of them are very evil and bloodthirsty goblins. Hunters from the ground are already accustomed to meeting goblins in dungeons. The goblin was furious because he did not understand how he could be considered a monster because he is very kind. Randy sighed heavily and said that these are people and he needs to accept it. It would be better if he reincarnated. The goblin began to transform. He could use the magic of the 6th circle polymorphism. Randy was very surprised because he looked like a perfect person, and his outfit was like that of a wizard. Randy noticed that the zombies simply surrounded the hunters and did nothing. He was wondering what kind of boss was here. Zombies began to climb the rock. The goblin said that if they had intelligence, they would not simply surround this mountain. It is possible to send zombies. That's all he can do. Then there was a very high probability that Ghoulie controlled a really strong army. In the abyss, these zombies were known as the Ghoul Kings. They were quite strong and scary. King Ghuli Tarun. This is a monster assembled from 1,000 ghouls. Those who see only ghouls and try to find whoever controls them risk suffering from a surprise attack. Then the goblin in a human body made a verdict that they are not very dangerous, because for the majority they do not pose any particular danger. But those whose skills are above average are crushed by numbers. There was a group of hunters in captivity. They were very careful about food, because they understood that they were here for a long time. They did not hope that someone would save them. Was their day of captivity. On the first day they lost part of their provisions. But they found an underground shelter in which they were able to hide from the ghouls. Then they managed to close the door, but could not get out because they were surrounded by thousands of zombies. One of the zombies almost reached them, but was slammed by the stone door. Then one of the hunters finished him off with the help of the arrow's flame. The commander hit his head on a stone and cried. He realized that he had let his team down, but there was no other choice. His team spent a whole month without the opportunity to do anything. At this moment, Randy appears. He knocks down the stone door with his strength. This was quite unexpected because they did not hope for salvation. The main character immediately asked them if there was anyone here from planet Earth. The captain was in shock. He thought that only death awaited them. He didn't expect anyone to save them. Other hunters began to rejoice very much. There were tears in my eyes with happiness. They thought that the rescue squad had come for them. One of the hunters said that his team is complete idiots, and they need to prepare for battle. This hunter's name was Gan. He read that these were not liberators, but their enemies who wanted to kill them. He pointed his finger at them and said that the restrictions on entering the dungeon would only allow one person. How could there be two here? Randy grabbed his head and said that he didn't know that there was a limit per person. He apologized for this misunderstanding. The main character said that he did not get here through the entrance to the dungeon. Then Gan asked him how he got here. Randy said that they got here through the abyss. They had a very long journey, and the hunters' faces showed how surprised they were. Randy came up with a story that they were lost in the abyss. After the gate was opened, accidents often occurred. Many were pulled into a gate or dungeon, where they disappeared. The majority did not return, but there were the lucky ones who succeeded. But the hunter Gan did not continue to believe them. He asked them how they could confirm this. How can they prove that they are not monsters but real people? Randy said that it doesn't matter whether they believe him or not. Even if they don't believe, they have no choice. After all, they were two energetic individuals of unknown strength levels who could have gotten here from the abyss, and exhausted, conflict-torn hunters who have been starving for a long time. Ordinary hunters below rank B. Then the hunters agreed with him, even if they do not believe in such a situation. They have no other choice. The main character said that there is no need to be so suspicious of your saviors. In any case, you are all from planet Earth. Randy calmly replied that they were all dead. The captain was very surprised how one person could cope with them. After that, Randy pointed his finger at the goblin who had transformed into a human. Randy said that he is a great magician, so the main character remembered the plan to return to Earth, which he shared with his allies in the Alliance. He recalled that they told him not to attract the attention of earthly constellations, to quietly expand the number of his supporters. Instead of attracting undue attention, he intends to cautiously explore the current situation on Earth. Hunter Gan asked that this was also a man who had disappeared into the abyss. Randy replied that yes, he has an even more tragic story than him, because he lost his memory. People began to feel sorry for him. The goblin could barely restrain himself from being rude to them. He thought to himself that these non-entities still felt sorry for him. Hunter Gang asked Randy if it turns out that he is also a magician because they could not cope alone. The main character smiled and said that he was not a magician. He used martial art. After these words, Randy noticed that all the hunters were simply stunned by his answer. After all, it was simply impossible for them to reach such a level with just martial arts. Gan could not believe his words. After all, he uses martial arts. This is the first time Gan has seen this. He wondered how long ago he fell into the abyss. The main character asked them why they were looking at him so strangely. The Gan replied that they were very surprised, and that they had not seen the martial arts master for a very long time. You are now % more involved in magic. Randy began to tell them that when he fell into the abyss, Martial arts masters were not held in high esteem. Randy asked what year it was. They answered him that it was. Then they realized that he had been in the abyss for years. Everyone looked at him like he was crazy. The record was years old, but this man is now in a mental hospital. It turns out Randy set a new record in the abyss. After this, Randy showed his fighting abilities. He threw a huge stone and smashed it into small pieces with one kick. Everyone had their mouths open in surprise, because it was their first time seeing something like this. Randy thought that apparently they really don't have martial arts masters there. He was upset that nothing had changed in years. They began to go outside, because the dungeon was designed in such a way that zombies were only ordinary monsters, but also a crowd that formed the boss. They wanted to take out all the monsters to clear the dungeon. Therefore, they had only one choice of being released. They must finish off all those remaining. One of the hunters asked the goblin in a human body. They believed that he was a ranked hunter who rebelled against Richard. They thought that he had lost his memory and began to feel sorry for him. Goblin thought that he would let them do what they wanted because the main character asked him to behave carefully, but for him it was very disgusting. Gan told Randy that it was difficult to find a strong hunter who could lead other high-ranking dungeons. Randy replied that he knew and asked why they were so polite. Gan replied that they are their saviors. Since he spent years in the abyss, they considered Randy an old man. Randy became very embarrassed because of his age. He asked them to take into account only his earthly age, years. He turned to the other hunters and said, "Even though Odaigon is a strong magician, why don't they come to me?" Randy was indignant. Gan said that this is because he is a martial artist. Randy was very upset that they did not respect the martial artist so much. Then he began to talk about a martial artist of rank A. It was Master Li. But the hunters were amazed by his words. They said that just when Randy fell into the abyss. Like Randy, were hunters who chose the path of martial arts, although it was believed that martial arts were inferior to magic. Most of these hunters went to China instead of their largest concentration. Although the martial artists were weaker, with the involvement of more students, the revival of the era of martial arts was possible. There was also a living legend who had reached the rank. Martial arts had a bright future, or so everyone thought. When no shocking news appeared on TV, that news was that Master Li was involved in a rank manipulation scandal. Similar scandals came to light in China, America, and other countries. With simple words, hunters bribed judges and changed their rank. S rank became B rank became a rank, and pretended to be heroes. Randy's reactions showed how surprised he was. Then Mr. Li was also considered a high-ranking hero in China. But in fact, he would have been ranked. After these words, Randy's world turned upside down. After all, for him, the master was simply an ideal. He even bought his photographs and posters. The hunter took him by the shoulder and said that after this scandal, the reputation of martial artists had suffered greatly. Many people have given up martial arts, in the sense that it is impossible to achieve a rank in this way. Captain said that no one uses martial arts now. After all, after the incident, this tradition disappeared. There are no more students and schools where martial arts are studied. Randy was in a panic. He did not understand how his idol could be so hungry about this. The main character tried to calm down, because the more he worried, the more his energy went away. Sadness would only cause muscle atrophy. Well, for the sake of being interested in one more question, he asked the hunters if everything was all right on Earth. But the hunters did not understand what he was asking. Randy decided to ask directly whether there had been a constellation invasion of planet Earth. One of the hunters approached Randy and said that he probably meant about the incident. The hunter thought that it was a real disaster. He asked Randy how he knew that this happened because Randy was in the abyss. Randy had already begun to worry greatly because while he was disappearing into the abyss, the prophecy of the goddess had come true. He hoped that he was not too late, and that everything was fine on Earth. Autumn of the year, when a case of rank manipulation was discovered. Things weren't as usual that day. All the people started looking at the sky. There was a big flash in the sky, and it scared the people very much. Fiery rays began to shoot at the ground. It was a real disaster for people. Many people were killed and wounded. It was a true army of killers, an army that had one goal, that followed orders and acted according to strategy. They had only one strategy, to take over the Earth and kill more souls of the Earthlings. The main characters grabbed the hunter by the shoulders and began to scream loudly. He asked him what happened next, what happened on Earth. Had the Earth really been taken over by evil constellations? Hunter Gan asked him to calm down. He said that they gave them a good rebuff. Randy could not believe what he heard. How ordinary people could fight back, because the constellations and avatars are very strong. Hunter said that there were a lot of casualties, but they were able to stop them and give them a good fight. All countries mobilized their best hunters who stopped the invasion. The guy fell to his knees from shock. He asked himself only one question. Then he didn't have to do anything else. He didn't understand why he was throwing himself into the abyss. He did not yet understand that the goddess's prophecy was not erroneous, or she had miscalculated. The constellation of nightmares joined this conversation. For her, it was very strange, because this was not just a small skirmish, but a full-fledged invasion of the constellations. Even if a mortal sent his forces, would it be possible to stop them at all? It's not just about different power levels. The constellation and the mortal are completely different. Even if there are many hunters, they are just like small insects to them. Randy agreed with the girl. It also seemed very strange to him. He asked them how people stopped the constellation. Gan replied that they didn't really stop them. It was more like a truce. They were not sure that they needed to expand the territory they occupied, and the people suffered too many losses if you tried to return the lost territories. But people were very worried whether the truce with these demons would continue. Well, strangely enough, it still continues. It was probably because of the constellations that promised to protect the Earth. The girl was sitting on the grass at that moment and understood everything. She said, if there were constellations here originally, then it makes sense. Even if new constellations take over the Earth, they can transfer their power to the avatars and force them to fight. Unlike Randy, Constellation rarely fight themselves, but against Randy, they will have to go out and fight in person. Then the main character understood why the truce lasted for so many years. The invasion of the constellations changed the hierarchy. This is what caused the connection of the abyss with the Earth. To avoid a full-scale war, a compromise was reached to restore the balance of power. Truce became possible because they either did not want to fight themselves or did not want to lose their avatars. Then Randy said that he had nothing to do here anyway. He spoke to stop the invasion of evil constellations. He went into the abyss but returned too late. The main character considered himself guilty for not being able to save people. Kitten from Lava said that this is all wrong, although they were a couple of decades late, but the situation was exhausted. Girl also said that the truce cannot last forever. There are so many other constellations in the abyss that may still decide to invade the Earth. This meant that if the situation worsened, the Earth would turn into a battlefield where the constellation would fight for dominance over the Earth. Odaigon noticed a living zombie and shot it with magic. Other hunters began to praise him and say that his magic was truly wonderful. Hunter said that he had never seen anyone use the magic of the first circle like that. But the goblin in the human body replied that this was just the magic of the first circle. The main character watched this from the side and understood that the goblin would not last long. It was obvious that they made him very angry. Nightmare Constellation told him to be careful. The view on Earth is not enough to simply hide the power of existence. After all, a great battle between the constellations could break out there. If Randy doesn't properly hide his identity, he could cause a big conflict. Randy understood this very well and said that he would be very careful. The main character asked the hunter what they do with the people who returned from the abyss. Hunter Hans said that they undergo a medical examination and are asked about their experience. Most of them were simply crazy. No one could withstand such a load on their brain. After the invasion, a new law came out on Earth. It was forbidden to become avatars of evil constellations. Randy understood their anger at the constellation because they came and destroyed their home. After the war, people became very strict. Anyway, the procedure is not that complicated. The hunter asked what country he was from. Randy replied that he was Korean. Hunter Gon said that he would have a new citizenship. Main character approached Odaigon and told him that he had received enough information about the situation on Earth. Randy wondered what the skill level of the hunters was. Then the code from Lava replied that there is a spell called level assessment. It shows the level and characteristics. This will be quite enough. But the main character could not use the power of the essence, because in this case, the constellation immediately noticed him. Well, he was told that for this spell, he would not need to use his power of the essence. They said that it was quite easy, and any constellation could do it. After that, the main character used the Eye of Sauron. After he looked at the captain, he immediately revealed his essence. If Randy masters this ability, who will be able to give out a lot more information? This was a skill Randy could also train. After a long journey, the dungeon was cleared. The joy on the faces of the hunters was very visible, because they wanted to quickly return home to Earth. Dungeon will close soon. Randy was very happy that he was finally heading to the ground. At this time, on the land of the Mojave Desert, Nevada, the group of hunters could not advance to the dungeon. A large storm appeared. It was clear that it was the storm that made the constellation. But out of this storm, Randy appeared with his friends. He looked at the sky and sighed deeply. Finally home, I told Randy. Dungeon is a mirror of demonic illusions that Hans's hunters cleared out in the Mojave. This is his final rank. It was C rank. The captain was very angry because he believed that he deserved better. He said that it was unfair because there were thousands of zombies there. He said that the rank of a dungeon is determined by the strength of the boss. They taught their number during testing, so he was given the rank of C and not F. Since the Ghoul King Tarun was not known on Earth, they did not suspect that they were able to survive in a dungeon. It turned out that the captain was from the royal family. He was called Prince Parker of the group. And at that moment, Randy was wondering why there were so many paparazzi there. Looks like his friend was a star. The goblin was quite surprised that this man was from the royal family, but you couldn't tell by his appearance. Randy, lying on the couch, said that a real king would not be happy with him. Even though Randy wasn't that good at English, they somehow understand what is written here. At this moment, Lava's kitten says that the eye of the constellation can see through lower entities. And he adds that it would be strange if the constellation could not understand the language of mortals. At this moment, the doctor comes in and says that the examination is absolutely ready. Randy turned out to be completely healthy. The doctor said that she had never seen such a perfect body. As if God himself had given Randy such a body, the doctor was very surprised. Randy's mental health also seemed to be great. Doctor said that she will have to undergo complex rehabilitation for years. If Randy wants, he can move to another country, and they will help him. He smiled affectionately and said that he would think about it. At that moment, a man approached the goblin in a human body and said that there was no need to worry if he had lost his memory. He promised that the American government would help him restore his memory. Well, the goblin answered them the same thing, that he refused and he would follow Mr. Randy. The journalist asked him what was happening in the abyss, why he became so attached to it. The guy laughed and answered how could he know, because when they met, he had already lost his memory. Randy was not going to tell the whole truth, and they decided to come up with such a deception. He did not want to reveal to people that he was a constellation. Journalists suspected that this happened because of the first person he met after losing his memory. A journalist asked Randy if he had ever thought about moving to another country. They persuaded him to move to America. They said that there is no better country for a hunter than America. But Randy was absolutely against it. He always answered that he would think about it, but he understood that he would never leave. 4 journalists began to whisper behind Randy's back. They were interested in learning more and more about him, because this is the first person who had been there for years. Goblin told Randy that with the help of his magic, he could easily eavesdrop on them. Randy agreed. He was interested in what they were discussing there. Randy heard what they were talking about. They wanted to force him to move to America. They had a plan to give him a lot of money and buy him an expensive house. They thought it would work. They wanted to send a spy to him so that other countries would not lure him to another country. "Can I get rid of them?" Goblin asked Randy, but Randy immediately calmed him down and said that there was no need to complicate life so much. R wanted to get a hunter's green card. To get this card, the returnee must go through many procedures. The professor told Randy that he would now change the amount of his mana. He asked to pour his mana into the crystal ball. When Randy did this, the crystal ball simply exploded. The professor could not believe his eyes, because he was seeing this for the first time. After the ball burst, the main character said that he still had a lot of mana left. Randy turned to the professor and said that he needed to improve his rank higher than years ago. Though crystal ball, created to measure mana, contains many times more mana than an ordinary hunter has. A lot of hunters could not cope with this ball. After all, when a hunter influences Manu into him, The color of the ball changes, indicating his rank. Randy said that he was not used to holding back, but he had his reasons for using all his strength. The girl realized that he did this on purpose. She was worried that he would not overdo it so that other constellations would not notice him. Because the Earth is different from the Abyss, it has its own rules. The main character could easily find strong opponents in the Abyss, but this is not possible on Earth. The main character wanted to quickly see what rank he received. He was very surprised when he saw that he was still of rank ES. He was even more surprised that on the card it was written that his age was, although Randy in the Abyss did not age a bit, he was still. The captain of the hunters approached them. He said that Randy saved his life. Now he must repay for it. He asked them if they should stay on Earth after years of absence. He wanted to shelter them in his home, and told them not to be shy and to stay as long as they wanted. They agreed. After all, they had no other choice. They got into a luxurious limousine and went home. R asked Richard when he was going to give away all his savings. Richard did not expect such a question. He could not understand what he was talking about. Randy smiled and said that he heard him say that he would give all the jewelry if anyone asked him. Well, it was all a joke. On the way home, there was an accident. The limousine crashed into a Lamborghini. Randy immediately began to worry. Perhaps the evil constellation found out about him that he was on Earth. But it is unlikely that the constellation would come alone to fight him alone. When they got out of the car, they saw a man with glasses. Randy and the goblin immediately felt that he was not like everyone else. He was an unusual person. It turned out to be a dragon. Richard immediately began to panic. It was clear that this was a famous person. Well, Randy didn't understand who he was and who he was. He approached Randy, did not tell him that he knew him. They had known him for a long time. Then Randy recognized him. It was his former boss who advised him in his endeavors. All Richard's guards were amazed because his boss had become a real star. He was called Dragon. After all, he was a high-ranking hunter. Then Randy heard from the guards that he was one of the strongest hunters on this earth, and he got married last week because it was his 19th marriage. He could not believe that his boss had grown so much in the knowledge of the hunter. Randy recalled how he tried to persuade him not to go with monsters of a rank beyond their strength. Fast forward to when an invasion of evil constellations simultaneously occurred throughout the world. In those days, they were called the Disaster of Soul. Every hunter fought against monsters, and the head of the invincible Hwang clan was also among them. Thanks to the efforts of such hunters, South Korea was able to resist the invasion. After this incident, they were called heroes. The government also called them heroes to the whole world, but they received nothing but a title. And after this incident, he moved from Korea to America. After all, hunters there were treated much better and paid more. He got good support, caught a few monsters, started a company, and appeared on TV a couple of times. And that's how he turned out to be a superstar. The boss said that Randy had not changed a bit. He was still taciturn. He remembered the letter that Randy left before going into the Abyss, and after that he disappeared for years. Some people started saying that Randy had died and his death should be reported. Because before this, no one had ever returned from the Abyss. As boss said, they even held a memorial ceremony in Randy's honor. They were very surprised when they saw his name on the list of those who returned from the Abyss. After that, the boss turned to Richard and asked him why they were driving in his car. Richard replied that he just wanted to pay him for saving his life. The boss took him affectionately by the head and said that he thought that he was taking them to some estate to tear them into pieces or something like that. Well, just think what a grateful reason. Randy looked around at the city, and it was clear that years had passed because a lot of cars were flying. This city was Los Angeles. After the appearance of his brother, hunters arrived here, thirsting for fortune and glory. Clans of these hunters, hunters who want to become part of such clans, and those who want to do business with hunters. This place turned into a city of hunters, and when the boss arrived in the States, he asked to immediately report to him who returned from the Abyss. If they missed even one, he would move to another country. Randy looked out the window and saw that there were a lot of people on the street. He wondered why there were so many of them here. The boss said that they were waiting for their turn, to meet him. Randy didn't understand why they would do this. He said that people wanted to ask him for a chance, and said that he would explain this to Randy later. Randy was very surprised when he saw that there was a panda in his house. The boss said that he received them from the Chinese government. One of his employees thought that this was too much, but the boss did not stand on ceremony with him. He asked his name and then fired him. When Randy saw this, He was shocked. He said that his boss had turned into a shitty person. The boss asked why. Randy didn't understand how you could fire a person for just one mistake. But the boss did not agree with him, because he paid him a lot of money. After that, the boss called his secretary. He asked how long he had been working here and how much he had earned. The secretary replied that he had been working here for weeks and earned $1. But Randy still disagreed with him. He said that in this way the salary did not apply. After all, he treated them badly. The boss said that he warned them when he hired them because they receive the highest salary. If they make a mistake, he fires them immediately. Randy said that to Hyung, as the former head of his clan, he should be a role model. One of the boss's assistants briefly spoke about the events on Earth, what has happened over the past years. She talked for more than minutes. Then Randy learned that evil constellations had taken over China, Northern Korea, Central Europe, and South America, and also Mexico. After all, the invasion of evil constellations in Northern Asia, it was May and South Korea, where Randy was born, was not occupied. After all, it was one of the countries that coped well with the invasion. However, after this, many Koreans left the country. Their immigration played into America's hands. Randy was wondering what his boss went through. After all, before, women always despised him, and he hesitated to go to the Dungeon B rank. Well, having lived 2 years and having marriages, he became a ranked dragon and is swimming in money. Then Lava Kitten suggested that Randy make him his avatar. But he doubted it because he didn't really trust this boss. Randy began to think about how he would tell him this, because it looked very strange. Randy believed that if he explained well, the boss would be able to understand him. But the main character decided that he would try to take him into avatars. Vitya, the head of the clan, did not give up and searched for him for all years. Randy read it as a reliable person. Therefore, he did not really want the boss to be involved in the affairs of the constellations. The next day, she and her boss went to the gaming training room. After that, the boss used magic. The Lava Kitten was very surprised. And he says that this is the magic of the other side of the world. Because this magic is popular among the constellations, mortals do not know how to use it. Boss said that on the other side of the world, if Randy had been wounded in battle, then nothing would have happened to him in real life. It's like a game with incredible immersion. Constellation used such magic to train its avatars. Randy asked the boss where he learned about this magic. Randy believed that he learned it from the constellation, but the boss replied that this is a very common magic. Then the boss thought about it and said that perhaps the constellation was taught to someone. The main character was very surprised, because such a military training ground, earthly hunters were very well prepared. Well, the boss corrected him right away. He says that this site is more for sports. Many hunters appeared on the hologram. It was called Hunting Sport. They were called the 6-Star League, a game in which 6 hunters fight against another team. Of course, in this game there are many rules. Killing monsters, time attack, and death fights. R wanted to try this game. The program asked Randy to limit the power. Otherwise, the other side of the world may collapse. Randy realized that this is human magic, and it is not strong enough for the constellations. Randy was surprised because after they limited his strength, he had the feeling that something heavy was attached to him. Guy realized that his essence power was increasing, while he was fighting with limited forces on the other side of the world. Kitten said that this was a good opportunity. Other constellations cannot observe him when he is underground on the other side of the world. However, he could still use the essence's power if he wished. But Randy still wasn't sure whether he should reveal his Hyung and make him his avatar, because as Randy said earlier, he doesn't want to interfere with someone's peaceful fate. And directing avatars from the very beginning is not Randy's style. Kitten said if he fights with a constellation, the time will come when he will need avatars. After all, it's quite rare for a constellation to fight alone. Randy said that thanks to the magic of the other side of the world, hunter training looks much more realistic. But the boss again said that this was not a training session. Is a sport that is the best and most popular sport on Earth. Then Randy realized that they were doing this not to train, but for fun. This sport originated from competitions where hunters fight one-on-one. Most people love this sport. R was confused. After all, before he only thought about the crisis on Earth. He trained all the time and was worried that he wouldn't make it in time. I was worried and continued to look for a way back. Then Randy said that the hunters on Earth became sports stars. Well, then the kitten said that the raid must learn. The constellation is known both SSL and WCHO Cho. Randy Moss doesn't understand this because he didn't have avatars, but for constellations with avatars, it's like a proxy war. Probably the spread of magic, the other side of the world on Earth, somehow mediated by wars. Then Randy had an idea. If they do this, perhaps they spread the magic on purpose, in order to find new avatars. And thanks to this game, very few hunters go into the dungeon. Then Randy asked the boss why people become hunters since they don't go into the dungeon. The boss immediately replied that it was for the sake of money and fame. If a person likes some sport, he can try it. With little success, he will earn more money than he can ever spend. Everyone lined up in front of the boss's house wanted an opportunity. Then the boss said stop talking and asked Randy why he went to the abyss. He believed that he had been deceived. Then Randy said that before he explains everything, he wants to ask the boss a favor. Randy asked him to raise the power limit of magic from the other side of the world. After all, he was tired of the restriction. Then boss shouted that this was a room for hunters of rank A. Randy replied that he had rank C+. His skills could not be properly appreciated. Randy said that he broke the measuring device. But this was not enough for his rank to be raised. The boss was shocked by what he heard. He noticed how Randy had changed a lot. Boss said that they were bribed, and he will help establish justice. The boss noticed that Randy was uncomfortable. He realized that Randy had become really strong. Then Randy told him the whole truth why he went to the abyss. He said that he went there to protect the Earth. After that, Randy told him the whole story about his journey in the abyss. Then the boss realized that he had been wandering around and became a constellation, and now he had returned here to protect the Earth. Boss came up to him and started saying that he wouldn't believe it. He read that it is impossible for a person to become a constellation. Then Randy said that he would prove everything to him and show him what he was capable of. Then the boss realized that for this, Randy asked to raise the power limit here. Then Hyung was going to have a combat sparring with Randy. He was interested in what he was capable of. The boss was quite weak because upon death he received a rank A skill and activated leveling up through death. The boss jumped up and was about to attack Randy. Randy noticed that tattoos were beginning to appear on his body. They were called artifact tattoos. But Randy was calm. There was no need for him to shy away. He concentrated a small amount of energy into just one finger. This beam flew past his head. The main character did this on purpose so as not to kill his comrade. Then the boss realized that he was not weak, but he did not yet realize the full strength of Randy. He understood that he needed to force the opponent to focus on defense by attacking before them. Then the boss used the magic technique of the sixth circle, the path of lava. Lava appeared around him. Randy was surprised by his skills and asked him when he managed to learn this. But the boss believed that he was looking down on him and did not want to put him in his place. Then he made a direct attack and attacked him head-on, shooting him with a red beam. Randy noticed that he was using the magic of the sixth circle once again. Then Randy used his protective screen technique. The boss's attack didn't even come close to breaking through Randy's shield. There was a big difference in power class. Then the boss shouted something skill in China and a false rumor began to spread. Randy asked him what he meant. The boss replied that there are viral fake videos with similar skills to Randy. The main character then remembered his idol, the master. He had not yet completely recovered from the fact that his idol was a deceiver and a swindler. Randy looked at his hand and noticed that he had little energy left after the first use of the energy shield. I suppose this could no longer be avoided since the Randy's power was limited. Randy needed to control his power so as not to destroy the reverse world. It's been a long time since he fought as a human. Then the main character promised himself that he would achieve maximum efficiency. He began to control his energy into one small ball. He concentrated this ball in one hand and threw it at the boss. The boss understood that things were bad, and he did not have enough speed to evade. Then he used the fast teleportation technique, but he did not have time to teleport. His magic was destroyed by a powerful aura. The boss took damage from the hit. He was very surprised by Randy's strength. He did not understand how his skill could be used so quickly. After this, Hyung decided to strengthen his body with magic. His body began to be covered with pink lightning. But Randy was too fast for him. He grabbed his right hand and threw him to the ground. Then Randy told him, "Are you really trying to switch to close combat against someone who uses martial arts?" He immediately began to come up with excuses for himself. He said that he was confused because he had never fought with martial arts masters. After the fight ended, Hyung held his right hand and said that Randy had reached the highest level in martial arts. Randy told him that he had surpassed this level. After all, he has the highest level. And if you take it one step further, you can go beyond the boundaries of mortality. Then Hyung completely believed that he was a constellation. After all, he thought that it was very absurd on his part. Then he asked him what Randy wanted from him. Randy said that initially he wanted to ask for help. After that, he began his explanation. Although the constellation agrees to a truce, the agreement is only temporary. After all, new constellations can emerge from the abyss at any time, and the constellation currently in a state of truce. Perhaps they are plotting to take over the land behind our backs. After all, the other constellations already have many servants on Earth, and they are well known. On the other hand, Randy needed to start from scratch, so he considered this a bad proposition. All answered that the youngest of the clan defended the land to the abyss for years, and he tried to act cool because he was older. After that, Hyung hit the ground with his fist and said that he would worry about Randy. Then he asked him what he meant when he said that he was not going to ask for his help. Randy said that Hyung lives his own life, and that's why he doesn't want to drag him into such troubles. He became angry at such words. He shouted that he would help him, and now he is in a bad position not to accept his help. Hyung didn't want a person he knew to be drawn into a battle between the constellations, but he understood that Randy would not back down. The next day, they sat in a cafe and discussed the future from Earth. Hyun said that in his entire life, he would never have thought that he would enter into an agreement with a constellation. He understood that he would serve under the constellation. It means selling them your soul. Hyung asked Randy, if he makes this agreement, won't his clan's every move be monitored? Randy replied that he wouldn't do it if he wanted to. Randy thought about a plan. The plan was to first hide the fact that he was a constellation. Then the Hyung realized that he had to hide his strength, like the constellation, so that they would not be burned. R said that anyway. He is going to continue to increase the number of servants while hiding the fact that he is a constellation. He said that he would need servants when he encountered other constellations. Hyungs were already preparing themselves for the battle. He was not at all afraid of how difficult the battle would be, even if this battle was against a constellation. Randy said that the magic that is often used in sports is called an alternative universe. It is also used by constellation. After all, it was quite strange that people participating in hunting competitions used this magic. The reason why this magic is so widespread is due to the fact that the constellation fights in a similar way. After all, the servants of the constellations are sent to fight each other. After all, there is a high probability that the constellation intended to make it a hunter competition, as it became easier for them to choose servants based on their level of efficiency. But the goblin did not agree with Randy. He believed that this was speculation. He did not believe that the constellation could look at such nonsense. Even now, most of the constellations are in agony of boredom. In any case, the Hyung understood that if the meadow had to be fought, like in the hunter competitions on Earth, this could be a big advantage for him because he had participated in similar battles. Hyung said that he understood what he was talking about. Randy should have become famous as a hunter. He must become the strongest hunter. After all, when an A-class dungeon opens, these are the types of hunters that the country's government will beg for help. Despite the fact that people claim that their strange hunter is the strongest, they know very well, deep down in their souls, which hunter is the strongest. Then, and he said that he understood everything and thought that Randy certainly had the necessary abilities. But the problem is how they will show them to the world. Hyung said that he knows how many groups he is responsible for, and it is not just one clan. All cores and dungeon items were purchased by the company, as well as additional support with bonuses and so on. As long as Hyun's servants prove their loyalty, they will reward you generously, which is why people want to get into this clan all the time. Well, Randy didn't understand why he was telling him to join the clan, if he can do it without it. Then Hyung slammed his fist hard on the table and shouted that Randy wanted to hide the fact that he was a constellation. He needed to hide his power properly. Randy said that he was right, but Randy decided to limit his power to the maximum level. So as long as he can control his energy, then everything should be fine. Hyung said that he would send him to the clan, as it accepts the best candidates, so he could look for a few nuggets there. After all, Randy could take them as servants if they proved that they were useful enough. Randy agreed and said it was a good idea. Well, Randy was afraid that they would be against it, because few people like hunters who use martial arts. Hyun also agreed that they wouldn't like it at all. After all, once they reach Class A, they will become strategic weapons that will rule the state. Only those who have achieved high results can be recognized as S-Class. If you think about it like that, it's just amazing. After all, less than people around the world have been awarded this title. Hyung pointed his finger at Randy and said that he already wants to start quickly and do everything he can. They were going to go to the qualifying round. This qualifying round was called Uis. Hyung said that a lot of hunters will come to participate, and Randy needs to go through this qualifying round and win in order to be accepted as a professional in the league. He advised me to go to the preliminary round in a week, and for now, he will get used to it here. Then his Hyung gave him a smartphone, because a lot has changed over the past years. Randy picked up a smartphone and couldn't figure out how to use it. Randy passed near the arena. The arena was very large and had a blue ball at the top. Randy immediately realized that this was a new qualifying round. At that time, one of the hunters came out near them. He was in a gold sports car. Randy realized that the hunters had not changed at all. He wondered whether the person who won the tournament would become a professional. One of the guards said that these are qualifying rounds for the S-Class League. Well, there will also be a lot of D and E-Class hunters here. After all, they always have other options, so he asked Randy not to worry and to consider this as a learning experience. The guard didn't yet know Randy's full strength. At this time, Odaigan was having fun on his phone and playing games. He was interested in learning what this thing was. Randy said that he stopped playing these games. He said that he would be back soon. He needed to look at the building. Randy hours head, because I understood that it would take all day. He was interested in competing with other hunters. The main character entered the tournament room of the hall. There were a lot of journalists, people from television and YouTubers. Rand entered the center of the building. He entered the virtual world. He understood that he had to keep his power under control, or the virtual world would be destroyed. The main character began to concentrate his energy in his hands. He understood that after a while his first battle would begin. He did not need to overdo it, so that his opponent would remain alive. He successfully entered the virtual world. His strength and agility were limited. Randy hoped to use the fist of energy within certain limits. If he fights in the virtual world with limited strength, then his existential strength will increase, and then he could use various other techniques. But Randy was in anticipation. The harder it was for him, the more his strength increased. And it worked well. His opponent was twice his physical size. It was clear that he was very aggressive against him, and he was ready to trample Randy in battle. His opponent said that he would destroy him. He had to run away so that he would not kill him. At this moment, the referee intervened and shouted that they would be disqualified if the fight began before the whistle. His opponent learned that his opponent was a martial artist. He was a little surprised because it was his first time fighting against a martial artist. He always fought only against magicians. His opponent immediately came up with a plan for the fight. He was going to keep the distance between them, use the magic of the second circle of floating, and then use the enhancement of the magic missile. He hoped that Randy didn't know that he had passive guided missiles. The fight had just begun when Randy's fist was already near his opponent's face. It was clear that Randy was faster than him, and he hit him hard in the face. The blow was so strong that he flew meters away. Spectators were simply shocked, because it was very fast and very powerful. They didn't expect Randy to win. Matches were completed. Randy won after seconds of the fight. Randy thought it would be much harder. He was very disappointed in his opponent. Judges raised Randy's hand, and his opponent was carried out on the flooring. It was a good day for him. When Randy was drinking a cup of tea and relaxing in his dressing room, a man approached him and wanted to tell him important things. He said that Randy is very different from today's hunters, and he was very impressed with him. Man said that most hunters last year couldn't hold a candle to Randy. After all, in a real battle, you cannot call them hunters. Randy answered him that at first he also thought so, but now it seems to him that not everything is so bad. After all, what difference does it make where to train if the strength in the end is the same? Then the man asked Randy if he knew why he was here. Randy replied that he was a scout and came to lure him into his team. The man replied that he was absolutely right and wanted to ask Randy to join the Ambitus clan. But the man stood his ground. He said that because of this, it must be difficult for Randy to navigate the situation, that he is overcome by anxiety about what to do next and which team to join. But he didn't even have to worry about that. After all, their plan promised to help completely. They promised that they would guarantee a share for 1.5 people with a percentage ratio in raids. The man also promised that he would provide enormous support, and he would be personally taught magic by top-level hunters. But the main character was against it, because he was only used to martial arts. The man did not understand what to tell him next. He said that Randy would be able to go into the dungeon together and ensure growth, thereby acquiring new skills. But Randy smiled kindly, and he said that he would look for a clan with martial arts users. The man said that he in no way wanted to downplay his potential, but he thought that Randy was still a high-ranking hunter. Raising your rank is not such a simple matter. Man said that Randy would regret this because their clan is the best. Randy asked for what reason he would regret it. He was interested in how much they would pay him, and why they decided to come to him right away because he had only fought the first fight. The man said that this is the strength of their clan. He said that this is courage. Well, Randy thought it was more likely some kind of trick than courage. The man waved his arms and asked anxiously what trick. Randy said that, for example, this man got some information about him in advance. This has often been done in the past. The main one kept the novice hunters for themselves by bribing the appraiser. At this time, the secretary came in and told Randy to get ready for the next fight. The man said that he would also support him in the next fight. Randy was warming up and thinking about how he would fight his next opponent. He didn't want to reveal his full strength yet. To begin with, Randy decided to show what rank B is capable of. His fists were already itching to fight. Before he entered, Randy decided to invest % of his internal energy speed force and limited the power of martial arts. His true strength is constantly growing, but his speed is too slow. Lava Kitten thinks this is nonsense and asks what speed he wants. He said that a good solution would be to recruit avatars and prepare a constellation temple, or it is worth increasing the number of believers. We'll almost have already begun. The judge spread his arms and told the rules of the competition. Randy decided to check its level using his eye. He saw the essence of his rival. His level was strength, agility, endurance, mana, intelligence. The opponent's name was Gregory Martinez. He is close to C rank, specializes in close combat. Only Randy did not understand why he needed a bow in close combat. The battle began. Martinez immediately took out his bow and began to shoot. Well, while he was raising his bow, Randy was already under him and hit Martinez. His opponent flew meters away from the blow. Martinez will be filmed to understand where he got such speed. Martinez got angry and began to accumulate energy. His mother was red. He decided to immediately start with melee trump cards. He attacked Randy with his strong attack. This attack was called 1,000 Fists. All the spectators of the fight were in shock. They believed that after this technique, Randy would end. After all, this technique is the shahs of a martial arts user. But close combat with Martinez is very dangerous. But it didn't work for Randy. He hit Martinez and he flew to the very edge of the arena. Journalists believed that he was a real monster, because he had already defeated 2 hunters with just 1 blow. The man said that he had to sign a contract with Randy in any way. One of the men said that if you think about it, he ended all the fights with 1 blow. Another man added that this is so, because these are qualifying rounds with P rank, but it's still not often that you see all fights ending with 1 blow. Randy began to be shown on TV. It became a real discovery. Everyone was talking about it. One of the journalists said that Randy was very good, but he read that he was not the strongest hunter on planet Earth. After all, among the participants, there are much stronger hunters than him. He believed that the hunter Eugene was much stronger. He specializes in one-on-one combat. Therefore, he does not go on raids, but acts exclusively against people. Main characters continued to beat their rivals one by one. Even Eugene lost to him, although he was considered a real rival for Randy. Viewers thought that Randy was just crazy in the good sense of the word, because they had never seen a hunter defeat so easily, not even Eugene. It was time for the finals. His opponent's name was Laurels. He was from the Rainbow Clan. He believed that the Randy's movements were obvious, and it would be an easy victory for him. Well, his opponent lost literally in personal seconds. After all, he could not block his blows because they were very powerful and fast. The judge raised Randy's hand and said that this is the winner of the qualifying round from the rank. Randy looked up at this time and thought that it was complete ease for him. People couldn't believe that a martial arts user defeated the magicians. For them, it was beyond intelligence. He practiced fighting in song alone for about years. His level allows him to determine the enemy's tactics only by his breathing. Even hunters considered specialists in single battles were a mere trifle for Randy. The main character stood on the pedestal and raised the cup up. But for him, it was just a small thing. Randy walked along the red carpet. Everyone immediately surrounded him and started asking a lot of questions and taking pictures. Randy wanted to lure his rivals to his side by any means necessary, but he noticed these glances. They looked at him in a bad way. However, even in the qualifying round from a rank, well, the victory over all the participants was a significant event. In the eyes of the constellations, Randy began to look like a real treasure. Randy understood that he was burned. He had to hide his strength, but it was quite difficult. One of the constellations is red. It was clear from his face that he was very serious. He warned Randy not to interfere in their affairs. Lava and Magma Kitten says that the contract for the Avatar has nothing to do with the agreement, so he can do whatever he wants. A warrior shrouded in madness and blood warns that he can attack the constellation at any time without an agreement. There was a big squabble between the constellation and the Magma Kitten, also a constellation. Even if it's just messaging, the pressure is just killer. The kitten answered the warriors with such confidence because no one knew where his territory was. Warrior shrouded in madness and blood. He warns that he will never forget about it, and he announces that he will take revenge for all his avatars. Constellation of Madness replied to Randy that he did not understand what he was talking about. After all, he did not know that the inevitable punishment awaits all arrogant mortals. Randy replied that the Constellation of Madness could not even commit outrages in front of other constellations, but still called himself a warrior, shrouded in madness and blood. Randy repeated once again that he was not going to sign a contract with him and asked him to get out of here. Constellation of Madness left and promised to take revenge on him. Other constellations were amazed by Randy's courage, such as the glory-pursuing Monk constellation and the Sweat and Blood Fighter constellation. Randy said that he doesn't know, as for the rest of the mortals, well, he will ever enter into battle with this constellation. Lava and Magma Kitten, impressed by the mortal's response, gave him soul fragments. The rest of the constellations interrupt in shock. Randy asked him what he was doing, and did not understand why the kitten was doing this. Lava and Magma Kitten whispers in his ear that this is part of the strategy, and he needs to accept it. Soul fragments among the constellations serve as currency. Now the Lava and Magma Kitten gave them to Randy on purpose, to provoke other constellations. On the one hand, Randy needed these crystals so that other constellations would look down on him. Randy thought that until this moment he only cared about strength, because he didn't even think about such things. In any case, he thanked Lava's Kitten for this. Lava's Kitten said that he was making an important statement. After all, he was a little surprised that Randy realized it only now. Hyun's servant comes. He bows to him and says that he didn't succeed. Hyung was furious, and he told them to catch this damn appraiser alive. But at the moment, an investigation was underway to catch him. He grabbed his head and shouted what clan this bastard is from. After all, he could assume that the Imbitus clan was involved here. Clan Imbitus, although considered an influential clan, cannot be compared. After all, an influential clan is empowered by the government itself, while the Imbitus clan is just a newcomer that is just beginning to gain strength. Everyone began to wonder what this clan was planning against them. After all, they knew that in their current situation it was dangerous to deal with them, and there was a very clear provocation. He thought that the clan was Imbitus, to enlist the support of another influential clan that was trying to oppress them. At this moment, a girl comes in and tells the Hyung that the results of the qualifying round are already known. She said that Hunter Randy won the qualifiers. The man bowed and said that he would immediately call the appraiser to assign a new rank, and if problems arise, he will take full responsibility. Hyung said that he thought correctly. He was very glad to hear what he liked. The next day, the rank evaluator came and said that Randy had a B rank. Hyung did not agree with him. He said that this appraiser is blind, and he should be given a higher rank. But the evaluator did not agree with him and said that he gave him a decent rank, and besides, he knew what martial arts users do in real combat. The man almost attacked the appraiser after these words, but Randy stopped him. He told his Hyung not to disgrace him. Then the main character whispered in his ear that he needed to be careful because the constellation began to show great interest in him, and there is nothing wrong with moving slowly. Then the Hyung calmed down a little. He scratched his head and said that in any case, B rank is also good. Hyung said that he wanted to push him into the Irakos clan. Well, if he had a rank in that regard, they would look down on him. Randy said that martial arts users, even with B rank, would be ignored. Then the Hyung hit Randy on the back and said that it was absolutely not important. In the end, they knew that Randy was thousands of times stronger than them, and he would show what he was like. Hyung reached for his bag and said that there was one good weapon in his collection, and he decided to give it to Randy, but Randy didn't understand why he needed a weapon. Randy said that he didn't even know what he would give him. Hyung said that he would look much cooler this way. He took out a very beautiful sword. It was clear that this sword was very sharp. It was called the Sacred Moon Sword. His durability was, and his attack power was, he could use skills that burned with a sense of revenge, and the restoration of mana after killing an enemy. R said it was much better than he expected. Well, isn't this a Chinese artifact of high rank? Hyun replied that it was given to him in China. Randy said that this is what all thieves say. Well, Hyung immediately denied this and said that he was telling the truth, that the Chinese government gave it as payment for help. Well, Randy still didn't believe that this was a rank weapon. At that time, China, due to the invasion of evil constellations in the north, was on the verge of destruction. I also discovered several extremely problematic dungeons, and 3 A-rank monsters burst out from there. The first monster is Ubume, the second monster is King Mehu, and the third monster is Baiji. Then the Hyung went to help and received this gift. These 3 animals gave him strength. Then the Hyung said that they should forget about it, because he wanted to introduce Randy to the manager. He said that he already has a daughter. Randy couldn't believe it. He thought that it turned out that his daughter was his niece, although they were about the same age due to the fact that Randy had been in the abyss for years. The next day, Randy cooked a delicious steak for the girl. He really enjoyed cooking. She immediately realized that this dish was her favorite. It was Texas barbecue, brisket. Hefty pieces of meat are marinated with seasonings and then smoked for a very long time. However, this spiced brisket tasted much better. The girl's name was Ain. Randy said that the secret of taste lies in magic. After all, in fact, there is a special magical taste that cannot be compared with other tastes and aftertastes. Unlike the dishes, the meat that was given to the Aina was full of magic. Randy goblins looked at her and whispered because they did not understand what was happening to her. Suddenly, she jumped out of her chair and said that Randy should become a cook because it's very tasty. She suggested that Randy open a restaurant and the girl would become his investor. Randy was confused and said he liked Korean food better. When there was no more food, the girl suggested that they should get back to business, and she said that she would be Randy's manager, and she asked if he knew her duties. Randy replied that it was like controlling the schedule and movements, but the girl said that the first-class manager is a little different. Girl said that she knows what abilities a hunter has, what is needed to make him stronger. Analyzing all this is part of her responsibilities as first-class managers. The girl said that she is top class, and that she likes how Randy confidently conducts his fights. And she thought with her dad Hyung that they needed a real team for raids. After that, the girl stood up from the table and said that Randy was very uninformed. I know that the government gave this garden to a rich deputy. After all, this is how our world is now, the girl said. She went to the window and said that the Ikoros clan was very full of psychos, but their abilities are well matched by the pay they receive. If Randy was going to join her, then he had to undergo training to meet them. After that, the girl gave her number if Randy needed him to call. After the girl walked out the door, she thought, as her father Hyung said, that he looked too normal for someone who had returned from the abyss, and he had very enormous self-confidence. She wanted to teach him so that he could resist magic users. After all, he will soon have to face monsters from the B-rank league. Well, the girl didn't know what Randy was capable of. The next day, Randy and the goblin were working out in the rocking chair. The goblin said that if he was someone from the clan, he would immediately destroy them. After that, Randy wanted to do a test. He closed his eyes and concentrated on meditation. This meditation allowed me to connect to the broadcast of the constellations, in order to study in advance the countless constellations that we will encounter in the future. At this moment, Randy, which was the constellation of the invincible training master. I wanted to challenge any constellation to battle. Well, not one constellation decided to fight with him. Everyone ignored him. Lava and Magma Kitten says that only the constellation is responding, not at the same level. Constellation battle is when two constellations choose an avatar and compete. The loser pays the appropriate price. Of course, they must be at the same level. But no one knows the name of the training master. There is no reason to take the fight from the constellations, what to take. The main character scratched his head and said that he had no choice but to declare himself and recruit avatars. Then Randy wondered why even here there is no news about the virtuous goddess of the scales. Randy began to worry about her. Maybe something might happen to her. The next morning, this is the training base of the Icaros clan. Manager said that there are individual training rooms and dormitories here. Plus, he also added that everyone has their own set of abilities and everyone trains differently. Either way, he let them know if they needed it. Then Randy said that he would go to the training room and asked where the goblin would be at this time. Well, the goblin had something to do. He showed a toy with which he would play. This game was called Golden Escape. The goblin really liked it. Then the main character realized that he was specifically hooked on this game but didn't pay much attention to it. And I wanted to quickly start training with muscle strength. Randy just entered the hall and saw a very pumped-up girl in front of him. Girl at that moment was doing bench press exercises, and she had an incredible weight on the barbell. Randy came closer and noticed that this barbell weighed about tons. He realized that this was a very strong melee hunter. The girl noticed him and asked the guy if he had anything to do with her, because she was seeing him for the first time. Randy smiled and said that he was amazed at how the girl trains. The girl smiled that she was very pleased for such a compliment. She greeted the guy and said her name was Beth. When they shook hands, the girl tore her hand away with fear. She was shocked, because for the first time she saw a person who was stronger than her. Then she realized that he was also a melee magician. Norm said that he is a martial arts user. These are completely different things. Randy asked her if she was surprised. Beth said yes, she wouldn't be surprised here, because she didn't expect to meet rank B martial arts users. She wondered where Randy trained. The main character wondered whether he was telling her how it really was, because she was unlikely to believe him that he had been in the abyss for years. The girl realized that martial arts are not so useless. After all, she thought that she was able to absorb everything that could be used. The girl was very determined, and she said that she was ready to learn any sport. She showed her fighting techniques to her Renda. Randy was quite surprised. Freddie said that she could fight back against zombies and monsters. Bet said that she is in the ranked league and is in 19th place there. But this was the first time Randy had heard about this league. The girl wanted to test the guy what he was capable of. She told him to follow him. They came to the training hunters. It was quite large. A white-haired guy was waiting for them there. He was training at that time and was holding a pear. He asked the girl who the guy next to her was. The girl pointed at him with her hand and said that he was a beginner, a martial arts user. He said his name was Anthony, but he thought they would recognize Randy because he is a popular person. Well, Randy said it was his first time seeing him. Anthony began to say that he had cleared a dungeon called the Siege of Okarash, and he set a new record for night forays, and in the shortest possible time rose to rank B. The girl said that he had returned from the abyss and could not know about him in any way. Then Anthony said that nothing could be done about it, and said that he was the ruler of the clan. He invited Randy to his clan and said that he must obey him, and then all problems will be solvable. Randy asked the girl if Anthony was a psychopath because his behavior was very strange. The girl told him to leave this situation because he is always like this. They entered the ring and were ready to fight. Randy noticed that the girls were eager to go into battle, and he wanted to teach her one thing, so that she should not come close to the martial artist. He attacked her with a very fast attack, but the girl managed to block the blow with her sword. Then Ben started fighting very seriously. She then realized that martial arts are very dangerous. Randy was surprised that she managed to block his blow. He immediately realized that she had an excellent reaction. The main character pinned her in a corner and attacked with powerful and fast blows. After all, he read that no matter how fast the magic is, the girl still yields to the blows of a martial arts user. Ben decided to simply season the blow with magical power. She practically hit Randy. It was clear that Randy was very surprised. After all, no one had given him such a rebuff. The main character realized that she is a very good fighter, and she has a pretty good attack speed for a magic user. Randy immediately wanted to recruit her into Avatar. The girl wanted to use protective energy. She concentrated a lot of mana in her right hand, but Randy just hit her in the stomach. For him, it was an ordinary weak blow. He didn't want to overdo it in case he accidentally hurt her. Ben lay on her knees and asked how his blow went, because she was sure that she activated magic. Randy replied that he used a different force to strike. This is different from strengthening muscles with magic. But the girl did not want to give up and decided to attack again. The main character began to simply play with her. It was clear that she no longer had the strength to continue the fight. He wanted to demonstrate his abilities so that he could recruit this girl into the avatars. But Randy very much doubted that she would agree the first time. The main character looked at her face and thought that he had gone too far with his attacks, but the main character attacked her one more time and she fell to the ground. Then Randy asked her, maybe that's enough. The girl said that he really has good fighting strength, but she wanted to fight him again. The guy asked her, you're not going to fight until victory, because she chose the wrong opponent. But the girl, even though she could barely stand, wanted to continue this fight. The main character began to flex his fists because he liked such perseverance. Other people who were in that gym watched this fight with their mouths open. It was already a pity to look at the girl. Her whole face looked like one tomato, and she said that she was done for today. Well, Randy got excited. He started telling her that she was showing weak character. After all, now the most interesting things will begin. But the girl screamed to be saved from this psycho. Ben was lying on the sofa, and she did not have enough strength to get up. She said that she had never been so tired in sparring. Randy said that this training was not enough for him, and he asked the girl if she was interested in martial arts. Bet said not at all, because with her own strength she was sure that she would defeat Randy, and I promised myself that I would train more and become stronger. Randy said that with the help of martial arts, she could remove the flaws. But the girl didn't want to hear about it because it was a matter of pride. She pointed her finger at him and said that pride did not allow him to learn from the enemy. And from that moment on, she considered Randy her enemy. It goes without saying that when they meet, they will greet each other, but she will no longer accept help from him. Randy's face showed how surprised he was by this conversation. After these words, the girl simply turned around and went about her business. Magma and Lava Kitten say they should take better care of their opponent. But Randy did not agree, because losing on purpose would be humiliating. The next day, Ikaros training. It was a training hall inside the imagination. Randy met his old friend Richard there. Richard was glad to see them, the main character asked him. He is also joining the Ikaros clan. Richard smiled and said that this was the situation. Randy was a little surprised, because Richard was from a rich family, and it was strange that their family did not have a clan. When everyone had gathered, the clan mentor came. He was a hunter of a rank. His name was Ernest. He said that he hoped that he would find good hunters in his clan. Then Ernest asked the guys what the main weapon a hunter has against a monster. Replied that he himself is the main weapon, and that was the right answer. After all, the power of unshakable self-belief, without it nothing would have happened. Thanks to faith, which can become stronger, Randy also lasted a long time in the abyss. One of the hunters approached Ernest and said that last year he said generally different things. Ernest answered him that believing in yourself is also considered the right answer, and his faith is sincere. Richard replied that this is teamwork, and this was also the correct answer, because a hunter's weapon is capable of repelling monsters, non-magicians, and not objects. The most powerful weapon is unity. Even a high-ranking hunter will not venture into the dungeon alone. Ernest concentrated mana in his hand and said, even if he were awakened or had a high rank, people are by nature weaker than monsters. After all, no one knows what can happen in the dungeon. Therefore, you need to be prepared for anything. Then Ernest raised his right hand up and distributed his power to the other participants. Today there was a pair training. Randy at that moment looked at his friend Goblin Odaigon. He was very glad that he was nearby. Then the main character noticed a guy who was rude to him in the hall. Even then he considered it strange. This guy immediately turned to Krenda. He believed that Rent was afraid of him and said that he would not worry. He would not offend him so much. The main character was shocked by such words and such arrogance. Randy thought to himself that he was a constellation and he should be paired with this eccentric. When Ernest assigned everyone to pairs, he used the highest level of illusion art. After this technique, a purple hole appeared behind them. A very terrible monster began to emerge from this hole. This monster was called a wyvern. It was similar to a dragon, a strong monster defined as rank B and above. It was clear how the others were worried, but Randy didn't care at all because he was much scarier. And the goblin played his game. Ernest noticed that the newcomers were not even afraid, but he was not surprised because the chairman would not recommend anyone. Ernest then ordered his animal to attack them and told them to dodge. Most of the participants were terrified with fear. They realized that they were too slow to evade such a large monster. The blonde guy was not afraid either because he believed that despite his wide breathing radius, his magic would allow him to easily dodge. Then this guy used third-level magic, which is called Hashin's acceleration. The main character understood that they were connected by magic, and he would now be dragged along with him. It was very presumptuous. Then Randy hit him in the neck and knocked him out so he wouldn't be a burden to him. The mighty dragon directly shot with its flames at Randy and the blonde, but the main character managed to fly up and save the lives of himself and this guy. The other curators were very surprised. Ernest's assistant asked if martial arts allowed one to develop such speed. Ernest replied that they were superior to magic in terms of speed and evasion, and this guy was the most outstanding martial arts user he had ever seen. Ernest thought that this was possible due to the influence of the abyss. Ernest believed that the power of his skills was incredible, regardless of rank. Such a hunter is very strong in real combat. Then Ernest understood why the chairman liked him so much. At that moment, the blonde woke up and was very angry that Randy hit him, but the main character said that it was because he was too slow. Randy advised him to move even faster next time. The blonde advised Randy that he would be at a disadvantage. He wanted to use magic and just to adapt to him. At that moment, Ernest snapped his fingers and said that we'll leave it at that for now. He liked how most of the hunters worked, especially Randy. After this, Ernest asked everyone who failed to complete this task to leave the site. Ernest said that the next task will be an attack. Most of the hunters were very tired. They didn't expect that there would be no break. Randy began to feel that the attack would be below because he had a very good sense of distance. After that, Randy grabbed the blonde and flew up because he felt that there was something dangerous from below. And Randy was right, because a huge worm came out from under the earth. It was called by the ancients the sand monster, in the form of a stone eater. He has always been hiding in the ground and, having caught the vibration, attacks and devours his prey. This is a very terrible predator that lives in dungeons of rank B and above. The remaining hunters were in panic. They thought it was too tough for them. Great fear was visible in their eyes. Then Ernest told them that if they could not even react to this, then they had no right to be called hunters. And he advised me to focus on training instead of grumbling. But Randy expected such a test in the Iscaros clan. He said that he liked it. After this battle, only Randy and the goblin in a human body were standing. A rank B hunter approached Randy. His name was Smallwood. He asked Randy how he knew that the monster would come out from below. Randy replied that he understood by the sound. Smallwood was surprised because he did not hear any sounds. Thus, the clan's training continued. The next exercise was a 3-man evasion, then training in resisting magic, containing comrades who have fallen under the influence of illusion magic. It was clear that after these trainings, most were very tired. The guy's boss said that it was just a warm-up, and he said that the next training was clearing the dungeon. The main character was surprised. He did not believe that they would truly enter the dungeon. But Smallwood says that in their time, the dungeon can be modeled on the underbelly of the world. Smallwood added that Randy was from the abyss. He thought that Randy had seen a lot of things in that world. Reddy began to study the personality of his opponent and noticed that he was also a melee fighter. When the main character saw his statistics, he was quite strong than he thought. Then Randy said that you shouldn't judge people by their appearance. By the way, if he is going to recruit him as an avatar, he needs information about the skills. Smallwood was only glad of this, because he did not expect that someone would teach him martial arts. Randy said that even if he trains him without effort, he will not achieve anything. After all, out of 100 people, only one achieves success. Moreover, to master the highest category, it will take at least 100 years. Smallwood ran after Randy and asked him to teach him martial arts. Smallwood stopped Randy and said that he was a fan of martial arts as a child. Randy asked him why he didn't study these arts then. Smallwood looked at him and said that in his time almost everyone who used the martial art of the first generation retired. There was nowhere to study. Randy clenched his fists and said that it was wonderful. and he agreed to be his mentor. If you show your abilities, the prestige of martial arts will rise on its own. The main character gave him a very strange exercise. Smallwood was very uncomfortable, but the main character told him to be silent and feel the flow in his body. After that, Randy pinched his head on both sides and told him to hold the pose. When Randy asks him, "Don't magic users use mana to strengthen the body?" Smallwood replied that this is not done through the body, but through the use of one's own mana, because they attract magic from the outside. Randy was surprised because he didn't know how it really works. Then he thought of starting the circulation of his own mana. Randy put his hands on his back and told him not to rush anyway. If he can't control it, Randy will contain it with his own mana. Randy decided to take a risk because he thought that mana and Nigong were similar, but fortunately, everything worked out. Smallwood asked Randy if there was any other way. Randy replied that there was no, and this is the best way that he knows in martial arts for a magic user. And it's okay, such a big expense. The main thing is that the blow turns out as it should. Smallwood hit the air with his right hand, and a lot of mana was poured out of his hand, and he received the skill of a blow shrouded in mana. This technique enhances the mana strike, replacing Nigong. The higher the user's level of understanding, the lower the chance of failure. Smallwood was happy. After all, he did not expect that everything would work out for him. He had completely different sensations than from a simple blow. Then Randy thought about the use of mana in martial arts, but he had a very low impact level. A little time passed after the inner training hall. Then the commander clapped his hands and said that the break was over, and they needed to get ready for the next training. He looked at his journal and said that now he will explain everything, what kind of training awaits them. And he said that the 6 would form one group and go into the dungeon. Your task is to clean it quickly and safely. The participants were in anticipation. It was clear from their faces how they wanted to tear everyone apart and pass this test. Randy noticed the ferocity in their eyes. Then Smallwood said that in his clan only the first team participates in real battles. If you show up in training, Randy might get there too. Smallwood said that he is not assigned to the first team, but he participates in their competitions quite often. Then the main character looked at him and said that it's okay, because you don't need to be ashamed of your weakness. Smallwood said that he was not weak at all, and he had nothing to be ashamed of. Then Randy grabbed him by the shoulder and said that he was great. After all, he compensates for this with his efforts. At this moment, the head snapped his fingers and said that they were beginning to formulate groups. Then he showed them a table and said that using this table, they would find their participants for the group, and they should start training. Then the main character noticed that they did not intersect with Odaigon in any way. He was wondering if they did this on purpose. The girl held her head and said that she was unlucky with the group, and their group was doomed to failure. Randy said that she offends him because she underestimates his strength. Then the commanders began to consider the participants. The first participant was Randy. This was a hunter who had not yet recovered from returning from the abyss. Returned from the abyss after 30 years. Next participant is Richard Parker, third son of the Parker family. Next participant is Anthony Schnander. This was a guy who completely lacked team spirit. And there were 2 more participants, Smallwood and Whittaker. Elizabeth held her head and said that she had never been pushed out of the first team. Well, this time she was sure that they would lose. But Anthony told her not to worry because he would protect her, and that she should trust him. Then they will be able to say that Anthony is striving to take a leadership position. Randy didn't mind. He didn't care who the leader of their team was. Anthony told them to listen to him and follow his every order. The main character asked the girl what abilities Anthony has. Elizabeth replied that he is a generalist. He likes long-range fights, and he excels at close-range combat. Apart from his super weird personality, he has some pretty rare skills. Then the chief used the eye to look at his statistics. After all, he did not plan to recruit him as an avatar, but after the girl's words, he decided that he needed to look at his statistics. When Randy looked at his skills, he was quite surprised because he was strong. The main character thought that he was a natural psycho because he was too narcissistic. For a hunter, using his abilities is also a kind of training. The more you use them, the better you become at them. 2 skills that Anthony has. These are mental defense and narcissism, each above rank B. When Randy looked at him, he realized that these skills could help him maintain his spiritual strength. At this moment, one of the participants approached. His name was Whittaker. He ended up on the same team with them. but it was clear from their reaction that they treated him very badly. Randy asked the girl why they were acting this way. Elizabeth replied that this guy only has money on his mind. He is someone who judges people based on personal gain. Then the guy said that he was not such a bad person. The whole point is to give and receive back. People just can't accept it. The guy read that he gives as much as he gets from it. The main character said that this sounds very reasonable. Smallwood spread his hands and said that this guy should not let him deceive him. Smallwood pointed his finger at him and said that when he was in the first team, he was friendly towards him. But as soon as he could get into the second team, he completely blocked him. The guy said that he is a B-class hunter, and he is a high-demand healer. He suggested that everyone work together, because it was beneficial for both him and everyone. Randy was surprised and said that he didn't need it. The main character said that he can fight perfectly well without all this. Whitaker anxiously said that he should not say such nonsense. After all, he believed that every hunter should need his abilities. 61 guys came up to Randy and said that even if he uses martial arts, you should try his magic, which will work on everyone. Randy said that he really didn't need it. It was clear from the guy's face that he was very dissatisfied. He believed that all hunters needed his abilities, and then he was rejected and humiliated in front of everyone. Whitaker turned around and left, thinking that Randy had not yet fully adapted to Earth after wandering through the abyss. The guy believed that Randy would soon realize that he was missing out on a big opportunity. Some time passed before the team went down into the dungeon, which was called the Test of the Snake Path. The girl opened the map and said that according to the rules it is necessary to clear it as quickly as possible. Do not interfere with the opposing team. Then Elizabeth suggested that they need to make sure that they have food and supplies for 2 weeks, and then we'll split up and go inside. But Anthony disagreed, because he believed that he should be able to focus on magic. The girl said if he doesn't like something, he should just leave. Anthony took 3 steps forward and said that he would stand in front. Elizabeth began to shout at him. She believed that he was talking nonsense, because he could be ambushed and would be forced to engage in close combat. The girl believed that she, as a melee expert, should have stood in front instead of him. Elizabeth approached him and said that he should obey her orders because it makes a lot of sense. After all, she believed that he was not as good in close combat as she was. Then the guy turned to her, pointing his finger at her, and said that he was better than her and should not be ashamed of it, because she would be an incredible hunter if she could cope with him. The girl could barely restrain herself. She wanted to hit him very hard to send him flying, but she understood that they were a team, and a fight was not an option. Anthony again said that he would go first, and that his partners could help him from behind. Then Randy ran forward. This really surprised Anthony because he didn't understand what he was doing. Ahead, he met a stone chameleon monster. He was considered quite dangerous. But the main character destroyed this chameleon with a wave of just one hand. For him, it was very easy. Randy looked back and told them to hurry up and start joining him. Anthony ran forward to overtake Randy because he believed that he was the commander and he should be the strongest. Then he saw a chameleon in front of him. This chameleon was quite large and dangerous for him. He used the Hashin's acceleration technique to attack him faster from behind. But he didn't succeed because Randy was ahead of him. Then Randy took out the sword that his old comrade Hyung gave him. This sword was considered the national treasure of China. It was called the Heavenly Moon Sword. Randy has changed the appearance of the spatial storage device obtained from the stone serpent, and now wears it on her belt. Thus he can get anything he needs at any time. Then he picked up this sword and thought that he should try with a faster sword. Anthony turned to him and shouted that it was his chameleon. Then the main character told him, shouldn't he save his strength for a stronger monster? You're our trump. Randy said this sarcastically, but Anthony took these words seriously. Anthony thought and said that Randy's logic is perfect. Anthony waved his hands and told Randy that he would deal with a monster stronger than Randy. The main character continued to destroy the monsters one by one. For him, it was very easy. Anthony was very dissatisfied because he did not have time to kill monsters for Randy. Then he grabbed his head and told himself that he was strong and he would not lose. You didn't go up to Randy and tell him that from now on he would be completely serious. And he promised to show Randy his ability at 100%. Elizabeth was very unhappy with the actions of Randy and Anthony. She believed that they could not do whatever they wanted. After all, there were traps everywhere and they had to be careful. The girl thought that only Anthony was worth worrying about, but they were both sick bastards in the girl's opinion. At this moment, the commander was watching them from the conditions room. The partner asked Ernesto if he planned to permanently join Anthony to the first group. After all, objectively speaking, Anthony is quite good in battle, the commander agreed, but he has problems with cooperation. Every time he participates, teamwork completely disappears. The guy said that his growth has slowed down a lot lately. It is obvious that he is not interested in training properly, but he is a hunter who will be worse off if he ends up on the second team. Then Ernest said that they still need to observe them to draw a conclusion. If everything continues as it is, he will make a decision. Ernest went up to the girl and asked what happened. The girl replied that it would be better if he watched it himself. They saw that their team's work was completely adjusted. Even Anthony calmed down a little and obeyed the commander. The main character said that he would take on 3 monsters in front, and the girls would give monsters on the side. In this way, they divided the number of kills so that there would be no quarrels and everything would be fair. They destroyed these monsters in batches. Randy said that this was not all. They need to prepare even more. Smoget said that the girls need to take care of the monsters because others are coming. Elizabeth was angry that they were giving her orders. She believed that she knew everything. When Ernest watched this, he was shocked. After all, he did not expect this team to work together. Elizabeth couldn't believe it either. She didn't expect that she would pass this test so consistently with such a group. The girl turned and suggested that they rest a little. After all, she believed that they needed to restore their magical power. Stallwood thought this was a good idea and said that he and Whiteker would stand guard. But the main character shouted that there is no time to rest because there are enemies everywhere and they need to prepare for battle. Anthony supported his words and said that they need to hurry. The girl was surprised that he trusted someone's words. Anthony went up to Randy again and told him that he would show what he was capable of. Anthony told Randy that he didn't need to despair. "Even though you're not that impressive, you're pretty good," Anthony said. The main character sensed danger and fought off the attack with his right foot. Elizabeth was surprised because she did not see where the attack came from. Anthony began to mock her and said that this monster is called a stone gargoyle. Stone gargoyles. She has high endurance and attack power, a stone chameleon shaped like a devil. They are able to disguise themselves as stone, so this enemy can turn out to be a real thorn. The main character said that they have nothing to worry about because they always attack when we are distracted. Ernest's team watched this from the sidelines and were quite surprised that Randy was controlling Anthony's character. Ernest said that he has leadership qualities. It is not surprising that the chairman recommended him so much, but Ernest was upset that he was a martial artist and not a magician. The assistant told Ernest that this group was moving too fast and it was quite dangerous. Well, the Armenians said that they know what they are doing, and if they are destroyed, it will serve as a lesson for them. Ernest believed that luck is also, in a sense, this ability, and you need to be able to possess it. Trials of the Snake Path, one of the dungeon's information about which is open to the public. This is a dungeon in which 17 years ago, China invited a group of A-class hunters on a raid. Although the monsters that appeared there are only B-class, this combination of monsters inside is very cruel. Removal is difficult to handle, which is why this is an A-class dungeon. At one point, the main character was attacked by a stone gargoyle. It was a fairly fast attack, but the main character repelled her attack and killed her with one blow. When Ernest and his assistants watched this, they were quite surprised how he dealt with this monster so quickly. Then Ernest thought that he might have fought with them in the abyss, because the way Reggie reacted to her attack suggests that he had met them before. Ernesto wondered how long he had been in the abyss. Elizabeth said it was a trap, and she said that they should stop here to look around, instead of recklessly moving forward. The majority calculated that this is a good idea, because as long as they are open from all directions, their situation will worsen too much, and they will simply return to this road. But Randy was against it, because he said that this monster was too easy for him, and they should move on because this monster is Class B. Elizabeth recalled Ernest's words to be destroyed, also a type of training. After all, she believed that they could not cope and would not give to the end, because they acted recklessly in Elizabeth's opinion. The main character made a tent and said that in the past he had to do everything with his own hands. Then he turned back and noticed that everyone was looking at him very askance, and asked why they were all looking at him like that. Then the girl took out a magical thing and said that this was a new acquisition. The girl put him on the ground and said that they would use him as a sentry. The main character said that this will not work on stone gargoyles. Elizabeth agreed with him, but it would be better than just doing nothing. Whitaker used magic called motion detection ignis. A circle was formed in his hands. After this magic, a blue shield appeared that surrounded the tent. Whitaker said that magic for detecting the movement of living beings is very useful. Then he asked the girl, "Isn't it useful in this situation?" The girl replied that all these conversations began only because of the use of magic, and that he began to behave like Anthony very arrogantly. Whitaker smiled and said that he could heal, buff, and also install an alarm for the camp. When it comes to non-combat situations, you really can't find a great hunter like me. Elizabeth replied that even if he said so, he was not relieved of his duty as a duty officer. The guy got angry and told her who she took him for because he didn't try to refuse duty. The girl perceived him as an idiot obsessed with money. Smallwood perceived him as a bad person who doesn't think about anything other than money. Anthony perceived him as ordinary trash. After these words, Whitaker ran up to Randy and said that their words were too harsh and asked Randy if he thought so. Whitaker took Randy by the shoulder and said that his comrades say two cruel things. They are evil people who insult their own comrades. Elizabeth and Smallwood were surprised that he was acting this way. They thought that perhaps he realized the value of Randy during today's hunt. After all, each of the participants understood who played an important role today. The one who played the biggest role was Randy, who led the group in Vanguard, a martial artist returning from the abyss. Everyone had little food. Then Randy said that he would cook them a stone chameleon. His comrades looked at him like he was crazy. They understood that he had been in the abyss for a long time, but for them it was very strange. At the same time in the instructor's room, they saw that another group was moving towards the center, and they understood that the gargoyles would soon begin to move. They were wondering if the team would be able to repel the gargoyle attack. The entire Seekit group was destroyed. Half of Agnes's team was also exterminated. All survivors retreat. Ernest said that it was too difficult for them, and they failed the task. One of the assistants said that since some hunters are running away, the rest will now have a hard time, especially this team. Then he noticed Randy's team and was surprised what they were doing now. At this time, the main character was preparing a stone golem. He cooked it in his golden frying pan, which was given to him by the lava cat because of joining the alliance. The girl said that it looks pretty tasty. Stallwood thought that they all needed to calm down because that's just what it looks like. But they were all interested in trying his food. When Ernest cooked it, it looked quite delicious. He combined chameleon meat and rice. But the main character did not say that he was not going to treat them to this. It was clear from the reaction of his team that they were very angry. Well, Randy added that they said monster meat looked bad, so he just wanted to show them what it should look like. Anthony took 2 steps forward and said that he didn't say that. The pillar was behind him, and he was very angry because Anthony had said this many times. Then Anthony grabbed his head and said that he had the right to eat it. He began to suck up to Randy and said that he had great respect for his abilities, because he read Randy as a strong hunter like him. The main character held out a plate of food and said, since he says so, he will give him some. You could see from Anthony's face how hungry he was and how happy he was with this food. When Anthony tried this, who said that it was delicious and simply delicious, Anthony felt that he had regained his magical power because he ate food containing a large amount of magical energy. He was quite surprised that such food quickly restored his magical power. The main character thought since the alternative world is a virtual world, even if he uses the ingredients, they just revolve around him. Then the main character wanted to try using more ingredients and frying them with rice and meat. After that, Elizabeth and Whitaker ran up and began to say that only Smallwood spoke like that, and they didn't say that. Smallwood said they should be damned, because they said that too. Then the main character held out a plate of food and told them all to come to him and eat. After all, Smallwood looked so unhappy, so stop teasing him. The team who watched this were surprised that they were eating a chameleon. They thought it was very abnormal. Ernest smiled and said that this was simply incredible. The assistant asked him if we could stop them. After all, this chameleon can be poisonous. Ernest told him that in such a case, they would not be able to eat it. If it were a little poisonous, they would immediately spit it out. Obviously, he must have a rare skill that allows him to cook a monster. Then the assistant asked if he could obtain this skill in the abyss, due to lack of food. Ernest replied that considering that the air is full of mana, there is no particular need to eat anything. Then they realized that it was because he just wanted to eat. although Randy didn't need it in the abyss. The main character felt that there were monsters around them and shouted to everyone that it was an ambush and everyone should wake up. Then Randy said that there are not only stone gargoyles here, but there are also other different monsters. The main character felt that a much larger monster was coming here. They were attacked by a huge number of stone gargoyles. They all began to surround the dungeon boss. 168, when Ernest saw this, he could not believe his eyes. He knew that these were intelligent monsters. He read that Randy first had to realize that it would be difficult for him to face them. After all, there was another monster called the Stone Hunter. This is a huge worm monster with power on a completely different level. It goes through the earth and stones. Their diet consists of stones. Well, this is a ferocious monster that also mercilessly hunts down hunters. Ernest believed that this was the end for them. They were unlucky to be noticed by a stone hunter. 171 Randy used a technique called the Celestial Maneuver. Clones began to emerge from it. The main character began to destroy the monsters one by one. Anthony did not want to retreat and decided to use a technique called high-speed ice bullet. But he didn't succeed. Randy shouted that there was a monster below him. It was a stone hunter. The main character managed to grab Anthony and remove him from the monster's mouth. This monster was quite large when Randy saw it. He noticed that it looked like his old friend, the stone serpent, whom he met in the abyss. The stone serpent attacked them and sprayed poison from its mouth. The main character jumped up and was opposite this monster. At this moment, Randy wondered if he should deal with him without using his sword. At this moment, Randy used his sword and caused very heavy damage to this monster in the neck area. The main character began to attack him from all sides. This snake could not follow Randy's speed and oppose him with something. When his comrades watched him, they all had their mouths open because it was quite powerful. Elizabeth said that he definitely has the inability of a rank B hunter, but much more. Then Randy decided to finish him with one blow and cut this monster into two parts. Ernest could not believe his eyes. He realized that the hunter Randy was not just an unprocessed diamond. Ernest realized that Randy had reached his full potential. He couldn't believe that the chairman was able to attract such a good hunter as Randy. The next day, in the Hyung's Dragon Building, Ernest came. It was clear that he was determined. Everyone expected to see him here. He asked how the guy he recommended was doing. Ernest replied that he should have said that he had recruited a Class A hunter. Hyung was drinking tea and replied that if he said that, he wouldn't believe it. Ernest agreed with him, however. It seemed to him that the government would later express dissatisfaction with this matter. What they didn't tell them was that a Class A hunter was with them. But Hyung didn't think so, because he believed that they made a mistake, and that they could tell us. To realize the importance of something, people need to lose it. Ernest thought that it would be problematic to get him recognized as an A-class hunter, but it's only a matter of time. They just need to make sure that he shows real results. Ernest asked if he would continue to be interested in working with them and being a Class A hunter, because there would be a lot of other companies that wanted to take him. Hyun said that he doesn't have to worry about it because he will take care of everything. He looked sternly and said that Ernest should trust him because he knows everything. At this time, into the lobby of the clan building, the participants looked at the composition of the first team. This team included Randy, Anthony, Elizabeth, Smallwood, Whitaker, and Richard. Some participants were surprised that Randy also got in because he was a martial artist and they were not treated very well. Anthony heard this conversation. He approached them and said that they were far-off idiots. After all, they called others glory only because they themselves were weak. After all, how can a hunter be so biased? One of the guys started to get angry with him. The second guy wanted to calm him down because they understood that they couldn't cope with them. Anthony turned around and said that they were just nothing. He believed that his news was a very worthy opponent, and his name was Randy. The next day, Whitaker began to show the city to Randy. He did this because he had been in the abyss for 30 years. They arrived in the city in Chinatown. This city is popular for black markets. Randy was surprised that the government allows illegal trade. Whitaker replied that as long as they do not export to other countries, the government does not touch them. Organizations conducting business on black markets do so legally. One of the advantages is that you can easily buy questionable things. When they were choosing things for themselves near the counter, someone was watching them. They wanted to take revenge on them for the master because they had insulted him. Their master was a constellation of warriors of madness and blood. It was his avatars who found Randy on Earth. After the whole walk, Randy and Odigon bought a lot of food. Randy said that this will all become the food we sit. Whitaker said that he would definitely need this because he knows how to cook monster meat. They came to the Castle of Magic. A lot of magic is used in this building. They were already waiting at the entrance. They were met by a security guard. He recognized Whitaker and said that he would take him inside. Whitaker said that we need to rent clothes and change into them. Randy didn't understand why they had to change their clothes. Whitaker said that after all, they need to explore basic rules of decency. There are also several other rules here. You can't talk about this to anyone outside. Nothing can be said if you are caught, and finally there is no need to cause inconvenience. Everyone must follow these rules. When they entered the center of the building, they were all well dressed. Whitaker said that the auction would not start immediately, and they needed to play roulette to have fun. He boasted that he was an expert at roulette, and had never lost before. 214, then Randy thought that they were allowing him to win because he was a hunter of the Ikaros clan. The guard was talking on the phone and said that there were 3 hunters from the Ikaros clan. He was told to focus on their service time, and they ordered him to keep an eye on it and make sure that not everything went smoothly. He told information about these 3 hunters. One of them debuted as a professional mercenary based on the number of victories in the current preliminary tournament, and another martial artist. Then he remembered the mountain of the Hua sect, who was in charge of the illegal auction. He was a martial arts clan representing Chinese martial arts. They kept their identity a secret because martial arts had become weaker recently. At this time, they cannot help, but they really want to look at the Ikaros hunter, who is a martial arts master. One of the guards told the other that maybe they should just ask the hunter what martial arts he has and what he uses. The other guard replied that he was a crazy idiot, and this is complete nonsense because he will understand that they are agents. Plus, other people will find out that this auction is being organized. Randy can't wait for the auction to start. He was wondering what would be in it. Whitaker replied that it would start soon. After a couple of minutes it started. Whitaker told Randy to look at everything carefully. During an auction, a spear was sold for $50. Randy immediately checked the statistics of this spear. It was called the Phytron spear. Looks great, but has low efficiency. Something like this for such a lot of money. The next weapon was a small knife. Randy was very surprised because after such a good spear, they slipped such a small knife. It was called the Flaming Thunder Dagger. Durability 100, attack 150, subspace storage skill can be used. The subspace summoning skill can be used. Then Randy thought that these skills were very good and very useful. The main character wanted to buy it. He read that he would really need this dagger. He took out his card. This card was given to him by his Hyung. Hyung gave him a card. Randy asked what it was. He said that this is an unlimited black card. As long as Randy doesn't use the deposit from his clan, he can use this card whenever he wants and buy something for himself. Then Randy replied that he didn't think he would buy anything. Then the Hyung took him by the shoulder and said that he was trying to look cool here. You want to shut me up to make yourself feel better. The main character did not understand this behavior and said that everything is in order and he will take this card. And they didn't offer very much money for this dagger. Randy asked why this dagger was so cheap. Whitaker said that it was simply not the best item, because only people with perception in their eyes or similar skills come here. Then Randy said that he would buy it. Whitaker did not understand why he needed it. There is a reason why people don't want to buy it. He didn't understand what Randy wanted to achieve. Then Randy raised his hand and offered $8,000. No one else raised the bid, and he bought the dagger. Whitaker didn't understand, even if it was cheap, why buy something like that? Randy replied that it's good to have something that you can never forget how to use, but he still didn't understand where this dagger could be used. At that moment, someone grabbed Randy by the shoulder. The main character did not understand who he was. The man in the raincoat said that Randy would no longer be able to live normally after insulting the warrior of madness and blood. A very strong wind arose. It was all due to mana. People didn't understand what was happening here. At that moment, the guards ran up and told them to stop right now, or they would leave this room. But the man in the cloak threw them away only with energy. Randy noticed that he had risen to rank B, and it seemed that the warrior was not completely reckless, Randy thought. After all, he was trying to take revenge for what happened before. The main character noticed that he was behaving very arrogantly while these people were hiding behind him, but Randy decided that it was not worth taking the first step. although he believed that this was a very great opportunity for him. The main character threw away his jacket and pointed his finger at him and shouted that he demands battles and constellations in the name of the undefeated avatar of training, and as a member of his family, he must deal with it. Odagon watched what Randy was doing, and he thought that Randy was very good at bluffing. But since the warrior has never heard the name of the avatar of training, he ignores it. But the main character continued to bluff and provoke. He said that he was afraid of a duel. I believe he is just a real coward managing his subordinates. And it worked. He said that he would accept his challenge to the Battle of the Constellations. Randy thought that after this incident it was better for him to leave here. The man said that now he has sealed this place, and now his blood festival will begin. The main character smiled and said that he was the one who was trapped now. Odagon began to use magic and said that first he must cope with him. Randy grabbed him by the shoulder and said that he was grateful for his help, but leave everything to him. Odagon didn't understand why Randy was doing this. After this, Randy used his technique called the Heavenly Finger. After this attack, he pierced his enemy right through with his sword. When the guard watched this from the side, he was simply shocked, because he had never seen such martial arts at such a high level. After this attack, Randy, the man was still alive and said that he would take his blood. But these words did not frighten Randy one bit, because in his life, he had seen much worse enemies. The power that Randy received from the nightmare demons is called the basis of absorption. 257, it was clear that after these words the monster became a little nervous, because he did not expect that Randy would be so strong. When Randy absorbed the energy, he blew this monster into small pieces. His other partners were in a panic, because they already realized how strong he was, and they wanted to stop him quickly. They decided to pounce on him and finish him off with one attack. At this time, the subordinates of the war lost their power, and they fell to the ground. The warrior descended to directly take possession of his henchmen. His face began to fall asleep with red fire. After this, the warrior collected the splashed blood and strengthened his power. There was a lot of energy from him. The main character realized that he was jumping between his subordinates and controlling them. He thought it was a little greedy. Randy understood that if he looked at the amount of magical power he had now, he should surpass even an A-rank hunter. Randy understood that if he stopped him here, he would simply destroy himself, so it was best for Randy to dodge. These are his attacks. Then Randy activated the ability to suppress the strong and help the weak. If Randy confronts the warrior's subordinate directly without beating him, his strength will increase significantly. The warrior was already above Randy's head. Randy noticed that it was yours quite quickly. The main character perfectly repelled the attack of his opponent, using the skill of full counteraction. Then Randy again passed the sword through his body. The sword passed through life as an important organ. After this, the warrior recognized his strength. Randy was preparing for the battle constellation. The warrior called Randy as a member of his family who would participate in the battle of the constellation. At this moment, the lava and magma code tells Randy that everything is going according to plan. Randy asked his teammates how he acted, or if he acted too impatiently, because fighting after becoming a high-class constellation could make a strong conflict. The lava and magma code says that everything is fine and there is nothing to worry about. The security guard ran up to Randy and bowed before him and said that he was very sorry. He was ashamed that he had missed someone's proper identification. It was a mistake on the part of the auction house. But the main character was not angry with him and said that he would not spread this information, so they don't have to worry. Then the guard asked Randy to give him some time. This was about martial arts. He invited him to his office and treated him to a cup of tea. Randy said that these days it is very difficult to find someone who uses martial arts. He was very interested in how the security guard began to learn it. The main character apologized for asking such a question. He was just happy to meet other martial artists. At that moment, an old grandfather came out without his left leg, and Randy asked if he had heard of the Hua Mountain sect. The main character answered that he had heard before that it was some kind of group that was popular in China about 30 years ago. Randy also remembered that his idol named Li Shiwan lived there. Grandfather answered what he is and whether there is a Saiyavan. He thanked Randy for remembering him. The main character was simply happy about this meeting. He took a pencil and a piece of paper and asked him to give his autograph. Li Xiaovan, it was very nice that someone remembered him, and he happily signed this piece of paper for Randy. Randy was also very happy, because he had waited 10,000 years to meet his idol and get an autograph from him. After the autograph, Rennie asked if the Hunter clan was part of the Hua Mountain sect. Li Shiwan replied that this was true. Then Randy realized that they wanted to ask him for something. Li Shiwan said that he wants to learn martial arts from Randy. Then he remembered the story that China treated mercilessly any hunter who refused to swear allegiance to them. The foot hunters left China, using the Great Invasion as an excuse, dreaming of an independent life or seeking revenge. The Hua Mountain sect is a clan consisting of such hunters. Once they decided that one day they would return. But this turned out to be not easy. During the Great Invasion, the leader of the Hua Mountain sect, whose name was John, lost an arm and a leg. His skill gradually became weaker. After this story, Randy appeared. The elders who came to see what the commotion was about saw Randy's fight and did not believe their eyes. At this moment, Li Xiang ordered that Randy be asked to come here. Li Xiang said that Randy was one of the strongest fighters he had seen. Then Randy remembered that in the abyss they told him that Li Xiang was a fake, and after that the number of fighters decreased significantly. The guards were also interested in what they needed to do to reach the level that Randy reached. Lava Cat told Randy to tell Randy that it was true. Even if this is not the case, they will be interested in you, and Randy will be able to appropriate them to be his avatars. Randy thought about his words, and he said that he was right, and he needed to increase the number of avatars. Then the main character admitted that he really helped him in his training. After this truth, the amount of faith directed to the training avatar increased. Randy felt empowered, and his existential power increased. At that moment, a yellow ball appeared in Randy's hand. Then Randy realized how other groups were gaining strength. Li Xian said that he was not going to study with Randy for free, and they offered him their loyalty in exchange for his teaching them. Then Randy thought that their loyalty, he was not sure that he needed their loyalty, and he said that their proposal was too harsh, and he asked me to think before giving an answer. 297 after his words, everyone bowed to him and said that I would wait for his answer. The next day, Randy came to his friend Hyung, which was located in a large building. As soon as Randy walked in, his Hyung immediately asked him if Randy was able to adapt to the Ikaros clan. Randy replied that he thought he could, and he had read that he was pretty good at it. Randy said that there are a lot of strange guys there. Hyung said that they are not strange, and most likely it is Randy who is strange. Hyung said that Randy used all his power to read his thoughts. Randy said it wasn't necessary and it was written all over his face. After this conversation, Randy got down to business and asked if he remembered the Hua Mountain sect. Hyun thought for a moment and replied that they used to be a martial arts clan in China a long time ago. They were destroyed during the first wave of chaos that occurred in China after the Great Invasion. The second time they were destroyed was when Li shuffled his rank. However, the rank brawl was probably ordered by the government. After all, he could not do this only on his own. Then the Hyung asked why he was asking this, and believed that he was looking for a shroud, but Randy replied that he had met them and wanted to take them on as his students. Hyun was surprised because he thought that they had broken up or died, since there was no news about them. Randy said that as the owner of this city, his information-gathering skills are not that great. Hyun replied that he doesn't keep track of what happens to the guys. Hyun pointed his finger at the Rand and said that in any case, if he needs help from them, just ask. If they refuse, then send them away. After all, they knew what they were getting into when they asked you for a favor. There is no need to worry about them. After these words, Randy said that he would have a battle with a warrior. Hyun didn't expect it to start so quickly. He believed that Randy was not prepared and had few assistants. 309, then Randy smiled and said that everything is fine. After all, this guy doesn't know that he is a constellation, and he himself is going to fight in this battle. Hyung said that you are a very smart move, but he suggested that we should be a little worried about Randy, but he knew that he was fighting well, and he thought that Randy would win. The next day, the Game of Stars began. The avatar of training accepted a request for battle from a warrior. The events of the battle are discussed fairly. All constellations agree to the terms of a fair battle constellation. The training avatar proposed a battle on his own, and he offered the avatar himself. His opponent was convinced that he would win 100%, because he believed that the warrior announced the battle of a constellation with another constellation. A warrior relies on the strength of blood. If he wins, he will receive the blood fortress. Randy covered his nose. He was disgusted by the land of the orcs. The cat exclaims and speaks that this place must be quite expensive. Dreams and greed say that this place is a territory that only high-ranking constellations can possess. Randy couldn't believe it was good territory, but he had nothing to offer as a bet. If Randy wanted to call the bet, he should bet everything he had. The avatar of training put on the cardinals of plague and darkness, a creature that turns back time, and a voice that lives from the abyss. Both parties agreed, and the contract was completed. If someone loses, their existential power will increase. The cat says that all he needs to do is win. The main character jokingly said that he would do so. One of the constellations looked at another constellation who fought with the trend, and he said that he would definitely suffer if he became a subordinate of this constellation. Some subordinates prayed that the avatar would win the training. The battle of the constellations has begun. They will fight until one of them admits defeat or dies. Randy was already looking at his enemy and was ready to fight him with all his might. His opponent was the demon of contract and order. He watched the fight with great interest. The demon of order made a surprise attack and attacked Randy from behind. Randy blocked the attack with the sword his hyung gave him. During the battle, the main character realized that he was doing so that Randy could no longer resist. After this, there was a very serious attack from his opponent, while Randy dodged to the right. His opponent was surprised that he dodged because most of his opponents had not dodged this attack before. The demon of order attacked Randy again, and he missed him by hitting him with his axe into the empty area. Then Randy realized that his opponent was a berserker type. If he is strong in magical defense, he is also able to defend well against much more serious contacts. Then Randy's opponent realized that he had underestimated him. He was stronger than he expected. Just think that there were other constellations under the Randy, but the constellation considered them very weak to me. Even if that servant is a good fighter, he's probably in the early 300 ES in terms of level, and he will never be able to beat Avatar Akrata. Akrata wanted to get rid of him, wanted to kill him, and would trample his dead body. He didn't want to let down his boss, who had great expectations for him. Beyond the abyss, in the territory of the Cardinal of Plague and Darkness, there was a skeleton constellation which Ronnie had defeated earlier. He was devastated when he lost the Avatar training, but it's actually not that bad. After all, he took pity on him, and did not take his servants or dead territory, and that was quite generous of Randy. Then an announcement appeared in front of him that Avatar training was betting on the Cardinals of Plague and Darkness. A creature that turns back time, a voice that calls from the abyss, a convulsive seeker in the battle of the constellations. When the Plague constellation read this, he was quite surprised that the Avatar himself, without training, made a big bet on him. He contacted Randy and asked what happened. Roddy said if he needs to fight, he must call to fight for everyone, and he asked to lend him servants. I really doubted taking his help. After all, he did not know his servants because he did not trust them. The fight began. It was clear from the size that his opponent was much larger than him physically. They immediately responded to the magic of Akrati with the skill of a full counter. After the collision, the Agkratiax pointed at his shoulder. After this, the Akrata fell into the curse of madness after using side regeneration. The power of the Crimson regeneration skill has increased due to the curse of madness. The main characters noticed that after this technique, the strength of his opponent increased significantly. Then Renee wondered if this meant that he would become stronger when he received more damage. If he was a hunter, he would be somewhere in the class. Taking into account how restless he is, he may even be higher than S-class. In the next encounter with him, Randy used the Divine Finger to deflect his attack. The hero put his hands on his chest and used artificial absorption. It was clear how the strength was leaving him. Randy began to absorb magical power using the absorption art skill. The narrator, who loves rumors and explanations, says that he is reckless because Randy took risks when he used this technique. The main character understood that the battle was dragging on, and he used the 3-color skill at the peak of flowering. The pure internal energy of this skill absorbs the magical power of the Akrata as it is. But Randy's opponent didn't want to wonder. He took him from his hand and told this man to let him go. But Randy added more energy. His opponent could not stand such pressure on his brain. Agkrat lay on the ground and asked Randy to kill him. After all, he will never give up like a gladiator of war. Then the main character looked up and asked if he should kill him to end this fight. Then Dima agreed with Randy that the fight is already over. Fighter Sweat and Kulikov also agree. He asked for it to end with dignity. After Randy's victory, the warrior of madness and blood passed on the Blood Fortress to him. His first constellation battle is over, and now he can join the ranks of the constellations on Earth. The main character noticed that his current rank he was very interested in finding out what it was. Then Randy saw the goddess of Libra, who thanks to her he became a constellation. He was very glad that she was alive because he could not find her. The next day, a joint discussion meeting of the Alliance of Small and Medium Constellations. The topic was what should they do with the goddess. The cat from Lava and Mother wanted to talk. He says that they need to be careful with stupid constellations. Then, in the constellation, the Desire supported him, and she said that she agreed with him. After all, the goddess of Libra looks slightly incompetent. Then the goddess of Desire turned to Randy, and she said that he wants to become an ally of the goddess. However, you must be careful. Just because she doesn't have any bad intentions towards him doesn't mean she's harmless. Then the main character thought and said that there is a high probability that the goddess of Scales knows who he is, and it would be good to lure her to his side. Then Randy asked his alliance friends what the constellation rating was. Then we told the cat lover that earlier we should ask this question to the goddess of Libra. The next day, the main character came to the territory of the goddess of the Scales. When Randy saw this territory, he thought that he had come to the wrong place and did not believe that this was the territory of the goddess. Randy was surprised that she did not have a single service or subordinate. Code is stunned and asks, could this all be a trap? Then the dream constellation realizes that the situation with the goddess of Libra is quite difficult. Then Randy told them not to rush to conclusions. After all, this does not mean that she is finished just because she has no subordinates. When the main character went inside, he saw the goddess of Scales who did not react to him at all. Well, the Libra goddess bowed down to Randy immediately and began to apologize. She said that she should have sent him to the tower last time, but Randy wasn't mad at her. He said that it was already in the past and there was nothing to worry about. The main character said that the last time they saw each other, nothing had changed. He is very happy to see her. Then the military temple asked Laurenti, didn't the invincible avatar of training object to you coming here? The main character realized that she thinks that he is a servant of the avatar. Randy decided not to tell her everything right away, and he said that this Tara is a generous and kind person, so he gave him permission to meet with the goddess of Libra. Then Randy said that he was here for another reason, and his team wants to enter into an alliance with the goddess of Libra. Then the goddess of Libra said that she would be honest with him. Many times or later, Randy would still find out about it. The goddess of Scales took her head, and with a nervous smile said that she was left with nothing. The goddess was a strong constellation that was located around the highest constellations. When other constellations want to know about the future, they bring gifts and bow before her head. And every time this happens, her alliance will grow. But now this is all in the past. Now the goddess's power is comparable to that of a low-rank constellation, and she can barely maintain this status. The goddess of Libra said that she continues to lose her battles to the constellation. Then Randy said that the battle of the constellations is a very scary thing. Just think that such a strong constellation would fall into wounds just because it lost several battles. Then the goddess of the Scales said to find him, she sent her strongest angel, so she kept losing. By the time she realized it, it was already too late. Randy said that his teacher is looking for very reliable constellations compared to strong constellations. After all, the world is a constellation, which is usually judged by how strong it is. The goddess felt both touched and jealous. Then the main character said that Avatar is everywhere. He is generous and takes care of his servants. He is also very careful in battles. Then the goddess said that she would like to conclude an alliance with him, but she doubts that he wants to conclude with her. She was afraid that they would both end up giving up on her. Her ability to foresee the future was also greatly weakened. Randy said it's not that important. After all, his master only wants to get some advice on the current battle. Even if her power has weakened, seeing the future is still strong. The goddess of Libra began to cool down and said that this was a magnanimous constellation. I felt a little overwhelmed, and in this case, I decided that it would join the Union. Since the first gates opened on Earth, the constellation has been fighting for this planet. This is a treasure that holds billions of souls that cannot be found anywhere else. But the constellation could not easily come to any conclusion in their battles. In the end, the most powerful constellations that were on Earth established some rules. They made the contract left by the most powerful constellation, which puts its existence on the brink and swears by it. Therefore, it has a power that makes it indestructible. Then, for the sake of it, he said that the constellation that will become the first in rank will rule the Earth. After all, place number 1 is still empty at the moment. The condition for becoming number 1 is unknown not only to me, but also to the rest of the constellation. The Libra goddess suggested that this required a huge amount of extensional power. Then the main character then asked who is number 2. The Libra goddess replied that constellations cannot know the rank of other constellations, but she guessed who it was. This is the master of slowness and silence. He has a strong and evil constellation that has occupied the northern part of China. Then the main character asked how many battles in games he needed to become number 2. Randy asked what rank the goddess of the scales had. She replied that it was, but Randy believed that rank was not the most important thing. The goddess of scales put her hand next to Randy's hand. After this, Randy received the skill of clairvoyance. The main character asked his alliance partners what they thought about the goddess. They replied that everything was fine. After all, it is one of the constellations that existed from the very beginning, and it is still possible to predict the future. The goddess seems to be very reliable. Lava Cat said that she has a very good character, and it is unlikely that she will give her alliance. It sounded a little sad, but it would only benefit them. The Cat of Lava and Magma says that he has the feeling that the goddess does not like the avatar of training. Randy asked why. The constellation of desires replied that this is very natural. After all, it was this constellation that stole the man whom she was going to make her servant. In any case, until Randy finds an advisor, he must try to remember to collect faith and beliefs. The cat decided to act as if he didn't hear this. The constellation of dreams and greed also pretends not to hear him. The next day, Randy came to his hyung. It was clear that he did not expect to see him today. It was clear from Litsukin that he was worried about Randy. After all, he understood that Randy would fight against the constellation. Well, Randy said that he won this fight. That you grabbed him by the shoulder and said that he knew that Randy would win, and he believed in him, and he asked me to tell him what happened in this battle. Randy said that the constellation of warrior and blood and madness was such an idiot. Hyung drank water and said that he has always been an idiot. Then Randy asked if he had met him. He said that they did not meet personally, but he saw his servants. Randy said that he needed to examine what he had acquired and was preparing for the next battle. Well, Randy understood that he shouldn't rush. Then the Hyung smiled and said that Reggie should help him. But at that moment, Hyun's daughter came in. She slammed the door hard and shouted why he wasn't answering her calls. He said that he answered every call she made. But the girl said that she was talking about Randy because she wanted to collaborate with him. The girl said that she tried to call him several dozen times. The girl came closer to him and asked him to tell the truth if Randy didn't want to work with her. Then Randy gave the phone and said that he forgot to charge the phone. The girl grabbed her head and said that nothing could be done about it. She started calling about a fight date. Randy didn't understand what she was talking about because he didn't have any fight planned in the near future. The girl said, "Why is he so surprised? The party is asking for all the fights in advance, so now I'll have to participate." Then, the Hyung said that he also had a request for Randy. The girl pointed her finger at her father and said that he should look for another hunter in any case, because Randy would be busy building his career. The girl asked Randy to go with her, and she would explain everything to him along the way. A couple of hours later, they arrived in a limousine to a beautiful place. Then Randy realized how rich his Hyung was, because he used an entire ship for a measly dinner. Randy asked Lawrence if she often had dinner like this. She replied that she came here to talk calmly. They entered the restaurant. The girl said that it was Chef Morella. And today he arrived for us. Randy looked into the commoner's dormant skills. His strength increased. The more Randy uses the Eye of Constellations, the more powerful he becomes. Randy managed to get to the heart of Morella. He had top-class cooking skills. He used the same similar skill as Randy. Randy said that he was a very good cook. The girl smiled and said that she didn't know that he had already heard about him. The main growth said that he can find out the essence of a person by looking at his energy, and he told the girl that this was an internal instinct. She moved towards the guy and said that she was bored. Well, Randy said the food tastes delicious, but the girl meant that there is no magic in this food. Then Randy understood everything she meant. The girl said that she would be happy with this food if it were filled with magical power. Then the girl got down to business because she had already talked about the upcoming competition. After all, ordinary beginners don't get many calls to fight, especially if the hunter is not famous. Then Randy asked about himself. The girl asked him not to be offended. But people and spectators believe that Randy won his title by fraud. This means that Randy can go to B class. After all, he deceived others by saying that he was in the S class. But the main character was not surprised at all. The girl asked why he was not surprised. Randy said he's past the age where he's surprised by that. The girl said that Randy has all the qualities to become a superstar. Randy replied that he was glad to hear, and he just wanted to try it. The girl was a little surprised that Randy agreed to this. It was not like him. At this moment, in the press conference hall, one of the fighters, his name was Maximilian, was giving an interview. He is a B-class hunter at level 21. The word is the constellation Arrogant Elf. He spoke very bad things about Randy, saying that he was a coward and a pervert. And he said that Randy would be a complete coward if he refused to fight him. When Randy saw this excerpt, he immediately realized that this was his next opponent. He asked the girl whether there were many such elves on Earth. Lawrence replied that there are not many of them, but they see them all the time when the gates open. Randy said he was going to beat the crap out of that elf, but he doesn't need to be angry right now. The girl smiled. After all, she was very glad that he agreed, and said that he should beat this arrogant elf until he was at least half dead. Then Randy realized that she was definitely Hyun's daughter because she spoke exactly like him. Randy asked, "When the battle will take place?" Lawrence replied if it was convenient in the next 2 days. She promised that she would collect information about the opponent and send it before the match. Then the main character said that he would gladly accept his challenge. Lawrence straightened his crib and said that he needed to listen to all the questions and answer in a moderately provocative manner. Randy needed to glare at each other and pose a little for the camera. Then the main character sat down at the table in front of the journalists, and they started asking questions. The journalist asked how Randy thinks whether a martial arts user will be able to hold out in the B-rank league. Freddie answered calmly and said that they would only find out if they had a fight. There is a debate about the gimmick for the barangay qualifiers. "What do you think about this?" the journalist asked, and he asked Randy why he lowered the rank. Randy replied that it was the fault of the person who measured it incorrectly. "And it's not me you should ask about this," Randy answered quite calmly. The journalists were in a stupor because they did not understand why it was so unstitched, and with such behavior there was nothing more to say to them. At this moment, Randy's rival entered the dialogue. He began to insult him again and called him a shameless asshole. He thought that Randy had messed up the ranks. After that, he pointed his finger at him and said that Randy is a very treacherous guy. The elf said that for Randy, their fight would be a real death sentence for him. But the main character didn't even look in his direction and said if he were so gold, he would have already attacked if he had a claim against him. The opponent did not understand what he was talking about. Randy said that if his opponent was so unhappy, he could have already found him and knocked him down. And he pours out anger after waiting until the schedule of matches is established. Then he turned to him and said that he was giving him a chance to attack and fight in reality right now. The journalists were surprised by Randy's behavior. For them, it was a show. Opponent Randy replied that this was against the rules. Randy said that he was angry but still follows the rules, and if it were him, he would have already hit. Then the main character went up to the microphone and shouted that they had seen everything. He gave him a chance to fight, but this idiot got scared and ran away. Randy recalled that his opponent didn't even have experience in dungeon cleaning, and if it were him, he wouldn't show his nose in shame. The main character warmed up the fight very well. All people became interested in going to this fight and watching. Randy said that he didn't care whether he fought in the virtual world or in reality. The girl watched this from the side and was quite surprised by Randy's behavior. She thought that it was somehow barbaric, and thought that she should have told him that it would be better if he cursed his parents. Then the girl said that he was yelling. Since he came out like that, the other side is also trying to trample him. Randy must overcome this by any means necessary. The assistant said that they contacted Sifola, and she promised to come right away and help. Lawrence said this was great information and he should keep in touch. The girl thought about editing the practice match and releasing it to the masses. This could improve Randy's image. The girl promised herself that they would use all the cards. Randy said it would be better if they didn't schedule a practice match. The girl asked why. Randy said that this match would not help him in any way, and he was just wasting his time. The girl told him to think again, because even if he has a lot of experience in battles, fighting a hunter is different. Randy said that he knew everything, but he was fine, and he asked to cancel the practice match. The girl replied that it was good, because she had nowhere to go. The main character began to leave and said that he was glad that he had met such an understanding manager. And he said that he would train alone before the match, and that she would call him if she needed him. The security guards were surprised by this behavior of Randy. They were against canceling the training matches, because this is already a tradition, and if he loses, there will be more consequences. But the girl replied that he wanted it that way, and they should trust him. Lawrence thought she would change something if she expressed her opinion, but it wouldn't work with Randy. Our main character was preparing for battle. He came to the Icaros gym. He met his comrades Anthony and Elizabeth. You didn't say you saw his interview, that was pretty bold. Elizabeth said that this is a cool provocation, and he is a master at it. Elizabeth said that they were very surprised when they saw him in this gym. Anthony said that she was not going to help Randy. She just decided to give him some advice for his growth in the future. Well, Randy didn't even pay attention to him. He just said thank you. Anthony said that he was better than his opponent Randy. The girl was unhappy because Anthony didn't even fight him and she was able to defeat him. The main character said that he plans to train alone until the match. The girl asked Randy if he really didn't need their help. The main character began to meditate. He said that he turns on his imagination. A terrible devil appeared before his eyes. Randy recently fought against his avatar. The power of the constellation increased by a step. The principle of spiritual training has been studied, obtained a skill of rank spiritual training. The girl did not understand what it was and why she saw it too. Then she thought that this was illusion magic, but wasn't the level too high for magic. Randy continued to fight him all night. He was very exhausted. By his clothes, it was clear how hard he worked. After all, his clothes were almost all torn. The day of the Hunters Stadium competition has arrived. Quite a lot of spectators came. This was due to the fact that the audience at the press conference was well entertained. Lawrence approached Randy and asked if he had a good breakfast. After all, you shouldn't skip breakfast, even if you're not afraid that it won't be digested. The main character calmly replied that he had eaten. The girl took him by the shoulder and told him not to be nervous. She didn't understand how cold-blooded and fearless Randy was. The main character entered the arena. He looked around and noticed that there were quite a lot of spectators, and it was very impressive. He recalled that in the past, hunters died in battle with monsters, and now they have turned into celebrities. Most of the spectators booed him, saying that he was a fraudster and that he belonged in prison. Only one of the spectators shouted for Randy to win. Randy was very surprised by this. The main character promised that he would show what martial arts means. Today's match will be a signal for the revival of martial arts. Commentators began to voice them. They said that Maximilian is aiming for the top 10. His popularity is simply amazing. His opponent is newbie hunter Randy. It's been a while since he entered the league from rank, and at the moment his rank is set to beat. There was a lot of debate about this, but the commentator said that he didn't think Randy had shuffled the ranks. Still, Randy returned from the abyss after 30 years. After spending so much time in the abyss, it's no wonder you get all sorts of complications. There may also be some weirdness with the rank measurement. After all, if he defeats Maximilian, that will be the proof. So the match begins. For the first time in a long time, a martial arts user enters the arena. Everyone was eagerly waiting for him. Freddy noticed that it was a ruin. Virtual reality was actually implemented inside. Everyone was in anticipation because the battle promised to be noble. Randy's opponent said that he would definitely emerge victorious and called him a redneck from the abyss. The battle began and Randy immediately ran to the attack. Randy wanted to grab him, but his opponent used flight magic and flew into the air. Hunter Maximilian increases the distance, but Hunter Randy is not far behind. Maximilian was shocked by his speed. He understood that Randy would have grabbed him if he had not immediately taken off. Randy needed to do something. He couldn't just stand there and do nothing. Maximilian came out of hiding and shot with his green bow. This attack was quite good, excellent penetration ability, and also had a homing function. But the main character used the divine space art skill, and all the arrows aimed at him were reflected. His actions greatly angered the elf. The magma kitten screams to disgrace this aristocrat. Randy found out his location, and rushed towards him at full speed. He didn't even pay attention to the arrows. The main character quickly found out where his rival was hiding. Randy told him to attack, and he would fight off all his attacks. Well, Maximilian said that he was caught using the green onion technique. Green symbols started appearing above Randy's head. It was quite dangerous. But the main character said that for him it is very slow and this technique lacks agility. Randy easily scattered these arrows on all sides of the arena. Suddenly, Maximilian realized that he had completely depleted his mana, and Randy was in his prime. Suddenly, the first round passed. Randy didn't know about it and therefore delayed the fight with his opponent. The main character turned and said that they would see each other in the second round. Maximilian told his coach that Randy was a real monster and he needed to be tested for honesty. The coach told him to listen to him carefully. He needs to forget about the bow and keep his distance and focus on recovery. The coach told him to forget about magic and was stalling for time with the help of the first and second circles. Maximilian said that it would be very difficult against such a guy. The coach said that this is better than losing because without victory, he will be nothing. Maximilian shouted to him to shut his mouth because the constellation had chosen him as an avatar. The second round began. It was a completely different location. Maximilian used acceleration and began to run away from Randy. The main character stood up and told them to end this so that his opponent would not completely disgrace himself. Randy easily caught up with Maximilian. Maximilian didn't understand how he could be so fast. The essences were very surprised at how fast the two hunters were moving. Maximilian swung his left hand to hit the markets in the face. But the main character used the Milky Strike blow and hit Maximilian in the face with his left foot. After such a blow, Maximilian lay on the earth completely knocked out. The judge shouted that Hunter Randy finished with Hunter Maximilian in the second round. Looks like the top 10 hunters should start worrying. They have a new opponent, a truly outstanding martial artist. So much so that everyone wondered why martial arts users disappeared. After this battle, the Hunter Randy was ready to give an interview. The journalist said that it was just a perfect match, and Randy didn't miss a single blow, finishing the second round with a knockout. What a feeling he had. Rennie said that nothing special happened. The opponent was just too weak. All the spectators said that Randy was the best fighter, although before the start of the fight, everyone said that he was a real thief. Randy felt that he had gained new skills and had a surge of energy due to his popularity. Although only slightly, the essence's power had definitely increased. A friend of Randy's right eye got sick. It began to glow red, and his skill of predicting the future was sharply activated. He didn't understand why the Libra goddess skill suddenly activated. The main character began to see that Las Vegas was engulfed in flames. Many monsters appeared and attacked the city. They were all torn out because they could not clear the dungeon in the limited time. When I realized that this would be a real disaster, Hyung watched Randy's interview. It was quite interesting for him to see what questions he answered. At this moment, a servant comes in, and you say that he received a personal call. Hyun thought that it was his ex-wife, or ex-ex-wife, calling him. He said that he would give them pockets of money, and did not understand why they were bothering him. Well, the servant said that this was not it, and some guy appeared and introduced himself as Lee Chang-shik. He did not expect to hear this, because they had a fight when he moved to America and did not contact each other for a long time. Hyung thought that he saw Randy's match, so he contacted the first one. He was immediately asked why he didn't say that Randy had returned. His Hyung replied that he didn't remember them being so close, especially after cursing him before he left. Chanchik told him to forget about it and gave the phone to Randy. Hyun replied that he is not obliged to give him the phone if he needs it, then let him call himself, especially now he is not around. Then Changshik asked him not to be offended and asked him to connect them with Randy. Hyun said that God apologized for what he said when he was already in America, then he promised to forgive. Chanchik shouted that he would never apologize to him. Then his Hyung replied that he would contact him himself and said that he was blocking him. Hyung gave the servant's phone number and didn't understand why he didn't want to apologize because it's not that hard. Randy noticed that the girl was very depressed. The girl thought that the manager should deprive her of her rights because she could not even determine the ability of her client. If you think about it, Randy was very confident in himself. As a manager, she should have trusted him more. Then Randy asked her what she thought his chances were of winning. The girl replied that 9-1 that he would lose. The main character thought that this was too much and she greatly underestimated him. The main character said that she had never seen him fight, and she should not despair too much. On the way they met two guys. They knelt in front of Randy and asked him to teach him martial arts. The main character said that he had already seen them, and said that they should have a teacher. Randy did not understand why they needed him. They said that the main residence of the school is Huashan. From position, I immediately entered 5th position. They recalled that their teacher taught them different techniques, but their coach was a rather angry and nasty person and scolded them for every little thing. So they came and knelt before Randy because the elders' teachings were too outdated. Randy grabbed his chin and said that he understood the essence of the problem. Besides, they have already asked to train them. Then the main character thought that this was a chance to increase his faith and authority. Randy answered well. The girl and the security guard were quite surprised by this answer. Then Randy ordered them to go and convey his words, that he is the avatar of the invincible god of training. He said that he would teach martial arts to those who became followers of the god of training. They were very happy. One of the guys said that there were no problems because they wanted to study and train. Another said that the clan was originally founded because they love martial arts. The next day, a bloody fortress obtained in a duel with a warrior shrouded in madness and blood. Randy walked in and noticed something very small. After all, these possessions were obtained after the battle between the constellations and the warriors. The main character himself entered the territory of the orcs for the first time. Randy was quite interested in how Odaigon was doing without him, whether he was getting better without him. He was too busy, and therefore entrusted everything to them. At this time, Odaigon was very angry with his students because they are fools and cannot learn even such an easy element of the spell. Randy came to visit his friend. Odaigon was very glad that his master had arrived, although Randy asked him not to call him that. Renee said that he saw that teaching magic would not bring any results. Then he decided to teach them martial arts. Then the main character took the axe and said that he would teach how to handle this axe. The main character showed all his techniques. He successfully used the martial arts skill C+. This technique was called the Green Dragon Axe. Randy asked if it would be easier for them to learn, but the answer was silence. The monsters discussed and still did not understand how to do it all correctly. Randy began to flex his fists and said that there was nothing to be done. Since they don't understand with words, they will have to master it with their bodies. They trained for a very long time. The monster successfully mastered the skill of the Green Dragon Axe technique. The monster's name was Goragoza. It was a pity to look at his face. After all, it was all beaten up from training. The main character began to smile and said that this time they are making the technique a little more complicated. But Garagonza didn't want to train anymore. He wanted to rest. After training, Randy looked at the sky and dreamed that he wanted to build a training base for monsters here. But he understood that the construction would take a lot of time. So if he wanted everything to work out quickly, then he needed to visit the constellation store. The main character began to look for a constellation that sells the building. He was very interested in whether there were such people at all. Then the main character met a constellation called the Dancing Snake. It will show its special building. Irendi can examine everything properly. She offered all her items, but they were very expensive. Randy thought that he had earned a lot, but he simply did not have enough money. The Dancing Snake decided to treat Randy and gave him a wonderful 8 Sins rice vodka. This is vodka from the series All Wounds. Randy thanked her for this and said that he would never forget her kindness. They said goodbye. Well, Randy thought that his problem had not yet been resolved. After all, he had very few points and was unlikely to have enough to buy. The main character met another constellation which was called a traveling merchant selling destinies. The main character waved his hands and said that he was now looking for soul stones. The traveling merchant says that there is no need to worry about this. He searches for what is necessary for all constellations, from the highest to the lowest ranks. Randy was happy, but Lava's kitten said that he was somehow suspicious. Then he showed all his prices. A box with a random building cost $100, another box cost $200, and a third box cost $1. The traveling merchant swears on his name and reputation that there is no deception here. Since this is the first deal, he promises to give a good discount when buying 2 boxes. Randy didn't think twice about it and decided to happily take up the offer. Then the traveling merchant wished him to use the goods for a long time. Randy opened a boxing task. Chaos is unleashed, I am deciding your fate. This model is a type of small temple, an ancient and dilapidated warrior sanctuary. If installed, All inhabitants will receive the strength of an ancient warrior skill. Due to its dilapidation, the building will collapse in 30 days. The main character said that this did not suit him. I opened another box. House broke free again, deciding his fate. The power of destiny is increased. His definite destiny is increased by 1 step. Temple of the Shining Elf, if installed, you can learn the skill. Randy remembered that this was the building of the elf he fought with. He remembered that this was the magic that the Elf of Light gave to his avatar. The main character thought that he had sold it because he no longer needed it. Randy installed this house. It was quite large and beautiful. The kitten says that there is a huge problem. Randy said, don't worry about it being an elven temple. Among the subordinates of the god of training, there are no people capable of mastering the shining bow of an elf. But the fact that it exists will not make it worse, and they decided they could use it later. Randy opened the door and returned to his friend Hyung. Randy has not yet fully entered the room when his Hyung is already greeting him, and he shouts that he is the star of the fists in Korea. Randy asked what kind of star the fists were, and he was told that this was his new nickname, and people really liked it. Well, Randy said it sounds so-so. Randy did a great job this time, but he was advised not to relax too much. After all, the top 10 are real. First of all, most of them are avatars. Randy said he'll figure it out somehow. Hyun said that Chanshik called. The main character was surprised. He did not expect such a call. Hyung thought that Randy was very happy, and began to be jealous because he feeds him, helps him, acts under the name of your avatar, and provides him with financial support. Randy said that he didn't even say a word about it, and considered it a trifle. He refuted his words, and said that he was not petty, just that this man was very bad and advised Randy not to hang out with him. Randy said that he was here on a completely different issue. After this, Randy explained in detail what the goddess's blow had shown them about the destroyed city of Los Angeles, which drowned in fire, and the invasion of the Skull Drakes. Hyung was surprised that this was Las Vegas, one of the most secure cities in the world. Well, Randy said that it was definitely Las Vegas, and asked him to show him support, and he would personally deal with them. Hyuna was thrown into pot, and he said that you can't go to Las Vegas. He said that Las Vegas is not under his jurisdiction, and it would be very difficult for him to help Randy. Hyun said that now they can only go there and explain the situation and try to convince them. Randy was surprised, because he himself said that he went to the sauna with the president and did not even have any influence. Hyung grabbed Randy by the shoulders and said that it would be better if he went instead. After all, they will not discern sincere thoughts in his appearance. Rangi replied that he should have lived a more righteous life so that he would not have to hide from anyone later. Hyun said that he just organized a merger of businesses and got divorced a couple of times, that's all. Randy exhaled and said that he would talk to them himself. Hyun said that he probably thinks, because he is new in the ranks of hunters, and they suspected him less. At this time in Las Vegas, a large clan controlling Las Vegas was called the Black Cactus. Randy approached them and said that he came from the Icaros clan. Hunter Colton was talking to him. Randy wanted to see the head of the clan. Colton said that he cannot just meet with the head. He must first make an appointment. Randy said that in this case, they need to quickly schedule this meeting. Colton told him to name the name and not to be so impudent. Randy gave all his information and that he is a rank B hunter. Colton recognized him. He saw him on TV when Randy defeated Maximilian and said that he was just handsome. He gave the thumbs up and said Randy's fight was killer, and he regretted that he did not go to their match. Then the guard asked if everything was okay with Colton. He replied that of course, he said if Randy wanted to destroy us, he could easily do it. Then Randy asked where the head of the clan was. Colton asked for forgiveness and said that he was inside. All sorts of scum often wanted to see him. Colton said that the head of the clan allowed them to enter, and offered his help to help him find out where it was. As soon as they entered, she immediately began to scold Colton for wearing glasses while working. Randy watched from the side, and immediately realized that this was the head of the clan, a girl, and that this girl had character, and I thought to measure her strength. Her name was Roxanne. The level was, she was wondering what the man from Icaros was doing here. Roxanne told Randy to let go of the formalities and get straight to the point. Randy said that their clan will lose to the monsters, and he is here to offer help. Roxanne immediately became angry and concentrated the fire on her right hand. She asked him to repeat what this meant because she thought that he believed that they would not be able to clear the dungeon. Randy said that the situation is getting worse. An underground explosion of rank B or higher will occur in your vicinity. If the dungeon is not cleared within the prescribed period, then hordes of monsters will pour out of it. The unleashed monsters were nothing short of a natural disaster for human society. The girl asked him if he really wanted to say that he found out about the appearance of a dungeon, about which we had never dreamed. Randy said that he used the latest magic and saw what would happen to Los Angeles. The girl began to suspect Randy that they would destroy the dungeon and would completely ignore them, but Randy said that they would never do such a thing. Randy asked to be allowed to watch from outside so that he could react in time if an explosion occurred, because one mistake could lead to the death of many people. Roxanne said that he returned from the abyss and stayed there for 30 years, then he could be called a first-generation hunter. Randy asked what she was getting at. Carlton said that most of the first-generation hunters are considered heroes. They were always on the side of the people. The girl thought that this would be useful for them, because in any case, he would only watch. Randy said he would intervene if they couldn't close it. But they didn't understand what this was for, because they could clear the dungeons of rank B themselves. Roxanne said, well, but she said that she would test him, and she never forgives those who lie to her. She grabbed him by the shoulder and said if suddenly he deceives her even once, then she will go even to hell to punish him. Las Vegas Street, I watched the markets, and so far everything was normal. People walked quietly and went to work. Randy asked if the dungeon is rank B, then the boss is rank B. This means the head of the clan is interfering. Randy wanted to know about her abilities. Carlton replied that she was simply the best and called her sister. Then he realized that he had let it slip, and asked Randy to pretend that he had not heard it. After all, he will be screwed if information about their relationship leaks out. Suddenly there were emergency messages. They said that a dungeon had been discovered, and that all clan members were gathering. There was an abandoned building on the outskirts of the city. A blue portal appeared, and people said that they were incredibly lucky. Then people realized that this hunter from Icaros had spoken the truth. But that was not what was important now, because they were surprised at the rank of the dungeon. After all, with so much mana, this is definitely rank B. Entry was limited to one person at a time. Then people realized that only one person could enter, and it was quite dangerous. Everyone started making noise because there was an emergency situation, and an evacuation order was announced. Randy was surprised that no one was running, and people just continued to go their own way. Then Randy approached one of the guys and said that there was an evacuation order. The guy said that he was some kind of sick, because he knew that nothing would be dangerous, and if they move away, they won't see any show. Lava and Magma Kitten irritably advises to leave these idiots, but the main character says that it's impossible, can't he let them die? Randy told them to get out alive, but the guy replied that he didn't want to, and they have a free country. He grabbed the support and left large cuts there with just his hand, and he repeated for them to get lost. Then the head of Roxanne stepped in and said that everyone should start evacuating or they would kill them. Randy asked why so many people stayed to watch. Carlton replied that they always do this, and they are very interested in hunting monsters. Then Randy realized that during this time they had become too accustomed to dungeons. After all, you all stood on your ears in time to quickly get away. Suddenly, a strong earthquake occurred. The strength of the earthquake was 9 points. Roxanne told them to check the screen and launch the drone and check the monsters so as not to let anyone go. Monsters began to emerge from the portal. There were quite a lot of them. Roxanne was surprised because there were more monsters than they thought, and they couldn't find the boss. Poppy Lizard Alute uses the artifact more often, subject to erosion. Until the Lizardman Mage is caught, they will not be able to get out of the thicket, subject to erosion. The city began to be covered with green threads of wood. The guard asked what they would do with the people. The girl replied that nothing could be done, because those who did not listen to them and did not evacuate from here would die. Then Randy asked if his help was needed, because it seemed that because of the BA, the headquarters had noticeably shrunk. The girl said that without an agreement between the clans, everything could end in a lawsuit, and she asked him to go somewhere safe. Roxanne ordered everyone to prepare for battle, because the monsters were becoming more and more numerous. Carlton said that it was a shame that she left, because he really wanted to see Randy at the skill. The battle began. It was quite a very difficult battle because there were a lot of monsters, and they continued to come out of the portal more and more often. It was an S-class monster. It was called Viogosaurus. The hunters fought back as best they could, but it was clear that their strength was running out, and there were more and more monsters. Then she said that she needed to deal with these monsters as quickly as possible and made a technique for enhancing the magical power of Enos. She used the fiery whip infit technique. With this technique, she killed 3 monsters at once. The girl said that Carlton must guard the hunter from Icaros, otherwise they will have problems if he gets hurt. The girl did not yet know how strong Randy was and greatly underestimated him, but he said that he had gone somewhere. They began to panic that someone had killed him or he had been hurt. At that moment, the monsters attacked the married couple and were ready to eat them, but the main character succeeded and repelled this attack with the help of a sword. Randy used his sword and used a technique called Lunar Moon. With this technique, he destroyed 5 monsters at once. Carlton watched this from the side, and I say that it was damn cool. People began to thank Randy for saving him. Next time they promised that they would definitely listen and leave from here. Roxanne ran to Randy. She screamed what was he thinking as he ran away from them. If he interferes with the affairs of the district that he is not responsible for and gets hurt, it can cause a lot of legal problems. The main character told her not to worry and promised to take care of the problems on the other side. The girl said that Icaros would not just forget everything from his words. Roxanne thought that with his abilities, he could be one of the strongest hunters in Icaros, and she thought that with such a guy, perhaps she could close her eyes to what had happened. The girl thanked him for his help and formally thanked him as a sign of gratitude. Randy said, "Let's leave it for later. After all, there are still plenty of monsters here that need to be killed." Randy went on the attack. He understood that judging by the movement of the monsters, someone was controlling them all. In this case, there must be only one behind it all. Roxanne thought that this was a reckless idiot from the Icaros clan. Where could they possibly find a monster like him? Randy said there was a monster ahead on the left at the intersection, and he said that the magicians were preparing for battle. The magicians began to shoot at the monster, but all the shots missed the monster even though they were nearby. The girl noticed this and told them to prepare protective magic. But for the sake of it, he interrupted her and said that it was not necessary. With just one swing of his sword, he killed the monster by cutting it into 2 parts. The boss of the dungeon appeared. He was 100 times larger than those monsters, because it was the chapter. Randy immediately realized that he saw this monster in his prediction. Then the main character thought that for such a large monster to be under someone's control, the owner must be somewhere nearby. Then Randy noticed him 2 minutes later. He was at the very top of the roof of the building. Randy immediately wanted to kill this monster and attacked him with all speed. He had a scepter in his hands, which made him such a big monster. The main character cut his head with his sword. An army of hunters tried to contain this monster, but it was very powerful. Roxanne promised herself that she would destroy this monster at any cost and used her powerful technique. She covered the entire monster with fire. Everyone thought that after this attack, this monster would not survive. The lizard-man magician is defeated. All the monsters began to disappear. The forest that covered the city also began to disappear from the tops of buildings. People began to notice this, and their joy knew no bounds. One of the hunters said that Randy saved them all, and everyone called him a real hero. Journalists began to ask him questions. One of the questions was that many people consider him a real hero because he made an invaluable contribution to closing the dungeon. And they asked Randy to give some comments. Well, the main character was serious as always, and began to deceive that he was not trying to save people at all. The journalist said that Randy means something natural to humans. Randy replied that he got rid of the Marines before they started killing, so it might look like he saved the city. But the journalist believed that Randy saved it all. Randy touched his throat with his finger and used a point block. Then Randy repeated again that he did not save anyone. The journalist could not speak for a while because Randy blocked his ligaments. Randy asked not to be made a hero because he didn't like it the most. The main character thought that under no circumstances should I become a good-natured person in the eyes of people, otherwise I would be criticized if I helped even once. Randy believed that you shouldn't show yourself as a good-natured simpleton. Carlton admired Randy and said that he was incredible and wanted to be like him. The girl told him not to bring in nonsense, because what happened was only possible because his very existence was unique. A martial artist is extremely rare these days. Strength reached its highest point as a result of hard training and enormous combat experience. He became an absolutely unique person. The girl said that, to be honest, after meeting him, she no longer understood why there were so few martial arts users left. She thought it was worth getting closer to the Icaros clan. And there is nothing wrong with making friends with Hunter Randy. On the internet, they began to spread very strongly that Randy attacked the journalist, although he simply blocked his ligaments for a minute. When my Hyung read this, he almost fell out of his chair laughing. Randy asked him what's funny. Hyung replied that it's very funny to watch. Then Randy recalled that he also hit the journalist, but the Hyung said that all sorts of nasty things are written about him on the internet, and they embellish them very much. Randy replied that it was not worth his attention, and he said that the cactus expressed its gratitude. This time, too, they properly divided the rewards for the raid. Hyun spread his hands and said that we are talking about trillions here, and she asked Randy if he didn't give a damn. He asked him not to behave like that, because when you run a company, every cent counts. Randy replied that he did not run the company and did not see a problem with it. Hyun smiled and said that Randy had never thought that it was very similar to running a company. The main character said that he would receive a well-deserved reward in the order of things, but he didn't want to talk about it and asked when his rank would be raised. Hyun said that I don't know, because after Bairang the assessment becomes more difficult. It all comes down to clearing dungeons. The main character stood up from the table and said that he would go because he needed to train several guys in martial arts. Hyung looked at Randy and thought that he was preparing the hunters of the Ikaros clan. He considered him a very good person, training field controlled by the Ikaros clan. Randy brought some guys who asked to train them. They were very embarrassed that Randy brought them to such a place. The main character noticed this and told them to feel at home. Everything was amazing for these guys, and they looked at every wall and every corner. After all, they trained only in dilapidated gyms, but here everything looked amazing. Another girl came. She said that she represented young hunters from the Huashan school. This girl's name was Iris. Then Randy asked if it was true. The man replied that yes, she is the best among us. Then Randy asked the girl whether she was related to Master Xiao. The girl replied that she was his daughter and how Randy knew about it. The main character did not want to talk about it and abruptly changed the topic and offered her water. The guy asked for forgiveness and said that he didn't want to embarrass her. The girl replied that everything was fine. Then Randy thought that her father was also in Los Angeles. Eros asked for forgiveness and asked when the training would start. Randy turned and thought that he had completely forgotten that they were here for training, and he told them to all follow him. The main character said that they will start squats with a barbell. Since they are all hunters, this shouldn't be a problem for them, thought Randy. The guys didn't really like working out in the gym, and they thought something would be much easier. Randy said we should start doing squats. After all, they must feel the strength of their internal energy and the strength of their muscles. Thanks to the title of training avatar, his subordinates will receive additional bonuses during training. They had no idea that the training they were going through was an amazing opportunity for them. No constellation would have suited them as well as Randy suited them. The main character told them that they would train like madmen. I don't know any mercy for the body. The guys were completely exhausted. They had practically no strength left. Randy said that we were done with the warm-up. The guys were shocked because they thought that this was the end of the training. But this was just a warm-up. The next training began in the Ikaros training room. Everyone was surprised because there was very good beauty from the inside. All the guys understood that high results could be achieved here. Randy said that for martial arts training there is nothing better than using the terrain. He used a swamp that was very sticky. The swamp was knee-deep. The guys moved very hard, their bodies were frozen, and it was very difficult to walk. As they reached the end, they saw a wooden mannequin in front of them. They didn't take him seriously. Suddenly, this dummy knees the guy in the chin. His partner was simply in shock. After this incident, everyone attacked this dummy. Well, this dummy was much faster than them, and they couldn't hit it. Randy said that first they trained their muscles in the gym, and now they need to fight against a mannequin. The girl asked, "And that's all?" Randy replied that they must go through this step in order to move on to the next training. Then Randy turned and started to leave, and said, "If you can handle her, then let me know. He will be waiting." They continued to attack. They hoped that they would finish with this dummy quickly. At this time, Anthony, Elizabeth, and Randy were sitting in the restroom of the Ikaros clan. Anthony praised Randy for his work in Las Vegas, but said that Randy was far from him. The girl replied that he was delirious and asked him if he could handle it better. Anthony began to straighten his hair and said that Elizabeth was very much turning his words around. This is why she cannot become a good hunter. The main character told them to close this topic, and he asked which of them wanted to learn the arts. They found it very suspicious. Anthony asked if there were any catches or conditions. Randy told them not to talk nonsense. After all, he is not going to force anyone to do something in return if they have no desire. Let them tell him so. Elizabeth said if he trains her, then she will also teach him something. Randy wondered what she could teach him. The girl answered magic. What else? Lava and Magma Kitten says that this is a great idea. The constellation of dreams and desire also supported this idea. The virtuous goddess of Libra also strongly recommends trying something new. The main character was thinking whether to agree or not. But his friends from the Alliance said that at this rate, he would become a stupid jock who knew nothing but martial arts. Randy thought and decided that magic would not hurt him, and Randy asked what he would study and what he would like. Elizabeth said that she would teach him defensive-type magic. Anthony said that since he uses martial arts, he will certainly teach long-range magic. But the main character said that he wants to learn healing magic. From their glance, the main character realized that none of them knew how to use it. The main character stood up and said that he was very sorry and needed to find the person who owned it. The girl told him to stand and asked why he needed this healing magic. Because he was an attacking warrior. He needs to leave this job as a healer, and his job is to fight. Then the main character thought that perhaps he could ask for training about the constellation of the goddess. She will probably have some healing skills. Randy came to the territory of the goddess constellation. She was sleeping on the big table at that time. Randy told her that he wanted to learn healing magic, and he asked her to help with this. The Libra goddess said that the training avatar probably couldn't teach him this. The goddess of Libra did not yet know that Randy was a constellation. The virtuous goddess of Libra grants him the divine healing of the fifth circle. Rank a divine healing. Randy used this healing power in the name of the virtuous goddess of Libra. Randy noted that it is not so easy to immediately master such power. The goddess of scales asked for forgiveness. After all, she does not have much strength, and she can't give Randy more power. The Libra goddess said that originally he was supposed to become her avatar, so she should at least do this. She asked him to wait, and was sure that she would find something else if she looked hard enough. Randy said everything was fine and there was no need to worry so much. He made a note to himself that he would never turn to her for help again because she was very emotional. The next day, there was a competition in the main hall of Icaros. When everyone had gathered, they were plunged into the endless tower dungeon that had been created. Randy didn't understand why everyone was so surprised from the outside, because this was the first time he had heard about this dungeon. The Infinite Tower Dungeon, a couple of decades ago, appeared in a dungeon of such complexity that it broke an infinite number of hunters. And if there were F-rank monsters on the first floor, their strength would increase in the world of Ascension. It was an A-rank dungeon, which subsequently simply exploded because not a single hunter was able to clear it to the end. Ernest said that in this training, the winner will be the one who is ahead of his opponents and reaches the highest floor. He hastened to assure that something underground is more complex than its original. The participants looked at him and could not believe that they were given such a difficult task. Randy says that this dungeon has a very terrible fame. Lisa would say that of course yes, there is a reason why no one can completely clear the dungeon. The main character began to wonder who the creator of this dungeon was, because it was simply amazing. The Lava and Magma Kitten asked Randy not to get excited about such things. In any case, he thought it was better to go in groups. Even if the difficulty increased, he believed that by clearing the team we would gain an advantage in battle. Anthony spread his hands and waited for Randy to invite him to his team. But Randy approached the girl and said that they would go to the tower together. Anthony shouted that he shouldn't trust her because who knows what's on her mind. The main character asked him whether he is with us or not. He did not answer that, of course, yes. Before the start of the task, Randy noticed a girl who was in school clothes. He thought she was a schoolgirl or a student. He began to look at her essence. Her name was Eiley. Currently, she is a servant of the constellation. Irendi could not fully discern her essence. The main character was surprised that she serves the constellation, and, in addition, she has quite rare skills. Elizabeth noticed that Rennie was staring at this girl, and said that judging by her clothes, she was made of ivy. Randy asked what ivy is. Elizabeth said that it would be difficult to explain, but she would try. Lately, there are a lot of private schools that teach awakened ones. Among them, one of the most popular is Ivy. Anthony started bragging again and said that he also graduated from Ivy School. Randy replied that they didn't ask and they weren't interested. The girl noticed that they were looking at her and decided to come up to meet them. Randy extended his hand and said that he was very pleased and asked if she spoke English. 801 girls were surprised how he understood her. Randy replied that he has such a skill and understands the language. The girl said that she knows French and can speak Contra. She spoke a little more in Korean. Anthony and Elizabeth watched this and could not understand what language they were speaking. He did not say that he did not even know what they were speaking, but they looked very happy. Randy decided to take an interest and ask what constellation it serves, but the girl replied that because of the contract she could reveal his name. Then Randy realized that this was a constellation with complex agreements. The main character said that they were forming a team and invited the girl to join them. The girl said that she was happy with this offer and would fight with them to the end. Randy said that it would be very awkward if they communicated in different languages and asked her to switch to Korean. And after that, they took out a translation device to make it easier for them to communicate. At this moment, another partner, their friend Smallwood, arrived. Meanwhile, the territory of Avatar training is the Blood Fortress. The monsters continued to train in Odaigon tactics. At this time, Randy asked Odaigon to go with him to a good place. Odaigon happily agreed. He was very glad that the owner finally needed him. He thought that there was a big crisis. Before leaving, he told the Marines not to even think about taking a break from training, and promised them to return soon. Odaigon realized that this was a fake dungeon. He really loved this dungeon because of the different monsters. Anthony said about Odaigon that he was just a hunter with a pretty face. People should be like me. Anthony considered himself wonderful and extremely capable in everything. Odaigon got very angry with Anthony and said that he would show how capable he was. Randy held his shoulder to keep him from doing anything stupid. The main character pointed his finger at him and said that he would replace the Hitera. Randy asked if he knew how to use healing magic. Odaigon said that we would understand a little, but he does not specialize in it. Randy grabbed him by the neck and told him to use healing magic this time. Their team left the portal and was ready to carry out tasks. Before they started doing the tasks, Randy wanted to show them something. These are books about the entry-level martial arts that his Avatar training master gave him as gifts. The comrades looked at these books and did not understand why there were such strange names, and they should read it. The constellation says that if you study these books, you can prepare even better for this battle. Elizabeth said okay, and will teach and train everything. Elizabeth told Ira that Randy would teach them martial arts for free. Ari didn't understand why he needed this, and thought that Randy had nothing better to do. They entered the first room. In front of them was a crowd of skeleton monsters. The main character immediately said that he would keep them under control, and I would divert the entire attack to himself. The battle began. The main character immediately began to destroy all the monsters in a row. After they destroyed everyone, Randy thought that it was too easy than he thought. Smallwood laughed and said that there wasn't even any work left for him. Anthony was arrogant, as always, and said that he could handle it himself. Randy said they were done with the first floor and were ready to move up to the second. They climbed to the second floor of the tower, and we were met by angry boars. Anthony didn't understand what such an evil kind of monster was doing here, and there were quite a lot of them. Odaigon immediately began using magic to hold back these boars. This technique was the great illusion of deception, a type of illusory magic that destroys the minds of monsters. After this technique, the monsters were very scared and crouched down in fear. Randy did not wait either, and attacked them with all his might and called his comrades. He destroyed these boars with one attack. The boars scattered in different directions. It was still easy for him. Later, Class B monsters, special wild boars, appeared. They were much larger than usual. Elizabeth said that they were getting closer and closer, and told Ilea to prepare for battle with them. Lisa realized that she would need a lot of time to activate the magic, and decided that she would start with the initial sword technique. Elizabeth performed a technique called the martial art of the initial sword technique. The girl used this magic and shot at the boar with all her might. Ilea also acted well, and with her attack she cut the boar into two parts. Ilea said that martial arts is a very powerful ability, that they are very good and very easy to use. Randy stood behind them and said that they did a good job with those boars. They need to get to the next floor without delay. They went up to the third floor of the tower. There were blue lizard men there. They dealt with them easily. Then they went up to the fourth floor of the tower, where a B-class monster, an ice wyvern, was waiting for them. Elizabeth was shocked, because it was a rather strong monster. Smallwood also did not understand what such a strong monster was doing on such a small floor. The monster fired its technique. Blue fire came out of its mouth. Elizabeth and Smallwood thought that they were finished, because the attack was quite powerful. When they opened their eyes, they did not understand why there was no damage. It was Odaigon. He healed them with his healing technique. He said that this is an ancient magic circle which is very different from what people use. Randy told him not to overuse this technique and concentrate more on the attack. The whole team attacked this monster from all sides. After this, the monster was defeated because he could not cope with everyone. Randy stood on the defeated monster and said that they did a great job and the 5th floor awaits them further. 5th floor of the tower. Elizabeth was wondering what monster would appear this time. A flying witch woman appeared in front of them from which strong wind and energy came out. She was called a banshee. Since she is a spirit, most people don't walk through her like that. They said it was a Class A monster. Randy was stretching his arms. He thought that you were a great warm-up for him, and today they will have an excellent battle. Well, from the faces of my comrades, it was clear that they were in shock and a little scared. Suddenly, a strong ultrasound appeared, which put a lot of pressure on the ears. But this technique did not work on Rend and Odaigon. Randy told him to use the treatment, and he'll try to buy them some time. The battle between them lasted quite a long time. Randy understood that this was not an ordinary opponent. He attacked from behind and thought that he would end her now, but his attack went right through. It was clear from his face how shocked he was. He did not expect that the attack would go through. Then the main character realized that she needed to be finished with one blow, because there was simply no other way to defeat her. Randy said that he needs Odaigon's help, but he is not finished with treatment yet. But Odaigon understood that Rennie was more important to him and ran to his aid. His partners did not understand how he could simply stop using restoration magic halfway through. Then they noticed that the magic was still working on them and that he was able to use such high-level restoration magic on the move. Then they realized that he is definitely a healer of a special class, and he is very incredible, and he is better than a hitter. Randy asked him to use augmentation magic on him, so that this magic is strong enough for Randy to work and destroy it with one attack. The main character used the glowing sword technique. This gave him an increase in damage. His entire body glowed yellow. After all, there was very strong energy. Randy attacked with all his might and wanted to destroy her with one blow. He went right through her. Everyone thought that after this attack, she simply would not survive. Then Randy noticed that she used enhancing magic, and it turned out to be stronger than he thought. So much so that Randy could not fight without any restrictions. The main character noticed that we were seriously injured, and took his chance by cutting her body into pieces. After that, she liquidated herself, and there was a very strong explosion. Suddenly they were informed that the dungeon had been cleared. Elizabeth did not understand why everything was so fast and so easy. Nobody understood what was happening. Then they thought that the 5th floor was the last, and did not understand the meaning of the name of the dungeon of the Endless Tower, if it only has 5 floors. Then the main character thought that they really didn't know that they would be in a real battle. Smallwood said there is no deep meaning here. Then the head of Ernest approached them and told them to get ready to go to New York. A plane was already waiting for them. Then he said that a new dungeon had appeared, since the clan responsible for it had failed, and now it was time for Ikaros to try his luck. Everyone was happy, because they finally wanted to fight in a real battle. They arrived on the east coast of America, Lego Long Beach. Many journalists were immediately waiting for them, and they wanted to ask many different questions. The main character noticed that there were a lot of people. Burns asked what class the dungeon was. He was told that initially it was Class B, but due to the failure of the Erst clan. But Ernest said that he should not be underestimated, and asked how many people are allowed. He was told that there were 323 were already inside. Radek had already entered when he realized that his clairvoyance skill was activated. The main character began to see a vision of a lot of frightened fighters. There was a demonic god constellation by a crazy bastard who made a contract with him. Everyone began to evacuate and run away, realized that someone had entered into a constellation contract with the demonic god. Lava Kitten asks him to be careful. If Randy entered the dungeon, no one else could help him. If a servant enters a dungeon, whoever the constellation can only watch him. It even works heavily on the demonic god constellation. Lava and Magma Kitten says that even the constellation is excited about this, so please be careful. Randy said that's good, and said that he shouldn't worry so much about him. He knows his strength. Elizabeth took the beer and offered it to everyone before entering the dungeon. Smallwood suggested that Randy take a break and drink some beer, But the main character said no. Feed her. Of course, he doesn't want to lose his muscles, but then he said that he was joking and just doesn't like alcohol, and it would be better to drink a protein shake instead of alcohol. The girl said that these people are not going to come up with a plan, and then she asked that Randy should teach them a little lesson. But the main character answered, who is he to teach them? Iris started shouting at them that they were very rude. Then Randy thought that learning Korean on Korean dramas had its side effects. Then Randy began to think more and more because Ilea is a servant of the constellation. Maybe she was the one who made a contract with the demonic god constellation. At least the clan scout checked her. Then Randy told her to go with them. The girl was surprised and agreed. The Icaros clan began to enter the dungeon. One of the men thought that if others came in, wouldn't it be a theft of the reward? And you shouldn't assume that only the Icaros clan has a chance. Whoever clears the dungeon first will emerge victorious. After all, the clans simply hold each other back, and there is nothing wrong with that. One of the hunters heard this conversation. He shouted that he would also enter the dungeon in an hour when you finish preparing. They entered the dungeon, but Elizabeth did not understand what it was because they seemed to have entered a portal, but for some reason they ended up in some strange place. Friend, a very strong wind began to blow. This wind was called the blowing wind of chaos. He began to separate the contenders. Randy realized that this was very bad. Then the parents were transported to another place. He realized that he was left alone and they were separated. An incomprehensible man was lying in front of him. It was clear that he had been tortured. He really wanted to drink water and asked for water. Randy took the water and began to drink it. He told him not to rush and drink the water slowly, because if he rushes, he might harm himself. While he was drinking water, Randy asked what clan he was from. The guy replied that he was from New York and his name was Arinaz. The main character asked if he had seen the rest of the hunters from his clan. Arinaz replied that he had not. Then he recognized him, because he was Randy himself. He is the same Korean hunter, martial artist from Las Vegas. Randy said this is not the time to talk, and he asked what happened here, and he asked me to briefly tell you the current state of affairs. Then Arinaz told him everything that the hunters were the first to grumble in the dungeon. As soon as they entered the dungeon, they were immediately separated, just like us. And while they were looking for their comrades, they were attacked by monsters. In addition to losing his weapon, Arinaz broke his leg and fell. Then Randy thought it was a two-headed chaos hound. After all, after this, it's quite difficult to port. The guy was surprised by his skills and said that this was expected from the Icaros clan because he even had information about the monster. The main character stood in front of him and said that they no longer had a choice. Arinaz was scared because he thought that Randy was going to kill him. Randy said he was just going to heal him early and wouldn't do anything to him. Arinaz told him not to say such nonsense because he did not believe that Randy would be so friendly. Randy approached him and said that first he would help him straighten the bone. There was a very strong scream because the pain was terrible. Randy said that now he needs to use healing magic. But concentration is important because he is not that good in this area yet. He used the Libra goddess healing technique. The goddess's healing power increased slightly. The guy's leg began to heal because Randy used high-level healing magic. The guy was surprised that he stood up on his leg because it was still broken a second ago. The main character took him by the shoulder and said that he had finished and would continue to take care of himself. Arinaz thought that there was someone who uses healing magic on a person and whom they saw for the first time. When he ran after Randy and asked to join him, Randy answered him that he doesn't even understand monsters and doesn't know their entire essence. Arinaz said, although I don't know much about them, he is familiar with the area. Randy contacted Odaigon through magic. Odaigon was very glad to hear him because he did not know where he had disappeared. He found the rest of the Icaros clan hunters, and very quickly. For his own safety, he placed magical marks on their things, and that's why we managed to find them so quickly. Randy said that anyway, he was going to go deeper into the forest, so he asked to bring everyone else to him. On the way, they met a two-headed monster. Randy said that this is a chaos hound. The main character has often fought with this monster. This monster was approximately level 150 and could improve its skills every day. Randy used the Skyfinger and shot the monster. He hit them in the face and managed to blind them for a while. Randy realized that he had to take advantage of the chance and cut this monster into two parts. Randy said that knowledge and strength make it much easier to win, and he just needs to understand his attack, dodge it, and attack. Randy began cutting the monsters into pieces. Arigaz was perplexed and asked what he was doing. The main character said that he had no supplies left, and there is no poison in this meat and we can eat it. Aragos was shocked that in the Icaros clan they had valuable information, but he thought monster meat was disgusting. Randy felt several hunters to his right. He couldn't figure out who it was. Aragos said that there was no one there, and it seemed to him. But Randy insisted on his own and said that he heard conversations there, and they need to go check who it is. They saw heaps of hunters in front of them. Aragos did not understand how he knew about this, or how he heard them if they were far from them. One of the hunters recognized Arinaz. His name was Ichidor. They were surprised that he survived and asked what happened. They were wondering who was next to him. He said that he came to you from Icaros. He said that Randy saved him and cured him and gave him water. Other hunters thought that this was nonsense because they were surprised that he helped another clan. Randy received veneration. His existential system increased. Randy couldn't understand why she was getting taller and taller. He hadn't felt such a surge of strength for a long time. Aragos said that Randy used a healing technique. Even though he had nothing to do with him, Randy asked him to stop because he didn't really like praise, but he didn't stop. Then Randy said that he was stubborn and knocked him out so that he would not talk much. Randy warned him to stop. It was better to hear the man who saved his life. The rest of the hunters were shocked by Randy's act. They considered him crazy because he hit a member of his clan in front of them. They did not understand why he hit the hunter who praised him, but they believed that he knew his business. Randy asked why so many people had gathered here. He was told to look to the right, and then he would understand everything. The main character saw in front of him a golden sandbox that was counting time. Randy felt very strong magic from this device. Then they asked him what it was. Randy replied that there was summoning magic. He was told that sand had been pouring since they came here. Randy thought that the boss would probably be called, and they were waiting to kill him. Then there is a chance that there is a demonic god constellation here and the guy who made a contract with it. Randy used his eye power to see who was capable of what. He began to look at everyone to understand who was collaborating with the demonic boss, but he couldn't detect which of them even used the constellation eye. Well, Randy was sure that they would reveal themselves when the time came. Traitor with a poison dagger. This is the name of the constellation of the demonic god who entered into a contract with the hunter of the Ambetus clan. In fact, this is not such a strong constellation, but compared to mortals, it is too powerful. With a bow, it is also difficult to determine how strong their master is. Urez mistakenly believes that his master is one of the strongest in the abyss. He always said that he would definitely do everything in the best possible way, because his master should be satisfied. Probably when the sand in this clock finishes pouring, the boss will appear and this will be a Randy chance. The clan suspected Randy that something was wrong with him. They were very worried about him. He especially worried the lawyer Urez. But later he said that it doesn't matter, because he has the master's dagger himself. Then the head of the clan asked Randy to join their clan for a while. After all, wandering around a dungeon alone is suicide. The main character thought that he would be fine anyway, but that was no longer important. And he agreed because it would be more convenient for him to keep an eye on people. They offered him food because they were worried that Randy was hungry. One man said that he could give his portion and give it to Randy, but the head said that he had only recently recovered and was not worth it. Everyone started to have lunch. It was clear that everyone was hungry, however. They were trying to eat their rations sparingly. The main character said that their meeting was destined by fate and said that he would treat them. Randy took out a large piece of meat from the killed monster. Everyone was surprised that this was monster meat. Well, for the sake of it. He said that they had nothing to worry about. After all, it is not poisonous and very tasty. The main character went in a different direction and told them to wait for him here. The head told him not to go anywhere because it was very dangerous. After a while, Randy came and had even more food. The head was surprised where he got it so quickly. Randy was glad that he had collected all the ingredients and could start cooking. The main character began to cook and cut the monster's meat into small pieces. The head asked how and where he got the spatial artifact from. Randy wondered why he was asking if this was the first time he had seen something like this. The head said no, and that was absolutely not the case. It just seemed to him that he took some seasonings from there. But it was logical because Randy couldn't get them out of the dungeon here. The head found this suspicious because usually people would add poison or medicine to food. However, he adds spices. Randy used a pure blast of internal energy to fry meat with this technique. The other men from the clan were surprised how a martial artist could cook so well. The main character prepared food that looked very appetizing. He was the first to suggest trying aranaza. His mouth was watering from this food. Aranaz asked if he could really try it, and began to cut the food and eat it. When he tasted this food, his body began to glow with happiness. He said that every piece melts in your mouth, and he regained his magical power. Randy asked him if he liked his food. Aranaz said that you are the most delicious dish he has tasted in his entire life, and asked for more. Randy extended his hand and said that of course it was possible and wished him bon appetit. The whole clan couldn't wait to try this food because they saw the reaction of their clan members' food. When they tried it, they were simply shocked how delicious the food was, and they couldn't believe that the Ikaros clan was developing such things. Then the leader of the Ambitus clan appeared. He invited Randy to come with him until his clan arrived. They don't even have a healer. The head was nervous because he said that they had a healer and there was no need to lie. The head of Ambitus began to persuade Randy to come with him. After all, the clan of Lights of New York has a very weak clan. The two heads began to quarrel very strongly. Randy stood between them and asked them to calm down. The avatar of the demonic constellation appeared. Then no one knew that it was him, and asked the head that they must take this hunter with them. After all, there are many other clans here. The head said that he was talking nonsense, because it was he who was now devouring his food by both cheeks. The other guys said that their magic power had been restored to the limit of our endurance. It would be difficult for them to launch a surprise attack here. Suddenly, everyone noticed that the time on the clock had run out, and they were expecting danger. Time is up. A night of laziness and defeat appears. Everyone was in a panic, because it was the boss and everyone began to prepare for battle. A demonic constellation began to emerge from this gate. Yes, this constellation came out completely. He was very big and strong. People couldn't believe their eyes, and they said what kind of monster this was. After all, they had never seen such a monster in their lives. His ally did not know when to start. He waited until all the hunters drew their strength and he attacked them. The demon said that the knight who served the goddess of laziness and defeat. And he said that who will pass his test first. Then Randy realized that this was not a constellation, but simply a knight who obeyed the constellation. This dungeon is called the Sanctuary of Defeat and Sloth. Maybe this is the demonic god constellation trap. Creating a dungeon requires probable amounts of existential power, but no one knew how large the constellation must be to be able to control this. The knight asked everyone who would pass his test and said that he would not wait long. The leader of the Schreiber clan was very scared and said that he was talking complete nonsense. The hunters began to attack him and began to use the long-range magic of the fifth circle. It was not difficult for the knight to repel this powerful attack with one swing of his sword. The head was shocked. He blew up the magic. At the same time, without any movement, almost everyone began to understand that this was an S-class monster. The main character looked at him and felt the existential power of the constellation. The knight continued to protest to them and said that only one person at a time could take the test. He chose the leader of the Schreiber clan, but the leader did not want to ask for his life. Then the knight stood next to him and wanted to make the technique of forced teleportation. He pointed the sword at him and said that he was starting to do this. After this, the man simply fell to the ground and was motionless. Everyone around him looked at him and couldn't understand what happened, because he didn't even touch him. The knight said that he was conducting a test, and he said that he would test the next applicant. After this, 3 more people fell to the ground. People could not understand what was happening. The knight said that they all lost and did not pass his training. He did not calm down and asked who would be next. These people began to wake up. Everyone around was asking what happened to him and whether he was alive. One of the men said that he did not know anything. The moment he collided with his sword, his strength suddenly ran out and he could not move. He could not understand what to do with him because attacks on him were useless. The best way out is to run away. Randy approached him and said that he was challenging him. The men were shocked by his courage. The guy told Randy not to take risks because the guy came out thanks to luck and he could really die. The knight asked him if he was ready for the test. Randy confidently answered yes. He placed the sword near the relay and said that he was starting the test. The Knight of Sloth began to use the shackles of the line. The shackles began to weigh on Randy from all sides. Then the main character understood everything, how he deprived them of the will to fight. These are shackles from which it is quite difficult for a mere mortal to free himself. These shackles were called the shackles of laziness. But yet Randy is a constellation, and he is the invincible avatar of training. Randy realized that this constellation has a quality that is completely opposite to his. The main character told himself that he could not lose, because he always wanted to become stronger. And he told himself that he wanted to become stronger. He promised himself that he would become stronger. The main character began to release his power and broke these chains into pieces. Then the knight said that he had passed the test. The main character was surprised and asked if this was the whole test. The knight answered yes. After all, it is very difficult to free yourself from laziness. This test shows who has the will to overcome laziness. Since Randy passed the test, the knight allowed him to meet his master. He raised the sword up and pointed it towards the sky. The sword lit up with a yellow flame. The power that was supported by the sanctuary of laziness and defeat has disappeared, and the dungeon will soon disappear. The main character thought this was very strange. Other monsters began to run. Then Randy asked the knight that he promised that he would meet the master. The knight said that these monsters are also part of the test for her, and he needs to pass it. The knight raised his sword up again and said that he already felt her presence. And then Randy said something is not over yet. The main character understood that these monsters would soon be here, and this was very bad. After all, he will have to not only fight but also protect everyone. Other people did not know about the danger, and they smiled because they did not think that they would soon return to Earth. Randy realized that if he did not avoid such a disadvantageous situation, then he would have no reason to grow further. Then he acquired the skill to suppress the strong and help the weak. And overcome yourself. All these skills were activated. If Randy protects the weak, his existential system will grow. They began to notice monsters 730 m to the east. The drones were destroyed. Heat sources of strange medium-sized monsters have been discovered in the south. People didn't understand why maybe more is coming to you, because they have already enrolled the dungeon. Nevertheless, it was a special place, and they had to hold out until the dungeon disappeared. Everyone began to prepare to use magic. Then, they realized that they weren't even waves of monsters, and they did not imagine that there would be such similar problems here. Then Randy shouted to everyone very loudly that they should all get together and fight to the end. The head said, "Why should they get together? Because if they do that, they will provoke more monsters to attack." Randy answered that in any case they are coming here, and he asked them to listen to him and gather if they did not want to die. This was the important part. His level had reached its limit, and he was thinking which martial arts should he use right now. The main character decided that he would attract all their attention, and he ran at full speed towards them. He appeared around these monsters and was serious. He dodged the monster's attack and used the heavenly finger. Randy made the monster very angry with this act, and began to run away from them to attract their attention. The main character noticed that more and more monsters were starting to run after him. The hunters did not understand what was happening there because there was a very big sound and a lot of monsters. No one had ever seen such raids in their lives. One of the heads shouted for them to help Randy because it's hard for him alone. They said that he was right, and began to use skills since the monsters were collected in one place and used an area spell. The main character said that they should continue to shoot at them and not worry about him because he dodged their attacks. The head said that the martial artist was much stronger than he thought, and had never seen such strong warriors. One of the guys thought that thanks to the fact that he attracted all the attention of the monster, they were able to concentrate on the attack. And after that, he himself wanted to become a martial artist. Randy continued to distract the two-headed monster from the hunters. This monster was quite fast and large. The main character used the golden blade technique. His speed was so high that a strong blue smoke formed behind him. The monster fell to the ground. There was a very strong sound because it was very healthy. The other hunters could not believe their eyes, because with one attack, he knocked such a healthy monster to the ground. Randy sighed deeply and said that it was all over. Other hunters began to approach him and say how incredible a fighter he is and just a cool person. One of the traders understood that he needed to kill as many people as he could before the underground was closed. Otherwise, his master will be furious. He understood that first he needed to get rid of Randy, because he was the most dangerous fighter he had seen. He looked and saw that no one was looking. He wanted to sneak up from behind and attack him. He swung his blade and shouted, "Die!" He had a great thirst for blood. At first he thought that it was very easy and surprisingly simple. But Randy simply blocked his hand, and he poked himself with a knife in his own hand. Randy asked him what he was doing. When he asked Randy, did he suspect him from the very beginning? The main character told him to kneel down and throw his dagger. If he agrees to cooperate, Randy will feel sorry for him. He started threatening Randy and says that he doesn't even know who his master is. Randy replied that whoever he was, there was nothing he could do now. But he replied that this was not the end and Randy was just a weak hunter. After that, he began to scream loudly that Randy attacked him and wanted to kill him. They could not understand what was happening and who attacked whom. He showed his wounded hand and said that Randy poked his hand. But the main character said that this man tried to kill him secretly, and the dagger got stuck there because he fought back. The man said that he was lying. After all, how could he fight back if, according to his words, he jumped out suddenly? Two men said that they recorded the raids and watched everything on camera, but it was difficult for them to see the picture because the scene of action was not visible. The man continued to say that he attacked him and should be detained, but the head had doubts about it. The man said that we are from the same clan and they must protect him. The head replied that he did not believe that Randy attacked him and could have done so. Well, the other hunters were more suspicious of this man and thought that he wanted to kill Randy out of envy. Then the man said that they believed him because he treated them to meat. But the head said that he ate more than everyone else and there was nothing wrong with that. The head said that he is a good person. If he doesn't stop, they will consider him guilty. The man was very angry because his clanmates did not believe him, and he took out a dagger. He released a poisonous mist to poison them all. One of the hunters said that he would take care of him, but Randy said that it was dangerous, and it was better not to approach it yet. But the hunter was very confident in himself, because he considered himself a B-rank hunter, and Yuri's, at best, had a C rank. He was confident that he would deal with him. Randy said that he made a contract with the demonic god Constellation. It is better not to underestimate him. Yuri's used the magic of the fourth circle, which is called the Fang of the Wave Serpent. This attack did good damage to the self-confident hunter. After this attack, his amulet was broken. This amulet protected him for a long time. After this attack, he fell to the ground and began to writhe in pain. Juras began to gloat at him, and he said that the rank B hunter was writhing more because of his attack. After that, he still wanted to use such an attack to finish off the hunter, and wished them death. The main character began to approach him and said that the end was only for him. Yures shouted not to make him laugh. He used the cursed dagger technique. Randy used the top of the soft series. This is a strength from martial arts. The ideal body for martial arts. Heavenly martial body. Excellent understanding of the principles of martial arts. A state of perfection. When all this is combined, the flowing ball technique is obtained. Then Randy has taken up a new martial art, and his existential power is growing. Randy easily repelled his attack with one swing of his sword. It was surprising that he repelled such an attack with just one movement. Jures was shocked because the constellation itself gave him such a skill. The main character came even closer to him and said that you shouldn't rely so much on your constellation. After that, the main character used a technique in the palm of the origin of the soul. This technique was of high rank. After such a blow, Yuri's was very badly damaged, but he managed to escape thanks to his technique. The magical power of the traitor protects the body of the Yures. Thanks to this, he avoided instant death. Jures said that he did not let everything end. Thus, he promised to kill as many hunters as he could thanks to his master. After that, he raised the dagger and made a poisonous cloud of transferring vital forces. In simple words, he turned his blood into poison. The main character believed that the real idiot, that he did not stop, and decided to kill them with his own life. At that moment, Randy's group appeared. Behind him was Odagon, who shouted to him with joy. He asked for forgiveness for being so late, and he promised that now he would sort everything out. Odagon used a technique called raindrop detoxification. A large circle of magic formed above the sky. Heavy rain poured from this circle. The Odagon technique neutralized the Juresa technique. Then Jures realized that it was all over. Randy was unhappy because he arrived much later than Randy expected, and he asked if they had met monsters along the way. Odagon said that no one listened to him, and everyone had their own whims. Anthony said that he was exaggerating, and how can they trust and listen to the healer? Elizabeth said that she likes it better when the leader is a melee fighter. Irene said that she was always taught not to trust anyone. Then Odagon asked Randy not to leave him with them anymore. The main character noticed his hysteria and said that he was great and he was wrong. They returned from the dungeon. The portal to the original location was activated. Randy looked at the screen to find out his prizes and merits for a job well done. Randy was given a dungeon reward because he passed the sanctuary test. This is a reward given personally to the one who fulfilled certain conditions in the dungeon. This is different from survival compensation. This time, the only one who received the award was Randy. As an incentive, he was chosen as the successor of the goddess of defeat and laziness. He inherited the power of the said constellation. Then the main character saw a very bright light in front of him. He practically could not open his eyes. When the light faded, he saw in front of him a girl whose left eye was glowing. The girl said that a lot of time had passed since her last awakening, and named Randy her successor. The girl said that she would teach him everything that he should do as a servant of the constellation. Randy asked for forgiveness, and said that he was also a constellation. The girl said that she didn't hear because only mortals can enter the dungeon, so it cannot be a constellation. The main character said that he didn't want to upset her, but she was wrong. Then she asked how he got here. Randy replied that he was here to deceive other constellations. The girl looked at him and understood that no matter what it was, he definitely had great ambitions, and she considered it a delightful constellation. Randy agreed with her and said that the constellation always finds successors in this way and transfers its power to them. The girl said that this is an unusual practice, and this place has a long history. In the distant past, she possessed the most powerful kingdom in the abyss. But despite her desire to lose and laziness, she simply continued to win over and over again, which increased the amount of work they had to do. In the end, she grew tired of victories and her strength, and after a while she got tired of everything and sealed herself. How long did Randy get involved in all this, acting like a mortal? The girl said that he was also a rather interesting constellation. In any case, she could not believe that her successor would be a constellation, and she thought that he didn't need her. After all, he himself can gain authority and increase it, and he said that in that case, goodbye. Randy did not understand what she meant, because this is the constellation she is trying to convey her status as a constellation. But Randy had more questions. It is said that he inherited the power. Well, his existential power did not increase. Randy asked what happened and how it could be explained. The girl replied that the reason was that she had almost no existential power left, and he inherited these crumbs. Then she told him that authority is much more important, and there are always ways to increase existential strength. But Randy didn't understand her, and said that he was an avatar of training. Shouldn't he be prohibited from gaining a reputation for defeat and laziness? Then she pointed her finger at him, and said that her successor had misunderstood her. After all, victory and defeat are two sides of the same coin. The same applies to training and laziness. For example, let's imagine that you lost for the purpose of deception. This will be considered a defeat or a victory. Or let's imagine that Randy took a break to recuperate. This should be considered as training or laziness. She said that Randy is a young constellation, so he needs to train according to his qualities. But over time, when Randy fully understands what a reputation is, then such a quality will appear in him automatically. Many constellations are busy increasing their existential power and starting wars, but in the end, what is much more important for a constellation is awakening the power of its own qualities. Then the main character understood everything, and he gained the skill of understanding the quality of the constellation. His strength grew. Randy has discovered a new skill called enlightenment. Thanks to the great enlightenment, Randy is no longer bound by the quality of the constellation. Randy thanked her for explaining it to him, and he learned a lot more. It was clear that the girl was sad, and said that she was also happy, and said goodbye. Randy said that he was her successor, and asked her for a favor, so that he could call her in difficult moments. The girl smiled and said that of course he could, but he was kind, so she thought that he wouldn't do it. Randy disagreed with her and said that he would call her if necessary. She grabbed him by the shoulders and said that she hoped he wouldn't do this often. Randy said he'll try but doesn't promise. His meeting with the goddess Lenny was over. After Randy leaves the sanctuary, he will return to Earth. Then Randy thought about many things to think about things on a large scale and understand their essence. Then the main character remembered that previously he was devoted to his martial arts, but now he will try himself in cooking, magic, and others. Randy knew this instinctively, that training is not just a small part of life. Everything that happens in everyday life can be considered training. Then Randy thought that his thinking should become more flexible and promised himself to train without restrictions. Randy came to visit his friends from the Alliance. The main character asked if they were waiting for him. The goddess of desires replied that of course, because they lost contact with him as soon as he entered the dungeon. The girl said that the servant entered into a contract with the constellations of the demonic god and also a contract with the constellation in Lenny. If the contract is valid, There is nothing wrong with it. When Randy can figure this out, it will be his strength. Randy got the impression that they were talking conditionally, and it was their business. He threw up his hands and said that he had no idea how he could use his reputation when it comes to defeat and laziness. Then the goddess of desire suggested that he use defeat due to laziness. But Randy said there was no point in that. Randy asked them if they found something about a traitor with a poisoned dagger. The goddess of desire said that it does not seem that the traitor is strong enough for the constellation. In terms of rank in the constellation war, Randy is approximately on the same level with him. Then the main character said that he did not need to worry too much about him. But there are bad rumors around him, that a traitor specializes in various schemes and tricks, because he is also annoying, since his servant or subordinates can stage a surprise attack. The goddess of desire said that his name is the constellation Randy, the beginning of which is mentioned in the game constellation. The cat says that the madness and blood that happened to the warrior in the dungeon certainly attracted the attention of the constellation. The next day their team was all assembled. They came to have lunch. Randy did not understand why they asked him to eat here, because he believed that they could eat anywhere. Smallwood told him that while in New York, he should go to George's Hunter. Anthony also added that Randy said that he had never been to this restaurant and promised that he would like it. Hunter George, one of the few restaurants in the world that serves monster meat. When they entered this building, they saw in front of them an aristocrat who complains about everything in this life. The aristocrat said that it should be oily, the oil should flow from the bite. Anthony said that of all places he complains to George's Hunters and thought he was a strange guy. Then he greeted them and asked them from the Icaros clan. Elizabeth recognized him. It was the leader of the Schreiber clan. Randy managed to meet him when he fought against the knight in the dungeon. Schreiber was also glad to see them. Schreiber shook Randy's hand and thanked him again for what happened in the dungeon. The main character replied that it was nothing special and asked what was wrong with this food. Schreiber said he asked them to recreate the monster dish that Randy cooked, but they couldn't do it no matter how hard they tried. This conversation was overheard by George Manuel, the owner and chef of a restaurant called Hunter George. He was very surprised when he heard that Randy had prepared a dish from the monster. Type of cooking monsters? Very rare skill. George the Master cooks only the monster dish. People with the same talent, but a different vision, arouse his real interest. George approached Randy and wanted to ask him for a favor. He asked to give him a master class on a dish that Randy prepared in the dungeon. Randy immediately told them that he was not a real chef and that they should not expect too much from him. George said he wouldn't hope for it, although he looks like he's waiting impatiently like crazy. Randy placed the minotaur meat on the table. It was some of the best meat ever. Randy touched the meat and wanted to soften the ingredients by injecting internal energy into the hard meat. This is the recipe for the meat of Randy, trained in the abyss. George Mehta looked, and for him it was very surprising. After all, normally they would have to accumulate mana within a few hours. Randy said he cooks this meat using martial arts. He began to cut the meat at a very high speed. From his movement, the meat flew up 2 m. The other chefs couldn't believe what they saw. Randy asked if he could use some seasoning. George, with a trembling voice, told him not to be shy and take what he wants. The main character put the meat in a frying pan and used magi to light a fire and to create a unique scent. Randy showed what he had done and said that there was nothing supernatural here. George said not at all, and he was very unbelievable. Then they served Randy's meat to the customers for them to try. They really liked it. It was very tasty. The next day, Hyung asked Randy a question about the dungeon. Randy said that nothing happened. The servant of the demonic god constellation attacked me, but he was not very strong. However, just by looking at the published information, Hyung knew that Randy had done an excellent job. And if you think about it even better, it will be considered normal since he is a constellation. Hyun said that in any case he called Randy on time. Then President Nguyen came to the door. Otherwise he was called the head of the dragon artifact. Hyung asked Randy if he had any idea what he was doing. Randy answered briefly that no. Hyun asked if he knew what a monster core was. This is the total mana of the monster. Now many companies are developing their energy business. These days they even make artifacts from it. Among them, one of the leading companies in the field of artifacts made from the core is our subsidiary Dragon Artifact. Randy didn't understand why they should meet and what connected them. Hyun said it's always great to have more useful connections. To develop artifacts, a hunter is required to help test them. So, Hyung wanted to introduce you to each other so that Randy could work with him on the same team and collaborate. The main character replied that he agreed, and he would try. Hyung looked out the window and told Randy to get used to it. After all, later he will ask him to become the president of this company. Randy asked what he should do regarding development and artifacts. Nguyen replied that research and development is very important in this business, but, in fact, since there are many people who are interested in this business, what happens behind the scenes is quite brutal, and in the end his strength will come in handy. Randy asked again what he should help with. He didn't understand his entire position. He was asked to help them find a researcher, Ronald Totten, an outstanding artifact researcher. He managed to successfully develop the latest magic of the Third Circle, double barrier Aprea, in an artificial artifact. This means that he possesses techniques that have exceeded existing limits. 12:30, then the head said that their company tried to conclude an official contract with him, but unfortunately they lost contact with him. Randy asked if he was sure he would agree. But the head was 100% sure that yes, and he thought that another clan had gotten to him. Among them, the artifact developer Legend is the most suspicious. It belongs to Parker's, a fairly well-known company in this area. Randy realized that this was his good friend. He needed Randy to go to Legend and pick up the researcher Ronald. The main character turned around and said that this was nothing for him and he would return soon. The head asked if he was going there alone. Randy answered, of course, because for him, this is a common thing. Randy was almost sure that this was not the case, and remembered that he had his comrades and thought, why don't you take this opportunity to teach them martial arts? The Director General referred to his recklessness. He was glad that Randy was acting normal. The next day Randy got there, it was the Legend Research Center. Randy said that they need to get inside and take out a man named Totten. The main character said that not all of us will be able to enter, so Randy will only guide those who meet the requirements. Randy told them to raise their hand if they were sure they would be hidden. 2 people raised their hands. Randy said that the 2 of them would follow him, but he said that he would repeat again that he does not force anyone to go with him, and he does not need devotion that threatens their lives. Iris said everything was fine, and they will go there because they themselves want to. They began to break into the building. The other 3 people watched them and did not understand how they would get through because the security there was very tight. One of the guys said that he is sure that he already has plans for this. Maybe Randy has prepared some equipment that can disable the protection. After all, this guy is from Icaros. Suddenly the alarm started. Randy could not understand where it came from. After all, they were not noticed. Randy said it's on the other side of the building and there's something going on there. The main character closed his eyes and began to listen to the sound. Randy heard that they were talking about the servants of the Master of Illusion. Then Randy remembered the powerful constellation Word of God which captured Mexico. The cat says that if a constellation can capture one of the countries on Earth, it should be in the top 20 of the ranking. Randy sighed and said that he was only 127th in the ranking, and it would be difficult for him to cope with it. Then Randy decided to ask the goddess Lenny for help. At this moment, she was quietly resting and watching TV series. Randy turned to her. Her face showed how she didn't expect this. The goddess said that he should call her only once every 1,000 years. Randy said that he told her before that he would come when he needed. In any case, he asked if she knew about the Master of Illusion. The goddess replied that this was a brat. Randy didn't understand her words. He said that he was one of the top 20 constellations, and how could he be a brat? Then the goddess said that during the times of her activity, she was always attentive to what other constellations were thinking, and kept an eye on the various constellations around him. He was a headstrong child. He spent time with the Master of Slowness and Silence. Master of Slowness and Silence. One of the most famous constellations is the Word of God on Earth, although it has not performed any noticeable actions. But during the Great Invasion, he captured northern China with overwhelming force. Then Randy thought that the Master of Illusions must also be a very strong constellation. Moreover, he was a subordinate of the Master of Silence himself. Then Randy asked the goddess if she knew anything about the Master of Silence. The goddess replied that yes, then he was also a strong constellation. Well, the goddess advised him that he should now focus on the Master of Illusions. Randy said he would do so and thanked her. The character said that he would call her until the battle was over. Randy said that someone is already confronting the hunter of the legend. In the meantime, we'll try to pick up Ronald. The girl said it was a good idea. Randy told them to hold on to him, because he plans to run away with them in his arms while holding the two of them. He took the two of them in his arms. It was quite strange to watch. They were very easy for him. According to information from Nguyen, Randy believed that the hostage was located there. Then Randy jumped up. The height was very high, everything was visible on their faces. They climbed to the highest floor and began to look for Ronald. They did not search for him for long. He was tied to a chair and blindfolded. Randy said they were from a dragon artifact and asked his name. They took off his bandage and said that some kind of battle was going on outside and there was a major clash. I was told that this is a different group of people. In any case, he wanted to make a contract with the dragon. Totten said that he was brought here against his will. The main character said that this was great and promised to save him and take him right now. Then Totten asked to save his friend who was in the next room. Randy said sure and took out his sword. He easily cut this wall. It was quite loud and the girl was afraid that they would not be heard. They saw a black-haired guy who also had his eyes and hands blindfolded. Randy realized that he was also Korean, as he is, and wanted to check his data with the help of his eyes. His name was Kim. Level 97 Strength Agility, 91 Endurance, 98 Magical Power, 171 Intelligence 125, rank C+. Then Randy pointed his sword at him and said that he knew that he was a hunter. Didn't give him 3 seconds to tell him about his goal. Kim said that he also came here to save Ronald. But earlier he said that he was an industrial spy and could not believe that the Korean clans also had industrial spies. This was surprising to him. Randy said that they would give details later. It was in their best interest to get out of here first. Suddenly a strong earthquake began, and everyone had only one question. What was happening? At the top they saw something glowing. It was a shining octahedron of illusions. This servant is a master of illusions. Randy understood that they had to be careful with this. Randy attacked this red crystal with his mighty sword. From such a blow, the building began to collapse, and everyone understood that this building would not last long, and they could die. Randy shouted for them to follow him and promised that they would get out. They managed to land. Well, Randy thought that they were caught in the end. After all, they were very loud. They were asked to reveal their identities, who they were. The girl was already ready to fight, because she understood that there was no other way out. Then Randy asked them that they were in danger because of the servant constellation, and they are here to help them. Then one of the bosses said that he didn't know who he was and why they suddenly appeared without any warning. Randy said there might be spies among them. The boss didn't even know whether to believe him or not, because they seem suspicious, but he speaks very confidently. The girl said that from the very beginning, he wanted to deal with the servant and pawns of the constellation, but she herself was not directly sure of this. Randy asked how that red thing appeared, but he was told that they themselves did not know. Those people suddenly spent the recruiting countries, and it appeared. Randy said that he thinks that this probably won't last long, and it will come to this territory again as soon as some period of time has passed. Cole said that it seems that he is being held back because Randy is a servant who has been getting a lot of attention lately. It also seemed that the constellation was interested in him. Octahedron wants to see what Randy can do. Randy's ability, he will be guaranteed a place among the lower-ranking servants. Then Randy ordered his guys to protect Ronald and not let him offend. Then Randy took out his sword and repelled the octahedron's attack. The battle continued for a long time. Suddenly, he spread out black chains, and they were quite dangerous. Randy was shocked by this technique and asked the goddess what kind of ability it was. The goddess said that it is the power that makes time betray its allies. Randy saw a terrible picture in front of him. All his allies were opposed to him, and they had red eyes. Then Randy realized what the power of the constellation was. He understood that it would be difficult for him to fight against his allies. The rest of the guards were surprised. They did not understand why their partners were attacking them. Randy asked Iris to send a signal for help to all members of the Hua Mountain sect. Randy's skill was activated, subjugate the strong, and help Slava. If he succeeds in protecting the hunters in this area, his existential power will increase. Plus, the skill of self-control was also activated. If your services manage to overcome the current situation, then his strength will increase. Randy understood that he had to be careful with them, and don't kill them. So he used the point-block technique. With this technique, he paralyzed them. Randy dealt with this matter quite quickly because his opponents were weak. His teammates looked at this and said that it was simply incredible. They wondered how he trained to achieve such good results. The head said that Brandy stopped because he can hurt normal people. Randy replied that he chooses his goals carefully and said not to worry. Shining octahedron of illusions, amazed by Randy's abilities. He thinks Randy is a good fit for the role based on his rumors. Randy promised that he would definitely take care to trample his master in the constellation battle. After sealing the Rendi sword, he was confident that he would pierce it with one blow. Well, his attack didn't even matter because he had a fairly powerful barrier. Oddkaeder says the attack wasn't that bad, and he presented Randy with the authority of his mastery of the red illusion. The main character did not understand why he suddenly decided to give him a gift, because a second ago, they were fighting to the death. After this gift, the octahedron said goodbye and retreated. Randy didn't know how to understand this, he just said whatever he wanted and left. Other people were watching these. They were in the black squares. They were the ones who summoned this monster and spent a lot of effort. But they were very upset that Randy kicked him out. The boss got to his feet and said that almost all of Pavel's hunters fell after a fight with each other and began to destroy everything. People who were hiding in cloaks attacked them, and they believed that they could cope without the servants of the constellation. The main character told everyone to stay in line behind him. Randy trained and led mortals, plus a new power has awakened. Roddy discovered the skill of forming a six-person ball. Randy and his team attacked them with all their might. People who believe in training avatars will receive additional skill addition bonuses. Randy noticed that something was wrong here. He didn't understand why they shouldn't have attacked. These people are using some weird combination attack. Iris noticed her opponent and hit him in the back with all her might. The head of the clan said what is surprising. After asking around, he realized that Randy was a high-class hunter. We came to help Richard Parker, since he is a member of the same clan, thought the head. The head asked how many died on our side, but he was told that there were no dead. The head did not believe his ears and asked to double-check the reports. He was told that the information was absolutely correct. After all, they just fainted. Well, everyone is alive. The head thought that it seemed to him that Randy was just aimlessly rampaging. He could not believe in the absence of death. And I decided that Randy was just lucky. At this moment, Richard happened and said that everything was fine with him. The head tells Richard that he has a very good friend because he came here to help, as he received news of the upcoming ambush. The next day, the headquarters of the dragon artifacts. Nguyen was very happy. He realized that Randy had completed his task. The head said that he was worried because the servants of the demonic god constellation appeared. Randy pointed his finger at his assistants and said that these guys also helped, and he asked to reward them separately. The boss replied that there was no problem, and said that they could inspect his company. The main character looked up and said that it sounded good because he was quite interested to see what kind of company it was. When Randy looked at the company, he thought that artifacts were created here, like a blacksmith. The cat says they are looking forward to meeting the human blacksmiths. The cat asks Trend not to forget who made his tools. Nguyen pointed to the door and said that prototypes were being manufactured here, and he offered to go inside. There were many scientists inside who were experimenting and discussing their work. The main character asked what it was, because this was the first time he had seen this mechanism. Randy thought blacksmiths were needed for this job. He didn't know that there were already special robots. The lava cat was furious. He screamed and was indignant that this was not a forge. A forge is a place where craftsmen work in the face of scorching flames, and these terrible human ignoramuses simply use robots. And he said that this was wrong. The cat says that he will show these people what a forge should be like. Randy asked Nguyen to come in and also participate. Nguyen didn't know how to answer, and didn't understand why Rennie wanted to take part in this. The main character smiled, and said that he wanted to try this craft at least once, and he said that he would be grateful if he would allow him to do this. Scientists looked at him from the side and could not understand how he could create artifacts easily. They thought he was making himself look important simply because Randy was a hunter. Randy gathered energy into his right hand and swung it hard. From such a strong blow, there was a very strong sound and a very strong flame. The scientists were shocked because he hit with an ordinary fist. The scientists wanted to stop him. Well, Randy replied that he would pay if he broke something. Then Randy used martial arts. The men stood behind him and could not understand how he used the laser iron stone used to create artifacts in such a similar way. The cat exclaims that his art is quite useful, and he told Randy to keep hitting him a few hundred more times. A fist infused with internal energy, stronger than any blacksmith's tool. Turning any piece of metal into dust is easy. Code exclaimed, saying that he was careless about Randy's abilities. The main character made a very good sword. Brandy said that the laser iron stone has an ice attribute. Therefore, he must use martial arts and ice energy. He got an icy short azure sword, durability 200 out of 200, attack power 120, energy storm blessing skill can be used. The main character raised the sword up and said that he had finished making it, and asked if they had done this before. The main character said that this was the first time for him, and told them to check his functions. The guy held the sword in his hand and said that he couldn't feel them even without checking, and for him, it was an amazing product. And he says that after the assessment, he will inform Rendy of the details and ordered a thorough analysis. Hyung called and said that he feels delighted with how their company makes money. The main character said that he does not feel delight at all, and money is not important to him. Hyung came to the window and said that he had received an invitation from Alex Parker. Randy realized that he was talking about the chairman of the Parker Company and asked what business he might have with Randy. Then Randy suspected that he wanted to get even for what happened to Ronald. They told him that he didn't think so because they were the ones who initially kidnapped him, and they had the right to take revenge. But this old man is quite unhappy. He is one of those who constantly weaves intrigues. Then Randy said that if he had problems, they decided to settle everything so that he would simply destroy them. Hyun said that he doesn't think so, because then he has to justify him alone. The next day in the Ikaros clan, Randy was preparing for an important meeting. He dressed well to be prepared. He was met by his Hyung's daughter. She said that her father told them everything, and he told him to get into the car. Roddy asked, "It seems that Gyeong hates the Parker family. Is Alex Parker really such an evil person?" The girl doubted and said that she was not sure about this. She replied that not all rich chairmen are like that, and took a bottle of champagne in her hands. After all, perhaps he invited Randy to the meeting because he wants to see what he can do. After all, rich people can't help but be curious. The girl smiled and said that he did not need to worry because she would be nearby. She promised that she would show Randy how to better introduce himself and get along with the others. When they entered the room, they saw in front of them many aristocrats who were drinking a glass of champagne. 3 aristocrats were talking about politics and the future government. Their future and their state of money depended on this. The girl told Randy that they are all successful presidents of their companies and are very popular. The main character did not understand why he should say this because he saw these people for the first time. The girl said that all these people belonged to a very famous company called Parker. Randy didn't pay much attention to it and just started memorizing their faces. One of the men recognized Randy. He came up from behind and asked if he was a hunter. This man was beautifully dressed in a very expensive suit, and he said that their squat would like to see Randy and asked them to follow him. When they followed the aristocrat, the main character noticed that there were a lot of guards around them who were very vigilantly monitoring their movements. They had a very sidelong glance. It was clear that they were all in tension. Randy was very surprised when he saw even more guards. He was wondering what it was for. He understood that it was all for the sake of security. But there were a lot of them. They arrived at their destination. The aristocrat waved his hand, smiling, and said that they were expected in the office. He knocked on the door and shouted that he had brought the hunter, Randy. From the other side of the door, they shouted that they could enter. When the main character entered the door, it was clear from his gaze that he was a little perplexed. He saw in front of him 2 men who were talking about all sorts of matters related to business. The director waved his hand and asked them to wait a little because he was busy. Randy looked at him and realized that something was wrong with this man. There was bad energy coming from him. It was strange for him to feel such a level of magical power from an ordinary person. It looks like this man is carrying a bunch of artifacts. The subordinate scratched his head and said excitedly that the chairman should trust him in this matter. The chairman said that he could leave. The man bowed and thanked him for this honor. It was clear that all his subordinates were very afraid of him. When the man left, the main character was able to check his data using his abilities. This man's name was Jerry Cooper. He was not awakened. Rank C+. Power given by the demon of contract and order. Any form of power associated with the contract will increase. Constellation with which the contract was concluded. This is a traitor with a hunted blade and a demon of contract and order. Randy understood that someone was entering into a contract with the constellations of the demonic god, and with 2 at once. The girl approached Randy and whispered in his ear that this was the president of the Food Fisk, and he was a rather difficult president. The main character answered without any reaction that everything was clear to him. Randy thought why he was able to examine that guy, because the details should have been revealed by the mask skill. The president told them not to stand and sit down because he had a very serious conversation. The girl began to worry very much because Randy addressed him informally. Because of this, there were a lot of consequences. The president poured himself some tea and said that he had heard a lot about Randy. After all, he was recently proclaimed the first star of Korea. The main character did not begin to be modest and said that he had heard that lately he had been called that often. The president handed him a mug of tea and said that in any case, he called him here because he wanted to express his gratitude to him. Randy didn't understand why he should be grateful, because this was the first time he had seen him. The president smiled and said that Randy not only protected his research laboratory from the attack of the demon god constellation. After all, the president heard that Randy saved his hunters from harm. The main character drank tea and thought that it was worth thanking him for this. The girl thought that he himself had penetrated their laboratories, but practically no one knew about it. The president called his guard and ordered him to be brought here. The guard bowed and said that everything would be done in a matter of minutes. The security guard began to take out a large object, which could be heard because of the large sound. It was a heavenly sword. The main character could not believe his eyes that he saw it, because they were very rare. Heavenly sword. Durability 380, attack power. The heavenly sword path skill can be used. Passive effect of the skill perfect plan. When the user follows what the sword wants them to do, it regains magical power. Although this is not the guidance of the Nine Heavens Moon Sword, these are top-level artifacts. Randy looked at the sword and said, as far as he remembers, that this is an artifact that was previously used by a hunter from China. The president replied that he was absolutely right. It was his way of thanking Randy for his help. The girl looked at Randy and thought that he would give up this sword. After all, it was very dangerous to accept it from the president. After all, as soon as he accepts this sword, he will immediately play into the hands of Alex Parker. The girl was thinking whether she should say this so that he would refuse. Randy grabbed his chin and began to think whether he should accept this gift. But he didn't think long. He smiled and joyfully accepted this gift. The girl was absolutely against him accepting this sword. The president said that he was very grateful that he agreed and would like to ask him for a favor since he is giving him a gift. The girl held her head and said that he was deceived by the dragon Juan. The main character did not understand what she was talking about and how he was deceived. The girl said that he is a very amazing man, but Randy needs to be more cool-headed when it comes to his own future. A subordinate brought him a purple core, from which a lot of energy emanated. President Parker held out this core and said that this was a core made using revolutionary processing technology 20 years ago. Its frequency is as much as 88%. There were many offers to buy out the company developing this kernel. Well, all these proposals were rejected. Parker asked Randy if he knew what happened to these people. The main character replied that he had been in the abyss for 30 years, and how could he know about it? Parker continued his story and said that the next year they developed technology that allowed them to achieve 89% purity, and a year later they achieved 90%. In the end, the company went very bankrupt. The president again held out this cannonball and said that this cannonball was right in front of him. A lot of people are now looking for this core, but none of them knows what will happen to this core tomorrow. The president put this cannonball on the table and asked Randy if he understood what he wanted to convey to him. The protagonist suggested that he should be where he would get the most benefits, while he was highly valued. The president replied that he was absolutely right, and he understood him 100%. Randy realized that the president wanted to hire him, but he was interested in one question. Why does he need it? The president replied that the first step would be to prepare users. The president is thinking about using Randy for training many martial arts users. After all, martial arts are not as good as magic due to the slower growth that people experience during the training process. The president knew Randy's greatest strength, who would overcome all the limitations of martial arts. He started drinking tea again and said that martial arts were definitely useful. The greatest advantage is that they can be used in a wide variety of situations. After all, if the president manages to get a monopoly on martial arts users and train them, he will earn a lot of money. The main character looked at the president and realized that this man was surprisingly well informed about what martial arts had to offer. One of the assistants approached the president and said that the time was up. President Parker was very upset because he enjoyed the conversation with Randy. They began to say goodbye. In parting, the president said that in any case, he hoped that he would think carefully about his proposal. After all, this is something that will benefit everyone. Randy replied that he would think very carefully about his proposal and would give him an answer in the near future. When they came out, it was clear from the girl that she was upset and asked if you really wanted to escape from the ship. The main character smiled and said that he didn't even think about it. The girl was just surprised, because Randy was very interested in his proposal. The main character said that if he had refused directly, we would not have been able to negotiate anything. It was necessary to give the president some hope. The girl was shocked and asked, "Are you really going to play games with such a dangerous person?" The main character answered, "Why not? Because he was not afraid of anything on his way." At this time, he received a message that the constellation Lava Cat was urgently calling him. It was clear from Randy's face that he was unhappy and asked what was the matter. Lava Cat said that the constellation of Dreams and Greed says that Randy needs to prepare for the battle of the constellations. The main character was surprised because he did not expect this to happen very quickly and asked who his opponent would be. His opponent was a constellation named Traitor with a poisoned blade. He requested a battle against Randy, who was called Constellation the Invincible Training Avatar. The main character thought that he had finally made his move, but for him it was very sudden. Randy began to look at all the news that was happening and wondered if this Jerry Cooper, whom he saw with the president, understood what was happening. The goddess was resting and said that nothing like that had happened. He just harbored a big grudge against Randy. The main character wondered what kind of grudge he could harbor against him, because he didn't remember anything. The goddess said that he crushed his performer. This was a great shame for the constellations. The events of the Battle of the Constellations must be fair. All the constellations on Earth guarantee this. The constellation angrily said that he would not rush into battle, which was beneficial for the avatar of training. After all, it will be an absolute shame in front of other constellations. Suddenly, he received a message that a traitor was recommending the creation of traitors. The main character looked at this and could not understand what it meant. Then they explained to him that the creation of traitors. This is a battle of the constellations, where victory is determined by whether you can convince the performer's servant to betray his constellation. Of course, such a constellation battle mainly benefits the traitor constellation. The system began to show him that throughout the history of the battle in the constellations, there were a lot of traitors, and you have to be very careful and not trust anyone. The warrior of madness and blood says that the avatar of training is not a fool and would not accept such a ridiculous offer. The main character looked at this message and did not understand what he was doing here. Traitor made the constellation battle private so that other constellations could not watch it. The other constellations were very angry with him, because on the one hand it was disrespect for the other constellations. Constellation is a traitor, arrogantly provokes Randy and says that he is afraid of him. The main character found this quite interesting, because this was the first time he had heard about it in all his time in the abyss, and he thought about convincing the enemy's servant to come over to his side. Randy began to think, and one thought came into his head. After all, if you think about the people who directly entered into a contract with him, there are only two commas, Hyung and Odaigon. More importantly, Randy already knew one person who had entered into a contract with this constellation. Without thinking twice, the main character said that he accepted this challenge. The avatar began using Blood Fortress as a bet. Another constellation was very surprised by this, and he asked himself the question, should he agree? He smiled and said that this is very stupid, because does the training avatar really think that in the creation of traitors you can win with the help of force? He decided to agree to Randy's proposal. The constellation traitor began to install a box for storing the disappeared relics as a bet. Both sides made equivalent bets. The contract was concluded with the consent of both constellations. In case of defeat, a person's existential strength will be significantly weakened, and he may lose his position in the constellation. Randy thought that this was rather unfair, because he was exhibiting territory, and his opponent was a product. However, the contract has already been concluded, and there is nowhere to go. The main character thought that there was a very powerful item in this box. He was very curious about what it was. The traitor avatar sent him a message and thanked him for accepting his offer. The main character did not want to talk to him much, and asked if he was ready for battle. The avatar of betrayal said that he would throw his avatars at him, and they would see how Randy dealt with them. Randy noticed that his opponent was very confident in himself and understood that he would have to start fighting right now. At this time at night on Earth, the sound was very audible in the Parker mansion. Jerry Cooper got into his car and called Parker an old git and hoped that he would die soon. The security guard thanked Jerry for the very hard work he is doing. They started driving when a policeman was in front of them. They understood that this could end very badly, because their business was illegal. A policeman approached the car and said that they were speeding. I asked them to get out of the car for a moment. The driver was very unhappy and did not agree that they were speeding. Jerry Cooper asked what the problem was. The guard replied that he was very sorry, and he promised that they would quickly sort out this problem. The security guard got out of the car and immediately began to threaten the policeman. After all, how dare he stop Parker's assistance? Randy was wearing a police uniform. The guard grabbed him by the shoulder and said that he had made a big mistake, and he asked where this policeman was from. The main character did not talk to him and knocked him out using the point block ability. The blow was directly to the carotid artery. The security guard fell unconscious, and his glasses flew out from the fall. The other guard driving was very surprised, because no one had ever treated them like that before. The main character sat in the back seat of Jerry Cooper and told the driver to start the car because he would feel bad. Jerry Cooper immediately started shouting at him and saying that he had attacked the wrong person. He asked him if he knew who he was. Randy replied that if he didn't know, he wouldn't be in that car. Jerry Cooper began to worry. He was afraid that he might be deprived of his life. He promised that he would give him a lot of money if he left him alone. If he disappears, a big hunt will begin for Randy. Other hunters will pursue him. The main character did not listen to this and hit his neck to stun his ligaments for a while. After all, he thought that Jerry Cooper was very noisy. Jerry Cooper did not understand what was happening to him because he could not utter a word. Randy pointed his finger forward and told them to drive straight. If the driver did not listen to him, he would make a hole in his head. The driver was very afraid and said that he would obey any of his orders. Jerry Cooper began to understand a little. He had heard about the constellation of the invincible avatar of training. He asked Randy what constellation this was. The main character realized that he did not know that he was a constellation, and replied that you are an amazing and strong constellation. He looked at Jerry and said that he had no right to choose. After all, if he refuses Randy, then in case of refusal he will kill the constellation that Jerry serves. Jerry realized that there was no point in deceiving, because he knew that Jerry served two constellations at once. He took Randy's side and said that he would trust the avatar of training. After these words, Randy's existential strength increased greatly. The main character said that there would be a big hunt for Jerry because he changed sides. Randy promised to take care and would not let him be offended. Jerry grabbed his head and thought that he had already contacted 3 constellations in his life and could not understand how he got to this point. At that moment, Randy's phone rang. He couldn't figure out who it was because there was an unknown number written on the phone. The main character got out of the car and one constellation addressed him, and Randy asked if he didn't want to take everything that the Huang Dragon had. The main character thought for a couple of seconds and realized that you are in the constellation of a traitor. He smiled and realized that the constellation had called him. I didn't know that Randy was a constellation himself. The constellation thought Randy was the avatar. That's it. The only known minion of the avatar of training is Randy himself. They believed that these were 2 different people. That's why the constellation traitor called Randy to force him to give the avatar training. The traitor constellation will never guess that Randy is the avatar of training. The constellation told him to think about it. After all, he will have the enormous wealth of the Huang Dragon. The main character decided to get confused by the constellation and said that his master told him that the battle was over a long time ago. The constellation of betrayal thought that Randy was starting to bluff. Constellation thought that the avatar of training warned him to say this. The main character raised his hand, and it was revealed that the training avatar announced his victory. According to the rules of the Battle of the Constellations, which all the constellations swore to abide by the rules, therefore the avatar of the tones won. The constellation of betrayal was very shocked, and did not understand how he succeeded. He held his head and did not understand how he could lose, because he did everything right as he always did. At this time, there is a fortress of blood in the world. The moon was shining very bright. The main character was there, and began to receive his good prize. A chest appeared in his hands. ownership of a vault of faded relics. Placed as a bet in the Battle of the Constellations, this principle passed on to the main character. Although he was curious, Randy decided not to open it now and decided to open this chest later. A notification came from the system. It was written there that his rank among the earthly constellations had increased. And now the main character is in 125th place. Randy thought that he was stronger, and after this victory he only moved up 2 places. At that moment a message came from the constellation of Betrayal. He asked how he did it. The constellation of Betrayal thought that he was able to find out who is who. Otherwise, it is simply impossible. The main character said that he had no reason to answer these questions, and with the help of his technology, he turned off this message. He looked and saw the monsters whom he taught martial arts. They were working in the field at that time. They worked for a very long time. Sweat was all over their bodies, but they liked the smell of sweat because it calmed them very much. No one believed that this was once a red fortress of orcs. Randy realized that Odaigon had tried very hard. The main character could not understand why the orcs plowed with their axes. He thought it was part of their training. For the main character, it was very touching. The orcs noticed Randy. They called him Master. It was clear from their faces how much they respected him and were glad to see him. All the orcs began to run up to Randy and inquire about his adventures. Randy said it must have taken a lot of work to make this place so beautiful. The first orc said that not at all. It was just great training. The second orc boasted and said that he could collect grain stalks with one swing of his axe. They shouted that they wanted to work even more. One orc promised that he would do more of the earth and collect even more grain. The main character was shocked. He did not expect that the orcs had changed so much and became prettier. After all, at first they were not particularly trusting, but now they began to train so hard through sweat and tears. Randy raised his hands up and shouted good. He promised that he would increase the sowing and harvest even more. And he shouted that this was all one big training session. The orcs supported his words, and everyone began to shout with joy. The main character paid attention to the harvested crop, and thought that first he would need to test this harvested rice in cooking. After all, he hasn't done his favorite thing, cooking, for a long time. One of the orcs ran to Randy with very high speed. He knelt before him and said that he had a request, swear an oath with your life and honor. This orc's name was Garagancha. Randy asked what happened to him and how he could help him. Garagancha shouted that he wanted to raise animals, because this was his big dream. Randy thought that he was leading someone like a hydra. The orc said no. Odaigon once said that his race fattened and killed livestock for food, and they wanted to try it too. The main character thought that they needed to smoke cows and the like. He thought that this would be a very good experience for them. Randy said that was good, and promised that he would find a couple of animals and give them to them. The orc said that his kindness knew no bounds, and they began to swear allegiance to Randy. The main character turned and said that he would return in time. He picked up the chest and began to think, maybe he should already see what's inside. He threw this chest up because this was the only way this chest could open. When the chest began to open, a very large yellow flash appeared. The seal on the vault of faded relics has been lifted. This is a sacred object containing the power of an elf of ambitious light. It was a sacred necklace containing the power of light. The goddess said that this is a sacred object. Sacred object. An item created for the minions of the constellations to use their powers. Such artifacts work like clones, since they contain part of the stenchal power of the constellation. The main character looked at this necklace and did not understand where it came from, in the constellation of the traitor. After all, the Elf of Light is quite a strong constellation. Follower, the constellation actually doesn't think as much as he imagined it. It is highly likely that he simply stole it and was not noticed. Then the main character realized that this was the temple of the Elf of Ambitious Light. He reached out his hand and decided to take this necklace. And I thought that maybe he would do something with this one territory. Randy hoped that this necklace would help the orcs as well. The main character decided to bring cattle for the orcs from his planet, and just decided to test his skills with soul stones. When he looked at the screen, he was surprised that there were a lot, although on the one hand, the constellation of the traitor did not put many soul stones. A lot of holograms appeared. The main character was shocked that he had not read so many messages and did not know quite a lot about the abyss. Randy decided to share a little with the goddess of Libra. The goddess of Libra used to give him precious stones when Randy needed it. On the one hand, the goddess of Scales was quite poor, and this would have been very useful to her. Even though Randy has more of them now, it's not nearly enough. He wanted to give the orcs buildings to use. A traveling merchant appeared selling destinies, and he asked Randy what he was looking for. The main character looked at him and remembered that he had seen him before. And I bought various items from him that did not always help. The goddess looked at it from the side and was surprised that this seller was still selling. After all, he started his trade a long time ago. The main character asked the goddess if she knew him. The goddess said that she knew him a little. It seemed to her that he had stopped doing business because he had made too many enemies, but apparently the goddess was wrong. Randy wondered if he was selling illegal goods. On the one hand, Randy thought that this was just a business for him, and there was no point in doing it. The main character recalled that he had made a deal with him in the past, and was sure that everything would go fine. After all, last time he sold him the goods honestly. Randy decided that he would buy goods from him and asked the merchant what he had for him to buy. The merchant handed him a blue box. He was called the traveling merchant of selling fate. He recommended to him a decent box of onions that he had just received. This box had a middle-class feel. Randy felt that this was not suitable for him, and replied that he needed buildings. The traveling merchant says that he just needs servants who are good at building buildings. The main character heard his answer, and was surprised that he had not thought of it himself. The goddess told Randy that even the thought of orcs becoming farmers was laughable. Randy asked what's wrong. Are servants capable of training orcs to build buildings? He believed that this would not harm him. The goddess began to think, and thought that the orcs became capable of farming thanks to the power of the avatar of training. After all, thanks to the power of the avatar of training, they became much smarter and more hardworking. Truly, it was incredible power. Randy decided to look in his wallet and saw that he did not have enough money. The main character was very scared to talk, but he asked the merchant to give him a discount. The traveling merchant is confused by Randy's question and asks if you just won the Battle of the Constellations. And what kind of discount do you want? The main character said that he could not give more than 7,770. The traveling merchant was shocked by his shamelessness. The traveling merchant says that he provides such a service only this time and that this will not happen again. Randy smiled and thanked the traveling merchant for his understanding. When the merchant comes and leaves, Randy holds this box in his hands, and I decided that I could open it right now. When he just opened the box, a very bright yellow light came from this box. The box opened completely. Strong steam came from this box, and the bright light increased even more. The main character looked up and began to understand that something incomprehensible was being formed from this steam. From this steam, the shin of a wonderful mountain was formed. He was very tall. Lava's kitten suggested calling him Rocky. The main character did not know what to call him, because it seemed to him that even the most devoted would hate such a name. Randy began to think about what to call him, and after 5 minutes he decided that his name would be the Heavenly King Guardian of the Weather. The main character pointed his finger at him and said that from now on, he will be the Heavenly King protecting the weather. Heavenly King. The Guardian of the Weather is touched by the name given to him. After all, no one had called him before, and he was very pleased that they had come up with a name for him. Randy asked what skills the Heavenly King had. The Heavenly King replied that he was able to control stones. Randy was very happy with this answer, and asked him to teach the orcs how to build a building out of them. The golem was stunned, and he asked Randy if he really wanted him to train the orcs to build a building. The main character did not understand why he was so surprised, and answered what was wrong here. The next day, many people gathered in one of the most expensive cafes. To this cafe inside the building of the Icaros clan. Randy was with his manager. The girl began to congratulate him because she heard that he had been promoted to B rank. Randy did not give any reaction and said that everything was clear to me. The girl was surprised by his reaction and asked why he was not happy. The main character replied that as you get older, you stop enjoying your promotion. The girl smiled and said that it was strange to hear this from a person who looked so young. The girl almost forgot, but told him this news. She reached for her purse and said that there was a request for a match. The main character became interested in what kind of match it was. She took out a white piece of paper from her bag and said that of course this was a fighting match. The girl thought that Randy would refuse this time because he had a lot to do, and Urendi would have less time to prepare. The main character asked her why she thought so. The girl replied that because it is obvious that this time they just want to get even for Maximilian. In addition, this time the opponent will be a hunter who has entered into a contract with an elf of ambitious light. The main character looked at the piece of paper and saw a picture of his opponent. His opponent's name was Christopher Winter, B rank hunter. The girl added that he is not yet included in the rating, since he became ranked relatively recently. The girl said that Randy could refuse, since they proposed the fight suddenly, and Randy will have less time to prepare. Without thinking twice, the main character said that he agreed, because he believed that this fight would only be a plus for him if he won this fight. Randy said that this is not just a match. After all, he also wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to promote martial arts. The girl couldn't understand what he was talking about, what martial arts he could use on himself. This was Randy's plan. Before the fight, he would tell the people what skill he was going to use in the arena, and then use it to win in the arena. This will make people delighted and interested in martial arts. The main character asked the girl what she thought about his plan. The girl partially agreed with him. It seemed to her that this would greatly increase the interest of the crowd, but you don't think that many people will analyze your skills. Randy thought about it and said that this would also need to be taken into account. The girl asked if he could do something about it, because your military techniques will be on public display. The girl bent over a little and said that she agreed with him. After all, he won't listen to her anyway. The girl promised that she would prepare everything that was needed. But she understood that he would not be able to train alone, and she asked Randy if he had anyone in mind. The main character smiled and said that of course there is. After some time, he came to the Icarus training center, in which I often trained. He asked Elizabeth for a request, and told her all about his plan. The girl didn't think for a long time and answered that of course she would help him. The main character told her that this is not just training. It will be removed and used for advertising purposes. The girl didn't think for a long time, and said that this completely suited her. Elizabeth told them to go to the ring and train a little and prepare for this event. After all, this should be 100%. They stood opposite each other. The girl believed that she was ready for this fight and wanted to take revenge on Randy for the previous defeat. She took a fighting stance and wanted Randy to notice how she had grown in martial arts and more, because she had been training for this all the time. Randy looked at her and thought that she realized that she would be severely beaten if she closed the distance too much with a martial artist like me. The girl said that she was not going to attack him and shouted for Randy to start attacking her. The main character was surprised that she was not going to attack. Randy smiled. He took a fighting stance and said if she wants it so bad, then I will attack first. The main character used his speed and collected some mana into his fist. He understood that he should not overdo it too much because one mistake and he could injure his friend. With great difficulty, the girl was able to repel his attack, but she understood that he was too fast and she could not keep up with his speed. Elizabeth leaned back. She thought that she was very lucky that she was able to repel such a quick attack, but the push was still too strong. The girl told herself that she needed to come to her senses and calmly start the magic counter, but she had to do it very quickly because if she became even a little slower, Randy would not let her do it. The girl used one of her fastest attacks. She called this attack Earth Slash. Elizabeth used her sword to create powerful pink energy. The main character understood that this was not a hindrance for him and concentrated quite a lot of energy in his right hand. Randy didn't even get close and attacked his long ranges with a technique called energy laser. The girl began to get angry with herself. Well, as expected, this did not give anything. Since the girl has no time for magic, she needed to transform her remaining magical powers into martial arts. Randy was right in front of her. The girl used her fast technique and released blue energy. She understood that this was one of the last ones, and the one she had. Randy was surprised. He didn't expect that she was capable of this. He thought that she was slower and weaker. The main character stopped this blow without straining. The girl was shocked how he was able to calmly hold the sword with both hands. Randy smiled. I answered the girl that it was not a bad attack at all, and he did not expect such a technique from her. He decided to increase his strength a little and hit the girl with a pinwheel. This blow sent the girl flying a fairly long distance. After this blow, the girl could no longer get up and continue the battle. She lost this fight. After a while, when the girl came to her senses, she found herself in the restroom. The girl held her head and was very angry because she was sure that this time she would definitely defeat Randy, and she couldn't forgive herself for such an offensive defeat. Randy looked at her from the side and did not understand why she was so upset, and decided to ask her about it. The main character noticed that compared to the first fight, the girl had significantly improved her abilities, and decided to look at her skill using his eye. He received the full details of the girl, Elizabeth Gutierrez, level 247, strength 541, agility 305, stamina 24, mana 26, intelligence advanced magic, acceleration. The magic sword was quite strong. The girl had a B rank. Randy was a little surprised and told the girl that her martial art of rank F had already become B, and he asked did she really eat and train all the time? The girl was very happy that Randy appreciated her abilities. Elizabeth asked how he knew. Does it really become visible when you reach a certain level in martial arts? Randy didn't tell her about the ability of the constellation's eyes, and replied that it could be seen from the outside. Elizabeth began to be a little modest. She was very pleased that Randy praised her. She hid it for the sake of her own pride. The main character couldn't believe it a little that they were telling him this. Then he began to understand more what it means to be a constellation. Randy continued talking to the girl when he suddenly heard someone address him by name. He looked at his face and remembered that he had seen it on the piece of paper of his future opponent. The elf said that he was very glad that he was able to meet Randy. The goddess also felt his mana, and said that he was a mortal who had entered into a contract with an elf of ambitious light. The elf extended her hand to Randy and began to introduce himself, saying that his name was Christopher. The main character said that this is the private territory of the Icaros clan, and he asked if he had permission to enter. Christopher smiled and said that he did not have this permission. Well, since we are fellow hunters, then there is no great need for this. Randy began to stretch his hands, because he was very angry that he is one of those who thinks that he can do whatever he wants, since he is a hunter. Christopher said that he was not like that and would never take advantage of it, and he said that he was a nobleman with dignity. Randy thought he was joking with him and said that there is no nobility in America. Christopher began to prove his point and said that he was telling the complete truth. I am a nobleman from the United Kingdom. In simple words, he called himself a count. Randy said that he completely understood him. Well, in any case, what did the hunter from the UK forget here? Elizabeth told Randy that the United Kingdom is one of the places ruled by a constellation of demonic gods. Christopher pointed his finger at the rent and said that his master wanted to see him as his servant. Randy was very surprised by his words, and did not understand one bit what kind of owner he was talking about. Christopher said that he understands how surprised they are now. You most likely think that you are unworthy of my master, who is chasing beauty. Randy asked Christopher, are you trying to compete with me now? Elizabeth replied that it seemed true. Christopher said that more importantly, I already have a master whom I serve, and he heard about the invincible training avatars. Christopher threw up his hands and said that it didn't matter to him at all. The main character began to understand what he was leading to, and asked whether he really hopes that Brandy will betray his clan. Christopher said that in no case, because you can have two owners, of course if the constellation agrees to it. Randy said that he was not sure about this, and asked why his constellation was willing to go so far for him. Christopher said that it was because of Randy's battles. The constellation really liked how Randy fought and decided to hire him as his avatar. The main character said that he is absolutely right, because the martial arts that I have honed for more than 10,000 years have beauty of the highest grade. Randy asked if he would receive any benefit from the help of the Elf of Light. The goddess said that there is no useless power from the constellations. The main character, without thinking twice, replied that he accepted the offer. Christopher was surprised and did not expect Randy to accept the offer, and so quickly. Christopher said that right now he can't become a servant. First you need to show your beauty in a battle with me, which will happen soon. The main character asked, what beauty and what does it mean? Elizabeth herself did not understand what he was saying. Randy whispered to Elizabeth, maybe he wants to beat him to a pulp, like I did before. The girl replied that there was a very high probability that this was so. Christopher turned and said that it was time for him to go, since all our differences had been resolved. Randy grabbed him by the shoulder and told him to wait another minute because he still had a couple of questions. The main character said that he arrived just in time. After all, he needs help with filming. Christopher couldn't understand what Randy was talking about and what kind of filming he was talking about. At this time in Korea, Lee Chang-sik's office. The man looked at the hunters and did not understand how it was possible to be such weak hunters. You can't even call them a team. The man held his head and said that they are now everywhere, plus these participants simply have zero teamwork. Suddenly he saw an incomprehensible video that was displayed to him. He read that these were the basics of martial arts. He saw Randy in the video. He was very surprised that your art had not yet lost popularity. The man clicked on the video. He was very interested in what would happen. In the video, Randy said that he wanted to take this chance to tell people interested in martial arts what it is and how to practice it. Christopher looked at it from the side and could not understand what was happening. Randy said that his opponent would be Christopher from Europe. Christopher immediately said that this was not so, that he was from the UK. Randy took a fighting stance and said that then they would begin. And first, he will show basic brush techniques. Christopher still didn't understand what was happening and was afraid that he was going to be beaten. The man looked at this video with his mouth open. I couldn't believe that he was teaching this for free. At the same time, at Hyun's house, he was talking on the phone with his daughter. His daughter told him that Randy started making videos on YouTube. This video was about martial arts training videos. Hyun was simply shocked by this news and could not believe that Randy was being taught this absolutely free of charge. The girl said that what has been done cannot be returned. This will become part of his image and advertising. Hyun looked at the comments under the video and was surprised that people took it quite well. The girl added that the wallpaper interview was about to begin and advised him to watch it if he wanted it. The first question was asked by journalist Randy, Hunter Randy. You published a martial arts video right before the fight. Does this mean that we are confident in our victory? Surprisingly, Hunter Christopher also appeared in this video. You two know each other? The main character replied that they knew each other and said that Christopher was looking for him to help him with the video. Christopher was unhappy with his answer and said that it was not true. The journalist asked Christopher a question and asked him why he chose the hunter Randy. Doesn't he have a huge selection of opponents? Christopher was very excited and didn't even know what to answer them. One of the journalists said that this was revenge for Maximilian. After all, they have the same constellations. But one journalist said that he and Randy appeared in one video and they would have a pretty good relationship. The journalist began to think that he was paid. The main character interrupted the journalist and said that the answer is very simple, that Christopher wanted to study with him. All the journalists were surprised by this answer. The magazine asked Christopher if this was really true and asked him to answer. Christopher was very angry with Randy. He was angry and thought that he could not say anything because the Christopher constellation wanted to get Randy. Christopher looked at Randy. He wanted to quickly see how good he was during the fight. The next day, all the people gathered in the arena to watch Randy and Christopher fight. Most people supported Randy in the last fight against Maximilian. Almost no one supported Randy. The main character entered the arena and was quite surprised when he saw so many people who came to watch his fight. Randy said that there are a lot of people here if this fight became known at the last minute. The girl took him by the shoulder and said that Randy should be happy about this. After all, this speaks volumes about Randy's popularity. Its popularity is growing rapidly. The main character felt even stronger. He felt a huge fluctuation in loyalty. If he wins, he will be able to maintain this devotion. This is Randy's advantage over other constellations. He can receive devotion from mere mortals. The girl waved her hand at him and told him to do everything as usual. In any case, his opponent does not represent anything. They both entered the arena, they looked into each other's eyes, and the two of them wanted the fight to begin quickly. The public looked at it from the outside. They also wanted this fight to start quickly, because they paid a lot of money to watch this fight. One viewer asked another viewer if he had seen the videos Randy uploaded. The guy replied that he saw it, and he tried to repeat after him, and it turned out to be too easy. One of the spectators says that he liked the footwork technique. I think they will be effective in dodging monster attacks. But no one understood why Randy revealed this to the public. You other hunters kept this an absolute secret and gave such information for crazy money. The main character took a fighting stance. Personal seconds remained before the battle. Randy told himself that he should not relax under any circumstances. Christopher began to use his power. He was excited to see how Randy would pass his test. And will he get to his avatar? Christopher used a fragment of light. His body turned into lightning. It was a constellation technique that he acquired quite recently. Christopher used a technique called the baptism of light. A circle appeared behind him, which made a very strange sound and gave strength to Christopher. The main character did not understand what was happening. Suddenly, he was surrounded by yellow flashes filled with energy. He understood that now they would start shooting at him. This technique was called the vortex of light. It was effective in that the technique struck from all sides. But thanks to his speed, the main character managed to defend himself and dodge this attack. Commentators were in complete shock and said that this was an incredible attack from Christopher. No one thought that Christopher was so strong and had such powerful techniques. Everyone thought that Randy could handle it in a couple of seconds. The main character appeared above Christopher and was sure that he would give him a good blow. Well, Christopher managed to use his technique and dodge Randy's blow. The main character realized that he was quite strong, even if no one dodged his attack so confidently. Christopher appeared above Randy and said that this is a very dazzling and strong speed. The main character began to understand what was happening, because Christopher said that this was a test. Then he borrowed the powers of his constellation. But Randy's powers are much limited. Randy thought that it had been a long time since he had fought with such interference. Christopher said that it was his turn to attack, and used his next attack, which was no weaker than the previous one. This attack hit over a large radius, but the main character, with the help of his speed, could dodge this attack. Randy was wondering what the power is in the constellation Elf. Now he sees that it is quite complex and has a number of applications. The main character understood that he was a better warrior and a rather difficult opponent. Randy said that there might be a little trouble with him. However, since it is not magic, but a borrowed existential power, the main character used great power and tried to hit Christopher again. But it was no use. Christopher was able to dodge his attack again. From this blow, there was a very powerful vibration. Shards of stones scattered throughout the arena. After this blow, the main character began to understand his power, that he was using only half of his existential power. Christopher realized that Randy was quite smart, because he used shadows to compensate for the power of the light bullets. Christopher said that he was amazed by him, because he has very quick wits in a dangerous situation, and for him it was very beautiful. Christopher used his next attack. He gathered energy in his finger, and said that he wanted to look at Randy's close combat. This was quite dangerous, because the main character was very dangerous at close range as a martial artist. Christopher said that he hopes that he will also pass this last test well. Randy said he was tired of it and needed to talk less. They faced close combat. It was incredibly fast speed on both sides. The main character had blue mana, Christopher had yellow mana. Randy's fist collided with Christopher's sword and it was a fairly even battle. Randy looked at this and was shocked that the constellation's sword was quite strong. Well, even if that was the case, Randy had plenty of such battles in the abyss. The main character managed to land the first blow on Christopher and hit him right in the chin. This blow caused him to bleed from his mouth. This blow caused him very severe damage. Randy said the sword may be powerful, but his new body is weak in comparison. The main character began to beat him. Christopher's face was completely covered in wounds on all sides. He couldn't believe that his recovery speed couldn't keep up with him. At that moment, Christopher realized that this is the advantage of martial arts. He realized how powerful martial arts are. He blocked and said that it was simply incredible. He would never have thought that he was winning so gracefully. Randy smiled and thanked Christopher for the compliments that were given in battle. Christopher began to wave his arms and shouted that this battle was over for him, and he was honored to fight against Randy. After this blow, Randy stood on his feet and his opponent lay practically unconscious. Christopher stood up and said that he didn't remember anything, not even the fight itself, and asked why his body hurt so much. The main character thought that, as expected, he doesn't remember anything at all. After all, his body was controlled by a constellation. Christopher pointed his finger at him and said that his master recognizes such beauty and his work. Randy passed the test. All the spectators were simply delighted. They all stood up and started clapping for both fighters for such a good fight. The Elf of Light gives him the thanks of light. The main character held quite powerful energy in his hands, which will give him quite a lot of power in the future. Randy received the thanks of the light, rank A. He became stronger in using the power of light to protect his beauty and dignity. Randy was surprised that this was a rank skill. He thought that this constellation was quite generous. The next day in Hyun's office, He looked at the screen monitor and said that the inevitable message had arrived. His daughter also came in and asked why her father called her. After all, he knows that she is very busy at this time. Hyun got straight to the point and said that Korea had contacted them. The girl was very interested in this, and she asked about what. The girl immediately got scared and thought that the Korean government was asking for Randy to be returned to them. And he said that's not true, and they asked us for sparring, international sparring. During the Great Hunter era, the countries decided to work closely with each other. America and Korea have become so close that they even hold clan sparring matches. The girl immediately understood what it was about and asked if they asked for a fight with Randy. Hyung replied that she was right. The girl said that they should decline their request and believed that this would be the right decision. Hyun said that this is so, but there is one reason. He said that it would be good if he came. After all, it was a good opportunity for the Hyung to increase his existential power. The girl waved her hands and said that since there is a reason, then you just need to take it and accept this offer. Isn't sparring necessary for both sides to learn something? Hyung was very worried that Randy would become very close to these people. The girl asked her father why he was acting like a child. At this time, near the large building of the clan in Koros, the girl told Randy not to get too close to them because they could be quite dangerous. The main character thought that this was a good offer for him because he had not traveled to his homeland Korea for a long time. Randy thought it would be great if someone went with him. He asked Elizabeth to go with him to Korea, but the girl said she didn't want to, and she's busy training and learning new skills. Smallwood said that he really likes Korea, but this time he will not be able to go there. Randy began to get upset because he thought that someone would go with him. This was very unexpected for him. Anthony shouted at Randy that he didn't even ask him, and that this offended him very much. The main character was surprised. He did not expect that Anthony was waiting for him to ask him. Anthony shouted that he is not as simple as he seems. Anthony turned on his character again and said if Randy calls him, he won't refuse. Plus, he wanted to show him the results of his martial arts training. Smallwood said that it was very wonderful and advised Randy that he should take it, because together it is much more fun. At that moment, Ilea ran up to them. She found out that Randy was going to Korea from Elizabeth. She asked him to take her with him. The main character began to think about who to take. On the one hand, he could take Ilea, because she spoke a little Korean. The next day they flew to Korea by plane. The journey was quite long and tiring. The girl asked why they were flying to Seoul, because they would be sparring in Cheongju. Randy replied that first he needed to go somewhere important. They flew to North Korea, in Seoul National Cemetery. The main character bought flowers and went to the person he wanted to remember. He didn't say anything at all and asked why they came here. The main character did not want to reveal who he wanted to meet, and simply said that he needed to meet someone. He approached the largest monument in the cemetery. It was a monument to the hunters who died during the Gate invasion. Randy was very upset. Most likely, if he had not gone into the wasteland, he still would not have saved these hunters. Well, I read that their death will forever remain a heavy burden in his heart. When he laid flowers on the monument, he noticed that there was another bouquet of flowers. And I was surprised that someone had already come here and left flowers. Anthony saw a familiar face and said that this was a hunter of the first-generation rank, Ice Emperor of Iron Blood. The main character heard his name. He became interested in who could have such a great name. It turns out they knew each other. This guy's name was Chansik. He told Randy that he did not choose this name for himself, because those around him gave him this name for his exploits. Chansik told Randy that quite a long time had passed, and he suggested letting go of these different conversations and asked Randy why he came to Korea. Anthony was very surprised why he didn't know each other and asked Chansik how they knew each other. Chansik said that he still clearly remembers the same blow that killed the Forderenger demon during the invasion. Anthony was a fan of his and said that you were the most beautiful blow in the history of hunters. Chansik thanked him for such praise. However, he asked Anthony to talk to his old friend, whom he had not seen for so long. Ilya thought that Hyung said that the girl should prevent our conversation with the Iron Blood Ice Emperor when we meet. Randy asked Chansik if he had really been waiting for so many years to meet him. Chansik said that he was wrong, and it just happened that they met. Chansik wanted Randy to go back to Korea and train with him. The main character said that he is not sure about this, and so far he hasn't thought about it. Chansik told Randy if he was thinking about going back to Korea, he better not do it and not come back. The main character was surprised by this because he thought that he would call him in Korea, and she asked, "What does this mean?" Chansik said that he is just saying that since he's doing well in America, there is no need to return to Korea. Chansik turned and said that Hyung, with the strength of the head of his clan, would be much more comfortable living in America. The main character said to Chansik, no matter how much he is offended by him, he will come to his aid at any moment. Chansik smiled and said that he is a rank here, so on the contrary, he should help Randy. Chansik took him by the shoulder and said that in any case, he hopes that the sparring will go very well. After all, Randy's martial arts will be a very good experience for Korean hunters. Chansik turned and began to say goodbye, and he said, perhaps they will meet again if the opportunity arises for them. They came to Jeju Island, Jeju International Airport. All three of them looked around. Anthony was very glad that he saw this large and famous place. The girl asked what they should do at the international battle. The main character said that he had no idea because he had never participated in this. Anthony was very surprised that they did not participate in international battles. And he began to tell that usually each clan or their hunters share a video from one of their raids. You can choose to show your skills or not, but most just show a small part. There are many cases where important skills were hidden. Therefore, negotiations come into play. The main character asked what kind of negotiations there were. Anthony said it's using things like money, artifacts, and skill information that everyone has. You can exchange them for anything you want. At that moment, one guy approached them. He recognized Randy and asked, just in case, what his name was. The guy's name was Chanwook. He was greeted affectionately. The main character looked at him for a long time. He looked very familiar and was somewhat similar to a Chansik. Randy decided to ask if something connects him with the hunter Chansik Youngwook without thinking for a long time, answered that it was his father. Anthony and Randy shouted in shock. They couldn't believe that Chansik was his father. Changwoo couldn't understand why they were so surprised and asked what was wrong here. Randy didn't tell him everything and said that he just looked a lot like his father, and he asked Chanwook what he was doing here at these competitions. Chanwook said that his father did not ask to say anything unnecessary. He just wanted to say hello to Randy. He had heard a lot about him. The main character turned to leave and asked Chanwook if he was hungry. Chanwook replied that he wasn't very hungry, and what did Randy mean? The main character showed his thumb and told him to follow them. They came to an ordinary bar that had already been operating for many years in Korea, and I met a nice woman who was holding a notebook in her hands. She was shocked that Randy came into the kitchen and began to examine all the dishes. The main character smiled and asked kindly for the hostess to lend him the kitchen for a while. The owner said that she allowed him to use her because Randy gave him a lot of money, but she was worried whether everything would be okay and whether he wouldn't destroy her kitchen. He used his mana to heat up the soup. Usually for a soup to have a deep flavor, it needs to be cooked for a long time. The main character continued to heat the soup and thought that he wouldn't need it if he used martial arts. He took a large package of rice and poured most of it into the slow cooker. He took this rice out of the field that the orcs had grown, and Randy couldn't wait to eat it. After all, the orcs told him that they tried very hard and everything should turn out delicious. Everyone else was sitting at the table and there was complete silence. Anthony was very tense. He thought that he was very embarrassed and asked himself why everyone was silent. Anthony wanted Randy to come back quickly. After some time, the main character returned with delicious food. This food had a very tasty smell. Everyone looked at the food and said that it looked very appetizing and tasty. Chanwook wasn't very hungry, so he decided to try Randy's food, but the taste. When he ate just one spoon, he shouted that it was very tasty, and he had never eaten anything tastier. Anthony continued to eat, and said that for the sake of this, it's not a pity to come here. Chanwook supported his words and said that this is the complete truth, and the taste is simply excellent. Ilya was in my mood, and shouted what he did with the rice. The main character did not understand her reaction, and thought that she liked it. The hostess didn't understand why they were making so much noise. She looks completely ill-mannered. The hostess herself wanted to try Randy's food, wanted to try what the food tasted like. When she ate one spoon, she was very shocked at how tasty it was, and said that she had never eaten anything tastier in her life. They were already leaving the cafe. Chanwook bowed and said that he was very grateful to them. He didn't expect Randy to cook such delicious food. Randy replied that he was just feeding his nephew. Chanwook began to feel that thanks to food, his strength increased greatly. The main character decided to check how much their abilities had increased thanks to him and used the constellation eye. He looked at the three of them and was shocked that their reflexes and strength temporarily increased greatly. Randy began to think that his training ground was his territory. This is because they ate the food made from this rice. Their abilities grew from eating food. The goddess entered the conversation and said that this is the power of the constellation. It is common for things created by a constellation to affect others. The goddess wanted to remind him so that he would not forget that the power of the constellation has no limitations. Chanwook said that he had business in his clan. He had to go. Randy said that he was glad to see him, and in any case they would see each other again. The main character looked at him and remembered his childhood friend's father. His son was very polite, just like his father Chansik. Randy told his friends that it was time for them to move out too. Ilya asked where they were going this time. The main character wanted to say a word when suddenly clairvoyance began in his head. Clairvoyance was activated. He saw a large underwater dragon that would destroy cities. This is the underwater dragon Argo, a dragon monster that will cause enormous damage to the coast of East Asia after breaking out from the sea dungeon. This is a wild monster that spreads destruction, so it is at least Class B. This dragon has the same dimensions as an A class or even higher. People will start to panic. For them, it will be an emergency situation. An underwater dragon appeared near Jeju International Airport. The main character grabbed his head and thought that this spawn had even attacked residential areas. First, you need to let Chansik and Hyung know about this. Ilya noticed that Randy began to behave strangely and asked if he was okay and if everything was fine with him. At the same time, in Hyun's office, he was calmly working and minding his own business. I received a text message from Randy saying that they are now on Jeju Island. He told everything. You will soon see the underwater dragon Argo. People here don't know about this yet, so please help them start preparing for this without causing too much panic among them. Hyung was shocked and shouted that he sent him to an international battle a long time ago and did not understand what the hell was going on there. Randy was even more excited to send such important information in such a simple manner. In one of the establishments, a lot of hunters gathered. One of the hunters said that this time our raiding party was able to clear 15 dungeons. One of the hunters couldn't believe that he was bragging about such nonsense and said that they had cleared a B-class dungeon. He pointed his finger at him and said that this was absolutely fair because A was a rank hunter on his team. The guy replied that this is absolutely fair. There are different powers of hunters. The main character passed by and thought that the hunters were quarreling all the time and nothing had changed in such a long time. All the hunters looked at Randy. They heard that he became famous thanks to Ians and his videos using martial arts. Randy was walking straight when he saw a healthy, pumped-up man in front of him. He extended his hand to Randy and said that he had heard a lot about him and was very pleased to meet him. This was a rank 6 hunter from China. His name was Wei Wei. Randy took his hand and realized that he was a melee damage dealer hunter. He was also very pleased to meet him. The main character felt that Wei Wei was trying to shake his hand with the help of mana. Hunters do this to increase their superiority over their opponents. Randy gained a little strength and won this fight. Vivi was in quite a lot of pain. The main character said that he has the right strength, and he is quite strong. Vivi held his hand and answered that Randy is also very strong. Randy went on his way and told Vivi that they would see each other later. Vivi's friend was shocked that he lost this fight and heard a crack in his hand. Vivi did not want to humiliate himself and said that it seemed to him. Chanwook replied that everything was fine and asked no one to worry about him. After all, Viwi likes to show off his strength. Randy asked him if he knew what the international battle would be this time. Chanwook replied that he didn't know anything until the head of the clan said something. Randy said that everything was clear to him, that there was a possibility that it would be climbing a mountain. Chanwook didn't understand what he was talking about and didn't think that there would be climbing a mountain. The main character noticed 2 hunters laughing. They laughed because of Randy's words about the mountain. Randy approached them and asked, "Is it really that funny?" The hunter replied that, of course, because it was complete nonsense, and they continued to laugh with Randy. The blonde hunter said loudly that if this was really the case, Tonic would climb this mountain naked. At that moment, a man came with his assistants. He was an A-class hunter of Korea's laser dragon sword. His name was Chan. Randy asked Anthony if this is by any chance the Piranha leader, the team that is holding international battles this time. Anthony said that it was him, This is the laser dragon sword, named Chan. In battle, he can be called an artist. He uses dozens of types of magic with his sword, tearing monsters apart like pieces. Randy remembered meeting him in the past. He was the guy who wet himself in the dungeon. He was very scared then. The main character asked who the girl was standing next to him. After all, she looked pretty strong. Anthony said that Randy should remember these hunters because they are high-ranking hunters. The girl's name was Seika. This is a hunter who received a rank at an early age. The main character looked at her and said that somewhere at least she looks. Anthony said that her twin sister fights in the B-class In's league. Previously, he continued to look at her with big eyes and said that he was not talking about that. After all, she looked very familiar, although in theory she should have existed because Randy was in the dungeon for 30 years. Chan began to give his speech. On this wonderful day, I would like to thank everyone for participating in the international battle. I will now explain the events that unfolded in this battle. Chan asked everyone to look at the window and said that there they would understand what their test was. He pointed to the mountain and said that this mountain is very high and is called Halasan. He said that this is a beautiful spiritual mountain of our people. This was the case until the gates appeared. When the gate appeared, the mountain was influenced by the abyss and began to appear strange. Climbing a mountain has always been a great workout. Therefore, Chan would like to declare the first event of climbing the mountain. The other hunters were shocked because they said that they would go naked if there was such a task. Chan asked how they liked this idea. Most of the hunters said it was excellent, as expected from a Class A hunter. That's why it was called the laser dragon sword, and it was very famous. The main character turned to them and told these hunters not to forget what they need to do with their clothes before starting to climb the mountain. Everyone began to prepare and set off on their way to the mountain. Randy said that they should not hesitate. They should also begin their journey. When they were about to leave, they were met by a girl who had previously seemed familiar to Randy. The main character noticed that she was looking at him unusually and asked her what he did wrong. The girl came closer to him and asked if he knew her. Randy was a little surprised. I couldn't remember where he saw her. Randy said that she is an A-class hunter named Seika. The girl said that she's not talking about that. I'm talking about something completely different. Seika asked him if he really didn't know about her. Randy began to cry out of worry and could not understand who she was. Anthony noticed that Randy was very worried and did not understand what was happening because Randy never behaved like that. The main character asked what her mother's name was. The girl replied that her name was Ju. Sehu was less than 30 years old, and that Randy didn't make any assumptions. The main character sighed and said that they were not the same age, and this greatly calmed him down. Her name was Ju, a hunter, and also Randy's ex-girlfriend. The main character recalled that Ju told Randy that drinking a chicken breast cocktail was too much. Those were her last words before leaving Randy. Randy remembered 2 bouquets on the grave and asked Seika if it was she who left this bouquet. The girl replied that it was her and was surprised that Randy was also at this grave. Sehu told everything that her mother died when she was very little. Randy said that he was very sorry. It was very difficult for him to hear this. The girl said that everything was fine, and there was no need to talk about it. After all, she just came to say hello, since her mother talked a lot about Randy. Sehu turned around and said that she would go. She was very pleased to talk to him. Anthony approached Randy and said that he did not understand the situation, but it seemed to him that he was very much mistaken. The main character said that this situation would be very difficult to explain. Anthony asked if she could be your daughter. The main character replied that it was impossible, but he had doubts in his heart. He looked at her with sadness in his eyes. I remember her mother. After all, she was a very beautiful and intelligent woman. Friends decided to distract him from this sad news. Anthony took him by the shoulder and asked if he could really fly up that mountain. Ilya also took his tooth and said if it was very difficult for him, we would help. Everyone went to Mount Holosan. This mountain was saturated with demons. People began to climb the mountains. There was a very strong fog around them. The hunter was barely visible if he was 2 m from the other hunter. Randy looked at everything around him and said that it reminded him very much of the abyss. He couldn't believe that Mount Halasan was in such bad condition. The main character went forward and told his friends to be on their guard because anything could happen. The hunters were monitored by certain cameras that could track all the movements of the hunters. International Battle Control Center. Hunters of the highest rank were watching them. They were very interested in who would get there first and who would survive. The girl watched Randy. She was very interested in what he was capable of, because he had met her mother before. Chan asked the girl if she knew this hunter Randy. After all, he noticed how she talked to him. The girl asked Chan if he really didn't remember him. You get the feeling that they knew each other in the past. Chan laughed and said that he had met him a couple of times in the dungeon, but that was a long time ago. Suhi decided to question Chan and asked what kind of person he was. The man was taken aback by this question because he didn't know him very well. Chan began to remember Randy and said that he was very obsessed with training. Well, he has always been a hunter who gives his best to whatever he takes on, and he has a good character. The girl smiled and remembered that her mother said the same words to her as a child. Chan could not understand what her mother had to do with it. She began to explain that her mother often praised him for taking care of his body and for his strong sense of justice. The girl suggested that next time they should meet together and talk. After all, they were previously very strongly connected with each other. Anthony looked at the map, and it showed the path where they should go. He told Randy that next would be the Guanuemsa Trail. This trail turned out to be better than the Songpanak Corpse. The main character, without thinking twice, said that he also thought that this path would be much better. Suddenly an incomprehensible situation happened. Many people began to fly. Illy pointed her finger at them and shouted that someone was flying over there. There were quite a lot of them. Randy said that there is nothing surprising here, and this is the magic of flight. But the main character thought that this was not a very good idea. After a while, these hunters began to have big problems. There was a very strong, big magic of space, which did not allow them to advance and fly further. The girl again pointed her finger at them and shouted that they were all falling. Randy was not surprised, and said that he needed to prove it. Using the abyss technique, he took out the celestial sword that the president gave him on their last meeting. With a couple of movements of the ball, he cut the tree into pieces. Randy took these parts of the trees and scattered them at the hunters who fell. He did it so he could jump through the air, with the help of pieces of trees that he threw. Other hunters watched this, and from the outside it seemed to them that he was jumping through the air. The girl thought it was an air stage. She believed that this was a very powerful technique. Air steps, one of the highest level martial arts, the owner of which is able to walk on air. But Randy simply used his endless internal energy to fly through the sky. It was walking on air. The main character grabbed the hunters who were falling and began to save their lives. Randy grabbed these hunters and brought them down to earth with the help of his martial arts. The main character said that he understands that the competition is important, while they should refrain from flying magic in such unstable places. All the hunters thanked him for his help. They were shocked that he had just used the air stages. Randy said they were wrong, and don't you dare say anything strange about it. Which hunters listened to him and said that they would remain silent. Vivi couldn't believe that he was using air stages, and this is only possible for a person who has achieved something incomprehensible to the highest level. One guy from his team asked what he was muttering about, and he asked him to move away so that they could move on. Vivi turned and smiled terribly. He said that they arrived just in time. Everyone had a shiver. The Vive team gathered. It was clear to everyone that they were going to do something bad to them. One of the hunters began to understand that their team of strength was getting rid of other teams. In this way, they remove competition and increase their chances of winning. Vive said that they are absolutely right. They attacked the hunters in order to completely destroy them. Randy at this time told the hunter that his flow of mana had become reversed due to the magic of flight. It will be better for you to take a break. The main character said that this is just a friendly competition. Why get injured here? The hunter agreed with him, and he asked if he was a Randy hunter, because they had heard a lot about him. The main character did not answer his question and asked what this meant. The hunter realized that it was him. He smiled and said that he had heard a lot about him and thanked him for saving and helping. Randy began to gain more power. This technique was called the dignity of light. This is the power skill that the elf of the ambitious light gave him. The main character did not understand why he suddenly activated, and I didn't understand how it happened. Lava Kitten says that this seems to be a creation skill. Randy wondered what kind of creation, because this is what he specializes in. Randy took the sword in his hands and said that it would be difficult to make this sword right away. He wondered what would happen to this sword if he put light on top of this sword. Anthony shouted to Randy that they were in big trouble. After all, someone is fighting up there. The main character was a little surprised. He didn't understand why he should do this, It's just a friendly competition. Randy climbed up and saw many unconscious hunters in front of him. He didn't understand who did it and who needed it. Randy thought they were Japanese hunters. He didn't think that the monsters were trying here. The main character began to explain that if they lost to the monsters, then it would be simply impossible to survive. Most likely they fought with Chinese hunters. Anthony asked Randy if he could figure out who their opponent was. Randy picked up one hunter and said that the wounds were left here thanks to martial arts techniques. The hunter woke up and said that Randy was absolutely right. That they were attacked by Chinese hunters, they suddenly went against them in a crowd. Anthony realized that in this way they eliminate competitors. On the one hand, it was very clever. The main character said that he couldn't just leave them and promised to provide him with first aid. The hunter did not understand what he was going to do and asked if he really possesses healing magic. Randy said he wasn't very good at it yet, but he had a couple of experiences. Randy sang his hand and realized that it was just a fracture. Using goddess magic would be overkill. Thanks to martial arts, the main character evened his hand using brute force. It was clear from the hunter's face that he did not expect this. He began to scream loudly because the pain was simply unbearable, but the hand was no longer broken. The hunter was deprived on the ground and died in pain. The main character thought that he thanked him in Japanese, and he said that right now he would help him with his broken leg. Randy touched his leg and asked for forgiveness that he did not understand Japanese. The guy screamed loudly again, because the pain was unbearable. Randy said that although it hurts a little, it will be much better later, and he called the next hunter to cure him. The hunters began to say that everything was fine with them and nothing hurt. They were afraid that Randy would cure them because they saw how the partner was yelling. The main character told them not to bullshit him, and I noticed that one hunter's arm was bent. The Chinese hunters continued their journey. They were among the very first. After all, they eliminated almost all competitors. Vivi smiled and said that there are no hunters better than them. He really wanted to be the first. For him, it was a matter of honor. One of the assistants started yelling at him and said that they had big problems. Vivi asked what happened. He still had a thumbs up and shouted that that person had appeared again. Vivi could not understand who he was talking about and what kind of person he was. Vivi ordered his assistant to speed up their pace. After all, they can lose because of this. He looked up and saw a hunter using air steps. He realized that it was Randy, because no one else could do this except him. The main character was at the top. The road was on his back. It was clear that he was not afraid of heights. It had been his phobia since childhood. He was afraid that Randy would not hold him and would let him go. The main character shouted that they were wrong and these were not air steps. Vivi did not hear him and asked what he said. Randy, a man who began his training with an abyssal mana tornado. Some kind of space magic won't be able to stop him in the air. Vivi was very shocked and did not understand what he was doing. He was very angry that they were driven away. He ordered them to follow Randy. They wanted to eliminate him so that he would not interfere with them. They reached the Panoctum crater. This crater was said to be one of the largest craters in Korea. Quite a few hunters used to train there. The main character decided to land near this crater and inspect the situation if anyone is near them. Randy began to look in different directions and noticed that no one had reached here yet. He was very interested in where Chanwook was now, until he became very interested in where they landed and asked Randy what kind of lake it was. The main character replied that this is the Panoctum crater, but Randy heard that he is usually dry, and I didn't understand why it was now filled with water. Randy thought it was all due to the influence of mana. Suddenly everyone notices that very strong bubbles appear from this crater, and a large shadow appears. The main character shouted to his friends so that they all get ready for battle, because it will be very difficult. From this crater, a large snake appears. It was this snake that seemed like Randy's introduction. The main character looked at him and realized that it was Argo. Big Imugi monster, rated as a class. The monster concentrated a lot of energy in its mouth and was about to shoot at Randy and his friends. Everyone wondered what it was. The main character answered that it was the flame of a dragon, and they needed to be very careful. Randy used his ability to fight off this attack. This technique was called ultrasound constellation. This collision caused a very strong explosion, a lot of fragments that scattered in different directions. Anthony was shocked that Randy could do this too. Ilya was very scared and said that this was a Class A monster and she needed to retreat. The main character looked at this monster and understood where it came from. Although unexpected, it is necessary to stop him here, so that the civilians do not get hurt. Randy said that they would not retreat anywhere and shouted that they would kill him. Anthony said he was crazy because there were only 3 of them, and even the strongest hunters could not cope with this monster. The main character told them not to worry, and he will use the power given to him by the constellation. Anthony did not understand his words and what constellation he was talking about. Anthony got angry. He was offended that he was weaker than Randy, and he shouted that he would fight too. Anthony was very afraid and said that even though it was dangerous, since we have the power of the constellations, which Randy serves, Anthony began to use his magic. He was ready to give it his all. He was filled with curiosity. With the help of Anthony's technique, he surrounded this monster with his magic. But it was not a very powerful technique compared to this monster. The main character said that, you didn't do a great job. Now it's the turn to fight this monster. The main character attacked this monster, thanks to his speed, in only a couple of seconds. He was near this monster. Randy hit this monster very hard. The monster's jaw broke from this blow. Anthony watched this from the side. He said that it was quite powerful. Well, isn't it too simple for the power of the constellation? Ilya replied that no, and told him to look at Randy's mana reserves. Anthony, thanks to his technique, began to look at his stocks. Magic has been discovered. He looked at him and did not understand how this was possible. After all, he had never seen anything like this. He had mana reserves that only high-ranked hunters have. That is, the power of the constellation gives an increase in mana. They are something fancy. The main character, Bill, is this monster from all sides, but he had to deal more damage to defeat such a big monster. Randy understood something more complicated than he thought, but there was nothing he could do to kill this monster. Advanced martial art, destroying the insides while ignoring muscles and armor. Randy had to learn this technique to survive in the abyss. Argo summoned a huge whirlwind, which began to surround him from all sides. Very strong wind and rain began. This did not say that the weather was becoming simply terrible and unbearable. Well, there was nothing to be done. The main character looked at this monster and said that apparently he was trying to destroy the surrounding area and return to the sea to recuperate. Well, Randy promised he wouldn't let that happen. He began to fight with full force, using the existential power of the constellation. Capture the territory of the invincible avatar of training. His body was filled with mana, which reflected a yellow color. He used the capture of the territory of the invincible avatar of training. His existential power changes this world. Using the name and existence of the avatar, an honorable stage was created for a one-on-one duel. The main character changed the location of the fight and shouted that no one could escape this fight. His hair turned white because he used all the power of the constellation. After all, he himself was a constellation. Randy felt very good and very strong. Chan and the girl ran to help the hunters. The girl asked Chan why he chose this mountain. Chan replied that he absolutely did not know that there was a ranking monster on this big mountain. The girl shouted that he was to blame, and this must be checked, because of this monster, a lot of hunters could die. The girl said that this is a very problematic situation. She didn't think that a couple of Ikaro's clan hunters could stop him. After all, this monster is really very strong. Chan remembered Randy and said that he was crazy, and it was unlikely that he would escape from this monster. Chan said that they needed to hurry up and help them defeat this monster. When they got there, they were simply shocked when they saw it. Ilya told Randy to act differently, because the photographs would not turn out very beautiful. The main character was already starting to get angry, because she had been photographing him for a whole hour. Chanwook said that you are a very good moment, and it needs to be captured. Chan and the girl were simply shocked. Chan asked what they were taking pictures against, because there was a very huge monster here. They looked carefully and saw a dead snake. They looked at it from the outside and could not believe their eyes. They did not understand how they coped with such a huge and strong A-class monster. Chan came closer and asked how they did it. He believed that it was impossible for you to defeat such a monster so quickly. Chanwook pointed his finger at Randy and said that this hunter did it all alone. Randy defeated such a strong monster quite quickly. Chanwook smiled and said that he was a little late, so he didn't see the whole fight. But he was truly amazing. The main character touched the snake and said that he borrowed power from his constellation. After this power, he defeated this monster. Chan was still shocked, because he didn't understand how he could defeat a ranked monster, and even alone. The main character turned his back and said that later he would tell about everything. And first, we need to cut this monster apart. Everyone was surprised what it meant to cut up. Randy took out a sword and said that he was used to cutting up monsters. After all, they have very tasty meat. The main character began to butcher him. His sword was quite sharp, and he pierced the skin of this monster without difficulty. Chan did not understand how he did it, and how he succeeded in everything. He read Randy as a professional monster butcher. The main character cut his stomach and opened it in half. When he looked closer, he noticed something unusual. He put his hand inside this monster and could not understand what it was. He took out a blue crystal. The main character realized that it was called the Soul Stone. The goddess said that the constellation had definitely placed this stone there. Perhaps it was some kind of message. Soul Stone. The product is condensed energy of the constellation, can only be used by the constellation. Constellation controlled Argo using the Soul Stone. The stronger the monsters of the abyss, the more difficult it is to control. Most likely, someone was going to use this monster but ended up abandoning it. Brandy continued to look at that stone and told himself that something was wrong here. But first, he decided to finish cutting up this big monster. Quite a long time passed. The main character finally stripped this monster. Quite a lot of meat came out of this monster. Randy smiled because he was very hungry and loved monster meat. He decided to feed it to those who worked hard. Hunters from China were already approaching them. They were very angry that Randy overtook them. One of the hunters pointed with his finger and told them all to look at it. Everyone was surprised and did not understand anything. One of the hunters said that we have finally found them, and they are very close to us. They met a hunter who had been beaten by a crowd the last time. Viwei was very shocked and did not understand how they recovered so quickly. Come here so that we can break everything for you once again. The hunter told Viwei to watch his tongue. They looked into each other's eyes and were very angry with each other. Each of them had a grudge and wanted to take revenge. Suddenly, a very tasty smell appeared. Viwei asked what kind of smell it was. It seemed to him that this smell was coming from the top. Another hunter said it looked like someone was frying meat. Viwei suggested to the hunter that they postpone their fight for a while. The hunter absolutely agreed with him and said that first, we need to check where this smell is coming from. They ran to the very mountain and saw in front of them Randy frying the monster's meat. They were both very surprised and did not expect to see this. The main character said that they arrived just in time. There is a lot of meat, so I thought it would be nice to share it with everyone. Viwei did not understand what was happening and how you could eat monster meat because it could be poisoned. Randy held out his hand with the food, and he said that there was a monster here, and this is his meat. Viwei took the plate in his hands and didn't know what to do. He was afraid to eat monster meat. After all, there were a lot of rumors about monster meat. The main character looked at his friends and said that they were already gobbling up this meat on both cheeks. After all, it was so delicious. Viwei decided to try this meat because he was ashamed to show fear in front of his clanmates. When he tasted a piece of meat, he had very strong emotions. After all, the cake was very tasty. Chan looked at this from the side and was shocked at what was happening. He looked at all the hunters. Everyone was having fun and talking to each other. They ate monster meat. This has never happened before. Before, hunters fought each other to the death. Chen approached Randy and said that these hunters recently fought with each other just like that. The main character continued cooking and said that they had concluded a truce in order to eat. As soon as he finishes, they will most likely fight again. Chan laughed and said that it was still very incredible, and he asked for a portion of meat. The main character handed him a plate of meat and told him to help himself, because soon this meat will end if everyone continues to eat it at this pace. Randy gave one more portion and asked that the meat be given to Sehe. Tell her to strengthen her body with this. The next day, they were at Incheon International Airport. Ilya thanks Randy for making the international battle interesting this time. Randy replied that although a rank A monster suddenly appeared, it seemed that everything ended well. They noticed a man in front of them. The man asked with a serious look, "Are you the hunter Randy?" The man said that he was from the Hunter Bureau in Korea, and he asked Randy to talk to him a little because he had a couple of questions. The main character took a piece of paper and read that it said the Bureau of Hunters Affairs in Korea. Randy asked him if he was a high-ranking government official and a hunter at the same time. The man said that this is true, and this has been happening for a long time. He said that he came here to resolve a misunderstanding. The main character asked what misunderstanding he might have. The man said that he knows that Randy hates Korea, and he came here to talk about this situation directly with him. Randy replied that he feels good about Korea, and what does he mean by this? The man began to explain that he was talking about a great invasion in the past. Due to the fact that our country did not take any serious countermeasures, the Hyung and other great hunters left here. There is no justification for the way the government behaved then. We admit this and repent for our mistakes. The main character apologized and said that he didn't need anything from Korea. He is not looking for any benefit. The man asked what Randy meant. Arena said that of course he was very sad to see how his former Saklan members were dying or how they were denied compensation. Well, let's start with the fact that I wasn't even in Korea then. Randy said that at that time he was in the abyss. The man asked Randy why he was friends with his Hyung. After all, everyone hates Korea very much because of how the government treated him. Randy replied that he was with him simply because he came to America upon his return, and we used to be close with him. The man was surprised, because he thought that the situation was much worse than it was. The man was sweating with excitement, and thought that he needed to resolve any misunderstandings and build a good relationship with him, but he doesn't even hold any grudges. Then the man asked himself another question: how to persuade Randy to stay in Korea. Randy turned with the first one and said that he had to go because his flight was coming soon. And he asked the man if their conversation was over. The man replied that he was very pleased to talk with him and hoped that in the future they would also work together. The main character began to leave and thought that this was a very strange person. He could not understand how he could even rise to such a position because he was not confident in himself. The next day, when Randy returned from the flight, he came to the representative of the dragon before his Hyung. The main character opened the door and said that he had returned from this long trip. He smiled because he was very happy to see Randy. He hadn't seen him for quite some time. Hyun said that he did a great job in Korea and asked what his impression of Korea was. Randy replied that overall it was pretty good. The main character just sat in the chair and said that something has changed, but some things remained the same. Hyun couldn't understand what he was talking about and said that something else was more important now. He was interested in what happened to the monster Argo. The main character told him the whole story. When Hyung heard the whole story, he thought about the monster that the demon god constellation sent. The main character said that this is most likely. After all, he believed that it was necessary to study this as best as possible. Hyun replied that he completely agreed with him and said that if Randy needed help, he could contact him. Hyung remembered that one hunter wanted to meet Randy, and Randy asked if he was ready to meet with them. The main character replied that he didn't mind, and he asked who this hunter was. Just at that moment, a hunter came in. He greeted himself and said that his name was Mackenzie Jr. He was very glad to meet him. Mackenzie Jr., Hunter B+ rank from the United Kingdom, a promising first-class hunter occupying 4th place in the ranking league ins. Hyun said that he would leave them alone. Mackenzie thanked you for your understanding. Mackenzie smiled and said that he had been watching Randy all this time. Randy thanked him for such nice words. Mackenzie took out a ticket and said that Randy probably knows what it is. He put the ticket on the table, and I say that thanks to this ticket, Randy can challenge League B rank champion named Glenn Douglas. Glenn Douglas, when it comes to America's most adored hunters, he will always be at the top of that list. At least all participants want to fight the champion. In's a place where the battle takes place only by agreement of the two parties. This means that in order to fight a champion, you need to be chosen by the champion. Mackenzie says that due to special circumstances, he can provide this ticket to Randy. The main character was interested in this, but he asked Mackenzie why he needed it. How does he benefit from this? Mackenzie said that Randy is also aiming for the A rank. If you use this chance and become a champion, then he will greatly help himself in achieving the A rank. Randy thought that it was true that defeating monsters alone would not earn him an A rank. The main character asked what he wanted in return. Mackenzie asked Randy to join him in a 2v2 constellation battle. Randy thought about it and said that first we need to clarify everything so that the situation is completely clear. Randy asked Mackenzie if he served the constellation. Mackenzie replied that yes, his constellation is the fighter of sweat and blood. The main character began to remember what kind of constellation this was. Randy heard that this constellation is not often shown in person. The main character took the ticket and said that although he wants to accept the challenge and help him, but to participate in the battle of the constellations, I don't know anything. It's a little dangerous and strange. The fighter promises Randy a huge amount of soul stones. The fighter says that he will tell him who is behind the Argo incident. The fighter says that he will pay for everything needed for the battle of the constellations. After that, Randy thought a little. He thought and said that from these conditions he loses nothing. After all, he is even going to tell who is behind the incident with the Argo. Apparently, he really wants to win. The main character asked Mackenzie what this battle was about, and that would be the enemy. Randy was told that it would be a race. Our opponents will be endless explosions, and an observer returning from a cold place. We will fight their minions. Randy began to wonder if this race was coming out of nowhere. He wondered if the goddess knew anything about this. The goddess replied that there was nothing. Perhaps this was an offer made by the constellation, which had a useful toy for the sake of fun. Race of constellations. Each of the constellation's servants will strive for the finish line, and whoever reaches it first will win. This is a very simple rule. However, not only is it difficult to even run in the territory of the abyss, it is also possible to attack other participants in various ways, although direct attacks are prohibited. The goddess thought about it and told Randy that he had nothing to ride. The main character said that she was right and he could run. Mackenzie asked him again if he agreed to this unusual deal. Randy thought for a moment, and he replied that he agreed. He decided to take part in this 2-on-2 battle of the constellations. You could see from Mackenzie's face how happy he was about this. He said that he would contact Randy as soon as the exact date of the competition was confirmed. After a while, Constellation Battle Day, Dimension of the Abyss. They started the race. Mackenzie was in his transport, and the main character was on normal legs. Everyone was shocked and did not understand what he would drive. Their rivals looked at them. It seemed to them from the outside that they were very weak, and for them, it will be a very easy victory. Ice Dragon. It must be from an observer returning from a cold place. The main character noticed that one of his rivals was on a mechanical dragon, and I thought that it was probably from the endless explosions. Although Randy had never seen the mechanical civilizations of the Abyss, they were more advanced than the Earth. Mackenzie asked Randy if his constellation really gave him nothing to drive. The main character replied that he was absolutely right. Mackenzie smiled and said that they need to try very hard. After all, this race will be very difficult. The main character decided to ask him one more question and said that his constellation hates him. Mackenzie didn't understand what he was talking about and asked what Randy meant. Rinka said that his animal looks very, very slow. Mackenzie smiled and said, although it doesn't look very fast, in reality it's not like that. This animal is quite very fast. One of the avatars said that these are ordinary people. Weak flesh, bones, and fatigue cannot defeat us. After these words, Randy got angry and thought that this must be entertainment for the constellations. But the servants are serious. The main character promised himself that he would also be very serious and take this 100%. Both parties placed equal bids. The contract has been drawn up. His existential power will not diminish even if Randy loses the battle of the constellations. The battle had already begun. There was very little time left before the race started. The race began. The competitors all rushed forward, but the main character was behind. Randy noticed that he began to lag behind them. He was a little shocked that this pig was much faster than it seemed. There were still rivals ahead of him. These animals were also very fast. One of the opponents looked back and saw Randy running. He believed that the match was between the three of them. That martial arts user can't be counted. They looked at Randy and did not believe that his constellation gave him nothing to ride. It was very heartless. At that moment, meteorites were flying from the sky. There were more than 100 of them. Randy couldn't believe his eyes. It was moon rain without. One hit, and the main character is out and the competition is over. Boulders rain, a phenomenon without, in which clouds appear from other areas and rain boulders. Mackenzie was also shocked. He did not expect such a turn of events to happen. Mackenzie began to dodge these meteorites using his fast pig. One meteorite fell very close to Mackenzie. The rivals easily dealt with these meteorites. Their dragons were equipped with laser cannons. The opponent noticed that Randy was sitting on his vehicle and was shocked by such impudence. He shouted at Randy to get off his vehicle immediately. The main character smiled and suggested that they go together because his place is very cozy. The opponent began to push him and shouted that this vehicle was given to him by his owner. The main character did not begin to answer him in response, because violence was prohibited in these competitions. A rival robot gave his dragon a task to throw Randy out of his saddle. The dragon began to wag its head to throw it away. Randy could barely restrain himself with both hands because the power of this dragon was quite powerful. Another competitor did not understand what his friend was doing and advised him to concentrate on the race. And then at the end it drags along. The robot understood that there was nothing to be done here, and it was necessary to go forward. A little time passed before the system began to show danger. A danger zone has been discovered. The main character is a saint directly, and noticed that it was the poisonous fog of the abyss. This fog can easily carry any system. Mackenzie understood that it would be very difficult, and began to drive around this fog. The opponent decided to go ahead, and with the help of the dragon he dispelled this fog. The ice dragon used his technique, which was called a laser beam. This technique is capable of dispelling toxic fog. The robot started using analysis when the analysis was completed. The system has determined that there is no threat. There is a chance that they will be able to get rid of the intruder. The robot looked behind him and was shocked when he saw Randy there. He thought that he had fallen a long time ago. He looked at Randy and didn't understand how he could just sit on a dragon that was swaying in different directions. The robot began scanning his data. Intruder skill confirmed. He has the skill of resisting poison, a person who is immune to the poison of the abyss. The robot believed that this was impossible. The robot was distracted by Randy and did not notice how he fell into a trap. It was a swamp that pulled them down. The main character looked at this trap and thought that this opponent was finishing his competition. Randy jumped out of the dragon and ran further to neutralize another opponent. The robot could not understand how he did it, how weakly the human body is capable of this. The main character began to catch up with them. His task was to distract his opponent. The main character looked at his opponent and realized that he was faster than his ally. The main character thought to use some internal energy to break away, even though it would lead to exhaustion. Randy looked ahead and saw in front of you a large tornado that is sucking in everything. Mackenzie was shocked by what he saw and did not understand what the hell it was doing here. Randy smiled and said that something familiar appeared. It was in this tornado that the main character found himself at the very beginning of the abyss. Randy jumped right inside this tornado. No one understood this act, because everyone else avoided him from the side. When the main character was inside, he closed his eyes and concentrated. It was similar to what he had encountered in the abyss before. Randy decided to follow the flow, and in this way he plans to get ahead. Jobs was shocked. He did not understand why Randy jumped into this tornado. After all, surviving the mana tornado of the abyss is incredibly difficult, but the main character easily escaped from this tornado. The opponent's constellation was shocked. No one understood how he was able to get out of the mana tornado. Moreover, he increased his mana volume significantly. Randy increased his speed 10 times, thanks to the power that this tornado gave him. Mackenzie was shocked. He had never seen such incredible speed. It was very powerful. Randy crossed the finish line and won the race by a wide margin. The constellation of explosions recognized his abilities. The observer, returning from the cold place, admires what Randy has created. Constellation Mackenzie thanked Randy for such a brilliant victory. After all, he never wanted to lose to this opponent. The constellation gathered round mana in his hand and said that he could not give much, because he himself did not have very much. He hoped that this number of soul stones would be enough as a reward for Randy. The main character became interested in how many soul stones he gave. He saw a package of soul stones. There were more than 50,000 stones. Randy was shocked by such a large number. For him, 50,000 is generally a lot of stones, but on the contrary, it's a lot. After all, throughout his entire life, he did a lot to get just a couple of thousand stones. Constellation. Mackenzie, I remembered that I also promised to give him something as a reward. The constellation that called Argo to Jeju Island was the Collector of Noble Crowns. Collector of Noble Crowns, the constellation that destroyed the hunters of Europe and captured the United Kingdoms. Randy said he wouldn't be surprised if it was a demon god constellation, but why would the UK constellation bother with Jeju? Constellation said that the news does not end there, and said that the opponent with whom your servant will have to fight is the human champion, Glenn Douglas. He serves the Collector. The B-Rank League champion entered into a contract with the demonic god constellation. It was very bad. When fighting him, you need to be extremely careful. His powers are both incredibly powerful and evil. The main character listened to him and thanked him for such valuable information. The next day, Randy arrived at Dragon Industries. It was a very rich place. The main character got out of the limousine, as one man had already met him. He was very friendly and congratulated Randy on winning the Battle of the Constellations race. The main character gave him his hand and thanked him for such kind words. But he still had the question of why this man suddenly asked him to meet. The man said that he would tell everything later and asked to go to the laboratory first. Randy was here recently. He again saw familiar faces who were exploring various discoveries. They showed him a sword. Very strong energy came from it. It was called the Frosty Blue Short Sword. The man said that this sword is several times stronger than all other artifacts, made from existing azure iron rock. The main character remembered that when he was last here, he created such a sword. The man asked Randy how he could create something like this. The main character began to think about what to invent, because he could not tell the whole truth. He understood that it would not be possible to cram everything into martial arts. Randy said that he was taught by the constellation he serves. The man said that everything was clear and was shocked by Randy's skills. The man did not understand how it was possible to create such an artifact for the first time. Your constellation must really love you. Randy replied that probably yes. For him, it was a funny situation because he was this constellation. The man shook Randy's hand and thought that he had a path in creating artifacts. The man did not stop there and asked the main character to look at the rest of the artifacts. The man asked what Randy thinks powers this huge city. The main character replied that this was probably the core of the monster. The man was very emotional that day. He emotionally shouted that being a hunter makes everyone proud of themselves. Well, technologies like ours are the foundation of the civilization in which they live. Hunter Randy, you must create artifacts. The man believed that in this way he would do more for humanity. The main character noticed how happy the man was, but asked for forgiveness for this. Randy said that he is not going to stop his work as hunters because he needs to help and save people. The man was very upset. In a sad voice, she said that she assumed that this would not work. The main character said that he shouldn't be too upset because he will still help from time to time. The man was very happy about this news and asked Randy if he was seriously saying this. Randy replied that he would help in any case. It's not hard for him. Still, by killing monsters, Randy believed that he would go far in pumping up his strength, and I decided to try different options. The man gave him a card and said that he was very happy. Randy asked what it was. The man said that this was his name card, and asked him to use this card wherever he went. The card said CEO. Randy asked indignantly what that meant. The man replied that he was the new general director. Randy began to remember Hyun. After all, when he wants something, he will do anything to get it. And he suspected that it was he who gathered all the researchers. The man told him not to worry. After all, he needed only one help from him. The main character asked what kind of help he could get. The man touched the box and told him to create artifacts like this sword, which are highly valued on the market. Randy looked at this and thought, if they were talking about production, then it must be mass production. Will human technology be able to copy what Randy did? The goddess said that she had done this before. She had quite a lot of fun doing it. This was the first time Randy had heard that the goddess was a blacksmith in the past. The goddess said that this is not the point. She was talking about a very long time ago, about your servant. The goddess said that she had a servant, an outstanding black magician. However, servants tend to resemble their masters. That black magician also became lazy. He was tired of killing thousands of skeletons and monsters. He simply ordered the living workers around him to do the work and take care of the food. He couldn't cope with many tasks, but the goddess cannot use the undead for simple matters. Randy heard all the words of the goddess and thought that the undead had gone crazy. The lava kitten was also shocked by this story. Randy began to think it was not dying and not aging quite an efficient workforce, and he couldn't understand what was happening to that servant now. The goddess said that she kept him away because he was useless and a thorn in his side. At this time, filming was taking place. The strongest warrior of rank 6 was photographed. The manager approached Glenn and began to say that he was simply magnificent in this drama. Gleb smiled and said that he was flattered. The manager pointed at the fans and said that these fans were crazy about him. The manager began to make an offer to him. What about the ride? You haven't participated in them for a long time. I think even more people will come, and they will scream even louder when they see you entering the dungeon. Glenn found his words interesting. A little boy ran out of the crowd. He shouted to Hunter Glenn that he was his fan. There was great joy on the boy's face. The boy handed a piece of paper with a pen to Glenn and asked him to leave his autograph. The manager was shocked. He didn't know how Glenn would react to this. The manager picked up the boy and started yelling at him that he couldn't come here. Glenn asked the manager to stop and waited a minute. Glenn took the boy by the shoulder and gently said that everything was fine. He needs to come in line and he will give his autograph. The girl cried and said that Clay had a very wonderful character. The manager knew that he was top 1 in the B-rank league, but remained very modest. The boy received his autograph. He thanked him very much for this autograph. He ran about his business and shouted that he would root for Glenn at any cost. Glenn smiled affectionately. He didn't like giving out these autographs, even though it's also a headache. He needed it to maintain his popularity and reputation. The manager told Glenn another piece of news. "You remember the challenge ticket you gave to Mackenzie?" Glenn was surprised and said that of course he remembers it. The manager said that Mackenzie gave this ticket. Glenn was surprised because no one had ever lost their chance like that before. He asked who he gave this ticket to. The manager said that the ticket was given to Randy, the same martial arts user who recently began to gain popularity. "Well, I think it's even better, because it's easier to fight with the 20th rank than with the 4th. Glenn asked why Mackenzie did this. The manager was not sure. Well, he assumed that perhaps it was some kind of deal behind the scenes. Glenn began to think about him. The manager told him not to worry because they only talk about him because he practices martial arts. Surely you will destroy him with your left hand. Glenn was amused by the manager's words that he would destroy him. After all, in every battle he always gives 100%. No matter who I'm fighting against, I always give my best. The manager smiled and said that there is no need to be so modest. In this case, he should organize a fight. Let's show this arrogant upstart what champions are made of. Glenn held his face and thought whether it was worth wasting his time on these games. It will be necessary to completely defeat it. He did this for the sake of the collector of noble crowns and just for fun. Glenn thought that he had no rivals in this division. The day of the battle came. A lot of people gathered because Glenn was very popular. Fans called Randy different names and said that he was a coward. They were very angry about this dirty deal with the Mackenzies. Anthony didn't understand why they were all so evil, and he didn't understand why Randy became a villain. Smallwood looked at the phone, and I say that there are also Randy fans, although there were very, very few of them. The main character also noticed how he was booed. He understood that they did not like it when the 1st rank fought with the 20th rank. Randy walked into the fight and thought he needed to win this fight 100% of the time, and then he will come first. Glenn had a lot of self-confidence, and he turned to Randy to show him a beautiful fight. Commentators have begun to comment on this battle. The match for the title of League B rank champion will begin in 5 seconds. Glenn was already looking forward to this battle. He smiled evilly and concentrated the Black Mother in his hands. Where I looked at Randy and thought that this brat most likely did not know that I had entered into a contract with the constellation of the demonic god. Well, the main character knew everything a long time ago. Glenn immediately became close to Randy. He wanted to finish this fight with one blow. After all, he was 100% confident in his victory. Literally 5 seconds passed, and all the fans stood silently with their mouths open. They couldn't believe their eyes what they were seeing now. The commentators were also shocked, and shock stopped commenting on this battle. Randy's friends couldn't believe what they saw. They didn't expect their friend to be so strong. The commentator said that this is the first time he has seen such a match in the B-rank league. I would understand if the fighter Glenn did this. Glenn was lying on the ground, completely unconscious, and literally 5 minutes later he came to his senses. The manager immediately ran up to him and asked if he was okay. Glenn didn't even understand what happened to him. One of the commentators said that if we draw analogies, this match was like a spear versus a shield. Glenn was a little aggressive, but his balance of attack and defense remained almost perfect. Everyone started looking at the slow motion. They were interested in the analysis of the battle. While he was attacking, Glenn was simultaneously using defensive magic on numerous parts of his body. It was the perfect balance of attack and defense. However, he did not hit a single attack on Randy. Hunter Randy moved only slightly. The commentators were shocked that Randy dodged all of Glenn's attacks. No one has managed this before. And at that moment, when the fighter Glenn got tired and stopped for a moment, Randy was already behind him in one quick and instantaneous movement. The main character hit him with all his strength in his face. It was easy and natural from the opponent's blind spot. Because Glenn couldn't see where the attack was coming from, All his defensive magic was useless. This victory was decided in an instant. Glenn could not get to his feet after this crushing blow, so he was carried away on a stretcher. The audience asked themselves one question: what was it? One of the pancakes thought Randy was just lucky. The commentator said that the fight was between the top 1 and the top 20 rank. The top 20 rank won. It was a very unexpected ending. Well, no one can know for sure what will happen in this battle. Everyone looked at Glenn and thought that he was in severe shock after this blow. And will he be able to come to his senses? The girl thought that the commentators were stupid. And why can't you just say that Glenn would have lost, even if he were twice as strong as he is now? The girl looked at Randy and said with admiration, "What kind of hunters my father introduced me to." After this battle, the main character went into his locker room, and he saw 2 strangers in front of him who congratulated him on his victory. They said that this fight was simply great. Randy thanked them for their congratulations and for the flowers. Smallwood smiled and said something was a very good fight. It was simply incredible. Anthony remained in his style and said that his opponent must have at least such strength. Randy thought about it and said that, to be honest, Glenn was much stronger than I thought. Now his status is higher than mine. He didn't seem like he was going to be easy, so Randy sent him flying with 1 punch. Well, just think that he has a contract with the constellation of the demonic god. Most likely, they still have many servants on Earth who are stronger than him. At this moment, the main character began to see some kind of vision again. Clairvoyance has been activated. He saw many dead people in front of him, which lie on the earth. Glenn killed them all. At that moment, his eyes glowed very purple. Randy thought, although the guidance may be unclear, well, it never just happens. If this is true, then Randy needs to stop him urgently. The main character warned his friends and said that they need to prepare for battle. His friends did not understand what he meant and were shocked by these words. At this time, there were many reporters. They were outside Glenn's waiting room. Glenn was very angry. He held his head and could not understand how he lost to such a loser. The manager began to support him and said that his fans were still rooting for him. It's just that this time they had no information about the enemy at all. "We will leave. Prepare well and take this first place back." The manager hoped that such words would greatly cheer him up. But Glenn didn't even hear him. The power of the demonic god began to affect him. The color purple began to appear in his eyes. The location changed in his head. He bowed before the constellation of the demonic god. Collector of noble crowns, greatly disappointed by losing to a servant of a low-grade constellation, Glenn very strongly asked for forgiveness and asked to be given another chance. He began to come up with an excuse that he had no information about the enemy. But the collector disagreed. He used his power because he was very angry with Glenn. He said that Glenn is of no value. You should at least entertain them. Glenn did not understand his words and asked what he meant. The collector used his demonic power. He began to control Glenn. The manager noticed that Glenn was acting very strangely and began asking him if he was okay. Glenn turned on his manager and called him very bad words. It was clear how angry he had become. Glenn said that he lost because of them, because they did not get information about the enemy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost. The manager said that he understood that he was upset and asked him to calm down. They thought that he would take a break, and then they would talk to him again. Well, Glenn didn't even listen to them. He used his demonic sword and attacked them. The managers were very worried and asked Glenn to calm down and pull himself together. The collector was very happy. However, this is not enough for him. He wanted more victims. He ordered Douglas to kill everyone. After all, he liked to see people killed. The main character noticed that something had already happened. He heard a lot of screams from Glenn's room. Randy ordered his friends to go to the arena and evacuate people, because Glenn could cause them a lot of injuries. Randy asked Anthony to take care of the people in the spectator seats, because this is the most vulnerable place for the enemy. The girl asked Randy what happened and why they needed to be evacuated. The main character answered briefly. Glenn went away. Randy walked up to Glenn's locker room and saw this terrible picture. Glenn had already managed to destroy a couple of people. Glenn took the man by the collar and threw himself with all his might into the wall. Randy understood that this man could die and managed to stop him from hitting the wall. Glenn began to accumulate black energy in his hand, which sucked in everything. This energy was like a black hole. The main character began to feel that this attack was quite strong, and the technique itself had high resources. When Glenn had accumulated enough mana, he threw that black mana straight into the Randy. A very strong explosion occurred. It scared the fans very much. They couldn't understand what was happening. The fragments of the fans began to fly, but Anthony, with the help of his magic, could stop these fragments and save a couple of dozen lives. During the fight, Anthony asked Elizabeth why the man was suddenly so angry. The girl replied that she did not know this information. Glenn got very angry about this in the event. He was very angry at Randy because of his first loss in his career. The main character from close range, I wanted to give him a left side kick. He told him that he should have just quietly returned home and slept. The main character dealt a crushing blow to his enemy. From this blow, Glenn flew 10 meters away. The main character did not understand what happened. He saw a black liquid on his left hand. Glenn began to laugh hard and shouted that these physical attacks on him were useless. The goddess decided to give him a hint and said that this mana contains existential power, and she advised Randy to be careful. The main character used unfading regeneration. This ability was used to heal his left arm. Literally 10 seconds later, his wounds were completely healed. The goddess said that now he is too weak, and she advised him to raise his level. Randy replied that he understood everything himself. Randy said that if he raised his level and started fighting him, it could affect civilians. At this time, the evacuation had already ended, and no one remained on the battlefield. Elizabeth shouted to Randy that the evacuation was over and they evacuated everyone. The main character said that this was great news for him. He took out his sword and said that he could start fighting at full strength. The man saw a very strong energy and asked Iris to look there too. He couldn't believe that Randy could use such pure and great sword energy. Glenn did not take this technique seriously and believed that he was an invincible champion. Randy used his technique, with the help of which he acquired the sword. The attack was so powerful that his technique cut through the wind itself. Glenn continued to laugh and shouted that this technique would not work on him. Randy's attack hit his opponent right in the chest. These were vital organs. The demon who controlled Glenn began to laugh, and he shouted that this was simply wonderful because people are such interesting creatures. He asked Randy, "Is it because you came back from the abyss, or because of the constellation with which he has a contract?" In any case, it was really difficult for a demon to fight against such a strong opponent. He had never fought a man as strong as Randy. The main character did not listen to him, and decided to use his attack when he speaks. The demon became very angry and shouted how dare he interrupt him during his speech. It was very daring. The main character was surprised with how easily he repulsed his attack. The demon realized that Randy was using existential force acceleration. It was very mean. Randy continued to attack, but was unable to break through his opponent. After all, he used a shield that was much stronger than the heavenly sword. The demon continued to laugh and called Randy an arrogant idiot. Where Mine began to use his next technique, a purple circle formed at the bottom of it. In this circle, there were strange symbols. It was a summoning technique. The main character saw unfamiliar faces. He realized that the demon had called the rest of his servants. The demon controlled their consciousness with the help of a demonic call. Randy didn't understand why this topic was doing this, why this constellation would go so far for Glenn. Randy thought that he was doing this for his own pleasure. After all, this demon likes to kill other people. The main character destroyed the first assistant of the demon thanks to his sword speed. Randy encountered another warrior. He was called the Samurai of Darkness. He was known as a master of sword fighting. Glenn smiled and asked who you just killed. This man was one of the royal family of the United Kingdom. After his murder, Randy will have very big problems. The main character thought that he needed to be much more careful. After all these called servants are living people. And the collector now rules the United Kingdom. Thanks to this, he can summon a lot of warriors to serve him. The demon began to laugh through Glenn's body and asked what it was like to kill other people. The main character was not afraid at all and said that all people die sooner or later. Therefore, he didn't care at all. The demon was shocked by this answer. He realized that Randy was cold-blooded. When the main character had practically dealt with the samurai, 2 more assistants approached him, who wanted to destroy Randy. The main character let the samurai go because he had no other choice, and with the help of his speed, he destroyed 2 warriors. At that moment, the samurai realized that he had an advantage because he was behind Randy. I was ready to cut off his head. The main character managed to dodge. Everyone was shocked because it was a very fast attack. Randy struck back, but the samurai swordmaster was able to withstand the blow due to his great experience. Well, the samurai did not appreciate Randy's power. Because of this, his sword broke into 2 parts. The main character easily destroyed the samurai because he had no weapons in his hands. Randy's heavenly sword turned out to be much stronger than the samurai's sword. The demon was very angry because he thought that this was a good-natured hero, and he didn't even hesitate. He thought Randy was completely heartless. The demon appreciated Randy's strength and said that he would give 100% through this human body. He extended his hand and said that Randy really thought that he would be afraid of his master just because of this. The owner, whose name on Earth almost no one knows. From Glenn, even more energy began to come out. The main character understood that there would soon be a denouement. After all, it will be difficult for him to fight with such power. Randy noticed that Glenn was starting to turn into a big, strong monster. This demon was 100 meters tall, almost twice as tall as the arena itself. Anthony and Elizabeth could not understand where it came from. It was the first time they had seen such a thing. The main character was also shocked and could not believe that it was Glenn, because a human body of such size should simply be torn into pieces. Elizabeth looked even closer and was shocked when she found out that it was Glenn's body. The demon completely took over Douglas's body and asked Randy how he liked this transformation. This is what will happen if you gather all the powers of the demon together. The demon began to carry out the first attack. He wanted to destroy Randy with one blow. He shouted that today this earth will clearly remember his name. The main character was shocked. He did not expect that the demon would be so fast with such a large and huge body. Just from one blow, a very strong explosion occurred. The shockwave was almost throughout the entire city. All the residents of the city heard that some kind of trouble had happened in the arena. The man asked Randy's friends to stop this monster. After all, they were quite strong hunters. If you don't stop him right now, then everything here will be completely destroyed. Elizabeth said that of course she really wants to help, but what should they do with someone of such size and with such great enormous power? At that moment, the main character landed right next to them and told no one to worry. Iris ran up to Randy and asked if she was okay. After all, there was a strong explosion from this blow. The main character replied that he was absolutely intact. Randy turned to the hunters from the Huashan sect. You can refuse, but Randy had a request for them. The Huashan hunters asked what kind of request this was. The main character asked them to follow him to finish off this bastard. Iris looked at her partners and wanted to know if they were ready to fight. She clenched her fists and shouted that of course. She was fully prepared for this battle. Anthony turned to Randy and asked if you really didn't need us. After all, we also have great strength. The main character replied that he wasn't even going to ask them, because they had to go 100%. Randy attacked this monster and shouted for them to attack. The main character said that the hunter of the Huashan sect used sword formation. They used the sword formation of the Azure Prison. The Huashan hunters respected Randy very much and shouted that they were ready to listen to him and do as he said. They used the laser prison sword formation. Randy specially created it for martial arts users. A blue symbol appeared at the bottom of it, which detected the opponent's attacks. It increases the strength of the weak several times so that they can fight the strong. Invincible and the training squad began to lead mortals. The laser prison sword formation skill has been fully activated. They attacked Glenn from all sides. It was difficult for the demon to keep track of them because there were so many of them. The demon became very angry and again hit the ground with all his might. From this attack, the earth was rejected into two parts, and a strong earthquake appeared. The demon decided to destroy Randy first, because he understood that this was his strongest rival. If he destroys it, the rest of his allies will lose morale. But for the main character, it was a simple attack. He stopped this attack thanks to his sword. The demon could not understand what was happening because it was a very strong attack, and it was very difficult to block. Even some constellations cannot block such an attack. Randy yelled at them to maintain their ball formation. This was very important to him, so that he can defeat this monster. Thanks to this combination, the main character was able to cut off his right leg with the help of his blade. Randy shouted at Iris to use her technique because they had very little time to recover. Huashan formation, they began to fight in full force. They used their laser blade technique. Thanks to this technique, they destroyed the right legs of this demon, and now he won't be able to walk. This will greatly protect the lives of other people. The demonic constellation watched this from the side and could not understand why simple martial arts could cause so many problems. He didn't understand how it happened. Anthony said that this is their chance. They need to attack with full force until this topic is restored. They all started using the same technique and using magic to fire at this monster. Attacks came from all sides. The demon did not know what to do. After all, it was very difficult to fight against such a bunch of people. The main character jumped on Glenn's head, and he began to contact him. Randy screamed for Glenn to come to his senses. And I didn't listen to that bastard collector. After all, he controls his mind. Anthony didn't understand what Randy was doing and why he was talking to him. It's easier to just kill him, where we started attacking Randy and shouting what trick he was trying to prepare this time. The main character was able to pierce his right hand with the help of his heavenly sword, but the demon was still able to move it. Randy started screaming at Glenn and saying that the demon was controlling his thoughts. If he really were your master, wouldn't he have helped much earlier? Aren't you upset that you got involved with some strange monster? The main character was still trying to shout to Glenn, "You know how much existential power I used, and how can he stop saying that?" Randy tried to put pressure on Glenn's offense, and shouted that someone like him would most likely achieve more if only he signed a contract with another constellation. The constellation told Douglas not to listen to him, and continued to listen to his constellation. The main character continued to shout to Glenn, "Don't you think that losing all his glory like this would be a waste? It would be a real shame for him." Glenn began to regain consciousness. I realized that the collector was simply using him as a toy, and he doesn't have to go to meet the collector. Glenn began to free himself from the Kaidan. He agreed with Randy that in this situation he was a common victim. Glenn shouted for them to stop, and shouted that he had regained control of his body. "I will not destroy anything anymore," and asked that they not attack him. The main character was surprised that the demonic god constellation disappeared so quickly. Glenn said that it disappeared, and all this time she controlled his consciousness. Glenn asked them to stop beating him. He understood that he would spend his entire life paying for his sins, because over the years he realized quite a good reputation for himself. He definitely has a good chance of acquitting himself by blaming the demon god constellation. The main character began to flex his fists and said that he was talking complete nonsense. He hit him in the face and shouted that he really thought that everyone would forget what he was wearing with a click. Since the constellation was used as an excuse, he will be punished even more. Randy beat him badly. From exhaustion, he began to turn into his normal form. The main character noticed that he was completely exhausted, and he shouted that for now we were detaining him, so he could sleep in prison. Suddenly his body flew to the east. His body was completely surrounded by black energy. Randy was shocked because he thought that he was completely exhausted and had no more strength. Black energy began to come out of Glenn's mouth. He became weaker and weaker. Elizabeth was in shock. She asked herself only one question: what was happening? She had never seen anything like this. The main character could not believe what was happening and did not expect to see this constellation. It was a servant of the avatar of training. His spirit controlled Glenn's body. Start from Jeju Island until now. He will never forget what happened today. Randy noticed how he was disappearing and promised himself that someday he would finish him off. At this time, Hyung congratulated Randy because he became a rank. There were a lot of congratulations and balloons. Randy thanked for such a greeting, and I asked you whether it was too fast for your rank. Hyun said that this is usually the case, but this time the scale of the incident was too great. If it weren't for you, a great misfortune would have happened. This government official is here to officially present you with a certificate of promotion to a rank hunter. He gave Randy this piece of paper and said that you are his new hunter's card and documents, and asked him to look at them. The main character said that he would read these pieces of paper later, and did not understand why he needed so many of these pieces of paper. The man said that in this case, "I hope you will continue to serve for the benefit of humanity and civilization." The main character said that he will do everything that depends on him. Hyung couldn't believe that Randy was already of a rank, and he said that from that moment Randy became a real hunter. Hyung told Randy that the hunter has 2 dreams. The main character asked what other dreams the hunters had. The first is to return all the territories of the earth captured by the constellations. The main character said that even if the demon god constellation did not personally intervene, the place would be swarming with their servants. Is it even possible to recapture those lands back? Hyung wanted to talk to Randy about the battle of the constellations. Now that Randy has a rank, people will ask him to participate in the constellation battle. If this happens, then Randy should be rejected at every possible opportunity. The main character asked why he should refuse. He was told that most of these proposals are simply rubbish. After all, while he was away, there were more repulsed hunters in the world, which offers very rubbish offers. Hyung gave the phone to Randy and told him to look at this picture. The main character looked at the picture and asked who they were. He replied that they are called Sacred Knights of the Sacred Temple. Sacred Knights of the Sacred Temple. After the demon god constellation took over the United Kingdom, the exiled royal family and their hunters founded this group, and the main goal is to return to the United Kingdom. The main character said that he sees nothing wrong with this. Hyun said that they kidnapped the US president and tried to fire nuclear missiles at Britain. This was just an example, where those who were not interested in you before, as in rank B, will now flock to you from all corners. Hyung advised Randy to be careful. The main character said that he would listen to his advice, and asked what the hunter's second dream was. Hyun said that this is a raid at the gates of the abyss. The gate of the abyss is the first gate that appeared in the middle of the earth, connecting it with the abyss. Most raids there failed. Abyss Gate is one of the businesses in which our company has invested a lot in the past, but the expedition there completely failed, so there is almost no information. That's all they managed to get. And he let Randy look at it. Among the territories of the abyss that I watch, the first will be the Kingdom of the Abyss. The main character recognized this place and said that this is the territory of a warrior of sweat and blood. The next day, there were a lot of people near the plan and the cross. Smallwood looked at everything around him, and for him it was strange that so many hunters had gathered today. Elizabeth said that he really doesn't know why they came here. The girl said that most likely they are waiting for the hunter Randy, who was promoted to a rank. It's high time for him to return. Smallwood noticed Randy running and pointed at him with his finger that he was running. The main character noticed that many hunters had gathered, and he was wondering what the commotion was about. Anthony was surprised that he left the car and ran here himself, 10 kilometers from here. The main character said that it seemed to him that he had relaxed a little, so he decided to practice a little. Elizabeth smiled and said that nothing had happened and congratulated him on his new rank. All his friends began to congratulate him. Only Anthony was not happy because he considered him his rival. He said that this time he would allow him to rejoice. Well, don't think about relaxing. The main character said that this was very unlike them. Well, he thanked them for these congratulations. Other hunters said that it would be cool to have at least 2 more high-ranked hunters with you. The main character clapped his hands and told them all to listen to him. Now that I am a rank, he could not help but feel the great responsibility entrusted to him. He promised to do his best to help other hunters of his clan become stronger. In exchange, he asked that they strictly follow his commands. One hunter decided to clarify the question and said that he probably meant by order during the raid. The main character said that he was wrong. From now on, I will rule the Icaros clan. Everyone was shocked and did not know that he was now the leader of the Icaros clan. Randy said that he was right. My Hyung appointed me in charge. From now on, be prepared for the consequences if you do not show up when I ask you to. All his friends were shocked by this news. The main character was leaving the Icaros building. How they told him that he had guests. The man said that he was waiting for him. He really wanted to meet no matter what. The man said hello and said that his name was Wes Morales. He was a ranked hunter like Randy. The main character noticed how big he was. Wes Morales, one of the main high-ranking hunters in America, nicknamed the Ominous Rock. He asked Randy for help. Randy couldn't understand what kind of help a big guy like him needed. The main character advised him to go to his room and talk there. The man began to congratulate. He heard that he became the manager of the Dragon Artifact. He is now working with the Parker family. The man said it doesn't matter how good the hunter is, because all the power is still in the hands of the company. Randy said that this is probably true, so why did he start such a conversation? The man said that he also wants this power. After all, he was tired of being a servant. However, he never received the shares of the company that he was promised. He asked Randy if they did the same to him. Randy said not really. He remembered the moment when his Hyung threw him the phone. He said that you are his shares in the company. He did not give them to Randy, not because he was somehow biased, and asked him to understand him correctly. The main character said that he didn't need it. Hyun said that he had already paid the gift tax, so he had no choice but to accept these shares. Randy said that he already had his shares. The man did not believe his words and asked if he was serious now. The man held his head and shouted that they said they would give him shares, and they forced me to work for them. And now they just pay him hundreds of millions of dollars so that he doesn't have any complaints. The main character was surprised that he was being paid millions of dollars and asked if this was not enough. The man said that was why he wanted to work and fight with them. I didn't think Randy was being treated so well. In that case, how about half of my shares from Parker if Randy helps him? The main character said that he did not see any reason to refuse. Well, how was he going to convince his chairman? The main character didn't understand this. Wes said that it would be quite difficult, but he had his own way of negotiating with him. He took out the pieces of paper and asked Randy to take a look. The main character did not understand what it was and thought that it was information about the dungeon. The dungeon is divided into two large categories. The red dungeon has a limit on the number of people and time, and the white dungeon is much safer due to the absence of restrictions or prohibitions. And it's clear that white dungeons have their own value. In the white dungeon, you can hunt monsters without any time or clearing the dungeon. The man said that this was a rank B dungeon. Randy said it was almost an endless golden duck. Energy Park illegally acquired this dungeon. They use it to finance their factories. The man wanted to stage a raid on him in order to negotiate with him. Since they had already gotten their hands dirty, he was sure they would try to hush up the problem quietly. The main character then asked what the problem was. After all, he didn't understand anything from the conversation. The man said that he was being guarded by a ranked hunter. Even for him, it was very difficult. That's why he decided to ask Randy for help, since he is an expert in fighting against people. The man said that he should know her, because she is also Korean. This hunter's name was Seka. The main character was very surprised because he knew her. He did not believe that she was guarding the white dungeon of the Parker family. Wes said that she was the daughter of his close friend. The main character stood up and began to leave. He said that he could not interfere with her work. He asked for forgiveness and asked them to forget about this conversation. The man started to stop him and asked the main character to think about everything. Randy turned around and was surprised that he had anything else to say. The man said that you can include the Seka in the share and divide all the shares into 3. Randy asked the men if he himself liked this proposal. The man said that in any case, there is not much difference in dividing them into 2 or 3. Still, there was a lot of money at stake. Moreover, if she joins us, won't our chances of success increase? Randy listened to him and completely agreed with him. The main character told the man not to get his hopes up too much. After all, if she refuses the offer, then you can forget about this idea. The man said that he understood absolutely everything, but I didn't think that she would refuse. The main character called her. He said that he had an offer and was ready to work with her on one case if she agreed. Seka was very happy, and he shouted that he agreed that this should not happen. She told Randy that she would come right away. The man began to laugh. He wasn't upset because she didn't even listen to him. Seha was happy because it was a great opportunity for her to show off her abilities. Seka went to Randy and said that this was a great opportunity for her to make a good impression. The girl came to them. The main character told his whole plan, which Wes voiced to him. Randy asked the girl how she liked this plan. The girl smiled and said that she was happy with everything. Randy said if she doesn't want to, he won't force her. After all, he only works honestly. The girl said in an angry voice that a 10% stake in Park Energy was worth at least a couple of billions, so it will definitely be much more profitable to participate. Seka took the phone and said that she would break the contract with the Parkers right now. Randy said that's how it should be, and I was shocked that you can break a contract so easily over the phone. On the same day, at 11 o'clock at night, they arrived at the scene. They noticed a guard. There were 2 of them at the entrance. Randy understood that they would have to penetrate this territory. The girl said that it's not worth it, and you can just go in. The girl approached the security guard and asked her to leave. The security guard asked for her ID in response. The guard looked at her ID, and it said that she was an A-class hunter. Her identity was confirmed by the system. The main character did not understand why everything was so simple. After all, he expected it to be quite difficult. The man said that apparently these people had not yet been told about her termination of the contract. Randy was a little surprised that such a plant processed materials from the White Dungeon. He imagined this plant completely differently. The most amazing thing about this plant is that the dungeon is located right in it. The girl said that dungeon gates can appear anywhere, even on the wall of someone's house. The man smiled and said that Randy would understand everything when he saw everything from the inside. The guard greeted the hunter Seka. The girl immediately asked where Lockstein is now. The security guard replied that he was talking to the general director right now. Randy asked the man if by general he meant the first son of the Parker family. The man replied that exactly so. And it's quite unexpected. Why would he come here so suddenly? The main character asked if this is important, We can just knock them out and take whatever we want. The man replied that it was so. And more importantly, if we leave right now, we will create suspicion on ourselves. Therefore, we must behave as usual. The girl began to flex her fists, and she said that everything was fine. The plant is still illegal, so we won't get anything for it. The security guard shouted that a meeting was taking place right now. They are forbidden to come here. The girl did not start listening to the guard, and she stabbed him in the stomach. Another guard looked on from the side and could not understand what was happening. He was shocked that their clanmates attacked the guard. The girl kicked the door down and shouted at Jacob and Loxon not to move. Well, when they looked at it all, they were shocked. After all, the leaders were tied up and taken prisoner. Robbers robbed their office. One of the robbers said that things were bad because they were hunters. He started shooting at them with all his might. Wes used his ability called Stone Wall. Thanks to this ability, he neutralized the bandits' attack. The bandit told his friend that these were unusual hunters. You need to take the dungeon and get out of here. The girl shouted that they would not go anywhere. After all, they broke the law and broke into Parker's office. The bandit began to realize that he could not escape anywhere. He took the director hostage, and she said that if they take another step, he will shoot him. The girl said that he was threatening the wrong thing. After all, she didn't care if these two old directors died. Markets released her by the shoulder and told her not to rush to conclusions because he wanted to find out what was happening. The main character asked the question, why do they need this closet? Because he is the dungeon. That's why they came here. Randy was surprised that this closet was a dungeon. The man said that it was so. The dungeon space gate is in this closet. So they are industrial spies. The man said that he would save their lives if they gave the cabinet to them. The main character scratched his head and said that he also came here for this cabinet. Randy said that he could do whatever they wanted with these directors. After all, they only need a dungeon. The director began to cry from what they heard. Suddenly, a very strong explosion occurred. The entire plant began to burn with fire. Everyone was surprised what happened because it was a very strong explosion. The deceased shouted that this was their handiwork, and even quietly it was difficult, and said that there was no point in blowing up the station. Randy noticed the slime and said it was a monster. He couldn't understand how they managed this factory so that they turned out to be monsters. The main character shouted that the monster was coming here. He needs to hurry to get out. Everyone began to rush out. Everyone understood that soon everything would blow up. Randy saw a monster in front of him and was surprised that it was liquid slime. The girl immediately began to attack him with the help of her magic powers. She used her technique called Advanced Mana Wolf Summoning. Well, this technique did not cause any damage. The girl didn't understand how this was possible because she didn't make a single scratch. The girl smiled and said that in fact she is not so weak, and she said that she would try again. The main character didn't listen to her and was shocked how he ended up here. Randy saved her life. He took her hand, and with the help of his speed, they escaped the monster's attack. Randy told her to concentrate, because one mistake and she will be in the next world. The girl said that everything would be fine. He didn't understand what it was. After all, he had never even seen him in the abyss. In this case, he thought that maybe this was another search for another constellation. It was more like that. The core processing plant was in very great danger because the monster's slime reached this plant. The monster began to fill with this core. It looked like an inflatable balloon that would soon burst. Randy couldn't believe it because this monster became even stronger as it absorbed the energy of the core. The man handed Randy the phone and said that something terrible had happened. The main character did not understand that something more terrible could happen than this. Randy couldn't believe it, because all the nuclear factories around the world were attacked at one time, and it's not clear from what constellation. The main character said that he doesn't know who is behind this, but they are quite smart, since summoned monsters become stronger if summoned at core factories. Randy shouted that something needs to be done about this. They need to finish this monster quickly. The man asked if he had any skills useful for fighting such a monster. The main character took out his heavenly sword and said that he would cut it until he died. The man thought he was crazy, and I thought this plan was very strange. The main character attacked this monster directly and shouted that he would destroy it. Randy cut this monster into small pieces. No one could understand whether this monster would recover or not. At that moment, other hunters came and said that they were ready to help him. Randy said that they were very late. After all, he dealt with him a long time ago. The hunter was upset that he could not help his commander. The guy thought it was surprising. After all, in other regions, there is now a fierce battle going on. The girl gave Randy the phone again and told him to look at this picture. The Colonel plant of the American port of Arthur, Garyville's name is Colonel's, and the Korean Colonel plant of Ulsan. They were practically destroyed. The man was telling the news. What is confirmed is that all these factories are currently under attack by monsters. Hyung called Randy and asked what was going on here. After all, monsters have attacked all the stations, and a big explosion can happen every second. The main character said that he himself does not know anything because he has never seen these monsters before. He thought it was the work of some constellation. Hyung shouted that who the idiot could think of this. After all, stock prices are now flying into some kind of abyss. At this moment, when he was talking to Randy, he was also fighting these monsters. He said that it seems that in order to win, you need to burn them until they stop regenerating, and asked Randy if he had tried it. The main character said that he simply cut this monster until it dies and stops regenerating. Hyun considered his act very reckless. Randy said that in any case, he asked that he inform him if any new information came in. The girl advised Randy that the best thing to do now is go to Korea. The main character said that, of course, and thanked her for her help. He promised that he would send her share as soon as he finished dealing with this whole mess. The girl smiled and said that she was not here for a reward at all, but he will gladly accept this award. The main character looked back at the closet where the portal was, and he said that it was time to tidy up a little. They took this large wardrobe with a man in it and carried it into the car. When they were carrying this closet, Randy said that after all, who would have thought that a dungeon could be in the closet? The man said that he himself would never have believed it until he saw this picture. Randy remembered the directors. They were in tears and tied up. They haven't untied them yet. Randy untied them. They thanked them for such help. Director asked how they knew this would happen. The main character said that they received some information through their sources. Morales asked us for help for joint defense. The director thanked Morales for such great help. Morales said that he did everything he was obliged to do. The director didn't realize that they were there to take their share. The director said that he was really sorry that the promise was so delayed. He promised that he would definitely be able to convince the other directors to give him his shares. Randick whispered to Morales that this was just dust in the eyes. Sincerity is not felt even an inch. Morales believed Randy's words. The constellation said it was true. This is a constellation acting in the form of a mortal, and he could recognize Jacob's lie as soon as he said those words. The main character said that advanced martial arts users are able to read their opponent's thoughts. It was an amazing technique. Morales said that in any case, they have already finished everything here. They need to move on. They got into the car and left to go about their business. The director didn't even give him a free hand. At this time, in the Union of Small Constellations, they watched the Randy. The main character came to visit them. Randy said that they had not seen each other for a very long time. He asked what the urgent reasons for his call were, and which they told him. The kitten screams that there is a big commotion among the constellations, and a very big disaster is coming. The kitten says that there is a big reward on the head of the constellation that created all this mess. The main character thought that they did this because the agreement was broken. Since you can get soulstones not often, it will be great to get. The main character thought to catch this constellation and get a big reward. Randy asked how they were going to find him, and he should start searching himself. The constellation of desires replied that there was no need for this. The constellation participating in the agreement constantly spam him with calls to beat the constellation. The main character asked if he could just give them up. The constellation Desire replied that of course it could, but a constellation that avoids constellation battle for too long risks losing its chance to remain on Earth. Randy thought about it and said that he wanted to fight him head-on. Well, the goddess said that this is very rare in the abyss. The goddess smiled and said who would agree to bet their life on someone. What stupidity, unless the constellation turns out to be arrogant or reckless. The main character thought about it and said that he could be called reckless because all he did was risk his life. Randy thought that in any case, there was some more information about him. The constellation of desires opened a hologram for him and asked him to look there. A slippery monster was drawn there. The goddess said that she was a formless comprehender, piercing everything. They thought it was a very pretentious name for a stupid monster. The goddess said that this is a very cruel constellation. After all, he was originally a monster. Randy said he felt like he knew the land too well for a monster. Maybe there is some Earth constellation helping him. Randy turned into a constellation and went to watch the constellation news. The constellation news was just talking about this case. The main character saw on a hologram that the virtuous goddess of Libra was requesting a meeting with him. At this time in the territory of the goddess of the scales, everything was quiet. The goddess of Libra put on beautiful clothes and asked her servants what she looked like. The avatar said that you think the word perfect was created just to describe this day, goddess. The servants behind listened to this nonsense and thought that the same answer to the same question 145 times was already too much. Avatar said that this is simply excellent. Adikvaniel returned after 1,000 years of searching for Randy. The goddess asked her avatar if she could take part in the battle of the constellations this time. The avatar said that, of course. The goddess of scales said that the servant avatar of tonings would be with her, so she will have to give it her all. But she said that she will give it her all. Adikvaniel asked if the goddess really wanted to see Randy. The goddess became embarrassed and said that she did not feel anything like that for him. They just have a friendly relationship. At this time, the goddess's garden, the main character came to visit her. He noticed that things had improved a little since the last meeting. The main character saw the goddess avatar in front of him and already began to understand where this was going. The goddess was very surprised, and she said that she had not seen such strong servants for a long time. Randy asked his goddess if she was really that strong. The goddess replied that she would not be surprised if other constellations were trying to lure her to themselves. Well, this will only happen if she wants it to. The main character saw in front of him the goddess of the scales, who was descending from heaven to him. She said that she is not the same as before, but is still a powerful existential force. The main character smiled and said that meeting her again would be an honor for him. The goddess immediately got down to business and asked Randy if he knew why she called him. The main character answered that because of the formless comprehender. The goddess said that's exactly what it is. Even though all the constellations are hunting for him, few people risk calling him to the battle of the constellation because they really don't know anything about him. But since the rewards offered are very substantial, it will only be better for us if we win. The main character agreed with the words of the goddess. Therefore, the goddess wanted to join hands in order to participate together in the battle of the constellations. Of course, first I need permission from Randy's constellation. The goddess at that time did not yet know that Randy was a constellation itself. The kitten began to say that this could be a trap. You think that impudent constellation is capable of pulling off such a scheme? Randy thought the goddess was a little underrated, although it wasn't her style to do something like that. The main character said that he would ask his constellation about this and decide. The goddess was very happy and said, "Is this really true?" Randy said it was true, and most likely he will agree. The goddess took him by the hands and said that this was a great relief for her. The goddess's servants shouted for her to control herself. The goddess remembered that without a shaped constellation accepted the challenge to the battle of the constellation, and she asked Randy if he knew what SSL was. The main character said that this is probably a sport in which hunters fight 6-on-6. The goddess said that he was right. This is also a battle of the constellations. Randy said that he is not very familiar with this sport, because I haven't watched it since the entire Korean team was defeated. The goddess remembered that he had not been on Earth for 30 years, and I thought how to solve this issue for them. The goddess suggested that Randy should think and participate in a practice match. This will be like a warm-up and training for him. The goddess's assistant began to conduct Randy to conduct a practice match. When the main character was flying, he looked at the area, and I thought that there were definitely more cool-looking buildings and strong servants here, a little different from what Randy last saw. The servant said that they are there. They need to get ready to land. And there the goddess of the constellations was waiting for the avatar. She said that she was glad to see him, and she wanted to quickly fight him and test his strength. She took him by the shoulders and said that she didn't have time to tell him about this before, but she is very happy that she met him. She began to tell him her story, that she really wanted to meet him. Wanderings poured out centuries and unprecedented tears. She cried and was really very happy to meet him this time. After all, she was looking for him for 10,000 years. She turned her back and said that they were starting this practice match. The Battle of Nok has begun, the starting point of the Adikaniel team. The main character understood that he would not be able to give 100% because in the battle the strength of the participants is greatly limited. She said that not all skills are allowed and restrictions are placed on stats. On a field divided by 3 lines, top, middle, and bottom. This is a big battlefield. The restriction will be gradually lifted after killing monsters and increasing the level. This way all hunters will improve their skills and become stronger. Well, after leveling up in this way, you will attack the enemy base. The first team to destroy the constellation sanctuary will win. The main character began to think that he needed to kill monsters, level up and destroy everything. Just his style. A system opened that asked you to select a skill. The main character thought for a long time what to choose. Randy started removing skills and decided to choose the Heavenly Strike skill. After all, thanks to this skill, he will improve his strike with the help of the Heavenly Sword. Randy was ready for battle. Adkaniel said that she was very glad, and then right now they would start the battle. His internal energy dropped sharply. The effect of undying regeneration has been greatly reduced. He couldn't use the Great Absorption technique. The main character thought it was surprising. It was as if he had become an E-rank hunter again. Adkaniel told him that he needed to take the top lane so he could start the battle. Randy replied, "That's good, and they'll see each other soon." The Avatar wanted to give him a couple more pieces of advice, but it was already too late. After all, he picked up speed and was very far from her. While running, the main character thought that this was a training match. Perhaps it will be better to take part in it firsthand. Randy continued to run when he saw the monster's legs. He looked up. I saw a bunch of monsters in front of me. They were called ghouls, used to level up. The main character attacked them and thought, if he kills them, he will raise his level. Since he first of all needs to preserve his internal energy, he was not going to spend money on skills. In this case, the only thing he could do was rely on the muscle memory of his body. Randy began to quickly destroy them. He regained his internal energy. But one monster was behind him and attacked him. The main character understood that things were bad because he didn't notice him and missed him. Suddenly, at the very top of the tower, the blue emerald began to shift. Who watched this battle? He destroyed this monster using his laser energy technique. The main character noticed this and did not understand why he did it. He recalled that he was not told this in the rules. The main character thought it was some kind of street lamp, but it turned out to be quite a useful thing. A bunch of more monsters appeared on his way who wanted to destroy and eat his flesh. Randy began to flex his fists and said that he could go all out here. Literally 5 minutes passed before all the monsters lay killed on the ground. Randy began to look at his data and said that he had pretty good progress. He thought that he had absolutely no experience. After all, he couldn't even understand whether everything was good or not. He climbed to the very top of the stone and began to examine whether there were enemies nearby. At this moment, one of the goddess's assistants also destroyed these monsters. He pointed his finger at this monster and said that his leveling up was going very well. He read that his opponent is human and even a complete beginner. I don't think he should stay long. Randy ran as fast as he could, shouting that he had found him. He attacked this guy, considering him to be his enemy. The main character said that he had to hit him to get experience points. The servant asked him to stop because he was confusing something. Randy didn't listen to him and hit him in the face with all his might. The blow was very cruel and strong. The servant was very exhausted. He could not understand what it was and what had just happened. The guy said that he just died and was reborn again, unable to do anything to that person. Although he relaxed, the servant realized that this man was definitely experienced in battles. The main character continued to fight against monsters. He destroyed them in batches. Suddenly he noticed an orange ball. This ball appeared behind him. Adkaniel addressed him through this ball. She said that since this was his first battle in the Battle of the Servants, she decided to contact him in case of problems. The main character said that he had just killed some angel, and right now he is protecting Ghoulie. The girl was shocked by what she heard because not every avatar could cope with it. The main character noticed her reaction and asked if I had violated something. The girl said that not exactly, but rather the opposite. She advised him to continue in the same spirit. It will be very good for him. Randy looked up and saw the angel he killed. He thought that this angel had been reborn and wanted more supplements. Randy was surprised that he returned. He looked very bad. The main character of our warm-up, and said that his opponent Fearless once again came to him for battle. The guy pointed his finger at Randy and said that he would never run away, because he hit him a couple of times. The guy said he would fight with all his might and called Randy a weakling. He wanted to see if Randy could do anything else for him. Randy got angry. He was curious where he got such skill in provocations. The guy started to get angry and said that in any case he had no chance in close combat. In this case, he simply wanted to lure Randy into a trap. He wanted to restrict his movement. The guy used the Urkel skill. This is a magic speed reduction trap. He prayed that Randy would step on this trap, and then the guy would have a better chance of victory. Randy noticed his trap and said that instead of provoking so stupidly, he should learn to control his emotions. Randy used the sky finger technique. The guy was shocked, and just recently he was waving his fists, and now he uses ranged attacks. He screamed in pain and said that this was definitely some kind of cheating. He didn't understand how a newcomer could beat him so easily. At the same time, there was a middle line, near the Tower of Enemy Angels. The angels dealt with all the monsters in their path. They destroyed a lot of monsters. Another angel flew to them and asked them to help him. He was in tears. He was very upset to lose to a man. He flew to his teammates and began to talk about his problem. He was asked why he was not on his top line. And what about that newbie with the man? The main character was close to them and said that it would be difficult for him to answer this question for them. Randy began to flex his fists and said that he just asked him to show the way. At the same time, I talked to him along the way. The other angels were shocked. They did not understand how he quickly got to them. One of the angels looked at him and was shocked because Randy had a crazy amount of energy. They didn't understand how it was possible to reach such a level so quickly. The main character asked, "Well, what are we waiting for? Aren't you going to fight?" In this case, Randy himself attacked them and struck the first blow. The angels screamed in fear because they had never fought against such a strong opponent. Randy was going to beat them very hard and hoped that this time there would be less idle chatter. He was about to strike the first angel when a system appeared before his eyes. It was written there that the training matches ended with agreement on both sides. He will soon be teleported out of the arena. Suddenly there was a large yellow flash. The arena began to shake with very great force. No one understood what was happening, because this was the first time such nonsense had happened. At that moment, Adicaniel ran up to Randy. The main character noticed that she was running towards him very quickly. He asked why the practice match ended so abruptly and what happened. The system was highlighted again, on which it was written that the formless comprehender piercing everything had surrendered. Randy didn't understand why he decided to give up, because they had just started training. Randy asked the girl if this happens very often. She replied that it was very, very rare. She suspected that perhaps this was some kind of plan of the goddess. The virtuous goddess of the scales asks whether the formless comprehender who pierces everything has surrendered. She was surprised and asked what was happening. The formless comprehender, striking everything, requests a meeting with Randy. Randy didn't understand why he needed this meeting. He was wondering what this monster was up to. The kitten says that this may be an attempt to negotiate due to the feeling of being stuck in a corner. The main character said that such a scenario is quite likely. After some time, the main character from the goddess of Libra arrived at a new location. The Libra goddess was surprised at the constellation Randy sent him instead of coming in person. She still didn't know that Randy was a constellation. Randy smiled and said that his constellation still trusts him well. The formless comprehender piercing everything greets both constellations. The main character told him that he was not going to spare him since he surrendered. As a complaint, I asked him if he knew what damage he had caused to the Earth. The formless comprehender says that he had no other choice to contact the constellation, which established themselves on Earth. Randy answered him, "Let him try to say it with a constellation chasing you. I wonder what they'll do to you." The realizer says that this is absolutely dishonest, because he was not the only one who planned all this. The Libra goddess was shocked, because she thought that he did it all alone. Randy said that he thought so, and if he wants negotiations, then he needs to reveal his accomplice. The comprehender says that he is not going to hide anything. He was persuaded to do this by a collector of noble crowns. Randy told the beneficiary that he had been framed big time. He used you to anger the other constellations. The comprehender became very angry. After all, he trusted the collector most of all. The comprehender began to cry heavily. He was a very vulnerable constellation, and he didn't want everyone to offend him. The comprehender says that other constellations do not even speak to him. He began to beg them for help. Randy thought he was a little stupid and wondered if it had something to do with him being a monster. The main character is thoughtful, but still, if he can take revenge on this bastard collector, then it will be just great. Randy promised that he would help him. The lava cat, the goddess of desire, and the goddess of Libra were shocked by this act. After all, he can greatly disgrace himself. The goddess kept telling him to wait a second. Do you really need to help him? And if you get into the battle, the collector constellation. Randy told her not to worry about it, because he had the power. Randy smiled and said that he was not going to participate in other people's battles. The goddess then asked what he was going to do. The main character said that he would ask a kitten he knew for help. The lava kitten was shocked and did not want to take part in this. The kitten was stunned and asked if he really has me. Randy continued to travel through the abyss. The system reported that his rank was currently. The main character was happy about this news. Finally, a double-digit number. Randy smiled and said that soon it would be possible to target high-ranking constellations, A. The goddess told him not to try to climb to Olympus so quickly. Otherwise, other constellations will not be happy. The goddess advised that he better take a break. The main character agreed with her and was thinking about taking a look at his territories, so he came here. After some time, the main character was there. He was shocked when he saw how much everything had changed here. He saw that the orcs take very good care of the animals. He looked at the cow and remembered that it was the cow that he had dragged from the ground. He saw a big bird. And I didn't know that they raised birds because he only brought chickens. The guardian king of heavenly weather greeted Randy. Randy said he was very glad to see him. These territories have been transformed so much, it was you who did it all. The guardian king of heavenly weather says that he did not do all this. Says that most of it was done by orcs. Randy was surprised that the orcs did all this, and asked the keeper if he was seriously saying this. Randy was very impressed. Honestly, if he had been told that orcs were an agricultural tribe, he would never have believed it. The main character landed on the ground. The orcs noticed him and began to greet him. They asked him to see how much they had achieved. The main character smiled and said that he looked at everything while flying here, and he praised them for their excellent work. The main character showed blood and chickens with his fingers, and asked if they raised them that way. The orcs replied that everything was exactly like that. Orsic said that they raised them so that they would be strong and fit in your reputation. Randy says he thought about making something out of them. But the orcs put so much effort into growing them that it was a bit of a shame. The orcs asked Randy if they could kill them. The main character replied that he thought it was possible. Randy said that then all their efforts would be in vain. But the orcs did not listen to him. Their eyes were burning to destroy them all. The main character watched the orcs as they killed animals, and I wondered if it would be okay if he ate the livestock they raised. A little time passed. The orcs ate the cow. They were very pleased with their work. Randy prepared this food for them. The orcs blessed him for such good food. Randy was pleased that they liked everything. The main character noticed a strange feeling. He looked at the orcs and noticed that their strength had increased greatly. He noticed that now they were releasing stronger energy than before, and did not understand how this was happening. The main character realized that thanks to his influence, they became stronger while they worked and ate delicious food. This time, Randy received a message from a traveling merchant selling fate. He was looking for a meeting with him, and he congratulated Randy on his victory in the Battle of the Constellations. The traveling merchant says that in order to cancel his victory, you can buy something that gives a new building. Randy began to look at his budget and said that he didn't have very many soul stones. The goddess said that it was still time for him to take up the defense of his territory. Then it would be nice to purchase some kind of building. The main character said that it would be great to buy this, but I only have 98,000 stones. Randy again asked for a discount. A wandering merchant, stunned, asks him if he is a thief. The traveling merchant is unhappy because he is constantly trying to reduce the price. Randy turned around and said that he should forget about the deal then. After all, it was he who decided to appear out of nowhere and start pushing something. The traveling merchant cried while making such a deal with him. The lying merchant says that next time it won't work. His main friend thanked him for such a quick deal. Randy held the box in his hands, and to him it looked ominous, considering that he had given away all his money. Randy continued to look at this box, and thought that he was too hasty with the purchase. But he didn't get upset, he already bought it anyway, and he will soon find out what is there. When the box began to open, he was told that his fate was being decided as house flowed out of it. There was a big flash. The main character was very interested in what it was. The main character knocked out the barrier of the great warrior. It protects from the storm of the abyss and gives strength to servants. There is an opportunity to sell the skill to your followers. Randy said it was very good. The goddess agreed with him and said that barriers are very useful in the abyss, because thanks to them, he can protect his territories, even when the constellation is not nearby. What could be better for my busy successor, who is constantly trying at the expense of other constellations of the earth? Randy got the feeling that she was insulting him. But in any case, it's a sin to complain about a good subject. This barrier could have saved many lives. At this time, the Hyung looked at the monitor and said that the price of cores had increased very much. They want the price of his shares. They have lost a lot of money from this stupid slug. He had the main character. Well, Randy said that he now receives a lot from other constellations. Hyun said that after this news he felt much better. But the main character didn't tell his Hyung that he was helping him a little. Well, that's only because they were using him against the collector's constellation. The kitten asks in shock, "Are you really counting on me to spread these rumors?" The main character replied that he hopes so. The sudden attack at the core factory caused harm not only to the good constellations, but also to the constellation of the demonic god. So, if rumors spread that the collector's constellation is behind all this, his position will definitely be shaken. The kitten said that he understood. This sounds like a great plan. The kitten says that he got the point, but he doesn't understand why he should do this. The main character said that he is their gossip expert. It was clear that the kitten was shocked by these words. The kitten did not deny this. Randy began to leave, saying that he was leaving this job to him. The constellation was shocked, because of this, now it will be much more difficult than for the poppy. There were manual news, a moment earlier, and the ranked hunter, Joseph Grant. He stated that he would participate in the raid on the Abyssal Gate. Hyung was simply shocked and couldn't believe what this crazy guy just said. At this time, many journalists gathered in the conference hall to ask a ranked hunter all the questions. Joseph said that for too long mankind has been under the control of the constellations of the abyss, and they are constantly attacked by monsters. And the reasons for all this lie in the gates of the abyss. For quite a long time, out of fear, people avoided the truth in themselves in ways. Well, maybe it's too late, but he wanted to fulfill his duty as a hunter of a rank. The man shouted that he was declaring to the whole world that right now he would go to the gates of the abyss. He shouted that he would not be able to do this alone. That's why he will need help from other hunters. Together with other hunters of rank and above, we will fight, and the rest will be responsible for support. So, if you have a sense of duty as a hunter, it doesn't matter what rank you are. If you are a hunter, then join us. Hyun and Randy listened to his speech in silence. Joseph clenched his fist and called on everyone to liberate our Earth. After all, the future of our generations depends on it. All the people and hunters looked after him and supported him with all their hearts. Randy watched this and said that he was quite passionate. Hyung said that he had been thinking about this for a long time. Randy asked him what the problem was then. Hyun replied that the problem is everything. The costs are simply astronomical. Civilian technicians will need to be hired to install basic facilities in the abyss, and people to guard them. So there are just a lot of problems. And the biggest of them is that Joseph Grant is not the kind of high-ranking hunter who will take care of civilians or low-ranking hunters. In fact, he would rather use them as bait to achieve his personal goals. Hyun advised Randy not to get involved in this because it will only cause problems. Hyung looked at his eyes and realized that he was again going to do whatever came into his head. The main character began to warm up and said that it was unpleasant that Joseph was such a vile person. But his success will be useful. Hyun said that's true. The main character began to leave and told him not to worry. After all, he will take care of him if he tries to be stupid. Hyung replied, if this happens, then our company will definitely show itself in a good light. And besides, isn't Randy interested? Hyung asked what he meant. Randy said, if everything is as you said, then Joseph is driven by his own personal goals. The fact that he decided to take action means that he is sure so. Hyung thought about it and said maybe he's right, but he still needs to be careful. Other people told Joseph that some countries were not happy that he would be the leader. Joseph replied that it did not matter, because he was not going to take command of foreign hunters. He needs them to just join the raid and distract the enemies. In the meantime, they will be busy with this. The master of Joseph, this constellation is a general of iron blood, exciting the battlefield. Thanks to this, he will carry out his plan. Alex Parker said that no investor would miss this opportunity, and he will cling to everything to sign the contract. In return, if there is something valuable in the raid, Joseph interrupted him and said that his master vowed to share everything. Parker, his son, his name was Jacob. The son immediately came to him and began to listen to him. He wanted his son to provide support this time. The son promised that he would not let him down for anything. Parker told him not to think of it as a simple raid. After all, this battle will go down in human history. The son saw that he would keep this in mind and give his best. Parker said while they were hanging around there, he would think about what to do with that land and slowly make plans for her. Some time passed. A lot of hunters gathered at the gates of the abyss, near the headquarters of the leadership. The main character said that he would not look after them at all, since they came here themselves, and he asked if everything would be okay with them. The main character said that they could lose their lives. This was the Huashan clan of hunters. Iris said it doesn't matter. Wherever they go, they will fearlessly follow Randy. The main character smiled and said that he heard them. Then we will go there as a small group of elite hunters. After this strong speech, they all went into the abyss to fight for your land. They began to be checked at the entrance so that they matched, and their identity was confirmed. The man said that he fit all the parameters and asked him to enter the abyss. The system said that he entered the first kingdom of the abyss. The reward was the maximum number of participants. The remaining time was not available. The main character began to look at everything and saw that this was the first territory of the abyss. There was construction going on everywhere. Iris told her clanmates not to worry, and they remained calm. The main character said that since they trusted him and followed him, he will do anything to protect their lives. The Huashan hunters began to smile, because they were very pleased that Randy took such care of them. The main character pointed to the building and said that it was a raid base built by Dragon Industries. The main character began to flex his fists and told everyone to gather there in the training room. At this time, a study was taking place. It was in the USA, command base of the American expedition. One of the hunters turned to Joseph and said that the guys were asking when the raid would begin. Joseph told him to ask them to wait for now. After all, the time has not come yet. The hunter decided to ask him what he meant. Joseph said that there are many more other expeditions here than he expected. This means there will be many people whom he cannot control. It is better to give them the opportunity to act on their own. Then they will take care of the orc forts in the surrounding area. As soon as all the obstacles from our path are gone, we will appear, Joseph said angrily. He thought that he would have to wait a very long time, and this irritated him very much. At this time, Randy looked at the screen and said that hunters from other countries showed themselves better than he thought. The girl asked if it was normal for them to sit here without anything to do. Alice would say that perhaps there are some objects there. The guy agreed and said that it would be too late if everything was snatched up by us. Randy thought about it and said that at least this territory is an abyss. He didn't think there would be anything of value in the orc forts. Randy suggested watching and waiting for something. Smallwood asked him if he had any plan. Randy replied that of course there is, although it's not like he came up with it. The Hyung came up with this plan. He said that they were secretly watching what Joseph was doing, and then they use it against him. Randy said that he already understood. Although it's a little mean, well, this way they can reduce the number of victims, but it was still mean. The main character remembered and said that in any case, now it would be better to just wait. This will be the right decision. Randy warned his friends that if they heard anything about the Korean expedition, they should report to him. After some time, an alarm sounded throughout the clan. Elizabeth did not understand anything, and asked if the monsters had united. The main character said it looked like that. Elizabeth said that it seems that this is not all. After all, there were just a bunch of these monsters. The main character said that at this moment, they definitely can't just watch, and he shouted for everyone to get ready for battle. Rennie turned around and said that in times like these, they should help each other, because this is very important for everyone. The other hunters were shocked. They didn't think there were so many monsters. One of the men shouted that all this was expected. Everyone get in line and don't panic. To begin with, they activated the magic. If they get here, there will be nothing left of their base. The commander himself was very worried, because he himself did not expect that there would be so many monsters. But he had no right to show fear in front of his subordinates. The hunters said that there were too many of them, and did not understand what to do in such a situation. After all, the monsters were coming closer and closer. At this moment, Randy appeared. He ordered the Huashan sect to be behind him and maintain the formation. Randy began to flex his fists, and said that only numbers were on their side, but they are too weak to break through their defenses. Randy smiled and said that he would take care of their leader. After all, when the leader dies, the fighting spirit of the rest will drop. The captain was shocked and shouted what he was doing. After all, if he wants to fight together, then let him stand in the ranks. Randy grabbed him by the shoulder and told him to forget about it. He asked that they continue to support the magic. The main character used his entire history and attacked tens of thousands of monsters single-handedly. The captain could not believe his eyes and thought that this was complete madness. The main character wanted to finish with them quickly, because he said that there was no point in delaying this. Randy began destroying these monsters in batches, but there were a lot of them, and it took time. The main character came closer to them and asked in a daring voice where their leader was. There was no response to the monster. They continued to attack Randy. Randy doubted and said that apparently he would have to deal with the small fry first. The main character used the Skyfinger ability. This technique had a high range. She destroyed all the monsters in a row who did not want to say anything. The main character captured one orc and destroyed him. After all, he looked away during the battle. Randy decided to continue destroying them in the same spirit and drive them all into a corner. When Randy destroyed most of the orcs, he wanted to quickly find their leader. A message came from the system that this is the territory of a warrior of madness and blood. Quite a dangerous constellation. Vagina said that she assumed this, but I didn't think that he would openly say about it. Randy noticed one of the monsters, and based on its size, he realized that it was possibly the leader. The monster did not listen to him. He had an order to destroy the Randy. But the main character did not stand on ceremony with him and cut off his head with one blow of the sword. The rest of the orcs were simply in shock because their leader died, and in such a humiliating way. After their leader died, they began to flee. After all, their fighting spirit has fallen. Randy caught up with them and destroyed every single one of them. He looked back and thought that was it, after just how many orcs he had killed. Randy looked at his friends and hoped that they could take care of the rest of the orcs. In that case, Randy wanted to go look at a place. He came to another lair. Randy noticed that the defense was holding on to its last strength, and soon the orcs will break through it. Well, the ranked hunters destroyed them in batches. The defense rested only on these hunters. One of them was a high-rank hunter of the Korean expedition. His name was Kwon. He thought that he himself had already killed 100 monsters, but even then, he couldn't rest. One monster climbed behind his back, and Kwon managed to block this blow for a split second. Kwon noticed that he was definitely stronger than the other monsters, and I thought that he was the leader. The monster was 3 times taller than Kwon. He had the task of destroying people. The monster was about to strike at the Kwon when suddenly he was killed with a sword. The sword went right through his body. When the monster died, Randy said that he was glad that he was not late. After all, the consequences could be very bad. Kwon asked Randy if he really came here to help them. Randy asked him a counter question, why he thought he came here. The main character said that they need to stop talking nonsense and finish off those monsters first. He has already killed the leaders, so the remaining ones will be easier to kill. Kwon shouted to his subordinates so that they all listened to him. Hunter Randy has just killed the leader of the orcs. Let's take advantage of the moment and push them back. Some time passed. All the monsters arrived on Earth killed. The main character said that he thought that was all. Quote bowed to Randy and thanked him for such help. He couldn't believe that Randy had personally come to help them. The main character replied that he didn't do anything like that, and they should help each other. Randy asked by chance not Kwon, a hunter, but Ranga. Kwon was surprised that he knew him. Rende said that she saw him before. He is part of the representative team of SSL Korea. Randy had seen him before because of Chansik. He always got beaten up. By the way, your base seems to be badly damaged, and he asked if everything would be okay with them. One of the soldiers ran up to Kwon and shouted that they were in big trouble. Kwon wondered what the big problem was. He thought that they had found some orcs who were hiding. The soldier replied that not really. Kwon was shocked by what happened. He didn't understand what kind of nonsense this was. He was told that there was no gate connected to the ground, completely blocked, and now it's safe there. Everyone gathered near the portal of the abyss to verify their words. The main character wanted to touch the portal, but his hand was thrown away. A strong current ran through his hand. The portal voltage was very high. The main character was shocked that the portal was actually blocked. He asked you how it happened. Kwon said that apparently, while the orcs were attacking our base, several of them mystery infiltrated here, and they cast some kind of spell. Perhaps their unexpected ambush was part of a sabotage. The main character thought about it and thought that they had outwitted them. He couldn't believe that they had blocked the gate of magic. And I asked myself the question, is this even possible? Vagina said that this is possible if it is temporary. Some magic can block them for quite a long period of time. Randy thought about it and thought that the warrior of blood and madness was definitely involved in this. This could not be ruled out. The main character thought that the warrior was just a fanatic, obsessed with battles. Randy didn't think he was capable of such tricks. The main character suggested that he could break through using force. The goddess said that she was not sure about this, because they did not know what could happen to Randy in this case. In this case, it is better to either defeat the creator of the spell, or remove the warrior from this territory. Randy told Quan that he would return to his base for now. As soon as everything returns to normal, we will need to get together and discuss how to do this. Quan said that he understood and thanked him again for his help. At this time, Randy returned to his base. There was a very loud noise there. The main character told his friends the whole story. Elizabeth was shocked and asked if the gate was blocked. Randy replied that it looked like it. Elizabeth said that this is not some minor problem, and she asked what about food. After all, we have both hunters and technicians here. There are too many to feed. The main character told her not to worry about it. Randy began to collect magic in his left hand and said that since he is responsible for everything here, as a leader, that will not allow his comrades to starve. When this yellow ball expanded, a lot of food came out from this ball, so much food that there is enough for everyone. Elizabeth was shocked that he had been carrying them with him all this time. Randy replied that cooking is his hobby. Elizabeth was shocked and did not understand who generally carries so many things with them for the sake of a hobby. In any case, the hunters who have nothing to do asked to move everything inside. Technicians start repairing the base. The hunters listened to them all. Randy told Elizabeth to prepare a message for the Korean Expeditionary Force. Tell them they can use our base while they fix theirs. Elizabeth thought about it and asked why they needed this Korean detachment. The main character remembered her words that she said that the Korean detachment suffered the most from the attack. Since we fought together, we must help each other, because we are neighbors. The main character couldn't believe that she asked something like that, and asked her if she was really so heartless. Elizabeth smiled and said that it was true, because they were neighbors. The main character turned to everyone that he knows that they will not do this. Well, if at least someone dares to humiliate Koreans or bully them. Randy would take this as disrespect for himself, because he was also a Korean. All the hunters began to worry and said that there would be no discrimination. They promised that they would welcome them with open arms, and there was no need to worry so much. After some time, the hunters of Korea arrived here. They were shocked that they were given a surprise. Elizabeth smiled kindly and greeted their Korean hunters. The Koreans were very happy about such a meeting. Elizabeth said she hoped they would get along while their base was being restored. Smallwood approached a Korean man and offered him kimchi fried rice, packaged for consumption in the dungeons. The Korean hunter thanked him for this, and I didn't understand why all these joyful greetings. Elizabeth said that they would go for now and wished them a good rest. The Korean hunters thanked them for such a greeting. One of the Koreans asked his leader why these Americans greeted us so well. Quan replied that he could not answer this question. Quan turned around and said that in any case they need to rest. In the meantime, he will go and look at the base. Quan began to look at the base. He was wondering how well everything was organized here, so that they are able to accept hunters from other countries. He began to look at the area and admitted that this place was really just gigantic. He has been wandering around for quite some time, so there is no end to the place. Quan had been wandering around for an hour and ended up in the training center. Where do hunters train? Randy met him. Randy said he didn't think he'd meet him right here. Quan bowed and thanked Randy for his invitation. He should have gone to greet them as soon as they arrived. Randy told him not to worry about it. After all, they only invited them to share resources, so they didn't have to worry about it. Quan replied that it was just a training center. Randy asked if he came here to train. Quan smiled and replied that he was just wandering around this place. He wandered here by mistake. Randy advised him to rest after this difficult battle. The main character suggested that they practice together later. Quan replied that he is not one of those who train a lot. The main character's mood immediately changed. He asked him what he meant. And why doesn't he train? Quan replied that he was already quite strong, even without additional training. Randy wondered why the Jangsik squad kept failing, and why do people criticize him. Randy turned around and said that it was all because of people like Quan. Quan began to worry and asked why he was looking at him like that. Randy grabbed him by the shoulder and said that he would go right now and train with him. He can stop only when he allows it. At the same time, there were a lot of people in the American base. Joseph watched the news how the hunters were coping and said that these orcs are extremely treacherous. After all, they move in small groups to steal supplies. They are much smarter than ordinary orcs. Joseph said that at this rate, they will very quickly run out of all production. Joseph gave the tablet to the guard and said that nothing could be done about it, and you can't be distracted from their plans. George ordered them to contact the expeditionary force of each of the countries and inform them of their proposal. Some hunters began to prepare for the final attack against a bunch of orcs. Joseph ordered them to say that if they promised to carry out their orders during the operation, they would hand over all their supplies. The security guard was shocked by this proposal. He said that we ourselves lack them. Joseph replied that it didn't matter. After all, we just need to reduce the number of mouths in the form of non-Skarang hunters and civilians. We must keep our promise regarding supplies, because she just needs them to join the attack. Joseph squeezed his hand and said that they have only one goal. There is still at least one worthy hunter. He promised everyone that they must win favor in the center. This orc fort, this would be the toughest battle of all. Randy was training with the Quan. He was at a loss for words. Did you really think that your opponent would just stand there and wait while his high-level magic flew by? Randy advised him that he should learn to force him open to keep his opponent under control. After all, he has literally zero experience in one-on-one fights. Randy said that in this case there is no choice. Until they return to Earth, Quan will undergo special training with him every day. Quan asked Randy to have mercy on them. At this moment, Elizabeth runs in. She told Randy that important information had just arrived from the American base. She saw this picture and asked what they were doing here. Randy told her never to think about it. The main character asked again what the American expedition team said about this. The main character was thinking and said that in order to get one supply, they must rush to the final attack and unquestioningly follow their orders. Elizabeth said, "That's exactly it. It's more like a threat. To the boy, you're under the guise of an offer." The main character was thinking about it and said that they were slightly underestimated. He would never have thought that I would so openly treat him like a non-entity. Elizabeth asked what they would do in this case. The main character said that they have no choice. Since we received an offer, you should give a respectful answer. Randy pointed his finger at her and advised her to make sure that you convey everything exactly as he said word for word, and send reconnaissance to observe them. At this time, Joseph considered all the proposals and asked what the troops from other expeditions had said. The guard said that most understood our proposal. They seemed to have suffered greatly. They responded almost immediately. Apparently, the offer of help worked great. What about the ranked hunters from Germany and France with whom they contacted through a special channel? Ben Nahart and Adeline Bonabalugia accepted your special offer. Joseph said everything is going great. Joseph asked who was left from China and Korea and the Dragon. The security said that yes, China is usually quite closed, so they did not expect a positive answer. We will most likely hear the answers of the others later. One of the workers said that they had just received a response from them. Joseph asked if they accepted our offer. The man said that the Dragon and their allies are Korea. The main character gave them a message that they will attack in the final attack. Since they have enough supplies, we will not obey the order of someone like you. Joseph became very angry at this answer. However, if we want to follow them, they will show mercy and consider such an opportunity. One of the guards said that this is very impudent garbage, but he was told to forget about it. It seems they were well prepared thanks to a good investor. Joseph said they could do whatever they wanted. Nothing will change if someone like them refuses to join. And tell the exploitation detachment that accepted our proposals to gather and bring their hunters here. Joseph said as soon as everyone is gathered, they will begin the final attack on the monsters. Randy looked at the other clans and said that they have quite a lot of hunters, although these hunters looked very tired and hungry. Randy began to doubt whether they could fight in this state. Elizabeth informed Randy that Ikaros and the Huashan sect had completed their preparations. Quan said that the Korean expedition detachment might be ready to move out. The main character praised them and said that they did an excellent job. Elizabeth noticed that Randy was very thoughtful and asked him what he was thinking about. The main character replied that it was so simple because his curiosity and concern decided everything. I think they already have quite a lot of people, so why haven't they moved forward yet? The main character asked Elizabeth if there was any news about intelligence. Suddenly there was a strong explosion. An explosion occurred from the opposing sect. No one could understand what was happening. They only knew that this sound was coming from the great fortress. One of the hunters ran up to them and reported that the Expedition Alliance had begun their operation. The main character did not understand what they were starting to rely on and asked what the hunter meant, because we had not even moved forward. The hunter began to explain to Randy about this. The guy said it was a bait and switch strategy. This was their cunning plan. The low-ranking hunters who make up the vanguard will lure the orcs, and as soon as the orcs are surrounded, everyone else will deal with them at once. They will soon move out to set up an ambush. Elizabeth didn't understand. Because with such a strategy, most of the vanguard hunters would die, wouldn't they? The main character answered that this is their own choice and is not telling us about it. Orcs are pretty simple creatures, so this might work. But on the one hand, it was hard to say. The orcs were too quiet, despite the fact that the gates of the fortress were subjected to such an attack. The main character got the feeling that no one was inside this fortress. The main character turned out to be right. One orc looked at the reconnaissance and called them stupid little people. One of the orcs said, as their master said, "They will all gather there." This orc's name was Katala. He was one of the commanders. He ordered his subordinates to advance, all devoted servants of their master. The orcs began to attack people. They wanted to destroy everyone because these vile little people dared to desecrate this land. All the hunters were shocked and did not expect the orcs to ambush them. No one understood why the orcs were here, and they shouted that the orcs had ambushed them. The constellation watched this picture, and they said that people are real idiots. After all, they don't even know the basics of war. Do they really think that the stupid orcs will not understand? That they lie so openly in ambush, and that they have let their guard down? After all, they didn't even realize that among these people there were a lot of my spies. These spies served in the constellation, warrior of blood and madness. Well, this won't make him any worse anyway. After all, the more deaths they bring with their stupidity, the better it will be. A constellation of blood and madness, I hoped they would kill more people. And the more people killed, the stronger he becomes. The mad warrior told the orcs to fight more and more. He liked it very much. Well, at that moment, Randy's team and Korean hunters attacked. The warrior of madness could not understand what kind of people they were and where they came from. Vaughn looked madly and recognized Randy. He said that again this bastard is interfering with his plans. During the attack, the main character thought how the orcs figured out all their plans. After all, it was simply impossible. Quan asked Randy if it would be wiser to retreat in this situation. Randy will answer that perhaps he is right. But if they do this, the rest of the hunters surrounded will die, and there will be many deaths. The main character said that in this case, there would be fewer of these orcs, and fighting would be much more difficult in the end. Quan agreed with him and understood all his words. Quan asked again earlier why he was going around the battlefield. Are we really not going to help them? The main character answered, all because since ancient times a house should be stormed while it is empty. The hunters wanted to break this barrier, but they could not do it. After all, the barrier was very strong. One of the hunters did not understand why these orcs who were in the barrier did not move at all. He said, if they screw up and run away, not only will we not get supplies from that bastard Joseph, well, we will also be obliged to pay compensation for insubordination and breach of contract. We need to destroy at least the gates of the fortress, since we cannot lure out the orcs. And no one understood why this was happening. The main character said that they still cannot break through the gates of the fortress. Everyone was happy to see Hunter Randy. The captain said that they attacked as much as they could, but the barrier was too strong. The main character said that they did a very good job and they need to rest. Randy approached the barrier and said that he would finish everything here himself. He used his heavenly fist technique. A lot of mana was concentrated in the fist. After all this, Randy launched a heavenly strike. This strike completely destroyed the barrier. Everyone was simply shocked. He destroyed the barrier with just one blow. Then they realized what a rank A hunter was capable of. The main character said that everything is fine. Now we need to destroy the gate and quickly break through. Compared to the barrier, this is nothing. The captain asked if they would really go straight to the fortress now. After all, the rest of the hunters may die. Randy smiled and told them not to worry about them because he was going to help them so they could rest. One of the hunters was furious. He asked himself questions about how they knew about our plans. The best thing to do would be to retreat, but the base was too far away. We'll die by the time we get there. One of the leaders did not understand what to do in such a situation. After all, it was an almost hopeless situation. The main character climbed to the very top of the building. It was the lair of orcs. He shouted that the great fortress had been taken, and he used existential power. Our main character addresses them. Those who want to live, they need to run here. After all, their lives depend on it. The leader did not understand what he was doing, and when he got there, because he was not even here. One of the ordinary soldiers told Joseph that this was their chance. All the orcs watched this, and were shocked by the conquest of the great fortress. They were very much stunned. The commander shouted to them that they should stop standing like a pillar and called them idiots. He shouted that they would easily win it back after killing everyone. One of the orcs turned to the Lord of Catal. What will they do if the owner gets angry because of the fortress? And what will happen if they just leave these people here? They still need to retake the fortress first. At this moment, an ordinary soldier asked Joseph, so that he gives the order and goes to the fortress. Joseph was very angry because he understood that he was not the most important here, and I will still consider Randy my master, but there was no way out. He started shouting to everyone and asked everyone to listen to him. He gave orders that they should immediately stop fighting and retreat to the great fortress before the orcs came to their senses. Everyone began to retreat. Bitim was ordered to retreat, and they fled to the great fortress. The main character told Joseph that he was meeting him in person for the first time, and I'm glad to meet them. Joseph reciprocated and said that he was also glad to meet Randy. Joseph said that while they were fighting there, they could capture the great fortress stealthily and brilliantly. Randy replied that a simple thank you would be enough for him. Still, in such situations, they should help each other. Joseph said that they would put it aside. What they would do next, ask them. The main character said that he had nothing to do with it. Joseph was surprised at this answer. Randy said he would assign areas to each country so he would make sure Joseph defended his country well, that's all. Joseph became very angry, and he shouted that they were seriously not going to take control of the fortress, despite the fact that they had captured it. The main character answered why he should do this, and said that he did not think that they would listen to me. Randy said that that's not all. He needed to find out a little about Joseph. He heard from the hunters in the vanguard that the reason they risked their lives in the vanguard. It is that Joseph threatened them with fines of an astronomical sum, which they will never pay. Joseph was scared and said that he had been badly set up, and this operation was agreed upon. Randy replied that he must have wanted to tell everyone that it was none of his business. Digging into the past is not worth it. Randy answered him cruelly. If Joseph tried to somehow play around right in front of Randy, Randy will immediately throw Joseph out of the fortress, and let him keep this in his mind. Joseph replied, that is good, and he will take note of it. Randy replied that he heard him and would look at his future behavior. The main character shouted for everyone to be in their places and defend the fortress. He said that he knows everything, that it was very difficult for everyone. Well, I don't think that now there is time to rest. Suddenly the earthquake began. Everyone wondered why the earth was shaking, and thought that it was the orcs coming. Everyone shouted that it was them, based on how strong the shocks were. Most likely the orcs decided to attack with all their strength at once, to recapture your refuge. All the hunters began to worry, because they had been fighting stop and go all day, and hadn't even eaten anything. Nobody had the strength. At that moment, Randy appeared and asked the hunters if any of them were hungry. Randy used his moving technique, and said that they didn't move their supplies to the base, so there's not much here. A lot of food landed on the ground. Randy showed with his hand, and said if everything is okay with this, then everyone can take one before leaving. Randy makes these rice balls as a hobby. All the hunters were shocked. They did not believe that he did so much simply because of a hobby. The man said that the rice in these balls is special. The balls restored mana. The main character held out the rice and said it was better to eat it before moving out, because they are better than most potions. Everyone heard this for the first time, so that rice influences Manu. One hunter can't believe Randy is sharing something so valuable. He asked why Randy was doing this. The main character blinked and said that at such moments they should help each other. All the hunters burst into tears because it was very touching for them. No one had helped them before. Joseph continued to get angry. He thought that this hypocritical bastard was pretending to be a saint. The aide said he got people on his side. Joseph said it was better for us. For now, all the hunters' attention is focused on him. He will quietly become close to Ben Nahart and aide Camlin Bonabalugia, with whom he made a deal for priority in receiving rewards for the raid. Joseph wanted him to quickly carry out his sinister plan. The battle began. The orcs wanted to break their shield, but it was quite difficult for them. The magicians tried their best, but the barrier began to fall over time. They were focused to last until the end. Grandfather said that anyone who can use defense magic should go forward. Everything is just like Hunter Randy said. Now we need to help each other. It will all be over for us if they break into the fortress. Elizabeth looked at this one from above and said to Randy that they seemed very fierce. Seeing how excited they are, it seems like they want to finish with one blow. Ranky agreed with her and said that this might be so. After all, for them, we are rats driven into a corner. The orcs think that we are not capable of anything. Randy said that it is so coordinated to move for the orcs that no one ever listens. It was very difficult. The main character thought that a warrior of madness and blood was behind this. Over there, probably in the back. Bosses who all take orders from him. Elizabeth said, if there is a constellation behind it, it will be difficult to get out of this mess. The main character partially agreed with her. Randy began to warm up and said that he would personally go and finish him off. The girl was shocked. Do you really want to go and kill the boss yourself? Is this even possible? Randy replied that of course, in fact, it would be even better if I went alone. The main character believed that if he took on useless hunters, they would only be a burden. The main character noticed that something was attacking the orcs. He was wondering what they were up to. The boss of the orcs was very confident in himself. You thought that they were stupid people who were fighting in vain. Even so, they will still dance to our master's tune. It was the great leader of the Igor orcs. Igor believed that as soon as they let go of their hands, he would personally break into the fortress. He stood up and shouted that he would crush these people, and will increase the reputation of its owner. The owner looked at him and said that making him the boss was a great decision. The Blood Warrior said that these little people can resist as much as they want. After all, these simple people would never harm the orcs. This time, the impudent little people will certainly be completely defeated. Jason sneaked into their lair and told his assistants that they were relaxed, just as he thought. Jason asked Ben and Adeline if they were ready to fight. They began to answer that they were in their best shape. The girl replied that she was also completely ready. They were confident that they would defeat the orcs. Jason said everything was fine, and I thought that we would go over the plan for the last time, so as not to confuse anything. As soon as Jason gives the signal, the Adeline, who are good at long-range magic, attack the guards near the orc boss. And after all, Ben, a melee fighter, quickly approached him. And use your power to stop him. Finally, Jason will follow Ben and use the artifact received from his master and has an instant killing effect. Jason held onto his sword and said that he was using extinction poison to suck the life out of him. Ben asked Jason, one blow is definitely enough. Jason replied that of course this dagger is the same as the cloaks we received from our master. Haven't you already felt their power on yourself? Jason looked at his hand and said that the speed skill of this cloak is simply amazing. Thanks to them, they were able to travel all this way without using magic. It was as if they had become invisible. Well, the owner said that these artifacts are impossible unless there is a constellation nearby. Everyone was calm then. After all, this orc is definitely not a constellation, and he shouldn't notice us. Ben said that in our world and this world, there is not a single constellation. After all, other constellations are only busy fighting for territory. The main character looked at them from the tree and heard their conversation. He noticed them because Randy was a constellation. Randy remembered his young and hoped that his plan would work, otherwise it will be a big failure. Jason advised them not to forget if this boss has a constellation blessing. He will see them if you approach him too quickly. If this causes them to screw up, his security will be beefed up. Then they will no longer have a chance to kill him. The operation must be successful on the first try. If there is even one mistake, they will die. The girl said that she understood everything. She started to attack. The girl began to concentrate her magic and said that she had finished her preparations and was ready to attack. Magic circles appeared at the top of the orcs. They could not understand where it came from. After all, there was no one near them. Adeline began to destroy them using an ultra-magic projectile. The orcs turned to dust. The commander shouted that this was happening. The orc replied that it seemed the people decided to attack them on the sly. That's what I was shocked about such information, because their intelligence was everywhere. Jason said that the girl did great, and it was Ben's time. Ben shouted that he was going, used an ability called Rocket Dash. Their plan was a success. Ben grabbed the boss and told him that he heard that he is the boss of the orcs, who is only strong and capable. 1772. So I was wondering if you are really that strong. How everyone talks about you. Igor was very angry. How dare such a vile rat compete with me in strength? Igor began to defeat him in strength and shouted that he had very great arrogance and this would destroy him. Ben was shocked because he fought him off so easily when he was at full strength. Ben shouted that he was much stronger than he expected. If you don't end it now, later it will be very dangerous. At this moment, Joseph appears. He was behind this monster and was ready to finish him off with one blow. Joseph shouted that he would send him to the next world and pierced him with a sword. Igor could not understand what had happened and felt that his strength was leaving him. Joseph said everything was fine. After all, the poison went straight into the body. Now you just need to wait until the poison spreads throughout the body and kills him. The blood warrior watched this and said that this blade, given that it is covered with disgusting existential power, he must be pretty strong. Indeed, in the whole song, it is difficult to find such a monster that can withstand such poison. Most likely you can get caught counting them. Just think that he will give an object of such value to a simple man. The general decided to give it his all this time. The blood warrior began to laugh and said that this general does not know something. Igor was considered the strongest of this handful of monsters. Igor began to rise to his feet. He is a warrior with the strongest life force. His mana is the strongest of the orcs. Joseph fell into a panic because he expected that this blade would destroy him completely. Igor took Joseph by the neck and shouted that he was a servant of a warrior of madness and blood. He shouted that he would never fall until he died, and he threw Joseph with all his might into the ground. The girl immediately ran up to Joseph and asked how he was feeling. Ben began to worry and asked what the hell Joseph was. After all, he said that he would die from one blow. So why is this monster still alive and full of energy? Joseph replied that his master told him so. The general sent him a message through the system. He says that it did not work, and he advised them to run away from there because they could lose their lives. Ben was very angry with Joseph because he got them into complete trouble. Igor approached them and said that their tricks were over. He took out his huge sword and shouted that it was time to pay for your stupidity. He was ready to destroy them. The warrior of blood said that he would bring down more and more force on them and finish them all off with one blow. Orc Igor thanked the owner for such great strength. He had never felt so good. All three were shocked because the ego was very strong. The ego began to run away from them, and I say that I am grateful for the blessing that the boss gave him. He trumpets the heads of these rats and gives them to his boss as an offering. Everyone was scared. Joseph shouted that they needed to retreat immediately, otherwise it would be bad. Everyone thought they were finished. At that moment, Randy appeared and addressed the orc. He remembered his words that he said that he would not go until he died. Randy placed his heavenly sword near his neck and said that he could fall with a calm soul. Igor was shocked. He didn't understand how this guy ended up behind him, and he didn't even feel it. Randy did not stand on ceremony with him, and with the help of a heavenly sword cut off his head. It was very fast. Everyone was shocked and did not understand how he did it. The main character just stood there and made no reaction. It was a normal experience for him. The blood madness warrior was in shock. He couldn't believe his defeat. He held his head and shouted that this was simply impossible. The first kingdom without became the territory of the earth. The system reported this message to all hunters. They did not understand what was happening. After all, they didn't do anything. All the hunters began to look at the orcs. The orcs began to glow yellow and disappear. Quan and Elizabeth also could not understand what was happening. After all, they didn't even fight. Elizabeth laughed because she understood that Randy did it all. She was sure that he had organized a thrashing there. Joseph was very angry with Randy because again he became the main character. The main character said that apparently we were both thinking about the same thing. Although thanks to your distraction, it was easier for Randy to cut off his head. Joseph pointed his finger at him and shouted that he did not admit this. After all, Randy just snuck in and got all the cream for himself. Joseph shouted. Do Randy really think that they will just leave it all like that? The main character did not think that he would guess his plan. He's pretty smart. After all, this is almost equivalent to giving him the rights but all the resources of this territory. Joseph thought, since he is alone, we can intimidate him with our power in order to share these rights. Ben did not understand what he was talking about. Ben said that he has no complaints about Randy. The girl also said that she had no complaints. Joseph was shocked that his friends betrayed him. Ben replied that they did not betray him, and he told him to think about it himself. Because of your master's irresponsibility, we were badly beaten. If it weren't for Randy, we would all be dead by now. Ben and the girl went over to Randy's side. You didn't understand why Jesus said that he took all the cream. The girl completely agreed and called Joseph ungrateful. Joseph was simply furious and did not understand what had suddenly happened to them. Ben told Randy he was a little late on this. Ben said that this is not the first time he has been indebted to him. The main character did not understand his words and asked, Isn't this the first time we met? Ben said he ate one of the rice balls that Randy shared. Thanks to him, he was able to significantly replenish his energy. The girl heard that many of Adeline's comrades survived only thanks to them. Adeline said it was so. Ben told Randy that he wanted to pay him back when the opportunity arose. So he's glad he could help him. Joseph listened to this, and I say that this is complete nonsense. Joseph shouted at Ben, "Are you really ready to give up the rewards for the raid because of the rice ball? You are crazy." Ben said that he didn't want to hear it from him, who threatened others with supplies. If you are unhappy with something, then you should have been better prepared for the boss fight. Why now you blame others? Don't tell me that this whole game is about kindness and mutual assistance. She was needed for something more. Precisely for this moment. Joseph realized that he was outwitted in the torrent. I called him a sneaky bastard. A couple of days passed at this time in the Icaros clan. Damn news about Randy, the main invader of the raid, was the first to be taken into the mouth of the abyss, and the ranked hunter was Randy. Manager Randy read this news and understood what caused such a commotion. He became a hero again. The girl looked at Randy and didn't understand why he was training again and not resting. The main character replied that for him training is already like a vacation. Randy said that he put the topic of training aside and asked what happened. Weren't you involved in abyss-related business? The girl said she was going to take Randy out to eat. The main character was surprised by such a proposal and asked, "Do you really feel lonely because you eat alone?" The girl shouted that I was with her. She spoke about the usual banquet where the dragon director gathers. The main character didn't like this very much because he understood that most of the directors were thieves. The girl said that, strictly speaking, Randy is also one of the directors. After all, she had not invited him before, because I wasn't sure that he and similar meetings were a good combination. Well, Randy accomplished one of the greatest feats, and because of this, people became more interested in the artifacts of our company. The main character looked at the tablet and saw that he was a real star. The girl said that was why he was invited to eat, and at the same time discuss a couple of topics. Randy asked the girl if she was sure it wasn't an excuse, just to see if I could be a SEO. This question confused the girl too, and he said that perhaps it was so. The girl said that he would have a lot of aggressive questions as soon as he sat down, and she tried to refuse until the very end. The main character said that everything was fine and promised to start preparing right now. The girl was shocked that Randy agreed. Randy said that he already has everything planned, so the girl doesn't have to worry. To be honest, Randy said that he couldn't wait to meet at that banquet. He was interested in what the CEO, the top global corporation, was like. The company has already said this, but I want to say it again. One of the directors said his name was Gold. He congratulated him on the successful raid on the Abyssal Gate chairman. All the directors began to congratulate the chairman and clap for him and thank him for everything. Hyun was dissatisfied and called them snotty, everything they do. So this just raises questions about efficiency and disagreements. I call all this business advice. He asked himself the question why they were all quiet and were all on the same side. He believed that something was not quiet here. Gold said that Red's recent success is truly an opportunity. They can dominate the market for the next 20 years. One cannot but agree that the hunter Randy contributed more to this. Just think that such an incredible hunter would do such a thing for us. Everyone was simply delighted by how the main character understood people. But Chairman, I was wondering if his skills could be useful in business. They should learn this as his colleagues. Gold said that the Hyung should know about this. What happens to businesses when people trust the reputation of a famous hunter and hire them as SEO? Hyun said that this happens in the case of small and medium-sized businesses. This is different from our situation. The main branch, you are responsible for the equipment needed in other industries. Hyung understood that his employees wanted to get to the bottom of him. It was a bad deal. The cooks saw Randy cooking in the kitchen and were not shocked. An ordinary cook asked his master if it was Randy himself. The chief replied that yes, but did not understand what was happening here. Why does the Arang hunter cook in our kitchen? This is not normal. Hyung heard a conversation outside the door. They were talking from the chairman, and they said that his food was ready. They wanted to start on the bed and table. Hyun said that it seemed to him that everyone was a little worried because they hadn't eaten anything yet. He decided to continue the conversation after a good meal. Everyone said that they had no appetite. The skills of the local chef are quite good, well, too seasonal. Nobody liked this. The chef came out and began to treat all the directors. Hyun thought he was a good cook. Hyun saw the pots and asked his boss why he decided to bring them. After all, he asked to cook more Western food. The cook replied that he did not cook everything. Then Randy appeared and said that he personally prepared these dishes. It seemed to him that it would be wrong to come empty-handed. Hyung was very happy when he saw Randy. He asked what he was doing here. Randy said he thought he invited him. Hyun said that he really doesn't understand what he's talking about now. It was necessary to come here immediately. Why did he cook when he didn't ask to do it? One of the directors said that he did not understand what they were talking about. And how could Randy be late because of them? The main character began to count his illnesses: anemia, hypertension, chronic fatigue, and insomnia. Of course, all this was not true. Does anyone here have at least one thing? The director was asked how he knew all this. After all, information about our health and illnesses is strictly classified. The main character said that there is nothing to be surprised about. 1876. When Randy began to study martial arts, it became easier to gain information about his surroundings and people with just a glance. So to commemorate their first meeting, Randy prepared a dish that could help with their health. It was a spicy beef soup. Helped a lot. It can be called a unique medicine. The main character began to scoop soup into a bowl. Bracken helps with insomnia and heart problems. Bean sprouts remove toxins from the body. Beef strengthens the immune system and prevents anemia. And if you add 3, which Randy grew in the orc's garden, someone's combination with spicy beef soup, it looked very tasty. The main character advised them to hurry up before it all cooled down, and let them know if they want more. One of the directors thanked Randy for his greeting and concern, but they didn't gather here for food. The main character said that his name is Gold. Gold didn't understand how he knew his name. Randy replied that among the directors he had the most outstanding business acumen. Since you are holding such a significant position, shouldn't you first of all take care of your health? If something happens to you, our company will suffer huge losses, won't it? It was clear from the director's face that he was thoughtful about his words. He offered him food. Randy said he hoped he would eat it. After all, they did all this to continue to live and eat. Gold apologized and said he didn't like Korean food. But the West was very appetizing. He had never felt such a pungent smell and so tasty. The main character noticed how he was looking at this food and whispered in his ear, "Doesn't he want this delicious food?" fueling his interest in food. The director said that it smells very good, and he has no appetite, but he will eat it because Randy put his effort into it. All the directors began to try the food and hoped that it was very tasty. Everyone liked this food. The directors said that they had never seen or eaten such delicious food. The main character was very glad that they all liked it. They reacted much better than Randy imagined. Randy knew that cows and plants grown by orcs have the effect of restoring mana. But just think that they also help ordinary people restore their energy. I think the taste was also excellent, since even picky rich people eat it with such pleasure. Thanks to this Rende, there is now a ton of useful information. That is, how great it is that he prepared everything and was able to find out something. Hyun told Randy that he had not eaten so deliciously for a long time, and thanked him for that. The main character said that he was very glad that everyone liked it. It was simply incredible for him, because if he worked in the food industry, he would achieve great success. Everyone thought so. Gold said that he is the director of the dragon artifact. This requires simple cooking skills. So they would like to know what their future plans are. It was clear how much he liked it and from the plates he ate. The main character realized that he was worried that the company would fall in value. If it is led by an ordinary hunter like me. Gold said that's not what he meant. The main character said that he understood him, and said that diving deeper and deeper into the details would be pointless. Randy decided to promise one thing. He pointed his finger at them and shouted if the new artifact that they would soon release did not take first place in sales, he would personally resign from this post. Everyone was shocked by such a statement, and they said that this was a very bold decision. They think that he is indifferent to business, but he has a good plan. Hyung realized that Randy had it hidden in his sleeve, but no one thought that he could convince them otherwise. But still the first place, it is not so easy to do business in this industry. He wondered what plan Randy had in mind.